Make sure you guys hit the subscribe button if you guys are enjoying the content that we're throwing up, and make sure you guys hit the like button if you enjoy the video. And yeah, let's begin. Okay, so Dark Days the Forge is amazing. Oh my god, dude, this story, for real and for true, all right, for real and for true, this is the best thing coming out of DC Rebirth. It's absolutely insane. Like, it's such an amazing story because what it does is bring back a lot of characters who have just kind of been missing in action, or that fans have wanted to see return to the main DC landscape. And so before we get into this, one of the things that this does is this actually opens up with Carter Hall, and that's actually a pretty big deal because Carter Hall was the post-Crisis on Infinite Earths version of Hawkman. Now, when it came to the Hawkman character, and I've never really covered him because it is an absolute nightmare trying to cover this guy. With Hawkman back in the day, really before Crisis on Infinite Earths, so everything from the 1940s up to the 1980s, it was an absolute mess. I mean, it was just reboot and reboot and reboot, new origin. It was absolutely crazy, and it was almost impossible to keep track of him. Now, all this was taken care of in Hawkman Volume 4, I think, and I want to say Jeff Johns was the one who did it, although I'm not going to swear to that. But what they basically did is they went through all the Golden Age stuff, all the stuff that happened with Hawkman between 1940 and, the 1980s, mid-1980s, and even after the mid-1980s going up to JSA, and said consolidate all this information, clean it all up, and give a definitive origin for his character. And so what we actually have in this particular story is the origin for Hawkman Carter Hall as we know him. And so what this does is it actually removes the new 52 version of himself and says that's no longer part of the equation. This is the Carter Hall that we know of, that we're most familiar with. And what this does is it basically just kind of, again, runs over the origin that Carter Hall himself was a guy who basically just operated out of Egypt during Ramses, I think it was, and basically came across this ship that was made of nth metal. Now we'll talk about nth metal here in a second, but after this origin, this quick little 2-page thing is given to us, we immediately jump to the modern day. And that's one of the things that's going to be consistent in this story, is it's going to be a handful of different plot lines coinciding at the same time, but none of it's confusing. Instead, what we're actually going to get when it comes to Hawkman are these little interjections periodically, where we're basically going to see him just kind of chiming in and telling us a little bit more of his story. The issue with this is that we can't really take it in segments, right? Like, we can't jump around the story. Like we did that with Deathstroke, for example. The way that story was written, it was all over the place. And so we split the video in half, and we actually did like one half of the comic and then another half of the comic and took it out of order. We can't do that here. We actually just kind of have to go through everything. But this is pretty straightforward in the sense that there's a guy by the name of Dr. Madison who's working on, in some secret lab based out of a volcano. Things go awry, Batman responds, and Batman tries to get him out. Now, the initial response to this is that Batman, or at least initial indication, is that Batman's trying to save this guy just because of the fact that he's dying. But the question we have to ask is that, how did Batman know about this? How did Batman know this thing was even here? How did he know this guy was stuck in here? Aquaman responds accordingly, and of course we end up having, Batman and Aquaman working together to get Dr. Madison out of there. But what we also find out is this was basically a Black Ops site. No one was supposed to know that it was there. No one was supposed to know that it was that anything was happening here. Of course, we also end up learning they were mining from something, and this is why we ended up covering Scott Snyder's entire run of the new 52 Batman, because all this stuff comes back into the equation. That's why it was so important that we cover all those things, because they all come home to roost. All those chickens come home to roost. And so what this does is it really highlights the idea that Batman's hiding something. Now, again, this is cool because this is Snyder and everybody really going back to the roots of what makes Batman who he is. Historically speaking, Batman's always been this cloak and dagger, enigmatic kind of character, in the sense that after Crisis on Infinite Earths, going into the release of The Dark Knight Returns, that changed the tone of Batman. Prior to The Dark Knight Returns, Batman wasn't like a carefree, happy-go-lucky guy, but he wasn't nearly as dark as he was during that story. In the old original, Batman stories, like the really, really old first appearance of Detective Comics, the first time he got his own solo series, he was pretty dark, but that was par for the course. It wasn't out of the ordinary. Batman killed people. He hung a guy from the Batwing once. Superman killed people, or at least let people die. That was not uncommon. But when the shift began to happen for characters, in the sense that stories were getting a little more upbeat, the characters were being a little less dark, Batman followed that trend. It started moving to the point where he wasn't really dark. Now, we've talked about that before in terms of the basis behind that, the whole idea of the, Comics Code Authority and how Batman almost got canceled. And we've talked about those kinds of things before. But with regards to the character of Bruce Wayne himself, it wasn't until The Dark Knight Returns that he went from, his original appearances being dark, going to more of an upbeat character, and then going back to being dark again. A lot of that was because the comics code was being phased out, so it was fine. DC could get away with a lot more stuff in the late 1980s, going into the 1990s than they could back during the 60s and 70s. But with regards to the character of Batman, moving towards this darker element, he became a lot more brooding. He became a lot more sinister. In terms of, him hiding things from the Justice League, that was really fleshed out in JLA Tower of Babel. Of course, we covered that story. You'll find that link down in the description. But Tower of Babel basically revealed the idea that Batman had these protocols, more or less, where it was how to defeat the different members of the Justice League should they ever go awry. Under normal circumstances, that wouldn't be a problem. The issue was that he never told them. And so what it did is it established the idea that Batman doesn't trust anybody. I mean, he doesn't trust the Justice League or anything like that. We knew that for a while, but it was one of those things that was kind of concrete and set in stone that became an intrinsic part of Batman's history. That's why JLA Tower of Babel is such an important story and such a lauded story by a lot of the comic book community, because it's one of those stories that defines, Batman's character within DC Comics. Now, of course, the response to Aquaman is exactly what we would think it would be. When Aquaman is just kind of like, this is a Wayne Enterprises black site, they're drilling for something. What's going on here? Why didn't you tell me? Why aren't I being made aware of this? Ultimately, Batman just kind of dodges the question, just sort of ignores things. And so what we do is we actually pick up with the Green Lanterns. Now, keep in mind, this really kind of coincides with what's going on in Hal Jordan and the Green Lanterns right now. So remember, with Hal Jordan and the Green Lanterns, when that title first picked up, coming out of the events of Justice League Darkseid War, and even during the whole New 52 run following the events of Flashpoint, what we knew was that, the planet Oa, which was traditionally the home planet of the Guardians of the Universe, had basically been destroyed. Now, this led into a whole litany of events, which we're covering on Sunday, with regards to the entire run of Jeff Johns' Green Lantern going into the New 52, the big reboot and all that kind of good stuff. But it basically left the Green Lanterns having to take up residence on Mogo, who's essentially just a giant Green Lantern planet. That's really all he is. It's really cool, but that's really all he is. But what this is doing is it's basically grabbing all these different plot threads and saying they're all leading to one singular location. In this instance, they're all leading to Batman, because Hal Jordan's actually sent on a mission by the Green Lanterns to go investigate something that's going on at Wayne Manor. Now, of course, this brings Hal Jordan in direct relation to Duke Thomas. And Duke Thomas is one of those weird characters that just really hasn't been fleshed out yet. He was a character that we saw with regards to Scott Snyder's initial Batman run during the events of Endgame, I think it was, and Duke Thomas's parents were subjected to the Joker toxin, and Batman basically had to grab him and whisk him away. But the difference here is that, historically speaking, Batman jumping in and saving some kid's life, if that kid is given special attention, then we know that kid's going to become the next Robin. And that was the case. Duke Thomas received a lot more screen time, so to speak, in the comic than anybody else that Batman had saved. And so we knew that he was going to go on to play a role. Of course, he played a major part in the story We Are Robin, this sort of a teenage vigilante team operating within the realm of Gotham City. But going into DC Rebirth and the launch of All-Star Batman, Duke Thomas was rolled over into the title, and all we knew was that Batman was, quote unquote, trying something different. But we have no idea what that means. We know that Duke Thomas is not Robin. He's not going to be a Robin. It's something different in its entirety. We don't know if he's going to be a replacement. We don't know if he's going to be an equal to Batman. We have no idea what it means for his character. We just know that he's effectively operating alongside Bruce Wayne. The other half of this is that we end up learning that one of the reasons why Hal Jordan has been sent on this mission is because of the fact that there's basically a secret entrance to a cave below the Batcave. Now, again, this is secrets and revelations. These are things that we've never seen before. And it's really cool because this adds this sort of mystery and intrigue to the character of Batman. And it's a really interesting concept when it comes to his character. And the reason why is because it tells us Batman's got secrets. His secrets have secrets. The secrets of his secrets have their own secrets. Like, it's crazy. It's just this constantly falling thing. And that's what made Scott Snyder such a good writer with the beginning of Batman in the New 52, with all those stories we covered, because it was one of those things where it's like, when you think that you know everything, suddenly you learn something new. And that's why this is so cool, is because it tells us there's so much going on with the Batman landscape that's been hidden from us. Now, jumping back to Carter Hall, jumping back to Hawkman, what we end up doing is we pick up with this little bit of a discussion with regards to him and the concept of nth metal. And that's why I wanted to hold off on this a little bit. I wanted to wait until we got to this section of the story to talk about this. When it came to the idea of Hawkman, because of the fact that he'd been changed so often over the years, one of the things that Jeff Johns and those guys did is they basically rolled into the notion, the idea of what Hawkman was about in terms of how they could justify his appearances back in the 1940s and in the 1980s. And so what they did is they fed into the existing idea of Hawkman and his reincarnation. Now, that's something that was already established. It wasn't a brand new thing. It was already, built up. What Johns and them did was just clean all that stuff up. And what we ended up learning was that with regards to Carter Hall, of course, him operating as Khufu back during his time in Egypt, he had come across nth metal not knowing what it was. But where he was stabbed by an nth metal blade alongside Shaira, I think it was, I don't remember if she was stabbed or not, essentially what happened is that instead of dying, he would just go through this process of reincarnation, and presumably for eternity, he would face off against his arch nemesis alongside Hawkgirl. Now, in terms of Carter actually donning the Hawkman mantle, that didn't happen until the 1940s. And the reason why is because of the fact that with him as a character, he was going through and he was just dying and then being reborn and dying and being reborn. That was his life. He would just die and then he would reincarnate in a new body. It was a sort of irony just because of the fact that for him, he never really believed in an afterlife. He always believed that when people die, that's it. There's no moving on to eternal splendor or anything like that. His soul would be confined to the earthly plane for all eternity. And so because of this, we ended up having this scenario where once he was basically reincarnated in the 1940s, he picked up the name of Carter Hall and then adopted the mantle of Hawkman after hearkening back to his memories during the time of ancient Egypt when he had seen this ship that crash landed that had this sort of a hawk crest on it. And so that's really where that whole mantle, that whole name came from. Now, following that, what we ended up learning is that he was effectively obsessed with the idea of nth metal, that he just began going through and collecting all these different artifacts everywhere that he could find them. But the problem with this was that he didn't know anything about it. All he knew is that for whatever reason, nth metal seemed to irradiate this kind of energy that nobody seemed to be able to figure out. And what this does is it feeds into the nature of nth metal in the realm of DC Comics. Nth metal was one of these materials that DC had where they were just like, well, it's a metal that lets people do whatever they want to do at any particular point in time. It allowed people to fly by negating gravity. It somehow had magical properties, but it was never fleshed out. It was this super ambiguous, enigmatic thing that nobody ever understood or nobody ever really grasped how it is that it functioned. It's like Thor's hammer, right? Like for years and years and years, it was, well, only those who are worthy can wield Thor's hammer. Well, what makes them worthy? Because bad guys have picked it up and good guys have picked it up. The whole idea was that it kind of, was ambiguous. It was weird. There was no real explanation. But where Jason Aaron fleshed out the hammer of Thor, Scott Snyder is fleshing out the nature of nth metal with regards to Batman metal, or I guess Dark Knight's metal. So that's why this is such a cool and such an interesting story, because we're getting this explanation on this super ambiguous, obscure aspect of DC Comics that has apparently been intertwined in everything. Now, the other half of this is that, again, we start to see the return of characters that we haven't seen for quite some time, or have simply just kind of been shuffled off to no man's land. A perfect case of this is a guy by the name of Michael Holt, also known as Mr. Terrific. Now, Mr. Terrific was, well, he's been around for a long time, but he was a guy who was basically established as being like the third smartest man in the DC universe. For long-standing DC comic readers, that's a well-known fact. They don't really need a whole lot of explanation about that. So we'll really kind of guide this for a lot of the new folks. Mr. Terrific is one of these guys who's super genius and he doesn't have any powers unto himself. Instead, what he has is like 14 PhDs and like his own tech company, and he's like a self-made man, but he also has this nanotech mask in the shape of a T, or at least as close as you can get to the shape of a T while also guarding his entire face. But he also has these T-spheres, I think is what they're called. And the T-spheres serve a wide array of different purposes, holographic projection and all different kinds of things. But Mr. Terrific is one of the guys that you want in your corner when it comes to being intelligent and accessing different areas. The reason for this is because of the fact that one of the benefits of his mask is hiding himself from electronic surveillance. His ability to basically access different areas without being detected makes him essential in a lot of ways for Black Ops work. And so again, with his intelligence, with his ability to access certain areas, what Batman had been doing is he had actually shuffled him off to Earth 2. Now, the reason why this is important is because of the fact that Mr. Terrific was one of a handful of characters, or minor characters anyway, that receive their own solo series during the start of New 52. The issue was that it was extremely poor selling. I mean, it didn't sell hardly anything. Like, I don't even know if it broke 20,000 copies, 20,000 issues. But because of that, DC basically canceled it, and they had its characters sent off by sending him over to Earth 2, basically a line of stories that took place in a different universe in DC Comics, kind of a counterpart to the New 52 main universe. Now, the reason why this is important is because it gave Mr. Terrific kind of a role to play, but Earth 2 was really kind of no man's land, just because of the fact that the New 52 iteration of it, in the beginning it was a good story, but the traditional superheroes that we were used to were nowhere to be seen. And so the revamped versions that we saw during New 52 just weren't really as good as the classic versions that we saw, back before the New 52 happened. And so because of that, a lot of people looked at the idea of Mr. Terrific and said, okay, he's basically been sent off to the cornfields. We'll probably never see or hear from him again once the Earth 2 line of stories get canceled. The other half of this is we actually learned the reason why he went to Universe was because he was effectively a spy for Batman. And the reason why he was a spy for Batman is because Batman's been collecting artifacts. Batman's been doing the exact same thing that Carter Hall was doing in terms of collecting nth metal. Now, the big question we have to ask is, why is Batman collecting it in the first place? Well, what we end up doing is we end up finding out in this little tail bit of a conversation between Bruce Wayne and Mr. Terrific that Bruce Wayne basically makes the statement and saying, it's time to let him out. This person, we don't really know it is who he's talking about until he and Mr. Terrific enter a vault of sorts, and we find out it's Plastic Man. Now, Plastic Man, Patrick O'Neil, was a really interesting character. He basically got like a reboot in Justice League International #1. Well, kind of a reboot, not really. Justice League International #1, he was referenced as being part of the Justice League International team. JLI was designed to be more of like like the Justice League, but more accessible in the sense that they weren't really like Cloak and Dagger. They weren't like gods. They didn't sit in some, tower out in space somewhere. They could basically be controlled by the government. They wanted to bring Patrick O'Neil in, but they said he was crazy, and that's all we got. We got like a panel. Eventually, they rebooted his origin as part of Forever Evil during Justice League #25, but all it really did is say, here's why this guy is Plastic Man, here's why he's elastic. But this is an instance of DC grabbing fan favorites that have been gone from comic books for quite some time and rolling them in. The reason why this is kind of important though is because Plastic Man in classic DC before the New 52 was like this comedic relief in a lot of different ways. He was the guy that brought a little bit of freshness, some fun, some interest to the comics where, without him, they would have been pretty dark, and pretty drab in a lot of different circumstances. And so it's really just the idea that he's just been kept in stasis, been kept on ice, so to speak, because the weakness of Plastic Man being frozen, for the same reason that if you threw rubber into a fridge, it would probably break. You could take it out once it's frozen and then shatter it or something along those lines. But picking back up with Duke Thomas and Hal Jordan as they're exploring the interior of this cave, this is when we learn everything that's been going on in the sense of what it is that Batman's been doing. And we actually find out that his research into, this nth metal goes all the way back to the original Court of Owls story. Remember, when we covered that original event, one of the things that we established was that the Court of Owls were basically creating talons, which is to say these different agents that would carry out their agenda. The Court of Owls was basically this organization that existed behind the scenes in Gotham City that nobody knew about. They've been around for hundreds and hundreds of years. And if somebody stepped into the light that was trying to work against them, or somebody was trying to change the grain of where they wanted things to go, they would send a talon out and the talon would execute them. That was the whole basis behind the Court of Owls rhyme. Beware the Court of Owls that watches all the time, and so on and so forth. It was a really cool way to kind of reinvigorate the Batman landscape. But what they would do is they would basically go through the group Haley Circus, which is where the Flying Graysons, Dick Grayson's family, came from, or at least where they gained their most prominence. What they ended up doing is Haley, the guy who was leading Haley Circus, would basically present what he considered to be the most viable candidate for a talon to the Court of Owls. And if they found it acceptable, they would install inside of that person Electrum, a material that would just sit inside of a tooth. When that person died, they would be exposed to Dionysium, which would more or less bring them back, and then they would operate as an agent of the Court of Owls as a talon. Now, Bruce Wayne figured out what was going on, and he basically saved Dick Grayson from this almost guaranteed threat. But this tooth resides in the Batcave. And what we find out is that this material, what the Court of Owls has been calling Electrum, is actually nth metal. Not only that, there's a litany of different things throughout the cave that are composed of nth metal. All these different things that are out there are all just nth metal materials, and we just never ever knew the entire time. Not only that, Hal Jordan and Duke Thomas stumble upon the Justice League of America team, this Black Ops team that Batman's formed. So this tells us, of course, that it presumably takes place after the, inaugural issue of Justice Justice League of America Rebirth #1. So again, they're basically learning all these different things. Now, something to point out is they're basically receiving all this information from some disembodied voice, from some third party that they can't explain. Not only that, every time Hal Jordan tries to use his ring to force this person to reveal themselves, every time he tries to use this ring to find out who this person is that they're speaking to, the ring can't tell him. There's some kind of interference blocking the way. So again, things are very cloak and dagger. They're very mysterious, but damn it if this is not a good story. And so from this point, we jump over to Bruce Wayne and the reborn Superman. One of the most common questions that I saw came on Twitter, and it was people asking, is the Superman in Dark Days, is that the New 52 Superman or the Superman Reborn Superman? This is the Superman Reborn Superman. So this is basically the Superman after the events of Superman Reborn. That's who this is right now that Bruce Wayne's talking to. Now, what we end up finding out is somewhere along the line between the time that the classic Superman stepped into the role after the death of New 52 Superman and this story, Bruce Wayne had asked him for a favor, basically asked him for a hidden vault inside the Fortress of Solitude. We didn't know this happened. This was presumably something that happened off panel. The issue with this is that Batman knew that if this vault exists, there's a key for it as well. And so where Superman created this vault for Batman and then gave him the only key to access it, Batman threw the key into the sun because for him, he didn't want anybody to be able to access whatever it was that was sitting inside this vault. And so what we end up doing is we actually end up invoking scot-free Mr. Miracle. Now, Mr. Miracle, we haven't seen hide nor hair from this guy. He has vanished. And Mr. Miracle feeds into the whole notion of the new gods, of Darkseid and, New Genesis and Apocalypse and Highfather and all that kind of good stuff. But basically, Scott-Free is the biological son of Highfather, but was raised by Darkseid. Remember, that was the whole aspect of the truce that was struck between the two of them. Highfather and Darkseid were just these two representing factions of good and evil, and they were just destined to fight for all eternity. And so in order to stage a truce, this sort of, I guess, universal chronicler, this guy that traveled around the universe, the multiverse, and chronicled everything he saw, storing it in his Mobius chair, a guy by the name of Metron, brokered a truce and saying that Highfather and Darkseid will swap sons. And so basically Darkseid will raise the son of Highfather, and Highfather will raise the son of Darkseid. And so with Darkseid raising Scott-Free, all he really did is just keep him in a prison cell. That was it. Like, he just kept him locked away the entire time. Now, this allowed Scott-Free to basically become an expert at breaking out of locks, just because of the fact that Apocalypse had some of the best secure locks ever, because when you're a prison planet, you got to make sure that people stay in prison. But the fact remains, this led to Scott-Free adopting the mantle of Mr. Miracle and basically becoming the best person in the universe for accessing locks, for breaking in and out of virtually anything. Now, of course, what ends up happening is with Mr. Miracle being invoked, he of course unlocks this lock at the request of Batman, which is basically revealed to us to be the Tower of the Anti-Monitor from Infinite Crisis. And so I don't even know where to begin with this piece of information. I have no idea how to explain this. I don't know where it came from. I don't know how Batman got it. I don't know if the events of Infinite Crisis are official. I have no earthly clue, but this is huge, because one of the things that we talked about with Infinite Crisis was that with that whole story, Alexander Luthor, which we're not even going to get into that because that goes into a whole nother confusing kettle of beans about the post-crisis landscape. Suffice it to say, the Tower of the Anti-Monitor was basically used to vibrate these frequencies. And what these frequencies would do is it would basically mimic different universes and recreate them, like recreate these different Earths. And so it was by way of the frequencies this tower sent off that you could recreate Earth 2 and Earth 3 and Earth 4 and Earth 5. And so while I wouldn't go as far as to say it's a reboot, what I would go as far as to say is that using this tower, Batman could bring back universes that have long since been gone. Universes that DC got rid of when they launched the New 52. So again, this is a really, really huge piece of information, because what this is doing is yet again, grabbing things from before the New 52, from classic DC, and rolling them into New 52. Again, the whole idea of DC basically blending the New 52 reboot into the classic DC universe and returning a lot of the things that have been gone for quite some time. And so ultimately we end up having Hal Jordan and Duke basically open this giant vault door that they've approached after being told by this disembodied voice. And when Hal Jordan kind of muses to himself about what it is that Batman's gotten himself into, what we find out is that inside this vault is the Joker. Rob Corman. I don't know how he got here. I assume it'll be explained during the events of the War of Jokes and Riddles. I have no idea how he got here. I don't know if he put himself here. I don't know if Batman locked him away in here. I don't know. Like, he's just here. And I have no idea how that happened. Damn it, this is a good story. Oh my God. Dude, I saw this and I was just like, what? My mind was blown. I was totally baffled. I was like, this is crazy because we have no idea I have no idea what's going on. I have no clue. You guys have answers or have questions? I do not have answers. I cannot explain this. Comics cannot explain this to you. I don't know. I have no idea what's going on. But I am excited. I am so hyped up. Oh my God, I'm so excited for this. Okay, so we are covering Dark Days, the casting, as part of our lead up to Dark Knight's Metal. Now, for those of you guys who want to get caught up, or those of you guys who feel a little left out, or you're trying to figure out everything that's going on, if you're new here to my channel, you will find down in the description a playlist that will have most everything you need to be able to understand everything that's going on right now with regards to Dark Days and Dark Knight's Metal and all that kind of good stuff. And I'll also post that playlist at the top of the front of my YouTube channel, so you guys shouldn't have a hard time finding it. But the story, the casting is huge. And here's the crazy thing. Reading this story, I felt a lot like Alice in Wonderland, tumbling down the rabbit hole. And that's what this story feels like to me, because if you understand what you're looking for, or if you've been reading DC for a pretty good amount of time, there are a lot of Easter eggs in this story, Dark Days, the casting, none more so than what we get right off the bat. Remember, in our video on the Forge, we had talked about how the Forge story basically just introduced the notion of nth metal, or at least it expanded on it. Nth metal had been around for a long time, but it was never really anything DC had delved into. They never really offered an explanation on it. It was just a metal that exists out there, and it was as ambiguous as it was obscure in the realm of DC Comics. And so the result is that Dark Days the Forge began to expand on this, and it started following the story of a guy named Carter Hall. But Carter Hall was the original Hawkman all the way back in the day, you know, way back when the character first showed up. And over the course of DC's publication history, its stories waxed and waned, but the idea is that Hawkman basically is reborn in a new body every time he dies. And so because of that, what the Forge did is it came back and it introduced the idea that Carter Hall had basically been introduced to nth metal, this basis behind the various powers that he has and what he's capable of doing. But it also sent him tumbling down this rabbit hole of trying to figure out what nth metal was, why it was powerful, why aliens had crash landed on his on their home planet, introducing nth metal in the first place. And so what this does is it basically creates a gathering of sorts. Now this happens near the dawn of the 20th century, and something that I hope you notice here is that the descriptions that we get identify with the individuals who are here. For example, the rhyming demon of Camelot, that's Etrigan from just the DC, you know, sorceries and all that kind of stuff. The brothers who keep secrets and mysteries, that's Cain and Abel. And that's huge because Cain and Abel are part of the religious pantheon. They're part of Vertigo. You know, when it comes to things like A Man as Old as America, that's Uncle Sam. He's a character that hasn't appeared, at least not that I'm aware of, since before the New 52, since just after, you know, Infinite Crisis and so on. The sorcerers, you know, the Shining Knights, the cavemen, that's a reference to the Immortal Man and Vandal Savage, Phantom Strangers. This is basically a veritable who's who of individuals who have been brought together by Carter Hall. And the reason for this is because of the fact that Carter Hall's trying to get an answer to the question, what is nth metal and why is it so powerful? We also end up seeing things like the dagger of Shazam. We'll actually see that, you know, a little more here in a bit once we get into that discussion. But the other half of this is that where the whole aspect of Carter Hall trying to track down the basis and the nature of nth metal takes place in the distant past, or in the relatively distant past. In the present moment right now in DC Comics, Batman is trying to figure out what's going on with nth metal. And the cool thing about this is that we had seen things in the Forge, like the return of the anti-monitor tower, basically, that we saw during Infinite Crisis. We don't know where it came from. We don't know how Batman got it. It's just there. And it was one of those huge reveals from Dark Days the Forge that was never really expanded on. Presumably it'll be expanded on during the actual Dark Knight's Metal storyline, but for right now, we have no answers to that question. But in his pursuit to figure out what's going on, he ends up catching up with Wonder Woman. Now, something to keep in mind here is that Wonder Woman makes reference to the idea that the gods have long since abandoned Earth because a war is coming. And that was covered in Greg Rucka's Wonder Woman, the idea that she's never been back to Themyscira. And all the times that Wonder Woman had left Themyscira and all the times that she had gone back to visit, she was never going there. You know, she was basically in her own mind. She was retreating into her own head. It was really the biggest reveal of the Greg Rucka run, essentially saying that she's been in the DC universe the entire time and was never able to go home. But one of the things about the idea with regards to these gods effectively abandoning humanity comes in the form of her, you know, presenting Batman with the last of the great weapons of the gods, which is basically a sword of Apollo, which, you know, is essentially just this weapon that's called the Sunblade, and it's wildly powerful in terms of what it can do, but we won't actually see it put to any good use. Instead, we transition over to the Joker. Now remember, in Dark Days the Forge, the tail end of that story, the very, you know, last page reveal was the idea that the Joker was still alive. But remember, following the events of of Darkseid War, there's 3 Jokers out there, and we don't know which one this is, but it's 1 down and 2 to go. And so because of that, we know this is the Joker from like Endgame and from Death of the Family and so on and so forth. But a lot of people were asking the question when I was going through those early New 52 runs, which again, you'll find in that playlist that we have down in the description, a lot of people were asking the question, how did the Joker come back? If the Joker was basically dead, if the Joker had been killed off, how did he return? The great thing about this is that the Joker gives us this answer. As part of, Scott Snyder's New 52 Batman run with the Court of Owls and different things like that, he introduced a substance called Dionysium. And Dionysium was basically this liquid, more or less, that allowed people to tap into it and in turn either experience immortality or at the very least to prolong their lives. But how long their longevity lasted depended on how pure the Dionysium was. For someone like Vandal Savage, he had basically tasted of the Dionysium in its most pure form. For someone like the Joker, it's diluted, it's just kind of eroded over the ages or something along those lines. But the result is that the Joker is not truly immortal. Instead, the Dionysium served the purpose of basically engulfing the Joker's body and effectively healing him, allowing him to return. Now, the other half of this is also the character of Duke Thomas, and that's one of the big things that Scott Snyder has really just been kind of, keeping on the back burner the entire time in All-Star Batman. Duke Thomas was a character who appeared all the way back during the events of Endgame, but Endgame was basically the story was Duke Thomas's parents being forced to succumb to the exact same thing as Bruce Wayne's parents, in the sense that the Joker basically took Duke Thomas and he kidnapped him, and he took his parents, and then he was going to have his parents killed by Joe Chill, the same person who killed Batman's parents. But the question was, why Duke Thomas? Why is Duke Thomas so special? Well, the Joker ends up answering that question here in a little bit. What we end up doing at the moment is we actually transition back over to Carter Hall. And again, this is just kind of an investigation, just kind of poking around, looking at all these different things that go on with regards to, this investigation, trying to understand how it all works. And of course, using technology to his advantage and essentially opening this dimensional rift of sorts and peering in, all he sees on the other side is just darkness, death, a hunger, a desire to destroy all things. And that's what's kind of cool about this, is because it's Scott Snyder drawing on the nature of when you stare at the abyss stares back. Then we end up seeing characters who are brought in, like Dublex. When Batman transitions back over to the Sonoran Desert in Arizona, he ends up running into Dublex. Well, as far as I'm aware, we haven't seen Dublex for quite some time, but he was originally a character, I believe, that was introduced in the 1970s by Jack Kirby, and he was just part of Project Cadmus, which at the time, and really, sort of continues to be this sort of scientific arm in the realm of DC Comics. But Dublex was basically a guy who was cloned using metahuman powers, and he's an incredible telepath and illusion caster. But the fact remains, where he's effectively overcome by his inability to keep these illusions up, ultimately once he collapses, we're basically revealed to Talia al Ghul. Now, why Talia al Ghul is here, we're not really given an in-depth explanation. All we're told is that somewhere along the line, Ra's al Ghul had access to an extremely powerful weapon, and he's been trying to get it back ever since. And the implication here is that the weapon that Ra's al Ghul had at one point is in fact this Sunblade, but it's not explicitly stated. It's just a weapon that existed somewhere along the line. And so what happens is that because this Sunblade is made of 8th metal, which seems to be a metal that's maybe weaker than nth metal, the higher the number, the more durable the material. We're not really told explicitly, but a trade is basically offered here in the sense that Batman offers up the Sunblade in response for the dagger of Shazam. Now, this brings into question, where is Shazam? What is he doing? I keep seeing this question all the time in the comments. Everybody's asking, Rob, where's Shazam? Tell us where Shazam is. As if I somehow have secret, super inside information on the comic book industry. But Shazam has only appeared one time in DC Rebirth, and that was for a couple pages in Hellblazer Rebirth in the first volume. And it's when John Constantine basically returns back to New York. All hell breaks loose. Wonder Woman asks Shazam, should we get involved? And ultimately it's, no, we'll just wait and we'll see what happens. If things pop off, we'll get involved. If not, we'll just let Constantine do his own thing. And that's the last time that we see him. Now, the important thing to keep in mind is that Jeff Johns, the guy who's basically spearheading the whole DC Rebirth thing, did an interview during San Diego Comic-Con in 2016, I think it was, and he was asked the same question, where is Shazam? And the statement that he made is that Shazam will have a huge role to play, especially when it comes to the events of the Watchmen getting involved in the DC universe. At least I'm pretty sure that's what he said. So Shazam's not being written out. He's not being ignored. He's not being thrown on the back burner, never to be seen or heard from again. He's basically being held because he's going to have an extremely important role later on. But the idea is that, the Joker effectively, transitioning back to Duke and Green Lantern, the Joker starts tearing up this machine that Batman had built. But we didn't really know why. All we knew is that this machine was basically created during the events of Super Heavy, which was a Batman story arc that was done as part of Scott Snyder's final run, the last little tidbits that he did before the whole events of DC Rebirth kind of setting off. But all we really knew about this machine was that it was designed for the purpose to guarantee that there would always be a Batman. The Batman would be able to essentially come back if he ever were to die. Now, the other half of this is that the Joker is not playing the role of a bad guy here. He's not playing the role of a villain. And that's why this is so big, because remember, the Green Lantern, Hal Jordan, is not here of his own volition. He's not here because he was stumbling across Gotham City one day and said, I wonder what Batman's doing. He was sent here by the Guardians of the Universe. And so what this means is that whatever it is that's going on in this Batcave, whatever it is that Batman's doing, is big enough to draw the attention of the Guardians of the Universe, which is a pretty huge deal. Now, once, Green Lantern is effectively taken out, or at least knocked out temporarily by the Joker immediately turns his attention to Duke Thomas. And that's when we basically get this entire revamp of the concept of metahuman in the world of DC Comics. Because for years and years and years and years, metahumans, basically evolved or arrived in DC Comics through one of two means. Either it was genetic or the powers were bestowed upon them. And that's a universal constant in the realm of comics. Either people are born with powers or powers are given to them. With regards to the Joker, in terms of how he relates to Duke Thomas, what he basically says is this. In the early days, back at a point when technology wasn't nearly as advanced as it is right now, there wasn't the ability to easily say this person is a metahuman, that person is a metahuman. Instead, it was a very primitive system. It was a very primitive basis. The idea behind this was that when a person was basically born, there would be a test that would be done on them. But the only way to verify this was to send up a flag to basically say, yes, this person has powers, this person doesn't. But they were only given 4 letters that they could possibly use. And so instead of, saying superpowers, crazy abilities, telepath, telekinesis, or whatever, the 4 letters were META, meta. However, that's not what they were testing for. They were not testing for powers specifically. They were testing for the basis behind powers. What was being scanned for was metal. They were scanning for a particular substance in the blood of the person who was born. If that person had this metal in their veins, they would just put up a flag that says meta, which is short for metal. And so what this does, or at least what this means, is DC's essentially coming back and saying that the term metahuman derived from the fact that these individuals who were born with powers had this nth metal in their blood. And the result is that when they were born, this flag was sent up to indicate that. What it seems to be happening here is that anybody who's born of the earth, anybody who is not Superman or Wonder Woman or something along those lines, basically gains their abilities because they have nth metal in their blood. Now, what this also does is it introduces the notion of why people are able to gain powers. Take, for example, somebody like the Flash, Barry Allen. The Flash, Barry Allen, was not born with powers. He was not born with the ability to move extremely fast. But the question was always asked, how is it that Barry Allen was doused in chemicals and struck by lightning and not melted into sludge after it all happened? The answer that's being given here is nth metal. He had nth metal in his veins. And so because of that, instead of killing him, it gave him powers. Now, how this is going to play out, we don't truly know. But what this does mean is it offers an explanation as to why people have abilities in the realm of DC Comics. What this also does is it presents the notion that if somebody can figure out a way to tap into that whole thing, they can in turn give people powers. And so that creates some pretty interesting scenarios, because what happens if the Watchmen are fighting the Justice League and Rorschach has somehow managed to return from the dead and has a grudge against Dr. Manhattan? Well, here comes Batman injecting Rorschach with the powers of Superman. And suddenly you've got Rorschach fighting Dr. Manhattan. And so again, there's all kinds of different things that could come out of this and all kinds of different scenarios that could unfold here. And so ultimately what we end up having in the middle of this whole thing, where the Joker is able to, temporarily subdue Duke Thomas, only for, Hal Jordan to basically emerge here and to reveal, hey, look, I'm a pilot. You literally threw me into the hangar of Batman, and more or less bring the Joker down. What's also being done here is it's revealing the fact that Duke Thomas himself is a metahuman. Duke Thomas has powers, and that's why the Joker chose him. The Joker started doing some investigation. He started doing some poking around. It tells us what the Joker was doing between the events of Batman Death of the Family and Batman Endgame. That instead of just sitting around and trying to figure out a way to poison the Justice League with Joker toxin, that he was doing his homework. He was studying everything that was going on behind the scenes. And what he ended up coming to the realization of was that if Batman were able to basically use this machine and was able to tap into some other dimension or something along those lines, he would bring ruin to everything. And so in this story, the Joker's the good guy. That's the craziest thing about this. The Joker is the hero in this story because he's trying to stop Batman from engaging in universal calamity. Now, the other thing to keep in mind here is that Batman doesn't realize what it is that he's doing. He's not aware of the fact that he's engaging in universal calamity. In Batman's perspective, he's trying to figure out what in the world is going on here. And so ultimately what ends up happening is we basically have Duke Thomas manifesting his powers and essentially being given a name, the Signal. And so what seems to be going on with regards to Duke is he can essentially take something that previously existed and then in turn show what it used to look like. The implication here is that he can see how things are supposed to work. And so of course with Hal Jordan giving him a lantern ring, in turn he's able to basically conjure a construct that represents or looks exactly the way the machine used to look. And so what this does is it allows Batman to basically get this machine together and start functioning and start using it, and in turn peering into this interdimensional portal. Now of course the response that he gives is that there's nothing there. All he saw was darkness. And the cool thing about this is that we end up finding out at the end of the story that this darkness that Batman sees was designed to be that way. That there are these individuals whom we know nothing about and that we've never seen before who reside 3,000 miles below Gotham City, who are basically under this pit of Dionysium far below the Batcave. And the implication here is that they basically forced Batman to see darkness. He didn't actually see them. He didn't see what was going on. And so what seems to have happened is that Batman, peering into the darkness, basically saw all these different versions of himself who were inherently evil, and this father of all Batman, which is to say the Batman that seems to have come before or something along those lines. Ultimately Batman was kept from seeing that, but that's what awaited him on the other side. And so that's what Dark Knight Metal seems to be. It's all these invasions, of all these evil alternatives to Batman himself. And so again, it's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be absolutely bonkers. So Batman Red Death is really cool for a couple of reasons. The idea of Batman being like an evil version of the Flash is cool, but it seems like some of the rules that DC's creating when it comes to these various, alternate universes is really what this is. Now, it's very cloak and dagger in terms of how this whole concept exists, right? Because it's not fully fleshed out. I mean, we're still learning about Dark Knight's Metal, and presumably this will have lasting effects that will go forward into DC Rebirth. The indication from me is that this is basically an opposite multiverse, in the sense that in DC Comics, you've got the multiverse, right? And it's just 52 Earths. That's it. I mean, you've got like gods and you've got realms and spheres and different things like that, but there's only 52 Earths that exist out there in the multiverse. Now, there's also the idea that there's like multiple multiverses, but we don't need to get into that. That's more of like an omniverse than anything else. But that within the new 52 branding, so to speak, there's only 52 Earths. Then there's the opposite side. There is two sides of the same coin, basically. Heads is all the good Earths, where Batman became Green Lantern, different things like that. The bottom side is 52 different Earths, where everything that can go wrong has gone wrong. Now, this is kind of a crazy scenario because what this initially does is it actually just sort of picks up with Batman chasing after Barry Allen. And it's kind of cool here because again, this hits into the whole like intelligence of Bruce Wayne. With enough prep time, he can do anything. But you also have to remember, this is more of an ally as opposed to like a straight up enemy. Not only that, Batman's actually using a lot of the villains of the various rogues that exist out there, but so is Flash. Like Barry Allen is literally throwing like Mirror Master tricks and so on and so forth. But this also has a very Dark Knight Returns-esque feel to it. And the reason why I say that is back before Batman was outselling Superman, he was just a guy whose book was on the verge of cancellation. Frank Miller wrote The Dark Knight Returns, and that's why it is that Batman fought Superman for the very first time, and they've been fighting ever since. I mean, they fight all the time now. I mean, you get all these stories where they battle one another because people really love it. Now, anything in excess is never a good thing, but it is cool to see those conflicts take place. However, Dark Knight Returns gave us this kind of dystopian future where like the entire Bat family was gone. Bruce Wayne had basically just sort of retired. There was really no one defending Gotham. It had just kind of run amok. Eventually he came out of retirement, went back to saving Gotham, fought Superman, beat him. There were a lot of other things that were going on with regards to that story, but this is much the same way. And the reason for this is because within this universe, the entire Bat family is basically dead. Batgirl, Dick Grayson, Damian Wayne, Jason Todd, Tim Drake, they're all gone. Now, we don't know who killed them. We don't know what it was that killed them. We're just kind of left to presume from the wording of Batman that they were quote unquote consumed by Gotham. And all that really means is they were probably just killed by miscellaneous villains over the course of however long. Jason Todd was probably killed by the Joker, just like the way he was in the original Death of the Family story. Tim Drake, Barbara Gordon, different things like that. They just fell somewhere along the line. And what this has done is it's put Batman in this mindset where he almost seems totally irrational. And that's why I say this is kind of like the opposite of the way the multiverse is supposed to be, because usually Batman is like the most level-headed. Batman is really like the least emotional and the most logical. When everybody else is running around fighting and beating things up, Batman's doing the same thing, but he's calculating all the variables. He's calculating all the constants, all the odds. What do we need to do in order to ensure that we come out on this conflict, as opposed to just hoping we do by Superman and Wonder Woman's strength and speed and so on. With this scenario, he is logical, but he's basically insane. The idea here is that with the Speed Force, Barry Allen can basically use its power to run back and forth through time. And the idea of Bruce Wayne is that he wants to essentially steal the Speed Force power or use it to go back in time and save people's lives. And that's why things get kind of crazy, because what we learned with Flashpoint is that there's always consequences, right? With the Flashpoint story, Barry Allen went back in time and saved his mom from being killed by, Reverse Flash, Eobard Thawne. The result is that he spawned the Flashpoint universe, where Bruce Wayne died instead of Thomas and Martha Wayne. Thomas Wayne became Batman, Martha Wayne became the Joker. The Atlanteans and the Amazons were at war with one another. Aquaman and Wonder Woman were trying to kill each other. Superman had never been discovered by the Kents. He crash landed on Earth. He was immediately grabbed by the government and stuck in a bunker underground. I mean, there were all these massive changes that went on, and they were huge in terms of how they unfolded. So Barry Allen said, okay, this is totally wrong. He goes back in time, he lets his mom die, and then he wakes up in a different universe, in the new 52. You can never go back to the way things used to be, that no matter what change you make, it changes things forever. And Barry Allen has learned that lesson time and time again, either by watching others do it or by doing it himself. And so in this scenario, the logic that he spills to Bruce Wayne is, if you go back in time and you save the life of Barbara Gordon and Dick Grayson and Jason Todd and Tim Drake and Damian Wayne, there's no telling what the universe will be like. It could be that you save their lives, but in that moment when you were not there for them, or whatever the case may be, they just develop this insane hatred for you. And the result is that you basically show up in a universe where you're supposed to be dead because they killed you, and they've basically taken over the world. They killed all the superheroes. Any number of things could happen, but it's the fact that you don't know what the outcome will be that makes time travel so dangerous. Now, the other half of this is the way the Speed Force works, because it's kind of a funny scenario. If we go back and we read Flash Born to Run, I think it was, where the Flash Wally West outran the universe. He ran from the edge of the universe all the way to Earth in like almost a split second. One of the things that we're told is that the Speed Force is infinite. There's no limit to the Speed Force. But if we go and reread Jeff Johns' Flash Rebirth, we're told the Speed Force is finite, that only so many speedsters can tap into the Speed Force. If you read Flashpoint, it's the exact same thing. Barry Allen needs to travel back into the past, but he can't because Eobard Thawne is using the Speed Force, and because they're both using it at the same time, there's not enough energy for Barry Allen to travel back into the past. So it depends on what writer it is that we're talking about. But regardless of how the Speed Force is depicted, with regards to this scenario here, what we know is that only people who have a connection to the Speed Force can basically enter it. The Speed Force is a locked door. The only people with the keys are speedsters. Now, this is just like any other locked door, right? If you know the person with a key, you put a gun to their back, make them walk up to the door and unlock it. And that's what Batman does here. Batman literally knocks out Barry Allen after manipulating his speed powers, tricking him, essentially messing with his mind, and then in turn straps him to the front of the Batmobile and races him into the Speed Force. Now, under normal circumstances, our initial thought would be, okay, so Barry Allen enters the Speed Force and then Batman enters and dies. That's not true. Remember, we've seen instances where people who are not part of the Flash family, which is to say, who are not speedsters, have been thrust and locked into the Speed Force. Case in point, Superboy Prime. We saw that during Infinite Crisis. Superboy Prime was grabbed by the speedsters, he was raced into the Speed Force, Barry Allen grabbed him and pulled him in, and he was basically locked there for however long. Now, of course, he re-emerged and then just absolutely massacred the Earth superheroes, but up until that point, we had never really seen a lot of instances where a person who was not a speedster had been locked in the Speed Force. We'd seen it before, but Superboy Prime is the most popular example, and that's why I use that. But the idea here is that with Batman going into the Speed Force and basically merging himself with Barry Allen, what he ends up doing is stepping out as the Red Death. Now, this is kind of an interesting situation because the implication here is that there's one of two scenarios going on. The first scenario is that this guy, Bruce Wayne, is just now an evil bad guy. Like, he's just a villain. That's it. He's just an evil dude, and there's no way for him to come back from this. The other half of that is that Bruce Wayne is not entirely lost. Now, the way in which this happens is that when he steps out of the Speed Force and his world is basically crashing down around him, that there's almost like this inner turmoil, right? Like, Barry Allen speaks to Bruce Wayne and says, look, you're not a bad guy, you can go back and you can fix this, and there's a brief moment of hesitance. Now, it also seems like this power has basically run to Bruce Wayne's head. Maybe he's possibly even possessed. We don't know that for an absolute truth. All we know is this guy, Red Death, refers to himself as Bruce Wayne. And so the implication is that it is Bruce Wayne acting of his own accord. He doubts himself a bit, but it doesn't matter. The other thing here is that with this universe basically crashing down, or with this Earth basically being destroyed, what this seems to do is hit home at the idea of rules within the multiverse. When it comes to the multiverse in DC Comics, for the most part, their depiction of how the various worlds exist has really just kind of been free reign, right? Like, Infinite Crisis introduced like the monitors, different things like that. Final Crisis gave us the monitors again, and so on, and it was this idea that the monitors serve the purpose of making sure that the Earth's heroes never crossed over, that Earth 1 didn't show up on Earth 2, Earth 2 didn't show up on Earth 3, and that was about it. After that, it was whatever goes on in those worlds goes on in those worlds. Just do what you want to, just make sure, you don't show up in somebody else's house. And so it was really that the monitors were more of like prison guards, as opposed to actually people who were maintaining, the house and so on and so forth. They weren't really landlords. But in this instance, what this seems to do is it hits home at these finite rules. Things are supposed to happen a certain way. Certain characters are always supposed to live. If they die, it quote unquote breaks things. For example, let's take like this scenario with the Bat family. We don't know if it was the death of the Bat family that triggered this. We don't know if it was Bruce Wayne making the decision to go after the Flash that triggered this. All we know is that this world is just crumbling to pieces. It's basically falling apart. And the implication seems to be it's because Bruce Wayne is playing a character he's not supposed to be. He's breaking the rules of the multiverse. He's breaking the rules of this universe. Now, if this is true, because at this point, this is just speculation on my part. It's not being told that it's true. It's just kind of my guess. But if this is true, it would change everything, because what it does is it basically takes this whole idea of in every universe, there's a Batman. In every universe, there's a Superman. In every universe, there's a Flash, there's a Wonder Woman, so on and so forth. It takes that from the realm of being, well, that's just kind of how things worked out, to being, this is the way it always is. There's always a Flash in every universe. There's always a Batman. There's always a Justice League. There's always these superheroes, and they always exist, because if they don't, the world simply just can't exist for whatever reason. Now, something else that ends up happening here is that this Red Death actually displays a power that we've never seen before. When it comes to speedsters stealing the abilities or stealing the speeds of other powers or other characters, usually it is an extension of themselves, in the sense that they have to like run up on them, they have to touch them, something along those lines. It's not really like a telekinetic or a telepathic thing. In this instance, Red Death is like accompanied by these bats, which is super cool. And when he shows up in the New 52 Earth, these bats immediately attack like the other, the other New 52 Wally West, and like drain him of his Speed Force powers, to the point that he basically just grows super old. And it gets crazy because then Barry Allen shows up. Of course, this Flash from Earth Zero shows up and simply says, like, you are not going to face off against my guys, you're not going to attack my friends, yada, yada, yada. But before he can step in and before he can actually fight Red Death, what we end up finding out is that his Speed Force powers are basically being siphoned. They're being taken away. Now, again, in the middle of all this, Dr. Fate grabs him and whisks him away. And that's a big deal, because with Dr. Fate showing up, he is the predecessor to Doctor Strange, right? Like Dr. Fate existed long before Doctor Strange, but he's a guy that DC does not invoke very often. But when they do, it means things are about to pop off. Usually whenever Dr. Fate intervenes, it means that the universe is moving in a direction to where if those who are not whisked away to a quote-unquote safe place, if that's not actually done, they'll basically die. It's essentially DC coming in and saying the universe, the prime DC universe is now on a collision course. Dr. Fate is literally running around and grabbing these guys up because they're the only ones who are going to be able to stave off against the coming threat. What it also seems to indicate is that if Barry Allen and if Red Death were to actually face one another, Barry Allen would die. He would be killed. Now, again, that's why Dr. Fate intervenes. Otherwise, he would have just waited, and then Flash would have killed Red Death and that would have been it. And so it's an interesting situation because, again, it really hits home at this idea that there's a much bigger picture here, that all these universes are crashing down, all these universes are ending because things are not right with them. And the things that are not right are contextual based on the origin stories of each character that we'll see. Again, a lot of this is really mysterious. We don't know what direction things are heading in. We don't know what's going to happen. We can just kind of look at it, guess, and hope we understand. What's going on, guys? We are covering Batman the Dawnbreaker, the story where Batman kills the DC universe. This is absolutely bonkers, but this is the first audio that I'm recording after we got back from New York Comic-Con. Man, all the members of the Rob Corps who showed up, dude, okay, check out this video. Check out this video real quick of like everybody, like the huge crowd that we got for the panel. Anyway, the cool thing about this is that initially, like when we first got up to the room, I saw like maybe 10 people and I was like, okay, I mean, that's cool. Like we have fans that show up, and as long as I get to hang out with fans, I don't really care how many show up. And then like I turn a corner and there's like 200 people lined up, and it was bonkers because they all start chanting like Rob Corps, Rob Corps. It was one of the coolest things. So we've got like the Comic Historian Corps, we've got the Rob Corps, we've got the population from Comic Pop, all just gathered together in this massive room, and like it was so cool. Like it's so humbling to see so many fans show up. It's God, I never get past that, and I hope I never do. I love meeting and just like talking to fans like a regular comic book person, like just a regular comic book fan. Ethan Van Sciver, the guy who draws Hal Jordan and the Green Lantern Corps, is part of the Rob Corps. He got a Rob Corps ring. Like I gave him one. He told me to save one for him. I was like, what? No way. God, I love you guys so much. I love hanging out with you guys. It's like meeting you guys is like the coolest thing ever. It's so awesome. Like you guys get excited to meet me because you guys are fans of me. I love meeting you guys because I'm fans of you. So, or I'm a fan of you guys. It's always fun to hang out with you guys, to meet you guys. But anyway, on to the story, on to the whole thing. So Batman the Dawnbreaker is one of these stories where it almost draws on like the idea of Parallax, the old school Hal Jordan character, while at the same time changing things up a little bit differently. But initially what this does, the way it's written by Sam Humphries, is it takes the most logical course. It goes all the way back to Joe Chill, some guy who basically shot Bruce Wayne's parents in a dark alley and a mugging gone wrong. And then Bruce Wayne, instead of just kind of sitting there crying and then being discovered by the police, feels like absolutely nothing. He has no emotion whatsoever. He falls fully into this role of just being a sociopath. He doesn't feel anger, he doesn't feel rage, he doesn't feel fear. He feels completely and totally hollow. And in this lack of feeling, he's suddenly met with a Green Lantern ring, which simply just comes along and says, you have the ability to overcome great fear. Now, this is the caveat of the Lantern rings. The Lantern rings do not take your entire emotional spectrum into account. It's not like you have the ability to overcome great fear, but you're kind of crazy. So like, we're not going to give you a ring. It doesn't work that way. You have the ability to overcome great fear. Welcome to the Green Lantern Corps. That's the only stipulation you need. Now, immediately grabbing this ring and trying to kill Joe Chill, this is where things go bonkers, because remember, the first rule of the Green Lantern Corps is you cannot kill. And that's initially what holds Bruce Wayne back. You are not allowed to kill anybody. Lethal force is not permitted, and the ring stops him. Bruce Wayne's will overpowers the programming of the Green Lantern ring. Now, I cannot even begin to tell you guys how huge this is. This is when we start getting into Parallax. As far as I'm aware, the programming of the ring not allowing its wielder to kill people was a Jeff Johns creation, but it's designed to ensure the Green Lantern Corps exists as a peacekeeping force. Now, those of you guys who were at Jeff Johns' run, which again, you'll find all those videos down in the playlist, we cover them every Sunday, one of the things that was established was a Sinestro Corps war. The Sinestro Corps, led by Thal Sinestro, waged war against the Green Lanterns. In response, the Guardians of the Universe, the creators of the Green Lantern rings, removed this rule, and it allowed Green Lanterns to kill. In this universe, that doesn't ever seem to have happened. Bruce Wayne totally dominates the will's programming, literally makes the ring his own, and in turn destroys Joe Chill. Now, it's not the first time that we've seen a person overpower a Green Lantern ring. We saw that with Hal Jordan. Now, the way it was for years and years and years, really before Jeff Johns took over the title, it was just the idea that Coast City was destroyed, and then Hal Jordan basically just freaked out. He lost his mind. He just started calling himself Parallax, and in return, he just obliterated the Green Lantern Corps, killed all the Guardians of the Universe except for Ganthet, who in turn took the ring of Hal Jordan and then gave it to Kyle Rayner, and that's how Kyle Rayner became a Green Lantern. In the Jeff Johns run, however, what we ended up finding out is that when Hal Jordan started calling himself Parallax, it's because he was infected by the Parallax entity. When Coast City had basically been destroyed, he felt fear, and fear was able to overcome his willpower. And because fear overcame his willpower, it opened the door for the Parallax entity to go into and to possess Hal Jordan, which is why he started calling himself Parallax. It was a huge retcon, but it worked really, really well in terms of how Parallax existed and so on. In this instance, Bruce Wayne is not possessed by the Parallax entity. Bruce Wayne is not controlled by this living embodiment of fear. Bruce Wayne is just a kid who's grieving over the death of his parents. And that's why this is so cool, is because there was an argument that took place between Batman and Superman in the Injustice comics. And Superman basically made the case, no matter what Batman does, no matter what Bruce Wayne does, no matter what he says, no matter what steps he takes to make Gotham a better place, in every single circumstance, Bruce Wayne is basically just still this little kid crying in a dark alley because his parents are dead. This hits home to that. You sit down and you read a Batman comic, and you think about that for a second, and you realize when he's fighting the Joker, when he's fighting the Penguin, when Jason Todd is killed by the Joker, when Tim Drake becomes Robin, when Nightwing takes off and says, I'm becoming my own character now, no matter what it is that happens, every instance of Bruce Wayne getting angry whenever he's fighting as a hero, he's still just this little kid crying over the death of his parents, because that's the motivation for him. Now, the other half of this is that Sam Humphries kind of teases this extreme power of Bruce Wayne with a Green Lantern ring, because what he ends up doing is actually resurrecting his parents from the dead. Now, of course, they immediately go back to being dead after he realizes he can't return them to the way they were, but we've never seen an instance where a Green Lantern ring has been able to resurrect somebody from the dead. We've never seen a person who is able to dominate the extreme power of a Green Lantern ring and in turn resurrect the dead. Now, what this does is it basically hits home, and it offers an indirect bolstering to the power of the Green Lanterns. And again, that's how these stories work. A person who was never originally part of the Green Lantern Corps, a person who does not exist in the main DC universe, a person in some story off out in the middle of nowhere, will suddenly get a Green Lantern ring, and they'll do something with that ring that we've never seen done before. And then suddenly that becomes the standard. Suddenly it becomes, well, maybe somebody could do that later on down the line. If this creates a precedent, then it means that now in the main DC line of stories, we could suddenly see Hal Jordan just continue to advance his own willpower to the point that he can resurrect people from the dead. Again, getting back into the story, the whole idea is that with Bruce Wayne having a Green Lantern ring, suddenly he just begins dominating and killing every single villain he comes across. Now, this is one of the things that I like about this version of Bruce Wayne. What all these villains have shown is that they're incorrigible. They're unwilling to change. The things they do result in the deaths of countless people, whether it's through peddling substances, robberies, different things like that, or just having people taken out because they're opposition. Whatever the case may be, he just keeps going through and taking all these guys out. Now, we see these as somewhat of a flashback when he kills Scarecrow, when he kills the Penguin. We see these as flashbacks because he's literally talking to Jim Gordon. And while the Gotham Police Department is terrified of this teenage Bruce Wayne, what they basically come to terms with is the idea that people are missing around Gotham City. Criminals are just vanishing left and right, and no one knows why. But Jim Gordon suspects that Bruce Wayne is the one who's doing it. And that's what he does. He confronts him with this information and says, why are you doing this? Now, the other half of this is the other part of the power that Bruce Wayne's created for himself. Again, when it comes to the Green Lantern mythos, their ability to create constructs is directly proportional to how confident they are in themselves, as well as their ability to control the green part of the emotional spectrum, the will aspect of the emotional spectrum. And so with Bruce Wayne, because his will is so extreme, he in turn is not only able to create constructs, he actually creates constructs that are part of himself. Now again, this is a stark difference from what we've seen before, because we've seen Batman with a Green Lantern ring before. Hal Jordan gives Bruce Wayne his Green Lantern ring and says, just use it, see if you can pull it off. And in this story, Batman uses the ring and is able to conjure larger constructs of his parents, but it's wildly difficult to do. But in this instance, in this alternate universe story, when he's younger, when he's a kid, in the emotion of his parents dying, the total sadness that he feels, his willpower to basically fix everything is extreme. And the reason why is because this hits at how Bruce Wayne used to be versus how he is now. Over the years, Bruce Wayne, the way he functions is a reflection of his wisdom. It's a reflection of the fact that sometimes you can't just go in guns blazing. Sometimes it's more about politics than it is about running in and just beating up the bad guy. Now, over the years, he's learned finesse. He's learned that you have to have a little bit of guile if you want to achieve your goals. In this instance, he is a teenager. He's a young man whose parents were killed as a kid. He was basically given this godly power, and in turn, between his imagination, between the fact that he wants everyone to suffer the way he does, he literally takes this emotional spectrum and just kind of merges it with his own soul. And he creates these sort of hybrid constructs where it's basically referred to as the darkness, but it's the darkness in Batman's soul. And so it's almost asking the question, what would happen if Bruce Wayne's hollow nature were to pollute the emotional spectrum? Then what would take place? Well, that question is answered when, after it is that he kills Commissioner Gordon, he's immediately met by the Guardians of the Universe and the Green Lantern Corps. And what he does is literally just initiate this blackout. And these constructs that he's created in this void of his own soul are virtually indestructible. It's almost like whisking a person off to another dimension. And it's absolutely insane because while we don't necessarily see what happens, we basically end up finding out that these constructs he's created obliterate the Guardians of the Universe. They obliterate the Green Lantern Corps. Everyone is completely destroyed. And so going forward, he simply just starts calling himself the Dawnbreaker. Now, this is crazy because the Guardians of the Universe are insanely powerful. I mean, they are some of the most powerful beings in existence. It would literally take somebody channeling the entirety of the emotional spectrum in order to be able to take them out. And that's what Bruce Wayne's doing. Again, the idea here, the statement made by the Guardians of the Universe is you have to stop. What you're doing is polluting the emotional spectrum. And that's exactly what he's done. It's taking ink and putting it in, putting a drop of it in a beaker of water. It's just going to spread. It's just going to go everywhere. Eventually, it's just going to be nothing but darkness inside that beaker. That ink will basically taint that water forevermore. And that's what they're saying here is that he's just polluting that aspect of the emotional spectrum. He's going to destroy everything. Now, of course, this coincides with the beginning of the destruction of his own Earth. And this is when we basically start hitting into this idea that when it comes to these alternate reality versions of Batman, their universes are being totally obliterated for reasons that we haven't fully fleshed out yet. It's believed that these finite laws of the universe are being broken, that the destruction of these universes are because of the fact that these different versions of Bruce Wayne are doing things they're not supposed to. And so again, it's kind of cool, but we actually end up picking up with the Man Who Laughs, this Jokerized version of Batman. He looks amazing. I just want to say that he looks so awesome. He looks so cool here, but it's basically this idea of saying, I am recruiting people for Barbados, building up the ranks, building up all these different folks. Now, again, this seems to have taken place long before the events of Dark Knight's Forge, the casting, but building up these rosters literally leads to Dawnbreaker Batman showing up in the DC universe. Now, one of the other things that I wanted to hold off until this very point are the nature of these worlds that these evil versions of Batman are coming from. Think about the DC multiverse in terms of just the numbering. Think about it as like a number chart, right? You've got 0 in the middle, and then you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 going to the positive side, and then you've got -1, -2, -3, -4 going to the negative side. What DC's doing is they're building up Earth Prime in the DC universe, which is to say the stories you've been reading since the New 52 first started. They're building that up is like the center point of the entire multiverse. It is the singular middle point at which everything branches out. And so what it does is it would literally allow a person to enter into this world and then by extension enter into other worlds. So it's like walking into a room with a room full of doors. It's interesting in terms of how that happens. But the idea here is that him facing off against Hal Jordan shows him arriving with powers that Hal Jordan's never seen before and that the ring cannot interpret. The knowledge of a Green Lantern ring is contextual and is basically limited to the universe in which that Green Lantern ring was created. And so because of that, the Green Lantern ring that Hal Jordan wields does not know anything about the constructs that Bruce Wayne wields because they're not from the universe where Hal Jordan's ring came from. And so again, that's why this works, because it basically hits home with this idea that now it's going to be this mad dash to figure out exactly how his constructs work, what the weakness of his constructs are, and how those constructs can be defeated. But again, it's basically this Green Lantern Batman from an alternate reality popping up in the DC Rebirth universe and then just immediately dominating Hal Jordan. But again, much like we saw with Red Death, Dr. Fate pops up and whisks him away. Now keep in mind, Dr. Fate is like the Doctor Strange, so to speak, of the DC universe. I mean, Dr. Fate predates Doctor Strange. But in terms of the roles they play, Dr. Fate is really more of these guys where he just kind of watches everything unfold and then simply says, okay, either I'm going to intervene on behalf of the Fates, or I'm not going to intervene because the Fates don't want me to. But in this instance, it's him basically whisking Hal Jordan away and saying, yes, you're gonna have to live through the destruction of Coast City all over again, but you are needed elsewhere. What this does is it teases the possibility of the return of Parallax Hal Jordan. Because remember, the original Parallax Hal Jordan popped up because of the fact that Coast City was destroyed. If DC ends up deciding to just like make Parallax Hal Jordan, this would be the time to do it. Now, I don't see DC doing the same gag twice. I mean, it's just wishful thinking on my part. I really wish it would happen. But the cool thing is here in this instance is basically the entirety of Coast City being covered in darkness, basically being whisked away to this dimension Dawnbreaker Batman had created in his own universe. So again, it's pretty wild. Dark Knight's Metal, man, best thing to come out of DC Rebirth. It is amazing. Okay, so getting into Dark Knight's Metal #1, this is proving itself to be a really cool story. It's a very elaborate story, but Scott Snyder's stories are always that way. I mean, you know, it took him the better part of like 4 story arcs to build up to the reveal of the Joker. So it's pretty interesting in terms of how he does his stories. But the whole idea is that this opens up with basically this sort of story that's given to us from Carter Hall. Remember, Carter Hall is basically Hawkman, and Hawkman is this guy that has this origin story where he's effectively destined to die and be reborn time and time again. The same thing goes for Kendra Saunders. They're effectively lovers, that they'll always die and they'll always be reborn. They won't know who the other is, and their story is to basically find and encounter one another to essentially be at the other side until they die, and the process repeats itself. But the idea of Dark Knight's Metal is to introduce this concept of nth metal, and what it does, or at least what it did for Carter Hall and for Kendra Saunders, is it basically said that somewhere along the line in the origin of their lives, back before they started this process of death and rebirth, they encountered nth metal from just some, you know, alien civilization somewhere. And the idea was that when they were stabbed by a blade that was made of nth metal, it set them on the process of dying and being reborn, presumably for all eternity. The whole idea of the diary of Carter Hall, so to speak, with regards to Dark Knight's Metal, is that he was on a quest to find out what nth metal was and why it caused him to live this process of death and rebirth over and over and over again. But because of the fact that he dates back to the earliest days of civilization, he's seen a multitude of things take place. And so this story basically opens up with references to 3 different tribes. The first is the tribe of the wolf, the second is the tribe of the bear, and the third is the tribe of the bird. Now, the first 2 are pretty straightforward. The third is a little bit kind of weird, and it really requires a little bit of speculation on our part. The tribe of the wolf is basically the tribe of Vandal Savage. The tribe of the bear is the tribe of the Immortal Man, and the tribe of the bird might be like the Court of Owls, but it's most likely Hawkman himself. Now, with the tribe of the wolf, with regards to Vandal Savage, he is a guy who is basically immortal. Now, the way it originally happened in DC's storytelling is that the Immortal Man and Vandal Savage both basically gained their immortality from a meteorite, more or less. This meteorite crash landed on Earth. Vandal Savage discovered it in the earliest days of, you know, caveman history. It basically imbued him with legitimate immortality, so he could never really die. The Immortal Man made an amulet out of the meteorite, and his exposure to the amulet over time is what gave him his immortality. Now, in the New 52, when DC basically started retelling the stories of Batman, when we got into things like the Court of Owls and the Night of Owls and Batman Endgame and Death of the Family, all those stories written by Scott Snyder, the origin of Vandal Savage was completely reworked. And what Scott Snyder established is that there's actually this substance on Earth called Dionysium. And Dionysium in its most pure form was first encountered by Vandal Savage, and that's how he became immortal. It was later encountered by the Joker, but the Joker encountered an impure form, and the result was that he constantly had to go back and expose himself to Dionysium in order to maintain his longevity. It was really Scott Snyder teasing this idea that so long as Dionysium was present and accessible by the Joker, he would effectively be immortal. Now, in the New 52, we have no references to the Immortal Man. This is the first time we get it. There's been nothing to indicate the Immortal Man exists. This seems to be the first time that we're actually having his character rolled in. And of course, the tribe of the bird, really looking at the idea of Hawkman, this basically indicates that because he was stabbed with nth metal in the early days of his existence, his tribe, he really just kind of had a group of his own and different things like that, and somehow or another he just came to be represented with regards to these different tribes. But again, it's a very short little story here, because what this does is it says that these 3 tribes are now being greeted with a 4th tribe, the tribe of effectively the Dark Knights of Barbados. Now, with regards to the modern day, what this does is it picks up with Mongol. Now, this is kind of cool because this actually comes out of what I believe is a 3-part story, maybe it's a 2-part story in Superman Batman issues 5 and 6 from the New 52. And this dealt with the idea of a character by the name of Toyman, some kid named Hiro, who was basically like this super smart engineer of sorts based out of Japan. And he had actually designed a video game system that eventually turned into a real life system, in the sense that it was designed to allow people to jump into this sort of virtual reality world and engage in combat, but it eventually manifested to the point that they were controlling actual people, specifically Batman and Superman. So it was an interesting little bit of storytelling at the time. It was really DC just kind of experimenting with what people would be interested in with regards to the launch of the New 52, but it also drew the attention of Mongol. And so this is why Mongol has kidnapped Hiro, because the two of them are basically familiar with each other, in the sense that Hiro is the New 52 iteration of Toyman. Under control of Mongol, he's basically kidnapped the Justice League, thrown them on this new War Moon, which is basically Mongol's war world, and it results in the Justice League being held prisoner using a multitude of different devices and contraptions. For example, crystallized red kryptonite, which keeps Superman's powers from manifesting, boots that basically increase gravity that keep the Flash from just running super fast, different things like that. I mean, it's just really just a way to kind of keep them in place. Now, of course, this goes by pretty fast. There's a new device that's been created by Toyman. The Justice League are forced to fight it. Ultimately, Batman realizes that there's basically these little symbols inside of the machine itself that Hiro left there, so Batman and the Justice League would figure out how to actually turn this machine into a giant Voltron, more or less is what everybody's calling it. A giant mecha of sorts, which they can all pilot. It's the Zord. It's the Megazord. They're all just kind of piloting it, and of course they use it to basically overpower Mongol and make their escape. And that's really about it. I mean, there's not much going on here. Why it was added in, I honestly have no earthly clue. But I guess it really is kind of answered in the fact that when they return home, there's this giant mountain that's been erected in the middle of Gotham City, which of course has sent people fleeing for their lives. Now, of course, once the Justice League actually gets up to it, they get inside the mountain, they start investigating around. What we end up getting is this sort of resonance energy that runs directly in line with the energy that Hal Jordan felt from Dark Days, The Forge, and The Casting. And what I mean by that is, if you guys remember in those two stories, which you'll find down in the Dark Knight's Metal playlist, there was basically this machine of sorts that Batman had constructed, which ultimately had just been torn to pieces by the Joker. And the idea was that Batman, alongside the Signal, Duke Thomas, the newest addition to the Bat family, had used his powers to essentially sort of rebuild this thing, in addition to Green Lantern using his ring to recreate the machine, so to speak. And it resulted in them working on it. But the harmonic frequency that this machine put off as it was designed by Batman is exactly what they're feeling here, but it's basically encasing some sort of pod of sorts. And so in the middle of all this, before they can actually crack it open, they're basically met with the arrival of Kendra Saunders. Now again, this is a bit of an interesting scenario because it basically treats Kendra Saunders as if nobody knows who she is and she's never existed in the New 52, which is kind of interesting here because it's like this wholly new introduction of a concept within DC. I mean, it's not, but DC kind of treats it that way with regards to this story. But what it does is it begins hitting at the nature of what's going on with Carter Hall. And again, that's why all this basically comes together in the sense that nth metal came from a place that nobody really understands and nobody knows anything about it. Now, we know just by virtue of the tie-ins that nth metal comes from the Dark Multiverse, but no one seems to know that. Instead, what Kendra Saunders does is basically tell the various superheroes here that when Carter Hall was going around and investigating the various issues that were going on with nth metal, the idea of nth metal itself, where initially the investigation in his earliest days was just him, as time progressed and people like Vandal Savage began to rise in prominence, people like the Immortal Man began to rise in prominence, you know, heroes like Red Tornado, who was really a really cool character from before New 52. As these various heroes began to rise in prominence, Carter Hall basically began recruiting them to his cause. And it was essentially anybody who could help in any form or fashion, whether they were scientists, engineers, whatever the case may be. As long as they were intelligent, they were basically put to task trying to figure out what nth metal is. Now, what Kendra also does is say that just by virtue of his own investigations, Carter Hall became aware of the multiverse. Now, we don't know how. She essentially says this is the multiverse as it exists, and it's essentially the multiversal map from Final Crisis going into the New 52. The Final Crisis aspect I'd like you to also keep in the back of your head for a second, but the whole idea is that when the question was asked where nth metal came from, the vibrational frequency that it emits does not come from any one particular universe. Now, we've talked about this with regards to our tie-ins for Dark Knight's Metal, so if you've heard those, bear with me for a second. But in DC Comics, when it comes to different universes, every universe has a unique energy signature. So think of the energy signature like colors. Every universe is its own distinct color. If you can become that color, you can enter that universe by saying that simply if you can vibrate at the correct frequency, you can enter that alternate universe. That's how the Flash was able to jump from reality to reality in the early days of DC's creation of the multiverse back back in 1961. It was the idea that the Flash inadvertently vibrated at the right frequency to enter an alternate reality. Now, once it was that he realized what he had done, then it basically became this scenario where DC simply said the Flash can go into any universe he wants to as long as he vibrates at the right frequency. He has to know what the frequency is, but once he learns, he can vibrate that way and travel from one universe to another. The issue here is that with each one of these universes having its own unique frequency, the frequency the nth metal puts off is not attuned to any one of those universes. And so the question that Kendra Saunders asks, and the question that Carter Hall had asked, is if it doesn't come from this multiverse, then where does it come from? And this is one of the interesting scenarios that DC's toying around with, that there is the multiverse as it exists in the main DC line of stories, then there's the dark multiverse. And so the overall idea here is that they are effectively saying that this dark multiverse is composed of dark matter and dark energy. And it's actually kind of interesting because the whole principle behind this is basically saying that in the main DC universe, everything is made up of like atoms. 2 hydrogen atoms and 1 oxygen atom give you H2O, they give you water. But in terms of the atomic level, it's largely empty space. That empty space is composed of dark matter and dark energy. And so what they're effectively saying is that this dark multiverse as it exists is far larger than the main DC multiverse itself, but they don't know how big. The other thing to keep in mind here is that this is all speculation. There's no absolute answers here. It's literally Kendra Saunders and everybody trying to figure out what's going on, trying to understand what's happening. At the same time, as they began going through and as she began researching what she could find from Carter Hall anyway, before he had disappeared into presumably the dark multiverse, is that along the line, the character of Barbados, this godly being from the dark multiverse, had looked to cross over into the main DC universe by way of Batman. And that's the whole basis behind this. Now, of course, in the middle of this whole investigation, things really just kind of pick up when Red Tornado suddenly wakes up. Now, it's a little bit of a sidetrack here because we'll jump back into that Batman thing here in a second. But the whole idea behind this is that Red Tornado is effectively this android that can manipulate winds of sorts, different things like that. DC tried to experiment and turn him into an elemental of sorts, but he was basically a member of the Justice League for quite some time. Justice League International, played some pretty cool roles here and there, but he's one of those characters that a lot of older fans were excited to see. He's really niche, but it's basically DC rolling his character back into the modern day continuity. Now, how he got here, we don't know. We simply know that Kendra Saunders and the Blackhawks have been holding him captive this entire time. But one of the things that I want you guys to notice is that with him basically dominating like Wonder Woman, Green Lantern, Superman, he's certainly a force to be reckoned with in terms of what he's capable of. But what he keeps shouting is that they opened the door and that he warned them not to open the door. Now, this is a direct reference to the events of Dark Knight's The Forge and the casting when Batman activated the device that opened the door to the dark multiverse, not realizing that he did it. And that brings us back to the continuation of this circumstance, because one of the people that Carter Hall had sent in to investigate the dark multiverse was Red Tornado. Red Tornado, of course, basically returned. But the idea is that Red Tornado is aware of the fact that if the door is open to the dark multiverse, all it's going to do is let in absolute evil. So again, not a lot of straight answers coming from Scott Snyder, and that's standard when it comes to his storytelling. He gives us a lot of mysterious, a lot of clues, a lot of these, well, what do you think will happen next for the first, 2 or 3 issues? And then he actually gets into the meat and potatoes of it later on. Now, of course, in all the panic, Batman basically bails out and makes his escape because the only reason he was even there in the first place was to see how much Kendra Saunders and the Blackhawks knew. Now, a lot of that goes into the All-Star Batman Rebirth line of stories in the sense that Batman was aware of Kendra Saunders, he was aware of the Blackhawks. The whole point was to get there, see what they know about this mysterious nth metal, this material that he's been researching all this time. And once he found out they had a sample of it, his goal was to get in there, take it, and leave. And this gets us into the whole idea of Batman and the events of Final Crisis. And that's one of the reasons why we covered the Final Crisis story in the first place, is because what Kendra Saunders basically says is that going through the various wordings of, Carter Hall himself, ultimately the person that is responsible for allowing the dark multiverse into the main DC universe is Batman himself, going by the, traditional idea of the word Wayne as it's been translated over the years. Now, what the Journal of Carter Hall basically says here is that initially Barbados didn't know anything about the positive multiverse. It wasn't until the events of Final Crisis when Batman was hit with the Omega Sanction by Darkseid and sent all the way back into the distant past of humanity's history that Barbados became aware of the positive multiverse. When Batman was hit with the Omega Sanction and sent into the past, it sent shockwaves throughout both the dark multiverse and the positive multiverse. And with that shockwave crossing the dark multiverse, Barbados basically woke up. He had this, light bulb in his head and realized the positive multiverse exists. And so the goal was to pass through Earth Zero, the main DC universe, and then go directly into the positive multiverse. And so that's how it is that Final Crisis ties into this story. And that's the significance of Batman. When Scott Snyder and these guys say Batman is the means by which the dark multiverse will be let in, it's because one, he was sent into the past in Final Crisis. Shockwaves were sent throughout both sides of the positive and negative multiverse. And he basically created the device, and he had the device designed that would open a portal to the dark multiverse, not really knowing what it was that he was doing. And so in the middle of all this, when he basically begins to realize that all of this is true, he's basically met with a being called Dream, who's part of a group called the Endless. Now, the Endless are a really, really, really cool concept in the realm of DC Comics, and we've never talked about them. We've never even referenced the Endless once, so I'm going to give you guys a crash course in what the Endless are. The Endless originally appeared in the second volume of Neil Gaiman's Sandman series, and the Sandman series largely dealt with the idea of just a guy who would get these sort of prophetic dreams. But the Endless are somewhat like DC's answer to Marvel's cosmic entities, but not exactly. The idea is that in the Marvel universe, the cosmic entities are sort of this representation of concepts within the realm of Marvel. Eternity represents time and infinity represents space, or something along those lines. The Endless in DC's comics are not a representation of different things. They simply are those things. So when it comes to like the dream of the Endless, it is basically the concept of people dreaming. When you lay down, you go to sleep and you dream about whatever, that one girl that you really want to get with, or the one guy you really want to get with, or getting a Rob Corps ring. Whatever it is that you dream about, Endless is that, the amalgamation of your dreams, more or less. But the reason why this matters is because when it comes to the Endless, there's something like 7 of them, I think. I think it's Destiny, Destruction, Death, Dream. I want to say Delirium, Despair, and Desire, I think is what they're called. I'm not super familiar on the Endless, so I apologize if I got those wrong. But for the most part, we don't really see them all that often in DC, or at least not in the main DC line of stories. But the whole idea is that the arrival of Dream specifically is done for a purpose. It really seems to be, in the eyes of Scott Snyder, an explanation of what the dark multiverse is. The indication here is that the dark multiverse is not necessarily a place where everything that can go wrong has gone wrong. It's a place that was created by virtue of a nightmarish situation. It's basically a multiverse that exists of all the worst things that can happen because people dreamed them up. It's like where people's nightmares go, coalesce, and then presumably took form. The problem with this, and the reason why we really have to wait for definitive answer from Scott Snyder, is because in this story, it's basically established that the dark multiverse predates the main DC multiverse by quite a while. So if it predates the existing multiverse, people couldn't have dreamt it up because they weren't alive to dream it. Again, that's why it gets into kind of a weird boat in a weird situation, because we're just sort of left to try to figure out what's going on. But the very presence of one of the Endless here is a huge deal, because it's the equivalent of, in Marvel Comics, if some event takes place and Eternity shows up and says, hey man, we got to talk about what's happening. That's when you know things are really getting to pop off. Things are really beginning to get serious, because we have basically these immortal, immutable constructs showing up and telling Batman things are about to get pretty dire. Okay, so we are in the second part of our discussion on Dark Knight's Metal, which is kind of crazy. But one of the things I want to do here, before we really jump into this, is I want to talk about the Endless for a second, because this was a debate that started in this video, or in the last video that we did in part 1, spilled over into the Green Lantern video, and then I imagine it's probably gonna be back in this one again. I watched a video that Imaginary Access has on the Endless, and I don't know if you guys have seen it. I'll post a link down in the description. I watch Imaginary Access all the time. It's one of my favorite channels to check out. But the whole idea of the Endless is that people kind of look at them in weird ways. Take for example the concept of death of the Endless. A lot of people look at death of the Endless and say that is the end-all be-all definitive representation of death, more or less. Death of the Endless is death. And a lot of people usually cite the Sandman series. That's where the Endless originated, and so it makes sense to say whatever the Sandman series says is what's absolutely true, which is not an unreasonable stance to take. If you read Sandman issue number 48, for example, you'll see the statement that the Endless are their embodiments. Dream is the embodiment of dreaming. Death is the embodiment of death, and so on and so forth. But if you go and you read Captain Atom number 42, they'll basically say that's not necessarily true, that you have Death of the Endless, and then you have like Black Racer, which represents the death for speedsters, and then you have Necron, who represents death for the Green Lanterns, and they all just are equal. They're just personifications of death. Different people see it different ways. As far as I'm aware, DC's never come out and definitively said, nope, the way that Neil Gaiman explains it is absolutely right. That's the way death works. You have Death of the Endless. Everybody else is just an expression of the endless. So, it's just a personification of death, is a part of him or something along those lines. And that's it. DC's never done that before. So it's really just kind of whatever you want it to be. When it comes to the concept of Dream of the Endless, I do not believe there is another counterpart to that version in DC Comics. So that creates kind of a weird scenario because there really isn't anybody out there, but it is somewhat of an interesting scenario because it's just one of these circumstances where you have multiple entities representing the same thing, and then DC doesn't really take any steps to consolidate it. But the fact remains, in the last video, we basically left off with the idea that there was this explanation of the Dark Multiverse. There is the main DC multiverse, and then on the backside, there's the Dark Multiverse, but we don't really know anything about it. The only thing we know is that there is a substance called nth metal, and this nth metal is effectively a key that unlocks the door and allows a person to enter the Dark Multiverse, or if a person in possession of nth metal in the Dark Multiverse, it would allow them to enter the positive multiverse, basically the main DC multiverse. And so the idea is that when this whole explanation was happening, Batman did what Batman does. And he stole that little fragment of nth metal and took off. Now again, this kind of makes sense, but keep in mind, this whole story is really in a lot of ways designed to feed into the existing status quo of Bruce Wayne. Batman usually keeps things to himself. He's one of those guys where he basically comes along and says, no one is as smart as me. I'm not cocky about it. I'm not arrogant about it. It's just the way things are. And so with that being the case, I'm the person best suited to pursue this goal and to figure out what it is that's going on. In truth, it's a lack of trust on Batman's behalf towards the other members of the Justice League and everybody who's involved. But keep in mind, we also have things like government agencies who are involved. And Batman knows really better than anybody else that those government agencies can't be trusted. If nth metal is this wildly powerful material that can give people powers, and it fell into the hands of like Amanda Waller of the Suicide Squad, that would be a terrible scenario for almost anybody. And so in Batman's mind, if all this stems back to the idea that there's some sort of untold evil out there that exists outside the multiverse, and nth metal is the key to unlocking it, he's the best person to figure out how it works. And so in the aftermath of Batman stealing this little shard of nth metal, the last shard in existence, and then racing off, it's this massive pursuit by the various members of the Justice League to track him down. And again, this is really kind of interesting here, but it also shows the cunning nature of the Bat family in the sense that you've got everybody hunting for Batman. You've got Superman, you've got Green Arrow, you've got John Constantine and Zatanna, you've got all kinds of characters hunting for Batman. When it comes to the character of Bruce Wayne, he's seen and done it all. This, in conjunction with how intelligent he is, means that there would be almost no way to stop him if he decided he wanted to disappear. And so they're hunting in every conceivable place that Batman would go to. Not only that, because of the fact that this spills out into almost every conceivable facet of the DC universe, they effectively seem to trace Batman down to the Amazon rainforest. And this is cool because you basically got Damian Wayne driving this vehicle and just like talking trash to Wonder Woman. This is why I love Damian Wayne. You know what? Rant time. I love Damian Wayne. I don't care if people hate him. Damian Wayne's one of the best characters in the DC universe, and there's no arguing that point. That's just the way it is. He's like this little kid who is one of the best assassins in the world and doesn't take any lip off anybody. And it's amazing. I absolutely love Damian Wayne. But the other half of this is that as they go through and they start tracking down Batman, or at least believe they've tracked down Batman, you've got Aquaman, you've got all these characters popping up out of the woodwork, you've got the Flash chasing him down, only for us to begin finding out these versions of Batman are not Bruce Wayne. And that's why it is that I love Scott Snyder's writing, is because when it's basically revealed that the version of Batman they see is actually Nightwing, it basically goes all the way back to the very opening story of the Court of Owls in Scott Snyder's run, this hologram technology that Dick Grayson uses. But it's the exact same hologram technology he uses when it came to the opening story for Court of Owls when he looked like the Joker. And so with this happening, once they enter into a realm where there's nothing but trees and all these different Batmen are captured, Dick Grayson pulls out a little piece, just this little bitty flower, this little bitty thing that basically has a name that translates into the terrible green beatdown. Everybody panics. Everybody freaks out. Wonder Woman's first response is, oh my God, where are we at? And then, Cyborg responds by, we gotta go. And the reason why is because of the fact that they're in the Parliament of Trees. They're in the realm of Swamp Thing. Now remember, Swamp Thing is one of the more popular characters when it comes to DC Comics, even if in name only. I mean, people know of the name Swamp Thing. They may not know the intricacies of his character, but they do know of the concept. But the largest reinvention of sorts when it came to Swamp Thing actually took place during the run of Alan Moore. He basically established this idea that there had been a litany of Swamp Things before, the Alec Holland version that people were reading at the time. And there was this concept called the Parliament of Trees. Now, the very idea here is that there is basically this giant hive mind, more or less, of plant life across the planet Earth. And the Parliament of Trees selects a person every generation to basically be its protector. And that's what Swamp Thing is. Swamp Thing is a protector of sorts when it comes to the plant life that exists on Earth. The fact remains here, when it comes to Swamp Thing, he is almost this totally indestructible force and largely considered to be one of the most powerful characters that exists out there, in the sense that if you were to destroy the Swamp Thing's physical form, so long as plant life exists on the planet he's on, he can reconstitute himself. Not only that, his strength is pretty extreme, it's pretty intense. He's extremely capable in terms of what he's able to do, and he actually incapacitates the entirety of the Justice League. Not only that, we end up finding out that with Superman kind of being the last man standing, that what ends up taking place here is he deduces where Batman is, in the sense that with everybody disguising themselves as Batman, the real Batman is actually in the back of the truck being driven by Damian Wayne. Now, this is one of the coolest parts of the story because, of course, Superman swoops in and basically grabs Batman and whisks him off, but we get this really, really cool explanation in terms of what's going on. And this is why I say Scott Snyder's Batman is so cohesive, because it's this whole run at the beginning of New 52, running all the way up to Endgame, and then a few of the stories afterwards, and then it's basically this tying all of that together. For those of you guys who saw my New 52 run, the videos that we did on Batman, bear with me because there's probably a lot of people who haven't. And if you haven't seen those, I highly suggest you go back and watch them because this ties into everything. What's basically explained here is that there's something that's going to take place called a mantling, or at least it has been taking place. And this all ties back into Final Crisis. During the Final Crisis event, when Batman was hit with the Omega Sanction of Darkseid and he was sent all the way back to the early days of humanity, the character of Barbados first saw him. He first witnessed Bruce Wayne. What ended up happening is that with Barbados basically witnessing Bruce Wayne, what he did is set in motion a series of events that would ultimately culminate in this particular scenario. And so it's basically Barbados playing this game that was designed to span thousands and thousands and thousands of years, basically resulting in this particular situation. But a brunt of the scenarios that took place didn't happen except for within the last few years. The first part was during the events of Court of Owls. During the events of Court of Owls, when Bruce Wayne was trying to figure out who the court was and ultimately learned that the court had existed for eons and was basically turning people who had died into their own personal servants, their own personal assassins, Bruce Wayne was captured by the court and subjected to their labyrinth. In doing so, he had consumed some of the water in order to keep himself from going crazy. This water contained something called electrum. Now, we know from the Court of Owls that electrum basically existed alongside dionysium. Dionysium was a substance that could basically give people longevity. It could allow them to live for an extremely long amount of time. Dionysium itself was established as a chemical that existed on Earth, and in its most pure form was first met by Vandal Savage, basically an immortal man who consumed Dionysium, making himself immortal. Along the way, Dionysium basically became impure. The Joker eventually encountered it, and so long as the Joker went back and consumed Dionysium, he would always live and he would always recover from his wounds. During the events of Batman Endgame, when Batman was believed to have died at the hands of the Joker, he had basically consumed Dionysium to bring himself back. This ran into Promethium, which allowed him to return as Batman following the events of the Batman Endgame storyline, and then that ultimately ran into Nth Metal when he exposed himself to it in creating his device that was basically used at the start of the whole Dark Knight's Metal and the casting and the Forge. But the whole idea here is that over the course of the last several years, however many years that may be, Batman has been systematically exposed to these different metals, to 4 particular metals, to Electrum, to Dionysium, to Promethium, and then eventually to Nth Metal. All these metals have existed in DC Comics over the years. It's DC basically grabbing these materials, adding a couple new ones and then consolidating them all together and saying they're not just arbitrary metals that exist out there, they are important. And so Batman's biggest concern is that there is a fifth metal, and if he's exposed to it, he will become the doorway. He will become the means by which Barbados and all of his forces will be teleported to the positive multiverse. But Batman doesn't know how to stop it. The problem is that in the middle of this whole thing, Superman punches a hole through Batman. It's crazy. He punches a hole right through him when Wonder Woman shows up and says he's basically just stalling. And that's when we find out this is not Batman. This is Clayface. And that's why I say this is so cool. All these little twists and turns and all these little curves that sort of come out of nowhere, right? You're just like, oh my God, Superman killed Batman. Batman said something to piss him off and Superman just punched a hole in his chest. I mean, that's the initial thought here. And then you find out that it's just Clayface. Now, the reason why is because Superman, distracted in the moment, believing this is Batman, basically just kind of jumped onto it. But remember, Superman memorized Batman's heartbeat. It's one of the kind of things the two of them have in common, in the sense that over the course of DC's publication history, while Superman and Batman have fought each other largely really only after the events of Dark Knight Returns, they had been friends for years and years and years. And while this version of Superman and this version of Batman are basically discovering each other for the first time, the fact remains that they are forming a friendship. And in order to make sure that one of his closest friends is always safe, Superman always knows the heartbeat of Batman. He can always hear it in the same way he can always hear the heartbeat of Lois Lane and his son Jonathan Kent. And so in this moment, what ends up happening is we basically transition off to Batman once he's actually in the tomb of Khufu in the Valley of Kings, more or less. Of course, Khufu basically being Hawkman, but the goal of Batman is to grab the mace of Hawkman, grab the mace of Carter Hall, owing to the idea that Barbados had at some point along the line walked the earth. Presumably something happened and he was cast into the dark multiverse. We don't know what that event was. We just know that it happened. The rationale of Bruce Wayne here is that if Barbados was basically defeated by the mace of Carter Hall, which presumably is what sent Barbados to the dark multiverse, then the idea of Batman is to travel all the way back to the early days when he first arrived in the past during the events of Final Crisis, find Barbados, use the mace, and kill him before all of this can happen. It's the only thing Batman knows to do. This is irrational. It's unreasonable. It's not normally something Batman would do. And what this is designed to do is highlight the desperation of Bruce Wayne. The other half of this is Batman intends to basically jump back into the past using the Omega Sanction of Darkseid. Now again, what this is designed to do is hit back to the events of Darkseid War. Remember, Darkseid War was basically the last Justice League story, and it dealt with the idea of Darkseid going head to head with the Anti-Monitor and Darkseid himself dying and then being reborn as a baby, after which he was taken by his daughter Grail. So what this is designed to say is DC hasn't forgotten about that stuff. All that's still in continuity, and we'll probably see all that unfold somewhere along the line. The problem with this is that in the middle of this massive set of events, we end up having this revelation that the Temple of Khufu had long since been destroyed, and they're not actually there. This is all just one giant ruse, and the ruse has been set up by the Court of Owls. This all goes back to the very beginning of Scott Snyder's run, which is why I say you should definitely check out all those videos. When the Court of Owls first popped up in DC Comics, when Scott Snyder first made them, it was basically just this clandestine organization that was just bent on dominating the world and ruling things from behind the scenes, always being in control. What we end up learning here is that somewhere along the line, there was the Parliament of Owls, a group that worshipped birds, and then another group broke off. Another aspect of the Parliament of Owls broke away and started worshipping Barbados. And so in response to this, because of the fact that Barbados had set in motion the idea that Bruce Wayne would eventually be the gateway by which he could enter the main DC universe, the Court of Owls that worship Barbados began setting all these things in motion. They began carrying out the grand plans of Barbados himself. And so they're the ones who have been working behind the scenes. What this means is that everything that's happened in a story that's been written about Batman by Scott Snyder has all served the purpose of the Court of Owls working behind the scenes to make sure that Batman would become the gateway after being exposed to these 5 metals to allow Barbados to enter the positive multiverse. It's a huge revelation. I mean, this is massive in scale. And so ultimately what we learn is this last metal is called Batmanium. Now this is actually kind of cool and it's an interesting name, but the idea of it being called Batmanium is not new. This goes all the way back to Batman number 45 with the New 52. And the way that I understand it, the idea was that there was a woman called Jerry Powers, and she had basically created this collider. And the idea was that there was the periodic table and the metals within it, but the goal of the collider was to basically just start smashing atoms together for the purpose of creating new elements. And where the Court of Owls was aware of what it was that she was doing, they basically let it happen. And the reason why was because inevitably she would basically create Batmanium. She would create this last metal that would be needed in order to basically bring Barbados into the positive multiverse. And so with Batman basically being exposed to Batmanium, all 5 metals have been exposed directly to him. He is now the gateway. And as a result, he's basically teleported away to the dark multiverse, and in his place comes Barbados and all of his forces. The whole idea, the whole question that people have is, who's Barbados as a character? What's going on with him? What's he capable of? And why is he here? The sheer power that Barbados possesses is brought to bear when he confronts Superman and Wonder Woman. What he does is touch them, and when he does that, he begins draining the life energy directly out of them. This is an insane level of power. This is a level of power on par with gods. If their power can be drained away in that capacity, what does that say about the Flash? What does it say about the Green Lantern? What does it say about all these other superheroes out there? Do they stand a chance? And that's the question the story is asking once we get to the end. If this guy can show up and take 2 of the most powerful pieces off the chessboard, what hope does anybody else stand? Okay, so picking up with Dark Knight's Metal, the Merciless, I actually forgot about this, which I was looking through the comments for the one about Doomsday, basically, and a lot of people were just like, hey, when are you going to do Merciless? Like, when do we get Merciless? And I was like, oh, snap. We totally forgot about it. So the cool thing about the Merciless origin story is that unlike the other origin stories we've seen so far, at least the ones that have come out, this one does not directly deal with superheroes. Instead, this one deals with the government, and it's actually a really good breakaway from things because it really kind of highlights the difference, or at least one of the major differences between Marvel and DC. When it comes to Marvel Comics and DC Comics, you have governmental organizations, but with Marvel, you don't really see them all that often. They're not as prominent. While those organizations are there, and while you know about them, you don't see them all the time. You see like Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. all the time, and you might see like Abigail Brand of S.W.O.R.D. all the time. The organization won't be as prominent. In DC, they're always there. Like, you see them a lot. You see them pop up quite a bit. In this particular story, it's an all hands on deck kind of thing, because remember, a lot of this is all happening at the same time. And we talked about that in previous videos. We talked about how the arrival of these Dark Knights, you know, the fact that this giant mountain just kind of popped up in the middle of Gotham City, that when this happened, the superheroes were racing around trying to figure out what was going on. But you also had a lot of these different organizations that were trying to figure out what was going on too, under the banner of the federal government. Now, at this particular point in time, you have Argus, which is the Advanced Research Group Uniting Superhumans. You've got the Suicide Squad, which is pretty straightforward. The DEO, which I think is Department of Extranormal Operations, and then SHADE, which is the Superhuman Advanced Defense Executive, I think. But the whole idea here is that these are basically groups that in some form or fashion either work alongside superheroes, or in the case of Suicide Squad, use people with superpowers. So it's kind of interesting to see them all working together, but they're here because things are popping off. It is mass panic. It is mass pandemonium. All these different organizations working together is basically coming to one absolute conclusion. They cannot rely on Earth's superheroes in order to save them. And so because of this, it is an effort to basically say, if we can't rely on the superheroes, we have to do this on our own. We're going to have to push the button we never wanted to push. We're going to have to basically turn to nuclear options. And this is a big deal because what they've basically done is they have put together a weapon called Valhalla, which is a nuclear option that also takes advantage of red solar radiation. And this is important because in DC Comics, Superman is largely considered to be the most powerful being on Earth. And so in order to basically defeat Superman, should he ever have gone awry, it was to use nuclear weapons combined with red solar radiation, as well as Kryptonian particles that would basically strip Superman of his powers, and then the fallout would either kill him or he'd die in the explosion. But it's basically a last-ditch effort to destroy someone like Superman. Now, in this instance, this kind of gives us perspective in terms of the various backup plans, Plan B, the fail-safes that the government has in the works in case something were to go awry with Superman or someone like him. So the problem with this is that while this is going on in Langley, they're suddenly met by the Merciless, basically Batman, who's become the god of war. Now keep in mind, when it comes to Ares, Ares goes where conflict is. And in DC, the role of Ares has been done in different ways. Some writers say that, you know, Ares is basically a byproduct of war, meaning he naturally gravitates to it. There are others who say that Ares basically causes war. DC is leaning towards the idea that wherever the god of war goes, he basically drives people to engage in conflict with one another. And that's exactly what happens with him. him showing up here, suddenly people begin to lose their reason and their sanity. You have guys like Steve Trevor who are basically attacking various other people. Everybody else who's there, they just immediately start engaging in war with one another. They all just start fighting each other as best they can. And so what this does is it switches back to Earth -12. And all we're really told here is that somewhere along the line, there was a conflict with regards to Ares as god of war and these other superheroes and so on and so forth. But Batman was in a relationship with Wonder Woman. And the problem with this was that Batman had actually taken the helmet of Ares and put it on. And so what that meant is that this version of Batman basically became the god of war. He became the new version of the god of war himself. Now this is pretty interesting because within this Earth -12 universe, the helmet of Ares was designed for the purpose of amplifying the power of Ares, amplifying the power of the god of war. And so with Batman throwing the helmet on, he effectively took out Ares and became the new god. Batman is a character driven by grief. And that's something that I hope you guys notice in this. We talked about this, in the Doomsday video, the idea that Bruce Wayne has consistently experienced tragedy. And that's something that's always brought up in these origin stories, that in these alternate universes, in these negative universes, that Bruce Wayne's parents still died when he was a kid. That's the reason why he became Batman. It's etched in stone. It is a guaranteed part of Bruce Wayne's origin. How the events unfolded after his parents died is subjective based on the universe that he's in, but his parents always died. And in these instances, whether it's because his parents died and he became the Dawnbreaker, basically an evil Green Lantern, whether it's because his parents died and all his members of the Bat family died and he more or less lost his mind, stole the powers of the Flash, whether it's because his parents died and then he was betrayed by Superman later on down the line and became Doomsday, it's always the same. He experiences one too many tragedies. And this is interesting because this doesn't happen to the main DC universe Batman. Batman lost his parents and then he lost Jason Todd, yet he never became an evil version of himself. This basically shows us that Batman can be pushed to the brink if things get bad enough. And so again, switching back to this moment right now, with regards to this universe, the whole idea is that with merciless Batman showing up and seeding these conflicts, pushing people continually to the brink of destruction in his own universe after he became the god of war, he was basically just enamored by conflict. It was uncontrollable. It was an urge that he had to maintain. He couldn't just take the helmet off because the urge was to keep it on and to keep being the god of war. And so it's almost like Batman is as much of a victim as anybody else. The problem with this is that after killing Ares, everywhere he went, he just continued to perpetuate war. And so eventually the Earth itself fell into almost complete and total destruction, during which time he's met by the Batman who laughs. Now that's the way this always goes. Batman basically loses his mind, whatever the case may be. Along the line, he's met by the Batman who laughs, basically this #1 agent, so to speak, of Barbados, this Grand Poobah Uber Batman. To me, it's essentially this idea that the Batman who laughs always feeds on the nature of the Batman that he encounters. When it comes to Doomsday Batman, he basically became that way because he was betrayed by Superman and wanted to show the world what Superman was really like. When his world was being destroyed, the Batman who laughs shows up and says, hey, I know of a world where they don't know what you know about Superman, but we can show them. And that brought Devastator Batman to the side of the Batman who laughs, and they showed up in the main DC universe. With this scenario, it's much the same way. I can bring you to a world that doesn't know war on the scale that you want it to. And so if I bring you here, you can join our cause and you can contribute to the complete and total continuation of this war. Now, this is important because merciless Batman shows himself to be apologetic towards Wonder Woman, and we'll find out why. But the Wonder Woman in his own reality, she is basically dead. And the whole idea is, you warned me, don't put on the helmet. You warned this, you warned that, but I always ended up becoming this guy. That's who it is that I am now. And so ultimately, it's basically saying you can continue this war if you want to, just do it in the main DC universe as part of our Dark Knights. And that's cool because he joins up with their forces. Not only that, in Dark Knights Metal #2, when we officially had Barbados and all these Dark Knights enter the main DC universe, where the others were basically relishing in the death of the members of the Court of Owls, where they were relishing in the defeat of Superman and Wonder Woman, merciless Batman turned away from Wonder Woman, couldn't stand the idea of seeing her incapacitated. And so this hits at the idea that there's still humanity in him. He's not entirely lost, that he could potentially be the turning point. Also keep in mind that those individuals who become Ares the god of war are insanely powerful, strength, speed, durability, so on and so forth. They're not someone easily toppled. And so because of this, I would say Merciless could prove to be one of the most important allies, because he basically could use his powers to drive individuals to attack each other. And so instead, what he ends up doing is taking up residence where this bomb is going to be dropped. And instead of this bomb, going off and killing everybody and so on and so forth, Merciless Batman absorbs the energy of this bomb into himself. And in doing so, basically stands up and says, I am going to continue this war. The world will fall beneath my foot and everybody will know conflict. And so it's cool because the other half of this is we actually learn that where, Merciless Batman became the god of war, that where he believed Wonder Woman in his own universe was dead, she wasn't. She was knocked out. And when she came to, she begged him to take the helmet off. You cannot become the god of war. She tried to stop him and he killed her. And that's why it's crazy, is because he basically engineered his own situation. He became the god of war, believing that Wonder Woman in his own universe, his girl at the time, was dead. She wasn't dead. She came to, she tried to stop him, and he killed her in response. It's Batman at his most vicious, but it's almost like crossing a line that he can't come back from. That's one of the things that Merciless talks about. He talks about how Batman in this main DC universe is a half measure. He's fighting a war against criminals, but not willing to take the next step. But that's the beauty of it. And that's the cool thing about this, is because I would surmise Merciless Batman, as evil as he is actually Batman at his best, because he does what needs to be done. It's the perfect example. Is the Joker's life so valuable? Is the life so important that everybody's life is sacred? If everybody's life is sacred, how does Batman justify the Joker killing people and keeping him alive? Now, if the whole idea is that the Joker is going to escape and kill 15 people and all life is sacred, then 15 lives is more sacred than one life. It's a classic example of utilitarianism. It makes more sense to kill the Joker and let those 15 people live, as opposed to leave the Joker alive and allow however many more people to die. And that's the cool thing, is because Merciless Batman says the main DC Universe Batman is a half measure. He's a coward. He's not willing to pull the trigger when it needs to be done. People will say, but that's the hallmark of Batman. And maybe it is. But if Batman's trying to make Gotham City a better place and Batman's not willing to do what needs to be done in order to make Gotham City a better place, then Batman's not making it better. He's basically a cog in the wheel of a system where the wheels just keep on turning. It's super cool in terms of how that unfolds and how it really gives us this perception of Bruce Wayne. But the fact remains, Merciless Batman is pretty cool. Again, not the best origin story ever, but it is cool to see a version of Batman who becomes the god of war and the steps he's willing to take to basically carry out his campaign. Not to mention, he looks amazing. Can we all just agree that like an old grizzled Batman with a scarred eye and like this amazing suit looks super cool? He looks pretty beast. Okay, so Batman Lost from Dark Knight's Metal is probably one of the best stories in Dark Knight's Metal. It is absolutely amazing because it's almost like this love letter from like Snyder and James Tynion and all these guys to the Batman mythos, because we basically see a lot of these things that have happened over the course of Batman's history thrown into the story. Now, one thing to keep in mind is that, remember, this is basically just Batman in the Dark Multiverse. That's all this is. But this is super cool because this story reminds me of the episode Tempest from Outer Limits. I don't know how many of you guys ever saw that, but it was a super cool episode. Now, we'll talk about that once we get to the end of the video, but the cool thing about this is that for those of you guys who are just now joining us, remember, all we really knew was that for some reason or another, Batman was the vessel, the means by which Barbados would come into the main DC universe, and that was it. I mean, of course, a lot of that stuff's still being fleshed out. This gives us a lot of the answers to the questions that we've been asking. But the funny thing is that once we get to the end, it'll basically say, are these true or are they false? Are they real answers or are they fake answers? And that's what's so cool about all this. So the funny thing is that with Batman having been transported to the Dark Multiverse when Barbados and his forces entered, again, that was the nature of it. It was the idea Batman would be the vessel, he would go to the Dark Multiverse, and Barbados and the Dark Knights would come to the positive DC multiverse, basically to Earth Zero. And so this picks up with that whole scenario, but crazily enough, it picks up with Bruce Wayne when he's 78 years old. And that's the crazy thing about this, is because it's like his granddaughter sitting on his lap, right? You know, and she's like, hey, tell me another story. I want a real story, something that actually happened. And it's kind of funny here because what Bruce Wayne does, or at least what his granddaughter does, is pull down a book, or at least one of the cases that Batman went over, called The Case of the Chemical Syndicate. Now, this is really awesome for a couple reasons. The first is because of the fact that one of the things that Bruce Wayne says here, and one of the things that DC's saying basically, is that all the stories that we've ever read about Batman actually happened. They might contradict each other, but they all happened. The other half is that The Case of the Chemical Syndicate, that was the first story Batman ever appeared in Detective Comics number 27 back in 1939. That was his first story. Now, the funny thing is that they start from the beginning, right? Like Batman starts the beginning of the story, and says, well, I mean, I was picking up with this guy. I was meeting with, Lambert Jr., because of the fact that he'd been framed for his father's murder. But right off the bat, if you ever read Detective Comics number 27, right off the bat, this is not the way it went. That's not the way the story opened. The story opened with Commissioner Gordon running over the events of the entire story with Bruce Wayne. Commissioner Gordon didn't know Bruce Wayne was Batman, and the reader didn't know Bruce Wayne was Batman until the end of the original story. But in this scenario, Bruce basically tracks down Lambert Jr., the son of a guy named Lambert. In the original stories, we were never given his first name. His son was the one who was framed for his murder, and Batman's immediate response is, well, I know it wasn't you. I mean, you were the one who basically picked the knife out of your father's body. That's why your fingerprints were on it. But in the original Detective Comics number 27 story, Lambert Jr. was picked up by the cops, and he was basically questioned by the cops, and that's where this all came in. And that's why it's cool, because then he starts saying things like, well, there's always blood on this window. There's always birds that are crashing into it because the way the window's angled, the birds can't see that there's window panes there. But right off the bat, Bruce Wayne basically says, this isn't right. This is not how this story unfolded, because it's not. It's not the way the original Detective Comics number 27 story unfolded. And that's important to remember here, because what's going to happen is that as we go through this, all these moments in Batman's history are going to crop up, but none of them are going to be the way they originally were. The next thing that ends up happening here is we basically jump to Grant Morrison's Batman, The Return of Bruce Wayne. Now, the cool thing about this is that when it came to The Return of Bruce Wayne, this was the storyline that followed the events of Final Crisis, where Darkseid's Omega Sanction killed every single person that was ever hit with it. With Bruce Wayne, it sent him back in time because, DC can't kill his character off. He sells too many comics. So as a result, he was basically time displaced. He was sent into the distant past. And what The Return of Bruce Wayne did was basically chronicle Bruce Wayne from the very distant past all the way up until the point when he was finally discovered by the Justice League and brought back to the modern day. But what this does is it basically grabs all the concepts of Dark Knight's metal and rolls them into this whole thing. Remember, with regards to Barbados, all we knew was that he had walked the earth somewhere along the line, and he had been defeated by Hawkman, and that was really about it. We didn't really know anything about it. What we end up finding out is that much like Grant Morrison established, when Batman was transported back to the distant past, he began basically drawing bat symbols on walls to remind himself of who he was. The problem with this is that the bat is the symbol of Barbados. Bruce Wayne didn't know this. All he knew was that he was just trying to remind himself of who he was. But by drawing this bat symbol on a wall, it basically led to the formation of the Tribe of the Bat, i.e. these people who lived in the main DC universe and effectively allied themselves with Barbados, never knowing that they were actually doing that. And that's why this is important, is because when Hathset basically became the leader of this Bat tribe and went to war against the Bird tribe, that what this meant was that it allowed Barbados an opening of sorts, in the sense that Barbados basically seemed to grab Nth Metal, throw it to Hathset and say, here's your weapon to defeat the Bird tribe. In turn, Hathset used that against the Bird tribe, Carter Hall. In the process, Carter Hall was basically killed and then began going through this whole process of death and resurrection at Hawkman. But all this stems back to the actions of Bruce Wayne. Bruce Wayne was sent to the distant past by Darkseid. Bruce Wayne drew a bat symbol. Bruce Wayne inspired the formation of the Bat tribe. Because of the fact that Bruce Wayne was sent to the distant past, Barbados saw Bruce Wayne for the first time and just watched him, just started watching things unfold. And when people began swearing allegiance to the Bat tribe, which was basically just something that kind of came into existence because of Bruce Wayne's cave drawings, Barbados came to the realization he could use that as a means to have that tribe follow his belief system and then use that tribe to bring himself into the main DC universe. That's the crazy thing about all this, is because he's basically the one that set all this stuff in motion. The problem is that, again, somewhere along the line, Barbados managed to make his way into the actual DC universe. He was defeated by the Bird tribe after Hathset was defeated, and he was confined back. And that's when Barbados came to realize that it's not enough for people to just worship him and him to step into their realm. What he needs is an anchor. He needs someone who sort of represents this kind of ethereal connection, some sort of intangible connection that hasn't been explained yet, that can basically be a quote-unquote vessel for him that will allow him to step into the main DC universe, so long as that person goes into the dark multiverse. And that's the nature of Bruce Wayne. Now, how it is that we got from point A to point B, that's what's explained here. all these moments really just sort of pick up Damian Wayne from Batman in Bethlehem, the future version of Damian Wayne who's just cold-blooded, the newest version of Batman, all these different versions basically just start kind of cropping up. But it's these perverted iterations, these stories that DC's written over the years that are twisted, that are screwed up, that are not the way that they're supposed to be. Even with the character of Thomas Wayne, as far as Bruce Wayne's concerned, Thomas Wayne is this sort of upstanding guy. He's this father. He's the man that always did the right thing. And a lot of the moral viewpoints that Bruce Wayne has, he got from his father. What seems to happen here is that as he's sort of just jumping through all these different points in his life, past and present, and even a life that he never lived, he basically sort of picks up as Thomas Wayne, only to find out that Thomas Wayne was part of the Bat Tribe. And Thomas Wayne was one of the people who served the purpose of trying to bring Barbados into the main DC universe. Now, where the other members of the Bat Tribe aren't really ready for that kind of an act to basically condemn this girl to death, Thomas Wayne seems like he is, and he immediately goes to sort of turn the knife on this girl. Now, of course, all the other guys run out, and everything begins to go crazy and the place starts burning down, but then this girl seems to suddenly transform into Catwoman, or at the very least looks like Selina Kyle, and basically begins describing exactly how everything played out the way it originally took place, in the sense that, well, she's basically locked inside this room, she'll eventually burn alive, and that will be it. The purpose of this tribe will be to bring Barbados into the DC universe, only to find out they can't. After that, he's immediately sent to another place in time where the Joker has become mayor. Now, this seems to hit at the idea of like Batman Endgame. During Scott Snyder's run in Batman Endgame, the Joker basically exposed the entire city of Gotham to the Joker toxin, and everybody went crazy. But then suddenly it flips on its head. And what we end up finding out is that in this particular universe that exists out there, that people got tired of superheroes, and instead they allied themselves with the bad guys. The average person going to their 9-to-5 job, the average mom, the average dad, they got tired of everything Batman stood for and chose the Joker. They chose all the villains. The villains took this opportunity to rise up to prominence and basically conquer the world, tracking down every single superhero they could find and basically killing them. At this point, it immediately jumps again, and we pick up with Alan Wayne. And this one, Alan Wayne is kind of like this perversion of the way his character was originally depicted. Remember, in Scott Snyder's run of Batman, Alan Wayne was established as the guy who had basically gone through and spearheaded the elevation of Gotham from being just this sort of small town into being this massive metropolitan area. He started all these different foundations, but Alan Wayne was the first one to realize the Court of Owls was real. This clandestine organization that lived within Gotham City that was composed of the rich and powerful people who were trying to basically control the city itself. With regards to this, in terms of how it compares to Dark Knight's Metal, we're not given an explanation of that. We're kind of left to believe that Alan Wayne figured out that the Court of Owls, because they serve the purpose of ensuring that some future person of the Wayne family would basically be exposed to all these metals, which would turn him into a vessel that could lead to Barbados's return, where Alan Wayne seems to be the one to realize that all these different buildings have been basically composed or been doused with these, particular metals that the Court of Owl use, with nth metal more or less, that he's immediately killed by a talent. And then it picks up with him running through the street. In Scott Snyder's run, it didn't play out that way. In Scott Snyder's run, it was basically just Alan Wayne being the guy to figure out that the Court of Owls existed. He had no idea what they were about, but he knew that they had sinister plans. He ran through the street, screaming like a lunatic, came across some cops. Some cops said, "Hey man, hold on for a second." Then he was yanked into a sewer by the Talon, the assassin of the Court of Owls, and that was it. But it's basically grabbing these ideas and it's rolling them in, giving us alternate reality depictions of these characters. And so then we end up jumping back to the original case of the Chemical Syndicate, and it's basically Batman realizing the significance of these birds, that he surrounds himself with birds in order to always remember who he is. And this is where the symbolism begins to come into play when we end up seeing Superman and Nightwing. And so the implication here means one of two things. Either it means people who can fly, it means Robins, or it means both. And so because of that, it's basically Batman surrounding himself with people who are tried and true, so that Batman can always basically maintain this ideology that sometimes he does what they wouldn't do, that he's got a heavier hand, that he may stumble, he may fall, and there's a possibility he might lose his way. But in order to make sure he doesn't, he anchors himself to people who in a lot of ways are morally greater than he is. And that's why this is so cool. But it's also the idea with regards to these birds, this Batman kind of saying, hey, look, birds are attracted to like strange metals, different things like that. If the birds are flying into this window, they're heading for something in particular, which means had they gone through this window, where would they have landed? And that's what leads him to this trap door. Well, then switching back to him as an old man telling this story, suddenly it's, his granddaughter freaking out and acting all, demonic. But it's also because of the fact that this 78-year-old Bruce Wayne also knows that something's not right here. here, that all these moments, quote unquote, in his life, all these experiences that he's gone through, all these stories that he's told, all this history that he's aware of happened a way that he remembers. But the way that he's recounting it to his granddaughter, it never happened that way. It's all wrong somehow. And that's the idea of Barbados popping up. This is where we start to get into all these different questions and all these different answers, and the question of whether or not any of them are legit. What Barbados basically says is your life is the way it is because I made it that way, because I've made you the person that you are. Every single circumstance that you've gone through in your life, every case you've solved, every clue that's been there, I've been there to make sure that you turn out that way. And he even goes as far as to display the entire dark multiverse. He says, look, my dark nights represent a handful of them. The stories that you've jumped through, these alternate reality events that have taken place where things have been darker, they've been more screwed up, that's only a handful. You've seen at most maybe a little less than a dozen, but there are thousands of these worlds where everything that can go wrong has gone wrong. And I have the power to grab these worlds and bring them in to the main DC universe, to bring everything you know and love crashing down around you. And that's when he starts showing him all the Dark Knights who are taking out the superheroes. Flash facing off against Red Death in this alternate story. Batman becomes a god of war. All the origin stories that we've seen so far, that's all of them that are here. And it's him saying, I have all these universes where everyone you know and everyone you love is dead because of you. You killed them. You destroyed each and every one of these universes. And that hits home at the nature of this comic. And it hits home at Batman's absolute greatest fear. The fact that he will fail, that he'll lose everything he loves because he'll inevitably screw up. It's Batman feeling a sense of hopelessness. But that's where the question suddenly gets yanked away, because where we feel like we finally have an answer to this, where we feel like we finally have an origin to who it is that Barbados is, we suddenly yank back to the beginning of the comic and the cycle repeats itself. And that's why this is so cool, because again, this reminds me of the whole Tempest story. If you guys never saw that episode from the Outer Limits, it was super cool. It's like this captain of a ship is basically trying to get back to his home colony on some other planet after having arrived on Earth to get a cure for some illness called Elysia C, which causes hallucinations. Along the way, they fly through like a gravity well or something along those lines, but they end up on like some weird derelict planet where like they get stuck inside some living being or something like that. Their ship is swallowed or something along those lines. But when they go to investigate what it is, the captain's bit by like one of these weird spiders, and then suddenly there's like two alternate scenarios that are taking place. He's hallucinating events. In one event, he successfully made it back and he saved the people on his colony, but he's suffering the effects of Elysia C, where he's basically experiencing hallucinations. In the other event, he's still on the ship and he's experiencing hallucinations because of the spider bite. But with regards to both stories, in the story where he made it back to his own world, where he made it back to his own colony, they say, well, the images you're seeing, the story that you're seeing about you experiencing the spider bite and suffering hallucinations, that's a hallucination. But when he's on the ship, they say, well, the spider bite's giving you a hallucination that you made it back to your colony. At the end of the episode, you find out neither one of those stories is true, that instead he was bitten by one of the spiders and he's basically living a series of hallucinations, and so is everybody else on the ship. And they're basically just being consumed alive by these spiders, and they're stuck in an endless loop of hallucinations. But that's what this reminds me of, is because it's basically Batman stuck inside the dark multiverse. He's locked in a dream. It's almost Matrix-esque in terms of how it unfolds. There's no legitimate escape here for him. And what he's experiencing are all these terrible scenarios in his subconscious. And that's why I say, we don't know if Barbados appearing to him and saying, there's thousands of all these worlds that have these terrible scenarios, we don't know if that's true. That's the cool thing about this, is that for every answer that we're given, we're basically asked the question, is this answer true or is this answer false? Okay, so continuing our coverage on Dark Knight's Metal, we get into the origin of the Devastator Batman, basically Doomsday Batman. And it's really, really cool. And keep in mind, all these origin stories, and you'll notice this with the playlist down in the description, all the stories or all these origins basically come out of issues number 2 and number 3. But it is still pretty cool to see all this stuff unfold, because when it comes to the Devastator, it's just this Doomsday-based Batman is really all it is. But it's really cool because it asks the question, what would happen if Batman became Doomsday? Now keep in mind, in like the casting in the Forge, one of the things that DC established is that the tuning fork from Infinite Crisis was still there. A little bit of history, guys. When it came to Infinite Crisis, it was basically the rebirth of the multiverse, is really all it was. But the way in which this was done was by a version of Lex Luthor from a different universe, basically constructing these sort of tuning forks, which is to say these pillars that would lead to the creation of the multiverse by harnessing like cosmic energies, more or less. Now it dealt with like the Anti-Monitor, different things like that. But the whole idea was that after Infinite Crisis was over and the tuning fork was destroyed, we never really saw it again. There was no reason to believe that it ever existed. It just kind of seemed like a one-time, device that was there that served a particular purpose, and that was it. What the casting and the Forge revealed was that the tuning fork was still around, that Batman had taken it or something along those lines, and it was being held in the Fortress of Solitude. The tuning fork basically allows its wielder to channel all these different cosmic entities of a higher being into the fork itself, and then control the very nature of reality, to do virtually anything they want to with it. And so what this does is it comes out of the task assigned to Devastator Batman by Barbados to basically travel to this tuning fork and to capture it, to essentially take it and bring it directly to Barbados himself so he can channel all of his energies into recreating the multiverse as he sees fit. Now, on the surface, it seems pretty straightforward, right? Like on the surface, it seems like all these different Batmen come from the dark multiverse, and their goal is to basically corrupt the positive multiverse and make it just like their own. But because of the fact that it was basically all hands on deck in response to the fact that we had all these different versions of the Dark Knights showing up and attacking virtually everybody, almost every single superhero responded. The Justice League of America, Batman's own Justice League team, the main Justice League itself, the Flash, Green Arrow, Green Lantern, the whole 9 yards, they all basically responded as best they could. Now, in Justice League of America, which is actually a series that we haven't really covered yet, save for the prelude issues, basically the one-shots of the characters who were brought into the team, Lobo is part of that team. And Lobo is a really cool character. He was kind of like DC's answer to Wolverine in the sense that Lobo was designed to be over the top. He was designed to be crazy and goofy and just this super hardcore guy. You could imagine him just riding around in space on his motorcycle blasting Metallica. So I mean, it was kind of cool. But the whole idea is that he is a character who in a lot of ways is on par with Superman. He's a powerhouse. He was designed to be the sort of muscle of the Justice League of America team in the sense that when Batman and his group show up to a conflict and it requires just brute force to overcome an enemy, Lobo's the guy you send in. But him going against Devastator Batman is a pretty interesting scenario because as far as I'm aware, I do not believe we've seen a story where Lobo has fought Doomsday one-on-one. In fact, I don't know if they've ever fought. I'm not going to swear to that. If there is a story, let me know because we'll cover it. But nonetheless, this is an interesting scenario. But the other half of this is that it also gives us this idea that Devastator is able to overcome some of the most powerful beings that are in the DC universe. And so in a lot of ways, he's the powerhouse of the Dark Knights, of Barbados's forces. And so what we end up doing is we actually pick up about a day before in Metropolis itself. And we actually end up joining Jimmy Olsen and Lois Lane. And this is kind of funny exchange here because Jimmy Olsen's been reading like all these conspiracy theories in terms of what's going on, all these Dark Knights popping up, things like that. Lois Lane's response, stop reading the internet. I guess never go to internet.com. I have no idea. But the internet is a dangerous place. But it's one of these funny little scenarios because when it comes to the character of Jimmy Olsen, while I wouldn't necessarily say that Lois Lane sees him as a son, in a lot of ways, she plays like a motherly role to him. I mean, not in the sense that like she took him to raise. She doesn't, feed him and different things like that, but she does look out for him. And it's always been that way. Ever since Jimmy Olsen was first introduced to DC Comics, it took time, it took several years for that sort of scenario to unfold, but it's always been that way to a degree. And so it's kind of cool to see how this exchange is still maintained. But the other half is you have to remember, Lois Lane is struggling. We talked about how during the events of Dark Knight's Metal 2, that Superman and Wonder Woman had shown up to try to confront Batman and stop him from going through this whole process of trying to find a way to defeat Barbados, only to have Barbados enter their realm anyway. And as soon as that happened, Superman and Wonder Woman were basically stripped of their life force and reduced down to almost a catatonic state, and then sent to be held prisoners in the center of the dark multiverse. And so as far as Lois Lane is aware, her husband's just gone. But the fact remains, in the middle of her just kind of, heading out and doing whatever it is that Lois Lane does, she's met by this Devastator Batman. And this is cool because this gives us a side of his powers that we don't normally see. By and large, when it comes to these Dark Knights of Barbados, despite the fact that they are basically some version of Batman from an alternate dimension, they have been modified both in terms of their powers and in terms of their physical appearance to differentiate them and make them a little more menacing too. But we couldn't help but believe when the mask comes off Red Death, he looks like Bruce Wayne. When the helmet comes off of, the Drowned, she looks like, what Bruce Wayne would look like as a chick. When these different outfits and these different uniforms come off, they will look like Bruce Wayne. And it makes sense that Devastator Batman is more of a transitionary character, which is to say Bruce Wayne can become the Devastator as opposed to him being stuck that way. And so it is kind of interesting because what we end up finding out is this really cool origin story in the sense that in Earth -1, somewhere along the line, Superman just lost it. And we don't know why. We don't know what caused this. And even within the story, there's no answer given here. You know, Devastator Batman says we don't know what it was. We don't know if it was Lex Luthor who exposed Superman to some version of red kryptonite that mutated him in an uncontrollable way. We don't know if it was like Brainiac who seized control of him. We have no clue what it was. But for some reason or another, Superman snapped and basically turned on Batman and all the members of the Justice League. Now, again, much like the other stories that we've seen, we're not really told what happened to the other members of the Justice League. We're largely left to believe that Superman killed them and he really saved Batman for last. But this is a massive betrayal on the side of Bruce Wayne in this -1 universe. Because remember, regardless of what universe we're talking about, regardless of what story we're referencing, for years and years and years, Batman and Superman were the best of friends. It wasn't until The Dark Knight Returns that Batman and Superman fought for the first time, and that became an on-running theme of their stories whenever there's some kind of a reboot or whenever DC wants to just hype up sales and they have the two of them fight each other. But when the New 52 first cropped up, it was the two of them getting to know each other. When DC Rebirth happened, it was the new Superman getting to know Bruce Wayne. It was always this idea that as time progresses, whenever they first encounter each other, it takes time for their friendship to grow. But when it does, they become the best of friends. And so when you're Bruce Wayne and you know your parents were killed in a mugging gone wrong in Crime Alley in Gotham City, and you've been dealing with that your entire life, and then you find probably the closest friend you're ever gonna have who just suddenly ups one day and betrays you and the rest of the Justice League, there's almost no coming back from that. It's a psychological break that takes place in the mind because it's really Bruce Wayne who looks around and says, I can really find no happiness in this world. And so it's sort of ironic because while he does have a kryptonite spear, and while that wouldn't necessarily be able to take out Superman, it's actually a genius turn of events because for the most part, that's really the only thing Batman fans do have when it comes to like Batman beating Superman. Like, well, you know, Batman would fight Superman and they would just keep going, but then Superman would just punch his head off, or he would punch a hole in him, or he would throw him in the sun, and then it's, well, not if Batman had kryptonite. And so it becomes this sort of running gag. It becomes this idea of what use is Batman against Superman if he doesn't have kryptonite on his side. And so this takes that entire argument and flips it on its head. And what ended up happening is somewhere along the line, Batman basically created or in some form adapted the Doomsday Strain. Now this requires a little bit of conjecture and sort of haphazard guessing on our part, in the sense that we can more or less assume that the events of like the death of Superman probably happened in this -1 universe, which is to say Doomsday was created on Krypton eons before Kryptonians arrived and became super smart, and then just kind of, you know, fell in stasis, was sent to Earth and lived on Earth, or basically was buried under the ground for, you know, however many billions of years or something along those lines. Eventually wakes up, he and Superman fight, both Superman and Doomsday die, and then that's really about it. We can assume that happened. We can just basically sort of make that claim. But regardless, the events unfolded a little bit differently in the sense that following this presumed death of Superman, Batman basically duplicated the Doomsday Strain. Now again, there's a lot of other scenarios that could have unfolded here. It could have been that Batman discovered Doomsday, that maybe Doomsday never did kill Superman. Everybody else, you know, basically fought alongside Superman and killed Doomsday. But regardless of the reason, Batman basically took the Doomsday Strain and blended it with his own body. And what this does is it turned him into this literal wrecking machine that can destroy, you know, Superman. Being able to sort of expunge this kryptonite gas of sorts, takes Superman out, it weakens him, it allows Batman to kill him. And from this point, that's when the psychological snap basically crosses a line that Bruce Wayne can't come back from. But here's the funny thing about this. We get a lot more of an expose from like The Dark Knight or the Batman Who Laughs than we do from anybody else. And this is cool because we haven't really seen that too often, right? Like when it comes to this mysterious version of the Batman Who Laughs, probably the most popular character of Dark Knight's Metal, and the one character everybody wants an origin story for, he's basically just popped up at the end of the story. We get this whole origin story of this character, some events take place, you know, and then this version of Batman pops up and says, hey, what if I could present you with a world where everything is, you know, opposite of this, and where you can achieve the one goal you've been wanting to achieve, and, you know, so on and so forth, basically tapping into the desires of these evil versions of Batman. In this scenario, Devastator sees him and immediately calls him out as the Joker, and like the Batman Who Laughs doesn't deny it. And that's the cool thing about this, is because we get these little tidbits, these little goodies that kind of go into the story itself, and they sort of help to like push forward all these theories that people have, all these ideas that people have on who the Batman Who Laughs is. I mean, I think personally that it's basically Batman from The Killing Joke. I think that it's a version of Batman who killed the Joker at the end of the story and then became the Joker, or it's Joker who killed Batman and then became Batman because Joker realizes he needs Batman. I have no idea what the case may be, but it is kind of cool to basically speculate and to explore experiment, and these little bitty conversations that are extended by a couple lines kind of give us this little bit of beefing up of information. And again, it allows our wildest curiosities to run awry. And so again, much like the other Batman who are out there, because of the fact that Devastator is basically disillusioned with Superman in the sense that he came to the belief that Superman basically told everybody, I will be your savior. I will be your bright shining star. I will be the being that will help lead you into a better tomorrow. Because of the fact that he's become disillusioned with that, with Superman becoming a bad guy, the Batman Who Laughs basically says, what if I told you there's a universe where people don't know how evil Superman is? They don't know what you know, but we can go there and we can make them know. We can show them who Superman really is. It's tapping into the hatred for Superman that the Devastator has. And so what this does is it basically has Devastator align himself immediately with the Batman Who Laughs, joining the forces of Barbados and then invading Earth Zero during the events of Dark Knight's Metal 2. So again, that's how all this stuff sort of wraps around and comes back together again. The difference here is that when Devastator Batman effectively shook the hand of Lois Lane, what he did is he infected her with this sort of doomsday virus, in the sense that what she's begun doing is she turned herself into a carrier. And as a result, she's basically spreading this virus throughout the city, not realizing it. It's an airborne strain. Everybody who she comes into contact with infects everybody else. And because it's the city of New York, and because it's such a high population density, as she breathes, she infects other people who in turn infect other people. And so it's just this strain that basically multiplies exponentially and just spreads throughout the city of New York like a wildfire. Now, you also have the arrival of like Kara Zor-El and, Lana Lang. You have these members of the Superman family who show up in their efforts to try to defeat Devastator Batman, but they're no match against him. I mean, they can't take him on, just because of the fact that he is so incredibly strong and incredibly powerful. The funny thing about this, though, is it also sees the involvement of Jonathan Kent. Now, when I read this, Lois Lane runs back into their home. She's like, okay, we got to activate the safe room, but the safe room won't activate because the patio door's open, and Jonathan Kent's hovering out there and intends to jump into the fight. Now, let me tell you something. I don't know how I would react if Jonathan Kent died. I would probably cry. I love Jonathan Kent as a character. He's one of my favorite characters from DC Rebirth. Kid Superman, Superboy, he's so vibrant and he's so fun and he's learning about what it means to be a hero. And it's so funny to see him react, with like Damian Wayne, different things like that. Thankfully for us, this doesn't happen. Lois Lane grabs his son, yanks him back in, throws him in the panic room and locks the door because she herself is starting to manifest into Doomsday. Now keep in mind, the reason why this matters is because it seems as though Devastator Batman is unique unto himself. Doomsday is basically a being built for death and destruction. That's all he is. That's all he wants to do. And so the implication here is that where Bruce Wayne has this Doomsday strain injected into himself, it allows him to control it. For anybody else who becomes Doomsday, they won't be that lucky. They'll basically just become a variant of Doomsday, and all they're going to do is just tear things to pieces. But this is crazy because it's basically this idea that Devastator Batman says that's the point of all this. Grabbing this tuning fork, whisking it off to Barbados, it's him essentially saying this world is going to come to grips with the fact that Superman is not their savior, because what's going to happen is while all this is going on, while all these people are being transformed, while the world is burning down around them, they're all going to look up and they're going to say, where's Superman? And with Superman nowhere to be found, they're going to lose hope. They're going to lose faith. And so when Superman returns, assuming that everything goes back to normal, they'll turn their backs on him. That's what Devastator Batman is hoping for. And so again, it's interesting and it's really intriguing because what happens is that at the end of this origin, this runs directly into Dark Knight's Metal 3, 4, 5, and 6. It runs into this idea of the events that follow with Barbados having this tuning fork and using his cosmic energies to achieve whatever it is that ends up coming next. Okay, so The Drowned is one of the coolest stories from Dark Knight's Metal. All these one-shots are so amazing in terms of like giving us these evil versions of Batman. So the cool thing about this is that this centers on what's actually Batwoman, and it's a person by the name of Bryce Wayne. And so it's kind of interesting because what this does is it initially picks up with the idea that Bryce was in a relationship with a person named Sylvester Kyle. Now, we're not explicitly told who Sylvester Kyle is. We're just kind of told that this person was the love interest of Bryce Wayne at the time. But unlike the other, one-shots that we've seen so far, this one actually picks up after Bryce has already arrived in the main DC universe. Now, one thing to keep in mind is all of these one-shots spin out of Dark Knight's Metal number 2, which is one of the things that we're going to reference once we cover that story. But the origin story is still standalone. But her arriving in Amnesty Bay, which is basically one of the home bases of operations of Arthur Curry of Aquaman, leads her into direct conflict with Aquaman and with Mira. Now, we will get the whole backstory, but one thing that I want to talk about here for a second is the nature of Amnesty Bay. When it comes to the Aquaman mythos, there is Atlantis and then there's Amnesty Bay. Atlantis is the kingdom of Atlantis. It's basically Aquaman's birthright for the most part, in the sense that he was born as the heir to Atlantis itself. However, he was raised in Amnesty Bay, and that's why he has this sort of dichotomy between a loyalty to the Justice League and somewhat to the protection of the world overall, but loyalty to Atlantis, because for him, it's very much like Thor. Thor's like, okay, look, yes, I'm an Avenger, yada, 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 but Asgard first, everything else second. If it comes down to it, I will abandon Earth and I will go only to Asgard and rule as king because that's my job, that's what I do first. Aquaman's much the same way. The other half of that is that Aquaman will protect both with an absolute fury. You know, woe betide the poor soul who shows up in Atlantis starting trouble. But the whole backstory to this comes by way of the explanation of Bryce Wayne herself, in the sense that somewhere along the line, the various metahumans on Earth -11 in her own reality in the Dark Multiverse, somewhere along the line, they had killed Sylvester Kyle. Now, we don't know why. We're kind of left to believe maybe that they were criminals or something along those lines, because the implication is that Bryce, as Batwoman, was a crime fighter. She fought bad guys. And so the implication is that in this scenario, Sylvester was killed by some rogue metas, and in her vengeance and in her mourning, she killed everyone. And so it's basically the Batman comparison. Bruce Wayne lost his parents, she lost her husband. And so it's cool to see those two things go alongside each other because it shows the nature of grief itself. Now, the other half of this is following the death of Sylvester and the deaths of all these metahumans at the hands of Bryce herself. About 18 months after this had happened, Aquawoman had effectively just shown up. All the metahumans are dead. We want to have peace talks. We want to come to peace with the service world itself. Now, again, this is another aspect that we're not really given. In the main DC universe, Atlanteans aren't really like xenophobic so much as they are retreatists, in the sense that they're basically like, you stay away, we stay away, everything will be fine. But for Bryce, because of the fact that she had experienced such a traumatic loss, much like Batman, who doesn't trust anybody but himself, she doesn't trust anybody but herself. And in her mind, she believed that Atlantis was pulling a ruse, that Atlantis had seen the deaths of all the metahumans and then said, hearken alas, no one can protect the surface from us if we choose to invade. But if we just jump in and immediately start going to war, there'll be casualties on both sides. So we'll play it diplomatic at first, and then when they're at their weakest, we'll conquer them. Bryce believed that was the case. And so in her anger, ultimately the peace talks fell to pieces, and then Bryce chose the surface world and waged war against Atlantis, and in doing so, killed Aquawoman with her own trident. Now, following this, because of the fact that the response of the Atlanteans to the death of their queen was to drown the entirety of Gotham City, this pushed Bryce even further. And so I hope you guys are starting to see a pattern here. This scenario where Bryce lost someone she cared about to one or more metahumans. In response, in her wrath and in her anger and in her mourning, she killed them all. This in turn led to Atlantis stepping in and saying, let's have peace talks. The peace talks fell apart. And again, in her just altered state of mind, not rationally thinking, she just waged war against everybody. And so ultimately this leads to her modifying her body on the genetic level, giving herself all kinds of alterations, basically making herself an Atlantean, but in turn modifying her existing abilities. For example, when it comes to the concept of Batman, we're largely left to believe that he's just a really, really good fighter. I mean, that's really what Batman is. He's a normal guy that's just really good at fighting. He knows all these different martial arts, things like that. With Bryce, we're left to believe that's the same way. We're just kind of left to believe that she's just a woman who's really capable. Making these modifications to her body means she's taking the war directly to Atlantis, and when she does, she has to be able to fight on their battlefield. It's the perfect complement to Sun Tzu's The Art of War. If you have to wage a war on your terms, but if you have to wage a war on their terms, be prepared. And that's exactly what she does. She basically starts modifying her body with these genetic modifications. She gives herself the ability to breathe underwater. She can move faster than any of the Atlanteans. She's pushed herself to the absolute brink. And so when the time comes, not only was she able to wage war against Atlantis and basically kill all the Atlanteans, she had done so with the help of what's called the Deadwater, basically her own genetically modified forces that can in turn serve on her behalf. Now, the implication here, and the way this seems to be pointed, is that somewhere along the line, she had basically started capturing forces, bolstering her numbers, and then modifying them genetically. We're not explicitly told that, but it looks like these are just twisted versions of Atlanteans. And so the result is that she basically used Atlanteans, assuming that she did anyway, to destroy Atlanteans, ultimately killing off the entire Atlantic community and then taking up residence in Atlantis herself. Following this, she drowned the entire world, killed everybody on Earth, just destroyed everybody on Earth. It's absolutely bonkers in terms of how it comes out. And so in response to this, should there have been anybody out there who was wayward, anybody out there who was looking for solace, she put up a beacon in the sky to show them where to go. Now this gets into the true and really the terrifying nature of Bryce herself, in the sense that that beacon was not done for altruistic purposes. She did that so that anybody who came across her path, they would be added to her roster of soldiers. They would become another member of her army. They would be genetically modified and they would be transformed into one of her own. But in the middle of all this, and at some point later on down the line, the beacon suddenly went off. And when it did, she was met with the Man Who Laughs. Now the Man Who Laughs, in my opinion, is one of the most anticipated origin stories in all of Dark Knight's Metal. I am so looking forward to that. And I think a lot of people are. Like, a lot of people are really excited for the Man Who Laughs. And there's so many theories, because the best theory I've seen so far is that the Man Who Laughs comes from a universe where Batman actually killed the Joker during the events of the Killing Joke, and then Batman became the Joker. That's the best theory that I've heard. I think it's the most popular one going around the internet right now. But, you know, very rarely do I ever see a theory take hold like this. I saw it with Mr. Oz, saw it with The Watchmen. DC Rebirth is just setting the world on fire with the stories they're writing. Jesus Christ, it's amazing. But the fact remains here, with regards to Bryce showing up and facing off against Aquaman and Mira, you have Mira with her, you know, aquakinesis, the ability to manipulate water using her mind. But it's almost like the Thanos Infinity Gauntlet versus Thanos with the Heart of the Universe concept, in the sense that with the Infinity Gauntlet, Thanos was manipulating the universe itself. With the Heart of the Universe, he was the universe. And that's exactly what's happening here. Where Mira is able to, you know, psychically manipulate the water, Bryce is the water. Like, she just controls it. It's like an arm or a leg. It's an inherent part of who she is. Now, all this is designed to do is basically say that Bryce's control over water is stronger than Mira's control over water. That's all that means. I mean, it doesn't mean that Bryce is actually made of water. It just means that her control is far more powerful than Mira's is. But the significance of this is that it gives us a character that overpowers both Aquaman and Mira. And this is a big deal, because remember, when it comes to Aquaman, he can stand toe-to-toe to Superman. I mean, we saw that in Aquaman Rebirth. Like, we saw that in that first story. He went toe-to-toe with Superman and held his own. So it's not like Aquaman's just a really strong guy who talks to fish. Not at all. This guy is a wrecking crew. He's a one-man army. And so to have someone from, you know, to have this Bryce chick genetically modify herself and then show up and not only beat a guy who amounts to an underwater version of Superman and then crush his wife who controls water is insane, because it means this person is not someone to be trifled with. Not only that, the idea of a person becoming a Deadwater is basically an action that's undertaken by Bryce herself when she physically transforms the body of Mira. Now, I would argue this is not a permanent thing, that the process can most likely be reversed, especially if it's just an alteration to the chemical structure of the body. But the fact remains, Mira is effectively a henchman of Bryce now, and that's how this unfolds, is because it leads to Aquaman seeming to be the last man standing in the face of Bryce, all her Deadwater soldiers, and Mira having been transformed into one, which leads, as it always does with these one-shots, with Dr. Fate intervening. Now again, Dr. Fate is a character that predates Doctor Strange by quite a bit, but the characters are effectively one and the same in terms of how they function and what they do. What Dr. Fate is doing here is really more akin to like what Doctor Strange was doing during Infinity Gauntlet, but the fact remains that Dr. Fate's basically grabbing these various heroes who are encountering these dark nights of Barbados and then whisking them away to a safe place so they can remuster their forces and then go back into the onslaught again to plan ahead. And so that's effectively what happens. This symbol is sent out into the sky by Bryce in order to attract anybody who's either curious or looking for some kind of refuge of some sort, and then ultimately bolster her own army using those individuals. So again, another origin story, another Dark Knight cropping up, another character with an extreme level of power who's basically able to dominate some of the most powerful heroes in DC Comics. And so again, it's cool. You know, if I can get my hands on a copy of the cover that's big enough, or if I can like blow it up in Photoshop without losing too much quality, I think I'm gonna make posters out of the covers for the Dark Knight's Metal tie-ins, because these are amazing. Oh my God, dude. Murder Machine, man, dude, it is. God, it's beast. This is an amazing story. Okay, so like all the other Dark Knight's Metal tie-ins that we've done, this comes out of issue number 2. Really, well, issue number 1 and issue number 2. But the stories themselves, the origins themselves, are still standalone in the sense that they're basically just the stories of how these evil versions of Batman came to be. But the whole idea here is that this centers on this amazing version of Batman. So This initially picks up with Victor Stone, right, with Cyborg. And the only thing this really ties into in terms of the Dark Knight's metal is just the idea that Victor Stone's father is really just kind of analyzing this idea of this nth metal. Again, this metal that everybody's aware of, or everybody's basically learning about, that kind of resonates with another plane of existence. Now, in the middle of Vic basically talking with his dad, he's suddenly met by the arrival of Murder Machine. And that's kind of the cool thing about this, is unlike the other origin stories so far, for the most part, they follow a linear progression. You have like one of these evil versions of Batman that shows up and then fights someone, and then you jump into the origin story. With this one, it actually kind of bounces back and forth in between the two. But the way that this works is that this version of Batman hails from Earth -44 in the Dark Multiverse. And it's this idea that in this reality, that the various villains of Batman's rogues gallery, Killer Croc and Harley Quinn and, Two-Face, were basically all led by Bane in a campaign to find out where Batman was. They effectively broke into the Batcave and then just tortured Alfred and then eventually killed him. Keep in mind, Alfred's not just a butler for the Wayne family. Alfred is Bruce Wayne's surrogate father. That's the role he's always played when it came to the various stories of Batman, whether it's an alternate reality story, whether it's the main DC universe. It's always been Batman's parents were shot in a dark alley in a mugging gone wrong, and Alfred basically raised him as a son. And so to have Alfred stripped away from Batman, he effectively crosses this line he can't come back from psychologically. Because for Batman, for Bruce Wayne, he lost his biological father, which motivated him to become Batman. Then he loses Alfred, his surrogate father. What comes next? Well, you do the only thing you can do. You try to find a way to cope. And with the idea of Bruce Wayne, what he did is he basically went to Cyborg and said, I backed up Alfred's mind once upon a time, and I would like to turn him into an AI because I can't do it on my own. Now, this is just Bruce Wayne grieving, right? I mean, that's the beauty of this whole thing. It is him basically reliving his own father's death, but there's an out. That's the beauty of it. He's like, there's a way for me to save Alfred. And it's not Bruce Wayne doing it because he's just like, I'm so used to Alfred, I have to have him around. It's basically his dad. It's his surrogate father. Alfred is the voice of reason. Alfred is the one Bruce Wayne goes to when he throws his hands in the air and says, I don't know what to do next. Am I really even making any progress saving Gotham City? Alfred is the reassurance. Alfred is the one that says, all you can do is the best you can. And as long as you think that you're doing things the right way, as long as you are living up to what your father would believe is an admirable role, then follow the path that you're currently on. Alfred is the bedrock by which the entire moral compass of Bruce Wayne is built. To have that taken away, and then to have a momentary second where he can get that back, he'll do anything to make that happen. And that's what we end up finding out. In this massive fight between, Victor Stone and Murder Machine, between Cyborg and Murder Machine, the entire time, it's basically Murder Machine saying, in my universe, you're the one that made it possible. You're the one that helped me to become who I am. But what we end up learning is that when the AI, or when the Alfred AI was completed, the AI immediately went Skynet. It just went all Skynet. It lost its mind. Alfred becomes Skynet. What a title. But the whole idea is that the Alfred AI basically went awry. It went nuts, and it started going through creating physical copies of itself, or at least these kind of nanotech copies of itself, and started hunting down every single member of Batman's rogues gallery, every single enemy that he has. It started eliminating all of them. This is a beautiful scenario to behold. I mean, not the death of Bane. I mean, it's not, a beautiful thing that he was killed by the AI, but the logic behind it is what's so beautiful about it. Batman is by definition about as logical and reasonable as a being can get in the DC universe. Batman, I wouldn't say is devoid of emotion, but the emotions he has, he keeps at bay. And so I would make a legitimate argument that Batman is actually more machine than man, just because of the fact that he seems so emotionless, he's so cold and calculating. But in this instance, it's his emotions come to bear, his desire to get his surrogate father back. When Cyborg of Earth -44 shows up and says, this AI is going crazy and it's killing people, we have to shut it down, Batman's response is, no, we can make it better. We can make it work. We can make it do what it's supposed to. And that's the beauty of all this. It's because it's him essentially sitting down and saying, I don't want to let him go. The other half of this is that the AI itself is basically programming. The AI is not inherently evil. It is an artificial intelligence that's built on ones and zeros. In this particular instance, the AI was programmed to carry out the desires of Alfred. Alfred's most base desire was to keep Bruce Wayne safe. And so the programming is doing the most logical thing.
thing: keep Bruce Wayne safe. Well, the most dangerous thing to Bruce Wayne are his enemies. Bane broke his back in Nightfall. All the enemies that Batman has seek to eliminate him. So the most logical thing to do to protect Bruce Wayne is to get rid of his enemies. It makes perfect sense if you're a computer. And that's the basis behind this. Alfred was effectively brought back by Bruce Wayne. Alfred was resurrected in the form of an artificial intelligence. But the one thing that the Alfred AI doesn't have that differentiates a machine from a human is a soul. The ability to understand that things are not ones and zeros, that they're nuanced, that there is no such thing as black and white, that there's black and white and then a zillion shades of gray. And so because of that, because of the fact that this AI doesn't grasp that, at the end of the day, it does what's logical and it does what's reasonable. But for Bruce Wayne himself, he's emotional. Under normal circumstances, any reasonable person who was as logical as this computer system would say, well, that doesn't make any sense. I mean, this computer's, executing people and Batman doesn't abide by that. Batman doesn't tolerate that. We have to shut it down. Bruce Wayne's response of saying, we can fix it. We can make it better, faster than it was before. It's his emotions, but there's no guarantee that this will work. But that's the beauty of it, is because while the Dark Multiverse is the opposite of what we would expect from the main DC universe, it's opposite in both its physical structure and it's opposite in terms of how the characters function. And so in this instance, we end up finding out that the goal of Cyborg was to shut down the AI before it can spread any further. Bruce Wayne wanted to fix it. Letting it into the Batcave, the AI immediately latched itself onto Bruce Wayne and started modifying his genetic structure, effectively turning him into a machine, turning him into a robot. And that's kind of the irony of all this, is because it's not until Batman in the Earth -44 universe becomes this villain that exists according to codes and machines that he becomes almost identical to his version in the main DC universe. And it hits home to the idea that Batman's almost inhuman in terms of how cold and calculating that he is. But in response to the Earth -44 Batman merging with the Alfred AI and basically going on this rampage, it results in Cyborg gathering the Justice League and then Murder Machine killing them all. Every last one. The Green Lantern, the Flash, Wonder Woman, Superman, the whole 9 yards. Every last one of them falls, with this Murder Machine making all these duplicate copies of himself, attacking cities until Cyborg's the only one left. And where Cyborg in the Earth -44 universe simply responds by saying, I know there's still some human part of you that's in there. I know there's still some part of you that feels emotion, that's still reasonable. You have to listen. We can bring you back. Murder Machine Batman's response is, but why though? Like, I'm happy where I am. I'll never have to worry about losing Alfred again. He and I are one. We're combined into the same mind. We function according to the same whims and wants. I've gotten what I wanted out of this. Now, that's the cool thing about that, is because this juxtaposes directly to the main DC Universe Batman. One of the biggest issues that like the various members of the Bat family bring up time and time again that the writers always focus on is it's his way or the highway. It's what he wants to do, and then nothing else matters as long as he gets what it is that he wants. Superheroes have that issue with Batman. We saw that in terms of all the secrecy. We saw that in terms of all the cloak and dagger stuff that he pulls in the Tower of Babel, when we learned that Batman had this database on how to defeat the members of the Justice League and never told them about it. And so again, this whole idea of Batman being dark, being twisted, being sinister in this capacity is almost like an outward manifestation of who he really is in the main DC universe. And so that's why that's so cool. And so ultimately he kills the Earth -44 version of Cyborg, which results in, of course, the Man Who Laughs popping up and simply saying, we can make everything better. Your Earth is falling apart. Your universe is coming to an end. But I know a place, I know of a universe where we can basically take over everything. We can conquer it and move in an outward direction. Of course, all of this basically being done at the request of Barbados. So it's really Murder Machine Batman being recruited, like all the others, by the Man Who Laughs at the request of Barbados. It's super cool in terms of how all this comes together and how it functions. But notice this, where, this version of Cyborg from the main DC universe is just easily taken out by all these different versions of Batman. It's cool to see this happen because at the end of the day, Cyborg isn't whisked away by Dr. Fate. He's not suddenly yanked out and say, oh man, we need you. He's basically left there. Now, of course, he's taken prisoner by the Dark Knights of Barbados and probably going to be used for some future project. But again, this is probably one of the best origin stories that I've seen come out of Dark Knight's Metal. It is nothing short of spectacular. My God, this is one of the best stories I ever read. There's no two ways about it. There's no arguing with that point. This is amazing. It's hands down one of the absolute best stories I've ever read. I mean, you guys need to go out and buy this because it is super good. Man, let me tell you something, dude. The Batman Who Laughs. Dude, this story. Dude, this story. Man, this story is so good. Every once in a while you come across a Batman story. James Tynion's. Man, dude, this guy. Man, dude, man. Okay, let's get into this. Let's explain the Batman Who Laughs. All right.
first things first, y'all need to go out to the store and buy this comic because it's like $3. Dude, it's crazy how good this comic is. You guys got to go buy this thing because it's absolutely insane. Like it is definitely one of my favorites. But the cool thing about this is that this opens up with the Batman Who Laughs himself. The Batman Who Laughs is jumping into like tarot card reading. But the cool thing is that the way that it's done, you know, with my lack of knowledge about tarots, the way that it's done is it highlights the nature of the Joker, right? About how the Joker is insane. The Joker's crazy, but the Joker's always, you know, also one of those wild cards that can shift up everything in its entirety. And so what it does is it switches to Earth -22, which is, you know, quite some time ago. And the cool thing about this is Joker has Batman captive. Now, we've seen this a million times before. That's one of the crazy things about this is a lot of the stuff that unfolds here, for the most part, it's par for the course. It's just Batman defeating the Joker. The crazy thing about this is the Joker in this universe seems to be experiencing a level of insanity that we've never seen before. And the reason I mean that is because in truth, like historically speaking, if you look at the history of the Joker in DC Comics, he's basically waxed and waned over the years. When he first popped up in DC, he was really dark, he was really sinister. The old Bob Kane, Bill Finger Joker was super sadistic. Then the comics code kicked in. And for something like, 60 years, the Joker was basically toned down and goofy. There was a point where he came back and he was a little dark for a while, maybe in like the 60s or 70s. That was about it. I mean, when you go and read most Joker comics, he's nonsensical, he's goofy. The Joker that we got in Scott Snyder's new 52 run of Batman, Death of the Family, Endgame, though that's the Joker that's just reminiscent to the old school Joker that we saw way back in, the 1930s. But the crazy thing about this is that with Joker having seemed to emotionally snapped, not only has he captured Batman, he kills the family of a girl and then in turn exposes the girl to the Joker toxin. So it's pretty intense because it's basically his goons, his henchmen that have all these families lined up in Gotham City waiting for the Joker to do them in, because all the Joker's doing is repeating Batman's history. Now, there's something that I hope you notice about this. The kind of things that Joker says, I can break anybody, I realized what was going on one day. Jim Gordon tried to get into the way, and then of course I made Jim Gordon break. This is very reminiscent of The Killing Joke. For those of you guys who never read The Killing Joke, that was a story where it was the whole point Joker was making was that all it takes is one bad day. One bad day and a person can be broken. That was the origin story of the Joker back in the day. And a lot of people still say it is the Joker's origin because DC has really kind of hinted at that being the case for the most part over the years. But the whole idea was that the Joker was just a guy who was in the wrong place at the wrong time. He'd lost his job, he fell in with some mobsters who promised easy money. He had a wife and a kid on the way, so the temptation for that easy money was very, very high. He ultimately agreed to the demands only to be set up as the fall guy. He ended up in a fight with Batman, he fell into a vat, and when he emerged, his hair was green, his face was white, and his lips were red, and he lost his mind. And that's the point of The Killing Joke. All it ever takes is one bad day. And the goal of the Joker was to break Commissioner Gordon by basically injuring his daughter, and then in turn subjecting him to photos of her while he was sending Jim Gordon through this horrific roller coaster, and then to try to do the same thing with Batman. The story ended ambiguously. It ended with the question, did Batman kill the Joker? Did Batman let him go? Grant Morrison argued that Batman killed the Joker, I think it was, but the writer Alan Moore has never said either way. And so in truth, there's no definitive answer. It's just whatever answer it is that people want to choose to believe, which is why The Killing Joke's one of the best stories out there, because the nature of the story, the ending creates this massive argument between fans over what happened between Batman and the Joker. Batman just starts laughing, and then it says the laughing dies, and that's it. And so we don't know what ends up happening in that story. The interesting thing about this is that it is, again, an attempt of the Joker to break Batman. And it's almost like Batman's this immutable force, because where Batman says you have to stop, you have to quit, Joker's response is never. I will never, ever, ever stop. All the things that we've seen over the years, especially recently when it came to the Joker's story, in New 52, the Joker and Batman are two sides of the same coin in a lot of ways. One represents order, one represents chaos. One can't live without the other, whether it's because Batman needs the Joker in order to believe he's making some measure of progress, whether it's the Joker because he just needs order in order to inflict chaos. Whatever the case may be, they essentially need each other. And that's one of the reasons why the Joker has always been kind of a mainstay. It's like this meta commentary on the nature of good and evil. You can't have one without the other. And so in this instance, Batman manages to overpower the Joker, and in doing so, breaks his neck. He kills him. And so what this does, it just kind of allows a little bit of this Joker toxin to basically make its way out, and that's really about it. Nothing really seems to come of the death of the Joker. And so what we do from here is we pick up with this aftermath. Batman talking to Superman, the idea that a lot of these kids who had been subjected to Joker's toxin and really just kind of had their minds broken, that there may not be any way to bring them back. And that's the case that Batman makes. There's no coming back from this. For these kids, there's probably no way to cure them. Now, of course, Superman being hopeful basically says, look, there has to be a way. We have to find a way. What
what this does is it picks up about 3 days later with the Bat family, Dick Grayson and Barbara Gordon and so on and so forth. And they're basically just training. And it's kind of cool because they're facing off against robots, but again, this is one of the interesting scenarios because they make the comment that it's been years since they've experienced this. And in truth, it's been years since we've seen it in the Batman comics because remember, that's the way Batman works. Batman brings in these kids, he brings in Barbara Gordon, he brings in Dick Grayson, he brings in Jason Todd. Over the course of his existence as Batman, Bruce Wayne brings these characters in for a multitude of different reasons. Sometimes it's because, they lost their parents in the same way Bruce Wayne did. And so he basically adopts them, trains them to learn how to get revenge to a degree, but to also how to stop crime, make Gotham a safer city. It's Batman surrounding himself with possible replacements should anything ever happen to him. It's one of the reasons why every single one of the members of the Bat family have been trained in a way that makes them almost as good as Batman is in terms of a detective, almost as good as a fighter, the whole 9 yards. Because of that, the whole thing begins to sort of unwind when Dick Grayson makes the comment, things aren't right, because it's been years since they've been subjected to, to training, by Batman in their whole, training room. And it's also been a while since Batman's basically communicated directly with them. For the most part, the indication here is that it's all been behind like screens or it's been smoke and mirrors. And when they sit down and they talk with Batman, Batman's answer is, when Joker died, he infected me with something. He infected me with a perfect strain of the Joker toxin. Now, this is the cool thing about this, because remember, on the surface, the Joker seems to be nonsense. For example, Heath Ledger's Joker in The Dark Knight Returns made the comment, I'm not a man with a plan. I'm a man who just does things. I'm a dog chasing a car. I wouldn't know what to do if I got it. And so, depending on who's writing the Joker at the time, either he is that way where he's just goofy, comedic, he has no real plan, he wants to copyright fish, different things like that. Or if you're reading Scott Snyder's Joker in New 52, he does have a plan. He has this great big huge laid out plan on what he wants to do. And everything that happens seems to be chaotic, but it goes towards an ideology. How do you separate the nonsense from the truth? Because the truth will lead you to the plan, but it's so surrounded and so clouded with absolute nonsense, there's no way to really know which is true and which is a lie. That's what makes the Joker so difficult to find. Not only that, where Batman explains this to the Batman family, their response is, look, we'll find a way. We'll find a way to cure you. Batman's statement is, the reason why I brought you here is because you guys would be the first ones to know if there was anything wrong with me. And if you told, if you found out there was anything wrong with me, you would tell people, and I can't allow that. So he kills them all. He kills every last member of the Bat family. Dude, you guys never saw that coming, did you? He kills them all. Red Hood, he kills Dick Grayson, Tim Drake, the whole 9 yards. They all get done in. From there, he takes it to the Justice League. Now, the Justice League happens off panel. We don't actually see it take place, but it is crazy to see it happen because basically everybody's been taken out by Batman except for like Superman. He's like the last man standing. Now, because of the fact that Batman Who Laughs, because this version of Batman is really more attuned to the Joker as opposed to Bruce Wayne himself, it's not just about defeating superheroes. It's also about inflicting as much mental anguish as he possibly can. And so what happens is he actually brings the family of Superman in, Jonathan Kent and Lois Lane. What he does in turn is he not only taunts Superman, he exposes him to black kryptonite. Now, black kryptonite's one of those weird scenarios. Really, black kryptonite made its debut in comic book form in Supergirl #2 in 2005. But if you go and you look at the history of black kryptonite, as far as I'm aware, it originally appeared in Smallville. Now, black kryptonite in Smallville was a plot device more than anything else. And what they did is it basically established that you can split a being in two, one good, one evil, basically split their personas in half. With regards to the DC Comics landscape, if you read Supergirl #2 from 2005, sure, it'll split people in half, one good, one evil. If you read All-Star Superman, it inverts the moral compass of the Kryptonian that it's used on, and then basically decreases their mental faculties. So they basically become an evil version who's stupid. And so that's exactly what happens with Superman. With Batman exposing Superman to a modified strain of black kryptonite, it adjusts its traditional properties of splitting a being in two and instead inverts Superman to make him a villain who in turn takes out Jonathan and he takes out Lois. And that's insane. And that's the crazy thing about this, because remember, it's not just about taking down Superman. It's about inflicting moral harm on Superman's psyche. Now, presumably, Superman will never be able to recover from this. He won't be able to come back from this. We never actually find out what happens. We're kind of left to believe that the Batman Who Laughs takes him out, but all the other superheroes who unite against him, all the other governments who unite against him, the whole of humanity for the most part is all taken out and subdued by the Batman Who Laughs. We don't know how, but what DC seems to be doing is grabbing this concept of Bruce Wayne, who's pragmatic, who is analytical, who goes through and analyzes every single situation, and then combined it with the chaotic nature of the Joker, brought those two together and unleashed unleashed an absolute nightmare on humanity, which in turn led to the end of humanity almost in its entirety. Now, because of the fact that the Batman Who Laughs is so extreme, and because of the fact that he is sort of this amazing combination of the Joker and Batman merged into a singular being, he's the first to be approached by Barbados. Now again, we don't know exactly when this happens, we just know it happens before the origin stories of all the other members that we've seen of Barbados's Dark Knights and the origin stories we've covered so far. So we'll probably throw this one at the beginning of all those. The whole idea is that because the Batman Who Laughs has this mind of Bruce Wayne and this chaos of the Joker, he's basically shown all these different universes out there, these different Earths where Batman still exists, or where the Earth hasn't experienced the kind of destruction and the kind of chaos the Batman Who Laughs wants to bring to it. Because remember, the goal of the Joker is to just spread fear and chaos. And so with Barbados coming along and giving him the opportunity and saying, hey, look, if you go there, there's absolute pandemonium and destruction, then it gives the Batman Who Laughs exactly what he's looking for. And so what he began to do is basically travel around and find all these Dark Knights that exist out there, the Red Death and the Devastator and Dawnbreaker and so on and so forth. All these different members of the Dark Knights, bind them together and then bring them in. And so what we end up doing is finding out that the Joker is talking to an unnamed guy, to a guy who's basically wrapped in bandages. The guy, I don't think we ever find out who he is. I'm not 100% sure, but the whole idea here is that he basically says, look, the nature of the Joker is such that it has no real power. The Joker's inspired by fear, right? Like the Joker uses fear to basically get people to do what he wants them to do. He's very much the same as Batman in that regard. But where Batman is a fighter and he's a detective and he has all these different things at his disposal, the Joker has whatever is around him at the time, you know, whatever henchmen he can use, whatever money he can amass, and that's really about it. He's got no real power unto himself. The Batman, however, is the king of his castle. The Batman has it all. The Batman has all the tools that he needs to be able to pull off everything that he wants to do. And so if you take those two things and you combine them together and you make the king into the Joker, then suddenly he is the king of everything. He's basically this uncontrollable force of nature, this being that does nothing more than use his intellect to bring about as much chaos as he possibly can. And that's when he says, if you believe that what you've seen here is the pinnacle, if you believe what you've seen here is as bad as it gets, then I promise you it will only get worse, because there's all these different iterations of Batman, and not just Batman, all these different iterations of the Earth's superheroes that exist out there. A version of Darkseid who's Superman, Flash with the body of a spider. I mean, all these just crazy contrapted things, these versions of Superman and all these versions of Batman, these versions of Wonder Woman, the Flash, the Green Lantern, all these versions exist out there. All these characters exist out there. And again, we learned that from the last story that we covered. When Barbados forced Batman to see all these crazy things, he's like, I've shown you three worlds where things are awry, where things are crazy, where they're absolutely chaotic. But that's 3 worlds. There are thousands of worlds like this, where things are just absolute pandemonium, they're screwed up, all the characters are bad guys. If it's just the worst nightmares you could possibly imagine taking form in the dark multiverse, then there are thousands of these nightmares running around. And so again, it's crazy, because the prospect is, should this invasion go off without a hitch, then it means some of the worst nightmares in existence, the worst monstrosities of the characters that we know, their worst versions, their worst selves, all come flowing out of this dark multiverse into the main DC universe, and everything goes to pieces after that. Okay, so continuing on with our discussion about Dark Knight's Metal, we pick up with part 3. And this is really cool, because what this does is it gives us the origin of the dark multiverse. And it's really, really interesting. Plus, it's also like Superman versus the Dark Knights. But remember, the whole idea of Dark Knight's Metal is it's kind of like this worst case scenario in a lot of ways. While we're not necessarily given a time frame of exactly when Dark Knight's Metal happens, that is to say, where it happens in relation to like the Justice League or something like that, for the most part, it kind of focuses on the individual character's solo series in terms of placements about when different things happen, you know, see Superman number such and such, see Action Comics, whatever. The whole idea is that where a lot of events that have been written in like Justice League so far, things like that, are really kind of dark and drabby, this takes it to a whole new level. Because in the last videos, we talked about how Batman was the key, that the idea here was that there were these metals that existed inside the DC universe. And originally they were just believed to have just been metals that were powerful for whatever reason, nth metal, promethium, dionysium, different things like that. But what this story revealed is that all those metals basically served as a kind of proving material, in the sense that when Batman was doused in all those metals, it basically allowed the evil Batman from the dark multiverse to enter the positive multiverse of DC, and for Batman to be sent to the dark multiverse. It basically opened a gateway. And so the whole idea here, the whole concept is, what's the next step? If the goal is to bring darkness into the positive multiverse, to basically initiate the plan of Barbados to bring everything crashing down, then there has to be an energy source for this. And the cool thing is that it was always believed to be Batman. That's everything we've seen so far. And so what this does is it initiates initially picks up in Smallville, Kansas, which is cool because we've got Superboy, we've got Damian Wayne, and they're just kind of putting on a concert for like Lois and Wonder Woman and Batman and Superman, you know, and it's cool because they're waiting on all the other superheroes to get there. Bruce goes on this whole diatribe about, hey guys, look, after this war we've won against Barbados, I'm so glad that we managed to pull this off. And it's interesting because this is the aftermath for Dark Knight's medal. And so with this battle having been won against Barbados, with the Dark Knights having been defeated, life basically goes back to its own place. It goes back to regularity. And this is cool because this is one of the things you don't really see from Snyder. You don't really see this sort of peacetime situation. Instead, for the most part, you see the conflict situation. That is until Batman starts bleeding out of his chest in the form of a bat. And, and this starts freaking people out because in these moments when Bruce Wayne basically starts to die, he simply just says, Carpe diem, and then he's gone. In his place comes Barbados, and Barbados just kind of emerges, and Superman's kind of in shock and awe because in his mind, they won the conflict. It was all done. It was over. And Barbados simply says, that's because I let you believe that. Every road you take, it always leads to me. It always leads to darkness. And that's the cool thing because when the Dark Knights start showing up and they start, you know, just eliminating like Lois Lane and Wonder Woman and all these different characters, Superman's just sort of forced to sit there and witness it. And so what ends up happening is he basically comes to. And what we end up finding out is that Superman and Wonder Woman, much like Batman, are forced to relive these recurring dreams. Keep in mind, when Batman was taken to the Dark Multiverse, when he was forced to switch places with the Dark Knights, what this meant was that within the Dark Multiverse, he was hooked up to a machine of sorts. And what this did is it basically forced him to just experience all these terrible universes that exist out there, all these terrible realities where everything that's bad has basically happened. With Superman and Lois Lane, it's much in the same vein. Remember, when Batman was first taken, Superman and Lois Lane were there, and they were basically captured and defeated by Barbados. It was a single touch is all it took to take them both down. That was the immense power that Barbados had. But more so than that, Superman comments to Wonder Woman that he's basically experienced this time and time again. He's tried to topple Barbados, and every single time he's failed. He's fought alongside the Joker and Lex Luthor. He's fought alongside Mr. Miracle and Orion. He's fought alongside all these different characters in the DC universe. And every time he goes against Barbados, he loses. And the reason for that is because he was hooked up to this machine. He was experiencing basically a series of dream states. But with him being yanked back to reality at this moment, the question becomes, what do we do? What's going on? What's been happening in the time that we've been gone? It's been 7 days. The world's basically gone to pieces. Over the course of these 7 days, we learned from the Devastator story, for example, that he basically spread the entire Doomsday virus to everybody in Metropolis and essentially just started turning them all into Doomsdays. They're just kind of walking around and they're sort of mindless beings. Superman learns that, you know, Jonathan Kent's fine, Lois Lane has been transformed. These are the kind of things that go on. It's basically this idea that everything's going to pot. The issue is that once he's told that Barbados resides within Gotham City, he immediately heads there to try to take Barbados out. And this is interesting because this is not usually something that we see when it comes to the character of Superman. Superman's pretty hardcore when it comes to his family. You know, woe betide the poor soul who walks up and harms Jonathan Kent and Lois Lane because they'll have to face the full unbridled wrath of Superman. But for the most part, he's still pretty intelligent. This moment right here where he just sort of flies off into the conflict is very indicative of like the new 52 Superman, young, headstrong, inexperienced. That Superman is emotional right now, feeling as though the world has been destroyed or at least is being laid waste to by all these different iterations of these evil Batman, these Dark Knights, all spearheaded by Barbados. And so as soon as he gets over to where Barbados is, where he gets relatively close, he immediately picks up on what he believes to be Bruce Wayne. And that is one of the coolest aspects of the Dark Knights, because remember, these are just different versions of Bruce Wayne from the Dark Multiverse. As far as Superman's concerned, they are Bruce Wayne. But the first person he encounters is Devastator Batman, who just wrecks Superman, immediately just like knocks him to the ground in one hit. After that, it's the Batman who laughs. Now keep in mind, Devastator Batman is basically Doomsday Batman. What would happen if Batman was infected with the Doomsday virus? The Batman who laughs is a lot more methodical. He's not really a fighter so much as he's a manipulator, a planner, and a schemer. And so in that regard, instead of just showing up and just beating up, you know, Superman, so on and so forth, he for the most part lets Devastator Batman do all the heavy lifting. For the character of the Batman who laughs, it's a psychological war. It's mind games. It's messing with Superman. But one of the big things he does is he actually spills the beans on the nature of the Dark Multiverse. And this is something that we didn't know before. All we knew was that the Dark Multiverse was just there, that it was basically like two sides of the same coin. What the Batman who laughs says is that the Dark Multiverse has existed so long as there have been sentient beings. When the first being had their first nightmare, the Dark Multiverse began to take shape. The Dark Multiverse is nothing more than just the worst
fears of different beings that have all just come to life. That's why there's an infinite number of worlds in the Dark Multiverse, because there's an infinite number of fears and nightmares that people could possibly experience. The Dark Knights represent only one facet. They represent the fears of Batman. They represent the idea of Batman being terrified of becoming Doomsday. They represent the idea of Batman being terrified of merging with the Flash and becoming a villain. These are all the things that Batman is terrified of, all the fears or all the nightmares he's ever had. But one of the things that the Batman Who Laughs says is, in every single universe that we're in every single reality that happens, Batman, sometimes maybe he kills the Justice League, sometimes he doesn't, but he always kills you. And so the idea that the Batman Who Laughs raises is, maybe it's just a desire of Batman to destroy you, to take you out. But because it's predicated and rooted in fear, means that it comes to fruition in the Dark Multiverse. And that's cool, because it basically brings to realization this idea: if the Dark Knights represent one facet of the Dark Multiverse and they're only confined to some of the worst fears of Batman, what are the worst fears of Superman? What are the worst fears of Wonder Woman, of the Green Lantern, Hal Jordan? This is basically Scott Snyder drawing giant purple letters in a comic book saying, this is only the beginning. You'll start to see all these crazy stories coming out of existence in the Dark Multiverse because there's so much to be explored. It may be that there's somebody out there worse than Barbados, but in the midst of this battle, the Flash, Barry Allen, races in, grabs Superman, and takes off. And the reason why is because they basically bring him to a place called the Oblivion Bar. Now, a little bit of history here. With Marvel becoming such a huge competitor to DC in the 1960s, with like Thor and the Return of Captain America, Spider-Man, the X-Men, Fantastic Four, there was basically like this great gold rush of superheroes that was coming out of the comic book industry. It's one of the reasons why people say the 1970s running up to the 1990s, for that 20-year span, was one of the most prolific eras in comic books, because publishers were just cranking out superheroes and comics all over the place. But back in 1969, with, it was DC Showcase number 82, a guy by the name of Jim Rook was created. The general idea is that he was one of the characters that sort of fell in line with the Constantine Swamp Thing-esque line of stories, in the sense they didn't really cross over with a lot of major superheroes. Instead, he was part of that darker, mystic, magic, basically the predecessor to what would become Vertigo later on down the line. In his journeys, he had stumbled across a place called the Oblivion Bar. And the Oblivion Bar was just kind of this place where different people would go to when they were part of the whole, like Constantine, different things like that. They would show up to that whole location. But it's basically one of the last safe places in existence. The problem with this is that in rescuing Superman, while all these members who had fought the Dark Knights and the origin stories of the Dark Knights, when all those characters were being whisked away by Dr. Fate at the end of the stories, this is where they were coming to. But because of the fact that they basically grabbed Superman and brought him here in the midst of his battle with the Dark Knights, while it was being observed by Barbados, what they've effectively done is left a magic-based breadcrumb trail. And so it's only a matter of time before they find out where they're at. And they've got minutes before the Dark Knights get there, and all things begin to go into pandemonium. And so what ends up happening is we get this sort of quick rundown of the things that have been going on, in the sense that, the Murder Machine basically sent all these different versions of Alfred to Detroit, these, machine-based Alfreds. Of course, we read about that in the origin story. We read about how Red Death had basically initiated a Speed Force storm that kills everybody who comes into contact with it. That in all these origin stories, when these Dark Knights were popping up in the respective cities where they showed up, they've basically been conquered. What we also end up finding out, though, is that from Green Arrow, Nth Metal harms these various members of the Dark Knights. It's their equivalent of kryptonite, and the only way to really defeat them is to use Nth Metal. But as we've covered, Nth Metal is just one of those very rare materials that exists out there, and there's almost none of it left. And so what they need is not just Nth Metal, but basically any of the metals that were used to bond to Batman to send him to the Dark Multiverse. So it basically turns into this idea where it's the hunt for Nth Metal alongside these other metals that are out there. The problem is that while this is going on, you also have Dr. Fate, you have, Mr. Terrific, Plastic Man, who's still in an egg. You have a lot of these superheroes who really haven't been seen in the New 52 that DC's only now bringing back in DC Rebirth, analyzing all these things out there and saying, okay, here's locations we can go to find these different aspects of these different metals. But one thing I want you to notice is that the location of one of these metals is in the center of the multiverse, also known as the Rock of Eternity. Now, those of you guys who know about the Rock of Eternity, I'm sure you're just like, yes! The Rock of Eternity, like one of the things being at the Rock of Eternity is a big deal, because the person who resides at the Rock of Eternity is Shazam. And we have no idea where Shazam is. We know he was in like the Constantine book, but that was it. We've seen neither hide nor hair of him since DC Rebirth showed up. And so this seems to indicate the idea that even if it's only a cameo, we may have Shazam in the Dark Knight's metal book. What this does is it invokes the idea that the metals that they're hunting for are not just Earth-based. Despite the story largely focusing on Nth Metal and its involvement on the planet Earth, Nth Metal stretches across the cosmos. cosmos, and there's a huge chunk of nth metal that resides within the dark multiverse. Now, the indication seems to be here that Carter Hall, basically Hawkman, the being that set all this stuff in motion in the first place, most likely he's being held in the dark multiverse, and the nth metal is with him. We're not 100% sure, but the other speculation offered by the superheroes is that Batman has that nth metal on him, and so Batman has it as a means, once he's able to escape the control of Barbados, to use it against the Dark Knights. Now, this is when Superman begins to step up. Superman's rationale is Batman needs to be saved, and Batman's asking to be saved. The reason why he says this is because in that dream Superman was having, when Batman said Carpe Diem, there was a reason behind it. Within DC Comics, while it is currently a title at the moment, and it has been in the past, you basically have what's called the Trinity: Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman, the three most popular characters in DC Comics for the most part. The idea is that with the three of them being the Trinity, there was basically a sort of code that was set up between the three of them in order to ensure that if any of them was in danger, they could call for aid. In the case of Batman, it was Clark Diana, CD. In the case of Wonder Woman, it was Batman and Clark, it was BC. That was the pattern that they used. When Batman made the statement Carpe Diem, it wasn't saying Carpe Diem, it was saying CD, Clark Diana, come and help me. It was Batman calling for aid. Superman basically says, Batman's calling for our help, Batman's being held there, we have to get to the dark multiverse, we have to save him. If we do, then everything will be fine. But in the middle of all that, of course, one of the little Robins of the Batman Who Laughs shows up, and he's immediately taken out by a dagger of sorts, only for us to find out the person who threw it is Deathstroke. And that's cool, because it's basically Deathstroke being rolled in to this whole thing. Now, I firmly believe this is being done just because of the Justice League movie, but you know, Deathstroke, in terms of his role in the greater pantheon of things, it actually makes sense, because Deathstroke has for years used armor and weapons made out of promethium. It's a hallmark of his character. Promethium is one of the metals that was bonded to Batman to send him to the dark multiverse. And so much like a tuning fork of sorts, or two magnets, you know, that are basically pulled together, promethium can offer itself as sort of a tracking device to figure out these different metals that exist out there. And so what they end up doing is splitting into groups, going to Atlantis, going to middle of space, the Rock of Eternity. But before they do, Superman grabs the Flash and they race off to the Fortress of Solitude, because one of the things that Flash makes a comment on, and really even one of the things that Steel makes a comment on, is the Tower of the Anti-Monitor. This whole tower basically made its appearance in the events of Infinite Crisis. Now, when the New 52 first started in 2011, Infinite Crisis was wiped away, had technically never happened. What this does is it says, actually it did, that the heroes remember Infinite Crisis. They remember all those events taking place. And so it's kind of cool. More so than that, Superman has this really interesting plan with regards to how to get to the dark multiverse. If we use the Grand Canyon as an example, on one side is Superman, on the other side is the dark multiverse. In the middle of the Grand Canyon is the Phantom Zone, basically this massive prison that people are sent into whenever it is they're imprisoned by Kryptonians historically. The question is, how do we create a bridge that gets us through the Phantom Zone and to the other side where the dark multiverse is? Now, in my mind, because of the fact that the dark multiverse is on the opposite side of the positive multiverse, I would say it's not just the Phantom Zone in that huge canyon, so to speak. That you basically got the edge of the multiverse, maybe even the edge of the source wall. I have no earthly clue what's there, but I would say it's probably more than just the Phantom Zone. But even if it is, what it basically means is the Phantom Zone is not just this endless void that's out there. Instead, the Phantom Zone is a finite space. It's basically a giant room, more or less, where people are housed. It's not an endless expanse of a dimension or anything along those lines. So it's kind of cool. Superman's argument is, if we're able to use the Speed Force in conjunction with this giant tower that basically emits these different frequencies that'll allow us to vibrate through the multiverse, then what you can do is supercharge using your Speed Force and allow me to punch through. And that's cool, because that's exactly what happens. Superman basically races through, you know, Steel using his energy signatures to basically just start amping up the Tower of the Anti-Monitor, Flash using the Speed Force to supercharge Superman and sending him through there, basically meaning that for a moment in time, Superman gets the powers of the Flash, but Superman basically punching through and getting to the dark multiverse, what we end up finding out is exactly what we expected. This was a trap. It was never designed to actually allow Superman to rescue Batman. Instead of running into all these dark knights, what he runs into are all these evil versions of himself, these evil versions of Superman that exist out there. What ends up happening is Batman says, I warned you not to come here. When the song was played at the beginning of the story with our sons playing that rock band, you heard CD. The actual song was DC. Don't come here. And so it was awesome because it's basically Batman who sent a code to Superman saying, look, do not come to this place. Do not come here. It's a trap. The reason why is because Superman is a living solar battery. He's the source of energy that they need to allow the Dark Knights to sort of open up this dark energy portal and literally engulf the multiverse in darkness. In essence, in Superman's rush to save the life of Batman, he's doomed the multiverse in DC Comics. Okay, so we are finally getting into Dark Knight's Metal number 4. This has finally come out. The way that DC's doing this isn't the way that you normally see comic books done, which is to say, when it comes to massive crossover events, usually you have like the main story, which is published either bi-weekly or published monthly. And then you have tie-ins, which usually just kind of come out. But the problem with this is that with everything going on in DC Rebirth, if DC were to follow the common trend, which is, the Dark Knight's Metal comic every 2 weeks, and then you have all the tie-ins, plus all the stories that are going on, it would actually be pretty overwhelming. So while we basically ran into Dark Knight's Metal 1, 2, and 3 being published, weekly, bi-weekly, what have you, and then in turn picking up with issue number 4, which kind of goes into this process of releasing it monthly more or less, we did have all these extra tie-ins, the origin stories, different things like that, which helped to sort of compensate and fill in the gaps. Now, one of the big questions that I see a lot from people is, when does Dark Knight's Metal take place? Now, Comic Historian did a video about this, so I'll have that video linked in the description. You guys can go check it out. But the long and short of it is that is, for the most part, believed Dark Knight's Metal takes place before Doomsday Clock. We won't really know until we get into Doomsday Clock full bore, which is to say we're 3, 4, 5 issues into it, and we basically have a good understanding of where the continuity is. So the cool thing about Dark Knight's Metal number 4 is that it takes this traditional role of Scott Snyder storytelling. And what I mean by that is, those of you guys who read his New 52 run, who saw the videos that we did, Court of Owls, Night of Owls, Endgame, Death of the Family, those of you guys who, saw those videos or read those stories, you're very familiar with the way that Scott Snyder does his storytelling. For those of you guys who are not familiar, what he usually does is he does like, he'll say, here's how many issues it is, and then once you get to about the halfway mark, that's when it basically turns into like Empire Strikes Back. All the information starts flowing out. Everything that's happened so far gets consolidated into a really nice, neat package. The first half of the story is piquing your interest. The middle is explaining everything. The third is the conclusion. And even his whole runs go that way. But when you take like Dark Knight's Metal and you roll it all together, you basically start with Batman number 1 when it came to the New 52, and you run all the way up to Dark Knight's Metal. This filled in all the gaps of the Court of Owls. Why do the Court of Owls care about Batman so much, and all those different things? And so that's what we're going to do in this video. For those of you guys who find yourselves feeling a little confused or a little left out with regards to understanding everything that's going on, this should be able to explain it better than pretty much everything we've done so far, because it's designed to serve that purpose. And so initially what we do here is we basically pick up with the location of Superman and Batman, really more so Batman than anything else. Now, the funny thing about this is, remember, when it comes to the passage of time within the DC landscape, while DC does not directly hit on it, it's kind of this unwritten rule that time may or may not pass differently relative to what's going on in the universe as a whole, which is to say, just because it takes 365 days for a quote-unquote year to pass, which is really just the Earth going around the sun, it doesn't mean time passes the same way. People might age faster in a different universe, they might age slower in a different universe. When it comes to the dark multiverse, we don't fully understand it. But what we do know is that with Batman having been stranded in the dark multiverse and being held by Barbados' forces for what may amount to 7 or 8 days, within the dark multiverse itself, time has passed in decades. And so essentially, Batman's aged like 30 years since he's been in the dark multiverse. Now, kind of makes logical sense. But something else that I also want you guys to notice here is that where he is being held captive by these various forces, these dark multiverse versions of Superman, one of the versions you notice here is the Man of Energy. And this is really, really cool. So a little bit of history here. For those of you guys who don't know, the Man of Energy is the guy who's in the blue and the white. Back during the 1990s, when DC killed off Superman, when they brought him back, it was like this massive backlash. People bought the death of Superman believing it was going to be this massive iconic thing, and it was in a lot of ways. And so with him basically dying, people were just like, oh my God, this is insane. And then DC brought him back within a year. And so people felt betrayed. And so much like Max Landis pointed out in his video on the death and return of Superman, it basically tanked the sales of his comics for years. In an effort to basically reinvigorate popularity in Superman, DC came along with the idea of splitting him in half. And they took the original Red Kryptonite story, where you basically had blue and red Clark Kent, basically good Clark Kent and bad Clark Kent, good Superman, bad Superman, and they turned him into like the Man of Energy. Now, I don't really remember the specifics surrounding it. I do know a lot of people hated it. They did not like it at all. But nonetheless, it was kind of an interesting thing. Now, one of the big questions people have is, how does the dark multiverse work? How do these characters work in relation to like the positive multiverse? That gets explained here. So all of this will make sense here in a little while. But one of the other things that goes on is the question, people ask, why Superman and Batman? Is it really just because they're like the top two characters in DC? To a degree, that's true, but it's also because of the roles they play. Remember, with regards to the events of Final Crisis, the idea that Batman was thrown back in time, and then Barbados noticed him for the first time and basically said, I can find a way to enter the positive multiverse and stay there. The ultimate goal was to not only open a doorway, but to keep that doorway open. So what's the equivalent of keeping the door open? What's the brick at the base of the door? That's Superman. That's the role he plays. He's kind of like this cosmic battery, so to speak. Because of the fact that he's supercharged with solar energy, because he's so powerful, what this means is that when he was captured by the forces of Barbados, he was a source of energy that was used to keep the doorway open. Now remember, the basis behind this is because of the fact that it all comes down to invasion. Barbados leading his forces into the positive multiverse with the intention of invading it. The introduction of these dark multiverse versions of Superman, all that was designed to do is say, it's not just evil versions of Batman. There's evil versions of Batman. Presumably, there's evil versions of Wonder Woman. There's evil versions of the Green Lantern. Now again, we'll find out why that is, but the funny thing about this is that with Batman having been held for like the last 30 years or so within the dark multiverse, at least, perceiving himself to have been held for 30 years, the whole basis, the whole motivation behind this is he's seen virtually every possible scenario where he screws up. That's the torture that he's put through, is to see every scenario where everything that can go wrong has gone wrong. As a result, of course, he's really kind of been able to develop not necessarily this sort of antibody, quote unquote, to the whole, experiment, but in the sense that his mind has gotten to a point where he's begun to be able to overcome it. And because of the fact that Superman is the source of energy used to keep the portal open, the main motivation of Bruce is to grab Superman and get out of there. Now, the cool thing about this is that what we end up doing is actually transitioning away from Batman and Superman, and we pick up in the Rock of Eternity. Now, the Rock of Eternity has been a pretty huge discussion piece for the dark multiverse. And the reason for this is because in the last video, in the last story, we had talked about how with the Earth in a lot of ways having been conquered by the forces of Barbados, those last remaining heroes and even some villains like Deathstroke had basically banded together and said, we have to put our problems aside and we have to focus on saving the world as best we can. And so what they ended up doing, these last vestiges of people began spreading around to all these different locations, traveling to all these places in an effort to try to find nth metal, which is the only material known to be able to successfully defeat Barbados. And so what ended up happening here is with the characters of Wonder Woman and with Saunders and with Dr. Fate, they traveled to the Rock of Eternity simply because they had picked up that there was nth metal within the Rock of Eternity itself. The characters of Deathstroke and Aquaman went to Atlantis because they found nth metal there too. When it came to Mr. Terrific alongside the Green Lantern, they traveled to the planet of Thanagar, which is where Hawkman was from. And then finally, you had the Flash and you have Cyborg who traveled into the multiverse to try to find help. And so again, that's probably the more interesting part of the story, is what that means with regards to those characters traveling out there. But picking up with Wonder Woman, the reason why the Rock of Eternity was so intriguing is because one of the big questions people have is, where is Shazam? We know Shazam operates out of the Rock of Eternity, and so if they were going to travel to the Rock of Eternity, then that would be the most likely case where we would see him. But when they arrive here, they're basically met with the representation of the 7 deadly sins. Now, remember, in DC Comics, the 7 deadly sins are basically kind of captured and contained by the wizard Shazam, the being that gave Billy Batson his powers. Now, of course, these guys function more or less as guardians, because remember, the Rock of Eternity does house a lot of powerful artifacts, but the Rock of Eternity is also a gateway. Think of it like a hallway of doors. If you go into the Rock of Eternity, you can access almost any universe within the multiverse. And so because of that, them arriving here is basically the activation of a security system. And so of course, with these representations of the 7 sins showing up and basically, trying to defend the city against them, it is kind of intriguing because you're talking about beings of immense power. But the whole idea behind this is, with these sins more or less defeated, then the question becomes, where is this nth metal? Now, of course, it's believed the nth metal stems from the mace of Hawkman. And of course, again, we'll explain all that stuff once we get to the whole origin of Barbados. But the problem with this is that as they go through, Dr. Fate begins to sort of pick up on what's believed to be this kind of evil that's lurking down in the shadows. Now, we can interpret that in one of two ways. Either we can interpret that as that's just kind of the aura that nth metal puts off, or we can interpret that as Yuga Khan. And that's kind of the funny thing about this. Remember, when it comes to Yuga Khan, he's the father of Darkseid and the whole New Gods pantheon. But the whole basis behind this is if Yuga Khan launched a campaign, he entered into the DC multiverse, so to speak, that ultimately he would basically lay waste to everyone. That's why it was when we covered Hal Jordan and the Green Lantern Corps with the Fall of the Gods storyline, that when it came to Yuga Khan, he was still locked within the source wall. Had his forces been successful and released him, almost all hope would have been lost. Now, what we end up doing from here is transitioning over to Deathstroke and Aquaman. Now, again, this is kind of a funny moment here because Deathstroke is very much a devil-may-care character. And what I mean by that
that is he puts off the air of, I don't really care what goes on, don't really care about what you do, I care about what I want to do. But in reality, and one of the things that you're seeing now when it comes to Deathstroke Defiance, his own solo series in DC Rebirth, is that Deathstroke is actually a pretty deep guy. But the whole team up between Aquaman and Deathstroke is in a lot of ways a pretty interesting scenario, because where Aquaman is more or less, like, we're here in Atlantis, we're trying to find this nth metal, Deathstroke's like, don't have time for that. Don't much care. But with them searching for nth metal, because they basically hone in on this sacred tomb in Atlantis, Deathstroke just kind of plunges a sword in there and it's like, look, we don't have time for ceremony. The world's coming to an end. We got to figure out what's going on, only for them to find out that the casket is basically a portal of sorts that leads down into a whole other location, which they end up diving into. Now from here, we pick up with one of the more interesting concepts when it comes to DC, and we jump into Thanagar Prime. Now, of course, Thanagar is the home planet of like Hawkman and, Hawkwoman and so on and so forth. But the cool thing about this is that with the arrival of Hal Jordan, what we end up finding out is that Thanagar has basically been taken over by Onimar Sin, who, well, he's actually somewhat of an interesting character. When it came to the character of Onimar Sin, he appeared back in JSA number 23 in 2001, and he was created by David Goyer. Now, JSA back then was kind of like the counterpart to the Justice League, I guess the JLA story that was started by Grant Morrison. At the time that the JSA title was being written by like David Goyer and Jeff Johns and so on and so forth, Onimar Sin basically being brought in was designed to hit home at this notion that when it came to the planet of Thanagar, that it had very much a tumultuous history. And Onimar Sin was one of the people who had basically risen to prominence and tried on a multitude of occasions to conquer the planet on his own. Now, this basically ran into events like the Rand Thanagar War, which took place, as part of the whole, Infinite Crisis? I think it was Countdown to Infinite Crisis storyline. There were a lot of things that went into that in terms of, the whole history of the planet, so on and so forth, trying to kind of reshuffle the origin of Hawkman and Hawkwoman, things like that for the umpteenth time, however many times DC's tried it. But as far as I'm aware, we're not really given this sort of gap that bridges things, which is to say, we don't really know how Onimar Sin came back. What we know is that he was defeated and just kind of scattered among the spaceways, and that was really about it. But somewhere along the line, he made his return. Now, originally, he was a guy who was imprisoned in an nth metal prison. Of course, what he ended up doing was basically channeling those properties into himself, consuming as much nth metal as he could to imbue himself with all these energies, which is what you basically see here, where he's got these, metal arm bands, more or less, for lack of a better word, that's composed of nth metal. The whole idea of putting it on himself was to attract these heroes here. And the reason why he looked to attract these heroes here was because while Barbados is, tearing everything up on Earth, the contingency plan of Thanagar was to essentially create this cannon that would obliterate the entirety of Earth should it ever begin to run awry. Now, one of the things this also hits home at is the notion that when it comes to what goes on Earth, a lot of other planets that exist out there don't necessarily trust humanity, and that's what's kind of interesting about this. But what we also end up finding out is that Onimar Sin has allied himself with Starro, and this is cool because this is a throwback to Justice League number 1 back in 1960. Now, of course, this also leads to, these various members here being more or less taken prisoner by Onimar Sin for the purpose of being used for his own ends. But it is intriguing because what we end up doing here is we jump back to the whole idea of Batman and Superman. Now, of course, with them having kind of left the dark multiverse, they look aged just like we would expect them to, but they also end up meeting with Dream of the Endless. Now, again, we talked about how Dream of the Endless was one of these various beings out there who sort of embodied these concepts where he was the concept of Dream. But what he ends up doing is he ends up grabbing Superman and Batman and basically taking them to a place called the Lucian Library. And this is interesting because what he basically tells them is that this is a place where everyone dreams. This is all their catalog dreams of the whole 9 yards. When you sleep at night and you dream, your mind comes here. You kind of walk this ethereal plane, more or less. But with dreams also come nightmares. And that's the cool thing about this is because Dream basically says, I cannot directly help you. I can't really step in and act on your behalf and fight alongside you guys. But what I can do is give you something more important. I can basically give you information. Now, something that I hope you guys notice here are the words that Scott Snyder uses, because what he's basically doing here is he's building up the whole DC cosmic landscape. And that's what's cool, because unlike Marvel Comics, DC's cosmic landscape is not really fleshed out. And Marvel is fleshed out pretty well, just because of the fact that you had stories from guys like Steve Englehart, Jim Starlin, who built a lot of the cosmic landscape, and Marvel decided to blackball him recently. You had a lot of cosmic building that's been going on for decades and decades. In DC Comics, you don't really have that. But the whole cool thing about this is that this is really kind of Snyder basically giving us the Crisis on Infinite Earths origin of the universe without explicitly telling us. The origin of the universe, according to Crisis on Infinite Earths, has been told so many times. We don't need to see the exact same thing of the hand rising out of the, beginning of creation and all that kind of good stuff. Instead, it's kind of like this brief run over. We're basically told in the beginning there was just darkness, and then from this darkness came life, and with this life came the positive multiverse and the antimatter universe. And so what you had is in the positive multiverse, you had the Monitor, who was basically designed to kind of, overlook everything and
make sure everything was doing what it's supposed to. But of course, we also have the Anti-Monitor, who we know is, kind of like the harbinger of destruction, the death of the multiverse. But what Scott Snyder does here is he brings in kind of like this third being who just created universes. What this does is it kind of answers the question where life came from. These universes that were created were basically done by some being who existed down in the World Forge. And what this person would do is they would craft universes and send them out there. The most stable of the universes were basically allowed to go into the multiverse, the positive matter multiverse. The unstable universes were confined back to the dark multiverse. It was basically a holding ground for those universes that don't work. The problem with this is that this World Forge, more or less, essentially had this kind of dragon of sorts. And this dragon would basically consume the various worlds that were considered to be unstable. Somewhere along the line, this dragon was corrupted. This dragon basically became a villain and then killed the Forger of Worlds. That dragon is Barbados. Following that, the dragon in turn basically went on this campaign to expand its own power. The cool thing about this is that this hits home directly to everything that's happened so far. And that's why I say this will all essentially come together. The way this timeline seems to play out is that where this dragon, basically Barbados, killed the Forger of Worlds, instead of these worlds just given quality control, more or less, the dragon kind of fell asleep at the wheel in the sense that all these worlds started going out there. Instead of them being consumed and destroyed, they just started filling up the dark multiverse. And that's why you have so many of these worlds out there. But somewhere along the line, what ended up happening here is that Carter Hall, basically when he was the original Hawkman, he encountered Nth Metal. And when he did, his main enemy was a guy named Hathset. When it came to the character of Hathset, he was looked upon by Barbados, and Barbados saw him as a means to basically enter the positive multiverse. When Barbados made his move and used Hathset to enter the positive multiverse, he encountered Hawkman. This in turn led to a battle between the two. Now, of course, the Nth Metal Mace was used to defeat Barbados, and that's where the standard comes from, that Nth Metal is the only material known that can defeat Barbados and anybody else from the dark multiverse. This in turn sent Barbados retreating. Because Barbados retreated, and because of the fact that the Bat Tribe was formed, the formation of the Bat Tribe led to the formation of the Owl Tribe, which is where the Court of Owls come from. The Court of Owls are kind of a more extreme group of the Bat Tribe who believed legitimately in Barbados and follow Barbados's ideology that Batman has to be the means by which Barbados can make his return. And that's why ever since the Court of Owls came into existence, their main goal has to always been prepare things for the arrival of Barbados by waiting until the time when Bruce Wayne becomes Batman and then imbuing him with all these metals, turning him into a doorway. All these things led to the arrival of Barbados. And so because of this is where it all kind of comes to a head. And so where we end up having this idea that Dream essentially says, I can open a portal and get you to where you need to go in order to find this World Forge, in order to ensure that this is the only place that you can go to basically find the materials necessary to beat Barbados. The other question is asked, well, what if he's conquered the World Forge already? What if the World Forge has been used and turned into a dark tool? If that's the case, then all hope is effectively lost. And so again, it's kind of like this race against time. And so what we end up doing is we end up jumping back to Wonder Woman, back in this Rock of Eternity, in the center of the multiverse. And what we end up finding out here is that Saunders has basically brought the brain of the Anti-Monitor under the belief that if it's thrown into this rift, more or less, within the multiverse itself, that it'll destroy the dark multiverse. It'll kind of create this feedback loop that'll lead to the destruction of the dark multiverse. When in reality, what she doesn't know is that if she throws it in there, it'll obliterate the entirety of the multiverse, because what it'll do is it'll see the return of the Anti-Monitor. Now, the return of the Anti-Monitor, of course, as we know, is basically the harbinger, the representation of the end of all things. If he's given a physical form, he'll obliterate all things in existence. He'll just start hopping through and destroying universes everywhere he finds them. But the whole goal is to keep that from happening. And so what ends up taking place is that where she's initially subdued by Wonder Woman, the brain basically bonds itself to her and in turn turns Saunders into Lady Blackhawk, basically turning her into this kind of evil being. Now, where Dr. Fate goes to intervene, what ends up happening is Dr. Fate is blasted with a shock of lightning. And where we end up finding out is that lightning comes from Black Adam, which is huge because this is, I was hoping it would be Shazam. But Black Adam is the main enemy of Shazam himself. Not only that, what we end up finding out here is that where Barbados' forces had arrived on Earth and started conquering all these different territories where it was largely believed that either villains were in hiding or villains had been taken out or something along those lines, that not everyone did. Instead, Vandal Savage and Black Adam had basically come together and struck a bargain with Barbados. What that bargain is, we don't know, but that makes sense. I mean, you're talking about Vandal Savage, who's one of the oldest beings in existence. He was there when Batman was
first thrown back in time. And we kind of have to presume that he's well aware of who Barbados is just because of the fact that he's one of the immortal men who was brought together by Carter Hall, and Carter Hall explained everything that was going on back when that group was first formed. But Black Adam is a protector of his country first and then worries about everything else later. And so if Barbados shows up on Earth and says, I'm going to conquer everything here, it makes sense that Black Adam would strike a bargain to keep his people preserved. The other half of this is that Wonder Woman is no match for Black Adam if it's a legitimate fight between the two, because where Black Adam has all these godly powers at his disposal, Wonder Woman could be shot with a bullet and killed. And so it's kind of intriguing and it's kind of cool, because what ends up happening is that as this wraps up, we end up transitioning to the Forge of Worlds, to this place that Batman and Superman are arriving to under the hope that they could basically save everything, only to arrive there and find the Forge of Worlds was one of the first things that Barbados had basically conquered. And what this seems to indicate is that there is no hope. There's no conceivable way to successfully defeat Barbados. There's no way to forge any more nth metal. There's virtually no nth metal left in the positive multiverse. There's basically no conceivable way to win here. Not only that, what we end up finding out is that the person who's basically designed to stand guard for this Forge of Worlds is Carter Hall himself, Hawkman, who's been transformed into this wildly powerful being. Now again, how powerful he is, we won't know until, we get further along into the story, but it's cool because everything is hitting home to this point. There's no conceivable way to stop Barbados. How do they win? How do things go back to normal? How in the world can the day be saved when there doesn't seem to be a way to save the day at all? Okay, so we have about a month before Dark Knight's Metal 5 comes out. And in truth, I'd actually kind of planned on holding Hawkman Found until halfway through January, and then releasing it and then giving ourselves about another 2 weeks before we could do Dark Knight's Metal number 5. Well, you guys have been screaming for this, so I'll give it to you. Just be aware, there's no comics for Dark Knight's Metal coming out for a month. Kind of how it goes, so. And it's kind of weird. I mean, there's nothing coming out. I mean, there's no tie-ins, no nothing. For the whole month of January, there's nothing but there's like no Dark Knight's Metal of any kind being released. So it's going to be kind of a lull, but I guess that's what you guys wanted because you guys want this story now. So Hawkman Found is really, really cool. This is like a very Twilight Zone-esque episode. Fun fact, so before the ball dropped on New Year's Eve last night, we were watching the first 2 episodes of Twilight Zone because it's on Netflix. Myself and Benny were just kind of killing time, and we fired up the first 2 episodes. One of the guys who was with us, Mark, has never seen the Twilight Zone, and we were like, dude, that's crazy. The entire modern genre of like sci-fi thrillers with surprise endings was built on the shoulders of Rod Sterling's Twilight Zone. Like, it's one of the best shows ever in the history of television. So it just kind of astounded me, and we felt like giving him a hard time. But this is very Twilight Zone-esque in terms of how this works, because initially it just kind of picks up with Hawkman falling from the sky. Now remember, Hawkman was taken by Barbados, but we didn't really know what happened to him. All we knew was that there was basically this journal of Hawkman kind of going around, and doing all these different things where he was trying to track down the nature of nth metal. Because remember, for years and years and years in DC Comics, no one ever knew what nth metal was about. All they knew, it was just like this metal that existed and it had some properties to it, and different people used it for different purposes. Hawkman's mace was made of nth metal. You had Deathstroke who had nth metal armor, and that was really about it. It's not really until Dark Knight's Metal came along that suddenly there was this huge expansion for what nth metal means and what it's about, what it's capable of, and all that kind of stuff. This story is designed to kind of provide the back end to DC, which we never saw. That it was basically somewhere along the line after Hawkman had basically discovered nth metal, and in turn was kind of thrown into this scenario where he was going to die and be reborn really until the end of time. Then his curiosity peaked. His question was, what is it about nth metal that puts me in this situation that I'm going to die and be reborn? That no matter who kills me or how many times I die, I'll always come back in a different body and live a new life. Dark Knight's Metal is designed to explore that whole thing. And so really with Hawkman going through and trying to figure out what's going on, with regards to his first encounter with Barbados, defeating Barbados, different things like that, this led into him basically discovering that nth metal, really originates from the Dark Multiverse. And so in the Dark Knight's Metal stories, issues 1 and 2 and so on, he'd walked through the portal and we never found out what happened to him. This is designed to provide that back end to fill it. I mean, it's very much a filler story. I mean, Batman Lost was a filler story. It's not really designed to move the plot forward so much as it's designed to say, here's just a story about what happened with one of the characters. And so initially with Hawkman just kind of falling from the sky, he really throws it in as a dream of sorts, simply saying like, I have this dream that I'm a warrior, I'm a Hawkman, and I'm flying through the sky and I'm fighting for what's that's right, and then I fall to the ground from the sky. Every single time he has this dream, he wakes up right before he hits the ground. And it's super cool because what this does is it kind of shows us what happens in this interim period between the time when he hits the ground and the time when he takes to the sky again. He's basically among a multitude of people who have all been taken captive. Now, the initial indication here is that Hawkman is not the only person to have ever been taken by Barbados, that there are a litany of people from all throughout different points in time who have been taken and thrown into the dark multiverse, and all of them exist as prisoners of sorts. Now, each and every single day, these jailers, more or less, these Hawk people effectively show up, they grab some prisoner and they whisk off with them. And the goal of Hawkman is to capture one of them and finally make it to their ship, finally find a way to bring these guys down and essentially allow all these individuals who are held captive to go free. And it's cool because this follows perfectly in line with the nature of his character. Remember, because of the fact that Hawkman will die by whatever manner and whatever means. He'll die of old age, or he'll die in combat or something along those lines, and his essence will be reborn in a new body. He's fought in countless battles. He's one of the fiercest warriors out there in DC Comics. That's why if you go and you read something like Injustice, for example, Hawkman kept coming back. He was just like this fierce, battle-hardened guy who would keep facing off against Superman in Injustice. When DC released those line of stories, they grabbed Hawkman as he existed in the mainline DC set of stories and rolled the character over. So you didn't really see any major differentiation in the nature of how he was written. He was very much the same way. And so with this whole scenario, things play out exactly as we would expect them to. He's able to subdue one of these guys. He initially tries to defeat him. He can't really take the wings and use them for his own ends. So he literally just climbs up the side of a mountain and finally makes his way onto the ship itself. And again, it's this dream that he has. It keeps recurring. He always ends up falling. But in his mind, it's this scenario, not this time. And that's why it's so cool. Because what this indicates is that that's his biggest fear, that he'll always fall down. He always imagines himself going into this ship or trying to gain access to this ship, but ultimately end up being beaten. So it's one of these things where it's kind of conquering his own fears, conquering his own nightmares, and then ultimately, being successful and freeing his people. And so having finally stowed aboard this ship, or, finally gained access, is basically all these weapons that belong to all these people, all these maces, different things like that, and even the armor of himself. And so that's why he basically he dons his Hawkman suit, he becomes the hero we're most familiar with, and he begins this campaign to basically destroy these guys. Now, of course, this leads into a direct conflict with kind of like the chief of the Hawkmen, so to speak, kind of like their leader, or at the very least, one of the guys who were in charge, military-wise. But it is interesting because it's essentially the same idea that he's facing off against this guy. He's defeating this guy. He does what he always does, destroys this enemy, destroys all these different Hawkmen, all these different soldiers that are out there, so on and so forth. It's always the same thing. It's him defeating the bad guy, the nature of his character. That's why it's cool, and that's why it's interesting, because it feeds into how we always saw Hawkman with regards to DC Comics. And so finally defeating this guy, finally getting aboard this ship, he sails up to the sky. He dons his armor, says, look, we are free now, sails up into the sky, and starts crashing back down to the ground again. And that's when the realism of the situation begins to come into sharp relief. It's the repeating dream. It never ends. He never escapes from it. This dream that he has where he takes into the sky and he manages to lose his wings and come crashing to the ground, that's how it always happens. He's stuck in an endless, perpetual loop. So long as he's confined to this role of being the, guard of the World Forge, like we saw in Dark Knight's Metal 4, Hawkman will always have the dream that he'll take to the sky to defeat these people who are capturing, quote unquote, the individuals who are being held captive. He'll always defeat them, and he'll always gain his freedom, and he'll always crash back down to the surface again. It will always end that way. None of it's real. It's all a dream. No one else is being held captive by Barbados, at least not that we know of. It's basically a way to keep his mind in stasis. It's the exact same thing that happened to like Batman. It's the exact same thing that happened to Superman before he was able to engineer his escape. It's the exact same thing that goes on with these characters time and time again. They're held captive and they're made to believe they have a chance at success. And that's why the actions and the abilities of Barbados work here, because it's essentially breaking a person down. At the very least, it keeps them preoccupied and they're totally unaware to the realism of the situation. But it basically keeps them occupied. It keeps them kind of in stasis. In their mind, they're living a matrix-like mindset. Everything they experience is real. Everything they experience is true. And it can break them psychologically. All the while, they're off doing something according to whatever it is Barbados wants them to do. And that's why it's interesting. That's why it's so intriguing, because what this really does is it hints at the idea that because of the fact that, Hawkman is the guard of the World Forge, meaning he's basically the person that's designed to eliminate any threat that would show up and try to stop the actions of Barbados from basically conquering the entirety of the positive multiverse while he's outside of the dark multiverse. It really throws in this idea that Hawkman, as he exists now, is the most powerful tool that Barbados has at his disposal, the most powerful being he has available. I mean, after all, why would you give the keys to the house to somebody who couldn't protect it?
Okay, I am coming down with a cold, which absolutely sucks. It blows balls so bad. And I just got back from Vegas, and well, I guess better to catch a cold after I get back than while I'm there or before I go. But we are picking up with Dark Knight's Metal number 5, and God, Dark Knight's Metal is so good. I mean, this is, the story's incredible. The funny thing about this is that Scott Snyder is largely delving into the whole Grant Morrison meta commentary, but again, there are some pretty literal aspects to take to this story. But in the last video, one of the big things that we had talked about was that there was this kind of great race by the surviving superheroes. You essentially had Mr. Terrific and the Green Lantern Hal Jordan, who took off to essentially try to find some version of Nth Metal out in the universe somewhere. You had Aquaman and Deathstroke, who traveled to Atlantis, believing they could access a portal that would take them to the location of Nth Metal. And then of course you have Batman and Superman in the Forge of the Dark Multiverse. Now, again, this really goes into like the origin of DC Comics, right? Which you're welcome to check out, or I guess to get caught up on with that 4th video. But it's been about a month or so we'll go ahead and rehash that a little bit. But the general idea here is that DC is going with this notion that there has always been a dark multiverse. And the dark multiverse is just a byproduct of the formation of the positive multiverse. That the positive multiverse has, its own Earth, and, each universe has its own Earth, and there's all these different planets that go on and all these versions of superheroes. But the dark multiverse basically consisted of different worlds that were effectively broken. For one reason or another, they were essentially broken. Now, DC seems to hit home at the idea that there always has to be a Batman, there always has to be a Superman, there always has to be a Wonder Woman, so on and so forth, and they always have to follow this kind of standard of what it means to be a superhero, quote unquote. The dark multiverse consists of worlds where that's not the case, where Batman becomes a villain, or where some superhero died when they weren't supposed to, whatever the case may be. Those worlds are effectively broken. We're not given a definitive explanation on what makes those worlds broken. We're just kind of left to our own devices to kind of figure that out and to compare and contrast the differences between the positive multiverse and the dark multiverse. But the idea was that Carter Hall, who's basically Hawkman, ever since he had first experienced his resurrection at the hands of being stabbed by Nth Metal following his death, he'd gone on this massive quest, this kind of, thousands of years long journey to discover what Nth Metal was. That was the question that he asked. Why is it that when I was stabbed with Nth Metal, that when Kira Saunders was basically stabbed with Nth Metal, that we basically became Hawkman and Hawkwoman, destined to die and be reborn and to meet and fall in love and repeat the pattern over and over and over again until the end of time? What is it about Nth Metal that makes that happen? And all of his journeys and all of his discoveries led him to the idea that Nth Metal originated from the dark multiverse. And so where he went to go in and investigate and figure out what was happening, somewhere along the line, he was transformed into the Guardian of the Forge as he exists here, a giant hawk beast. Now, this really kind of seems to be Scott Snyder borrowing heavily from Jeff Johns with regards to Infinite Crisis. And the reason why I say that is because if you look at Grant Morrison, you look at Jeff Johns, you look at almost anything Grant Morrison writes, and you look at Jeff Johns' Infinite Crisis, they're designed to be meta commentaries. The whole basis behind Infinite Crisis was that like Superboy Prime hailed from an era of comic books that didn't exist anymore, but it was an era where superheroes were tried and true superheroes. There was no moral ambiguity. There were no anti-heroes. It was Batman was a good guy, the Joker's the bad guy, Superman's a good guy, Lex Luthor's the bad guy, and that's the way it was. After the events of Crisis on Infinite Earths, when Superboy Prime was shuffled off to a pocket dimension and basically watched the post-crisis landscape unfold, he began to become disillusioned with humanity, with the superhero population, and the result was that he wanted to quote-unquote fix it, but he was effectively corrupted by it. And that's really what seems to be going on with Hawkman. The idea is that the dark multiverse is so filled with evil and torment and terrible things that it's impossible to escape it. It's impossible to escape this kind of pattern of destruction. And so even if you're a being of pure good, even if you're legitimately a good guy like Hawkman was, and then you enter into the dark multiverse, it will corrupt you by whatever manner and whatever means, whether it's the hands of Barbados, whether it's just experienced with regards to the various dark universes or dark earths, it will corrupt you and it will turn you into a villain. And the cool thing about this is that initially Bruce Wayne and Superman try to reason with Carter Hall as this giant, hawk beast. Ultimately, he's so corrupted in the position that he's in, he can't really allow himself to break free. Now, we know by virtue of the Hawkman one-shot that it's kind of like an internal struggle that goes on here. The actual Carter Hall is living this kind of repeating idea that he's constantly trying to escape his confines and then crashes back down again, and he can never truly escape. But that's designed to be kind of a meta commentary on the idea that there is an inner struggle going on with regards to this giant hawk beast guy, this transformed version of Carter Hall. And that indicates the possibility that Carter Hall can be turned back to the quote-unquote light side, so to speak. He can go back to being a good guy again. So it's kind of like the idea there is redemption there. It's just a matter of trying to find it. Now, at this point, we switch over to a couple different things. We switch over to Aquaman, and we switch over to Deathstroke, as well as Hal Jordan and Mr. Terrific. Now, with regards to Aquaman, the idea was that somewhere along the line, nth metal was used in the early history of Atlantis. And so the idea was to take that information and try to find a way to see if they could access this, nth metal, whether it was being made, whether it was being mined, whatever the case may be. Now, because of the fact that Deathstroke uses nth metal weapons, it kind of hummed in tune. And so he was basically a tracking device for nth metal that was out there. Hence the reason why he's there alongside Aquaman. Now, of course, once they enter into essentially the center of the earth, what we end up finding out is that there was this point in the history of Atlantis when Arion was the original king, and Arion had done something. He had basically brokered a deal that would save Atlantis, presumably for future repayments to be made later on down the line. The indication here is that when Barbados in the early days tried to invade Earth and attempted to conquer Atlantis, where he was defeated by Hawkman, during this time, Arion had basically struck a deal with Barbados, saying you stay away, I stay away, and future payments will be given somewhere along the line or something like that. We're not explicitly told what it is, but what we do know is that nth metal is available here. It's in a very, very small quantity, but it's what they need because nth metal is the only thing that can destroy Barbados and its forces. And so again, at this point, switching over to Mr. Terrific and Hal Jordan, this all comes out of a brunt of the storytelling from the last issue, which is to say the return of Starro. Now, the funny thing about this is we talked about this in the last video. Starro is one of those villains where he's not really some super godly, powerful villain. He's more of one of those legacy villains. Starro was the first villain the Justice League faced when they first got their own solo series back in 1960. And because he's kind of a hallmark of the Justice League, kind of like this legacy character, he appears off and on again over the years. And so it's just really one of those things where like a writer will pay tribute to the history of the Justice League by bringing Starro in. Now, of course, Starro also has the ability to control the minds of others, which is really what's been going on here. At the very least, it's being used to kind of confund the mind of Hal Jordan, so he can't use his willpower and actually create constructs simply because he can't focus. And so the issue here is that where they're trying to find a way out of their captivity, one of the things that also goes on here is Mr. Terrific offers an explanation about the egg. Now notice this, Hal Jordan doesn't know what the egg is. He has no idea who Plastic Man is, which is kind of interesting, and it's very, very intriguing because Plastic Man did appear in the New 52, but what seems to be happening here is DC is eliminating that version of Plastic Man, and they're going with the original Jack Cole, well, not really even the original Jack Cole version of Plastic Man, probably the post-crisis from the Secret Origins number 33 or 88 or something like that from DC Comics, but they're basically going back to the post-crisis version, the classic version of Plastic Man. Now, Patrick O'Brien is one of the most powerful beings out there in DC Comics, and it's one of the things where he's often overlooked. That's why like whenever you see fans who will argue about like who can defeat Superman, one of the first things they'll say is Plastic Man, because he's virtually indestructible. The only thing that can really stop Plastic Man would be like extremely cold temperatures. You'd have to basically freeze him because he's effectively made of plastic. In his origin story, he was effectively shot and he was exposed to chemicals that both, covered his physical body as well as permeated his blood through the gunshot injury. And the result is that he's a virtually indestructible, malleable being. I mean, that's one of the crazy things about him. Plastic Man could enter the pores of Superman and just suffocate him if he wanted to. I mean, there's a lot of cool things that you could do with regards to his character. And so because of that, his character having made a return in the events of Dark Knight's Metal is a big deal, because what it means is that if he comes back to the full-on landscape, the Justice League will see the return of one of their most powerful members. Speaking of one of the most powerful members, Hal Jordan and Mr. Terrific are met by a guy, and it's basically this idea, hey, look, we're not helpless, that kind of a thing. And when they ask the question of this one guard, who are you and why are you willing to help us? We find out this guard is Martian Manhunter. That Martian Manhunter is back in DC Comics, and it's a huge moment. And this is really exciting. This is a big deal. I'm really, really hyped about this. Well, as hyped as I can convey when I have a cold. But the cool thing about this is that Martian Manhunter is like at least as far as Superman argues in JLA number 84 or 86 or whatever it was, the most powerful being on Earth. I mean, by Superman's own admission in DC Comics, in the JLA line of stories, Martian Manhunter is the most powerful being they have. And this is a huge moment because Martian Manhunter can shapeshift, he has telepathy, he has all the powers of Superman. I mean, it's incredible the kind of things that he can do. The fact that they have Martian Manhunter on their side is a big deal. The tide could turn. And even if the tide doesn't turn, they certainly stand a better chance now than they did before. Now, at this point, we switch back over to Wonder Woman. Now, of course, Wonder Woman had infiltrated or at least shown up at the Rock of Eternity, which of course, as we know, is in the center of the positive multiverse. Now, one of the things that's talked about here is basically the Earth, quote unquote, sinking. One thing to keep in mind is that when it comes to the formation of the multiverse in DC Comics, it's basically an upside down pyramid. And so if you knock the bottom piece out, if you remove the bottom Earth, everything else will come tumbling down. And the whole idea of Barbados and his crew is to basically sink the main Earth of DC Comics down into the dark multiverse, and by extension, everything else will follow. And so it's effectively conquering the multiverse. That's what they're looking to do here. And so when they had penetrated the Rock of Eternity, they were met by the arrival of Black Adam. Now, for a lot of people, it was a little disappointing because they were really hoping Shazam would show up, because that is the base of operations for Shazam himself, is the Rock of Eternity. That's where he resides out of. The other half of this is that Kendra Saunders, Hawkwoman, was working
as part of a group called the Blackhawks. The idea was they were basically figuring out the multiverse. They were trying to figure out what nth metal was when everything all started popping off in the first place. And so the result was that she, alongside Wonder Woman, had showed up at the Rock of Eternity, but she had acquired the brain of the Anti-Monitor. And by some reason or another, when she fell down, the brain effectively overtook her and then turned her into a version or to a soldier of Barbados. And so she's basically a dark villain here, which is actually kind of cool because Black Adam is nothing to scoff at. Black Adam is highly dangerous and exceedingly powerful, but it is cool because this hits at the nature of Wonder Woman. And this is something that we've seen time and time again in her publication history. It's always the same with Wonder Woman. She will fight until the bitter end. She'll never give up. She'll never stop. And so initially she is kind of overtaken by Black Adam and kind of knocked into a room where she discovers the nth metal mace of Hawkman. Now, where the mace itself isn't really enough to like destroy Black Adam. I mean, it'll knock him out just like anything would if it's hit hard, if he's hit hard enough with it. The nth metal mace is what Wonder Woman and Kira Saunders were searching for in the first place. So they basically achieved their goal. They have one piece of the puzzle. And so of course, where Wonder Woman's knocked out, she's essentially shot by the Batman Who Laughs. And this is where we end up finding out all these pieces are falling into play. That where the Justice League had gone out, where the remnants of the superhero community had gone out to discover what little bits of nth metal were sent out there, that was all part of the plan. It wasn't an accident. The way we know that is because when we're meeting up with Aquaman and Deathstroke, where they're able to get the machine to basically spit out a bit of nth metal, they're immediately both taken out by Black Manta. And Black Manta has allied himself with the Dark Batman, just because of the fact that he was essentially promised, when this is all said and done, you will rule over worlds, you'll rule over the oceans of all the worlds in the Dark Multiverse, and basically all the Atlanteans will be under your control. And that's what he's been shooting for. Individually as a character, that's what Black Manta's been shooting for. The death of Arthur Curry and the conquering of Atlantis. It's the one thing that Arthur Curry values most, and as a result, it's the one thing that that Black Manta looks to take away. From here, we end up picking up with Plastic Man and with Green Lantern and with Mr. Terrific and Martian Manhunter when they essentially escape the confines of Starro, with Martian Man's help, and they show up to a Phoenix cannon that's designed to basically blast the core of Earth and essentially, provide light, thereby bringing it back up, keeping it from sinking in its entirety. That's part of that meta commentary thing. As the Earth fills with darkness, quote unquote, it'll sink further into the multiverse. And so by hitting it with light, it'll come back out of the dark multiverse. Because of that, what we end up finding out is, again, this was all part of the plan. And this all comes from the Batman Who Laughs himself. The Phoenix cannon being located by Hal Jordan, by Mr. Terrific, and by Plastic Man and Martian Manhunter, that was part of the plan. The evil Batman were waiting on that to happen. The location of the mace, as it was discovered by Wonder Woman, the Batman Who Laughs was waiting on that. They were all waiting on these members of the Justice League to locate these artifacts because the Dark Knights couldn't find them on their own. Because if they went in there and then somebody used them against them, then they could in turn be easily defeated. That's the whole idea. What they needed is people to go and locate it, not realizing they were being tracked the entire time. It's pretty ingenious. Now, of course, where Kira Saunders goes to attack Wonder Woman, as Lady Blackhawk, Wonder Woman uses the lasso of truth. The lasso of truth effectively wakes up Lady Blackhawk to who she really is, and Kira Saunders basically allies herself back again with Wonder Woman. The problem with this is that with Wonder Woman sitting down and saying, okay, we now have the mace, we have this piece of nth metal, we can use this on Barbados, let's go through this portal and let's find Barbados and let's take him out. What ends up happening is instead of being taken to Barbados, they're taken to the Dark Multiverse. Specifically, they're taken to the Dark Multiverse where there's all these evil soldiers that Barbados has called forward, which is what he did at the beginning of the story. He had effectively sound the trumpet of battle and drawn in all these Dark Multiverse forces, all these evil versions of Two-Face, these evil versions of Superman and Superwoman from all these different locations, these versions of Darkseid and Bane and the Flash and the whole 9 yards. And now it's basically Wonder Woman and Lady Blackhawk against these virtually insurmountable forces. And so in truth, this is really Wonder Woman just kind of resigning herself to her fate. And she says, if we're going to go out, if we are going to die in this battle, then let it be a glorious battle. Let it be a battle where people hear our cries from now until the end of time. And they let out this war cry that's something to behold. And that's what I love about Wonder Woman so much, right? Like Wonder Woman kind of looks around and she's like, okay, so like we're gonna die here, all right? But we're not gonna roll over. Like the hell with rolling over. We're gonna take out as many of these guys as we can. Wonder Woman is such a badass. That's what I love so much about her character. She is she is a one-man army in so many ways. And so we're just kind of left on this massive cliffhanger. Is she going to be defeated just like everybody else? What chance does Wonder Woman stand against all these forces of Barbados? In truth, my money's on Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman, like you push her to the brink, like you push her to the point where she feels like she's backed into a corner, dude, she'll wear your ass out. Like I am I am such a fan of Wonder Woman. Woe betide the poor soul who believes they could take her out. She's pretty badass.
Okay, so continuing our discussions on the Dark Multiverse, we pick up with the Wild Hunt, and this is actually really, really good because one of the questions that I've seen from you guys, and one of the questions I've been wondering myself is, how does Barbados seize the multiverse? That's the overarching goal of Barbados when it comes to like everything that goes on in Dark Knight's Metal. That Barbados, you have like the whole World Forge and everything that's really was designed to kind of create worlds, create universes, and then send those out into the multiverse. But those universes that were deemed to be too corrupt or too evil were quote unquote discarded. But the idea was that with Barbados, kind of abandoning his post and then seeking to effectively conquer the multiverse, the question was, how would he pull it off? Because he tried it once before, right? Like we talked about that in Dark Knight's Metal before in the previous videos. He was defeated by Hawkman, and then that led Hawkman to really ask the question, what's the nature of this nth metal, which sent him on his whole journey? When it comes to the multiverse, the issue was, how do they take it? I mean, there is like a heart of the multiverse. There's a place that you can go where you can effectively kind of synthesize a poison of sorts that would spread throughout the other worlds. But the question is, how are they going to pull it off? Is it really just Barbados going there and then just kind of like shouting really loud and then just dispersing his power across the cosmos? Is that really how that whole thing works? Well, the cool thing about this is that this answers the question. This really kind of gives us an explanation of how it is the multiverse will effectively fall. Now, one thing that we do here, at least how we initially pick up, is really like, it's kind of strange with the origin of Detective Chimp. With regards to this origin, it seems to me that DC is grabbing a combination of a couple different things. The first is DC Comics Presents number 85, I think, back in 1981, and then the Days of Vengeance storyline. Now, the DC Comics Presents stories, actually, I think it's 35. Now that I think about it, I don't think it's 85. But anyway, the DC Comics Presents story is actually pre-Crisis. That's before Crisis on Infinite Earth, so we don't really have to run with that. Days of Vengeance was basically a story that was written by DC as a lead up to Infinite Crisis. Remember, after Crisis on Infinite Earth, DC still had a lot of continuity errors, and so because of that, a lot of the stories like 0 Hour Crisis in Time and things like that were designed to kind of wrap up those stories, or at the very least provide new origins or updated origins for characters that didn't really have them after the events of Crisis on Infinite Earths. And for the character of Detective Chimp, that was one of those things. And for the most part, this origin seems to fall closely in line. It even goes all the way back to like Rex the Wonder Dog back in 1952. I think it was number 4 with John Broome and Carmine Infantino. But there was the whole idea that basically Detective Chimp is just like a chimpanzee that was taken by a guy named Fred Thorpe. In this instance, it seems like he's kind of stuck in a shanty town, or at the very least, some sort of a carnival attraction. But the idea is that somewhere along the line, you ended up having Fred Thorpe, who was basically killed, and there was no real understanding as to why. Instead, Bobo, really is what his name is, was just kind of there as an attraction, and he was simply just a simian. He was just a chimp. There was really nothing special about him. But following the death of Fred Thorpe and the idea that he effectively left the cage unlocked and gave Bobo a chance to escape, he ultimately came into contact with Rex the Wonder Dog. Now again, this really goes back to 1952, and that's why I say DC's grabbing all kinds of different things, all kinds of different aspects from over the course of the publication history of Detective Chimp. Back with Rex the Wonder Dog in 1952, this was really one of those things that we've talked about before, where DC was kind of focusing more on like science fiction as opposed to traditional superhero stories. And for the most part, Rex the Wonder Dog was actually really popular. Like he ran for like 46 issues or something like that. It was a huge deal. Like people loved his character. But effectively, what ends up happening is that Detective Chimp is taken to the Fountain of Youth, which basically grants him eternal youth, as well as the ability to communicate with all form of animals that are out there. And this, of course, leads him on a quest to basically, figure out who it was that murdered Fred Thorpe, which ultimately led to the incarceration of those guys. 2 were executed and 1 was killed in prison. But this kind of set Detective Chimp on the path of becoming a detective. Now, one thing to bear in mind about his character, and the reason why you really haven't seen him a whole lot in DC Rebirth, is because for the most part, when it comes to Detective Chimp and the various magical creatures, he's kind of intertwined in the whole like Vertigo side of things. So like Trigun and like, Hellblazer and like the Spectre and things like that. Detective Chimp is kind of like that other side, that whole magical side that we've talked about before, that doesn't really cross over all that often with the main superhero lineup of DC. And so what we end up doing is we basically end up finding out a lot of this is taking place on Black Hawk Island. Now remember, Black Hawk Island was the residence of Lady Black Hawk, essentially the girlfriend of Hawkman. And the idea was that somewhere along the line, you ended up having, again, Hawkman going on this quest, and then you ended up having his girl basically staying behind and trying to figure out everything that was going on. Hawk Girl, for lack of a better word. She was trying to figure out everything that was happening. Now, where her journey led her alongside like Wonder Woman, taking off to like the Rock of Eternity, trying to figure out what was going on, going to the heart of the multiverse. What this does is it basically says there are still survivors here. There are still beings who are kind of floating around. And one of these guys is Professor Morrow. Now, Professor Morrow is the creator of Red Tornado. And Red Tornado is basically the Vision before the Vision in Marvel Comics. So he has like all these really cool abilities and different things like that. But it's one of those examples where DC kind of created the standard, and then Marvel basically took it, copied it, borrowed it, whatever phrase you want to use, depending on how much you like or dislike Marvel. But the fact remains, when it comes to this whole scenario, because of the fact that the events of Dark Knight's Metal have meant that reality is effectively breaking down inside the main DC universe, what it means is that this is having a wide array of different effects. In some instances, there's a physical change in reality itself. In other instances, when it comes to characters like Detective Chimp, his intelligence is effectively starting to go away, where he's basically reverting back into a simian again. So it's just one of those things that kind of feeds into the collapse of the universe, so to speak. The problem with this is that what they're also doing is they're basically trying to get in touch with something called the Ultima Thule. Now, the Ultima Thule we've talked about before, and that was really part of Grant Morrison's Multiversity. When it came to the whole Multiversity line of stories, and we have a video on this that you're welcome to check out, so we won't go super in-depth into this, but when it came to Multiversity, the idea was that Grant Morrison wrote Final Crisis, and where Infinite Crisis brought the multiverse back, Final Crisis made the heroes aware of it. And so what Grant Morrison wanted to do with the post-Final Crisis landscape was basically tell stories of the multiverse. And it was a way for him to just kind of continue writing for DC and do it in a way that didn't really impact the main DC universe. You could just kind of tell these crazy, zonky stories, and some of them were actually really, 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 really good. But the whole idea is that the Ultima Thule is a vessel that's used to travel from one universe to the other. Because remember, in DC, universes are separated by harmonic frequencies. That's how like the Flash, kind of jumps from one universe to another, is that he basically vibrates at the frequency of another universe. So if you were to sit down at a piano and you were to hit one of the keys, that sound would be like the main DC universe. And if you hit another key, that sound might be, the Injustice universe. And if you hit another key, that sound might be like the DC cinematic universe. And as long as you can vibrate at that frequency, at the sound of that note, you can travel to that universe. Again, it's really interesting in terms of how it works, but it can be a little confusing if you're relatively new to it. Now, in between all these different universes is what's called the bleed. It gets kind of crazy and it gets kind of wild. I've always likened it to like blood cells, in the sense that you have like red blood cells that float around the human body, and the red blood cells are just different universes. The blood that carries the red blood cells is the bleed. That's basically the space in between. And that's how you travel. You can usually jump into the bleed and then go throughout the bleed and then travel to a particular universe and then vibrate at the right frequency and go into that universe. That's what the Ultima Thule does. But what they're looking for is the House of Heroes. And the House of Heroes is where the Multiversal Justice League resides at. Remember, we covered that both as part of Multiversity as well as the whole lead up to like Superman Reborn. This idea that there is kind of a Justice League that exists out there that's composed of various forms of the superheroes that we've seen from all throughout the multiverse. A female version of Aquaman, you have the President of the United States on one universe who's also Superman. There's a lot of these cool themes that go on with those different groups. But the idea, remember, the idea of Flash and Cyborg was to travel into the multiverse, or really alongside Raven, was to travel into the multiverse and find help. Now, this was kind of DC teasing the idea that maybe there's superheroes who were trapped out there in the multiverse, or at the very least, just bringing back those multiversity concepts. But what we end up finding out here is that in addition to them basically traveling to these other universes, they're also being tracked by the forces of Barbados. And this is cool because what Barbados's forces are doing are firing these various missiles at the Ultima Thule. Now, I want you to keep in mind, because that's going to be very, very important. That's going to be a major thing when we get later on down the line towards the end of this story. But traveling into the multiverse, what ends up happening is that because they're effectively under attack, it's one of these things where it's like, okay, so like we got to get out of here as fast as possible. And they basically end up showing up in a universe, or I guess on an Earth, where everything kind of exists in the realms of like pirates and things like that, where you have like Pirate Batman and, the Pirate Justice League and different things along those lines. But it is cool and it is interesting because this brings into sharp relief the nature of Raven. With Raven basically being the daughter of Trigon, being the daughter of a demon, her powers are vast and they're extreme. And it is really cool because where you end up having Dawnbreaker Batman who shows up, basically, once they start to board the ship and they start attacking everybody, what ends up happening is that Raven actually seizes control of them. And that's cool. And I mean, look at this. That's what's so beast about this. She's like, my dad's a demon, make your little constructs and we'll see what happens because you do not scare a daughter of hell. And that's why people love Raven, because Raven's one of those characters where if you go back and you read her comics, she's like kind of like, emo, and she kind of mopes around all the time and she's sad. But like, if there's anybody you want in your corner in a fight, it's Raven. Like, she's hardcore. And it's so cool because it's one of these things that takes the Dark Knights by surprise. Like, they don't initially realize what's going on. They're kind of shocked by the whole thing. Like, how is this girl able to, seize control of my constructs? The other half of this is the nature of how it is the Dark Knights were able to transition from, into the bleed and basically chase this group from one universe to the next. What they've done is they've basically empowered their ship using a miniature universe that hasn't really grown into its infancy yet. And what they've been doing is using a massive amount of power to keep this universe contained, to keep it small so it can be used as an energy source. If this power were to be released, if this control were to be destroyed more or less, the universe would just start growing rapidly, and just start forming life and different things like that. And it is kind of interesting because what ends up happening here is that where you have like Barry Allen, who's basically trying to find this universe and essentially destroy it, once he locates it, uses his super speed, gets around the Merciless, a lot of these guys, he's met by the arrival of Red Death. But this is cool because Red Death shows up a second too late, like a split second too late, and Barry destroys this universe. And what it means is that Red Death is basically blasted with all this energy of a positive universe, and it kind of shifts his polarity, for lack of a better word. And so instead of Red Death basically being an evil version of like Batman who became the Flash, instead the Red Death becomes a good version of Barry Allen with the Batman persona cast off, who becomes the Reverse Flash. So it's awesome. It's so cool because I'll be honest with you guys, he looks amazing. A golden version of Red Death? You cannot tell me with a straight face that does not look awesome. Like that looks so beast. I want to see Barry Allen in that. You know what? I want to see Godspeed in that outfit. That's how I want to see Godspeed. It looks so awesome and it looks so cool. But what this means is that this version of Barry, I guess this Red Death is really like a good guy now. It's kind of shifted him to becoming a positive being. Now again, that's because the evil Batman persona was sort of cast off. And that's the important thing to bear in mind here. These Dark Knights, they're basically Bruce Wayne or a version of Bruce Wayne that succumbed to evil. When it came to Red Death, he was two beings. He was Barry Allen, who was merged with Batman when Batman used Barry Allen and entered the Speed Force, kind of used Barry Allen as a key to jump into the Speed Force and then merge them together into a singular being, with Bruce Wayne being the dominant personality. With that Bruce Wayne essence kind of being obliterated by all the positive energy that's there, what it means is that all you have left is the Flash. Now, this kind of begs the question, is this an answer to how it is you can destroy the Dark Knights and destroy Barbados? It is, but it isn't. This was a singular universe, a baby universe that was used to basically destroy a Batman persona, to kind of wipe it away by exposing it to all this positive energy. It's entirely possible DC could use that, but the problem that you run into is that it sort of brings in the idea that you'd have to like destroy everything. You'd have to obliterate the multiverse in order to destroy Barbados and then bring the multiverse back. And even then, it seems like there'd be no guarantee the multiverse would return the way it did before, or that Barbados wouldn't return the way he did before. So again, it is pretty ambiguous. I mean, this is part of this, I imagine, is kind of like the Grant Morrison aspect of the story coming out as opposed to Scott Snyder or Joshua Williamson. And it is pretty interesting and it does work. The problem with this is that in order to basically destroy the sphere of expansion, so to speak, of the Dark Knights, somebody has to stay behind and basically allow this baby universe to kind of grow and to continue to expand and all that kind of good stuff. The issue with this is that when the various members who were here, the actual Flash, Barry Allen, Cyborg, when you have Raven, when they all basically depart after the quote-unquote defeat of the various members of the Dark Knights, we end up finding out this was all part of the plan. The various missiles that were being fired at this group by the Dark Knights, they contained baby dark universes. And so what this means is that the group has basically traveled with the Dark Knights following after them. They traveled into the bleed, and all these dark universes are going to start spreading throughout the bleed and impacting directly with the positive multiverses. So again, it's crazy because it kind of brings in this idea that like, this is how things have been going this whole time. And that's what ends up happening here. Back on Black Hawk Island, we end up picking up with Detective Chimp. And again, where his mental faculties are kind of eroding, where he's becoming less and less smart, with the last little tidbits of, knowledge that he has, he basically frees Red Tornado because his idea is Red Tornado knows something. There's something that went on here that led to him basically being captured by the Blackhawks. And when he was originally released, he started shouting things like, "You open the door, you open the door, you have to close the door." And then they shut him down immediately because he started going awry, but he was never allowed to finish his thought. And so the idea of Detective Chimp is let Red Tornado talk. Let him tell us, at the very least, what he knows and what's going on. And so what this does is it brings in the idea that all of this has happened before and all of this has happened again. The whole idea was that when you had the original journey of Hawkman, Carter Hall, who went on this journey to find out what was going on with Nth Metal, that all this basically took place. That what you had was Carter Hall learning the nature of Nth Metal, learning about the dark multiverse, learning about the desire of Barbados to enter the positive multiverse, that there was a mission just like the one they went on, where it was Red Tornado and all these forces who went into the bleed, who were trying to find a way to basically eliminate the sphere of influence of Barbados, or at the very least, figure out what was happening. The result was that his forces were almost successful, but Red Tornado and company were able to close the door off. The issue is that Barry Allen and them haven't done that. They opened the door for Barbados to come in, and now it's effectively too late. There's really no way to stop the collapse of everything. Instead, it's all basically going to come crashing down. That this last little vestige of hope they had of being able to get out into the multiverse, of being able to find help help, to find people who could basically take out Barbados, that it's all essentially gone, that there's nothing really there, that once they make it to the Hall of Heroes has been corrupted. It's been completely and totally taken over. And so it's wild, because it basically means there's nothing to help them here. It seems like there's no real hope. But what ends up happening is that in these last few minutes, the group basically discovers Earth 53, an Earth that's not supposed to exist. And when they do, we end up having like the mind of Detective Chimp that's basically kind of teleported away. It's essentially grabbed and then taken to this new universe whereby everybody is an ape. You have like Monkey Batman and Monkey Aquaman and Monkey Superman and so on and so forth. And these guys are effectively going to be one part of the many groups who exist out there that are essentially going to take on the force of Barbados. That seems to be the conclusion that Scott Snyder's going in, that the heroes that resided in the Hall of Heroes, that multiversal Justice League, are likely still alive, and they'll likely be found, which means we'll probably start finding other Supermen from other universes. I really hope we see the return of Shazam, but it'll be kind of like this almost Final Crisis-esque scenario where we'll have like this huge amalgamation of superheroes from all across the multiverse who will show up and try to take out Barbados. But that just kind of seems to be the case. Oh my God, dude, this story, man. Like, dude, Dark Knight's Metal, man, dude, this story is absolutely bonkers. I'm sorry, Marvel. After reading Dark Knight's Metal and reading like Doomsday Clock that's going on right now, and knowing what comes next in DC with like the new Age of Heroes and Justice League No Justice, I'm sorry, Marvel, you can collect your prizes at the door. DC has won. I've been reading Marvel Comics for years, and Marvel Comics will always be the foundation by which my love of comics was built. But I mean, this race is over. Like, this race is a marathon, and DC is 3 miles ahead. So I don't know what to tell you guys. Okay, so like this is the final video. This is the grand poobah, the whole kit and caboodle, you know, the whole thing. And like the last video ended with like this like Wonder Woman basically being transported back to Earth with Kendra Saunders, and Earth having sunk down below the membrane, basically Earth being in the dark multiverse. It's really just like pandemonium, and it's one of these things where it seems like all hope is lost. And it's kind of funny because Kendra Saunders initially takes this stance, right? Like Hawkgirl or Hawkwoman, whatever you want to call her, basically takes this stance of like, look, we can keep fighting, but like if we keep this up, we're just gonna wear out and we're gonna die. There's nothing we can do here. Either we have to abandon Earth or we somehow have to find a way to rally the superheroes. But the whole idea of Wonder Woman is that they need Batman and they need Superman, because, you know, Batman is like the brains of the operation and Superman's a powerhouse. In order to like have the full-on Justice League combined in a way that will allow them to like topple all these different versions of the evil Justice League from across the cosmos, the only way for them to win is to combine the full totality of the Justice League. But Batman and Superman are basically stuck in the bottom of the World Forge at the top of this great mound, and Wonder Woman's trying to make her way up there. The issue is that like for every one step forward, it's like one step back. They basically make no real progress. Now, a lot of this is because of the fact that like the forces are massively overwhelming. I mean, you're talking about a huge army, and they just keep coming. It's just overwhelming odds designed to wear them down. But remember, Wonder Woman will fight to the death. Like that's the nature of her character. Like she fights and fights and fights and fights until she dies. And so what we do is we pick up with Hal Jordan and Mr. Terrific, because remember, they have Plastic Man at their side. And this is cool because Plastic Man's just been an egg the whole time. Like he's basically been just kind of like silent the whole time. And like Mr. Terrific is like, look, you have to do something. Plastic Man, like you have to activate, you have to do something, because he's a force to be reckoned with. I mean, in my mind, Plastic Man can beat Superman. He can just throw himself into the nostril cavity of Superman and just like fill up his lungs with himself and suffocate him. There's a lot of different things that Plastic Man can do to topple the Man of Steel. And so because of this, like having Plastic Man on their side would be huge. And where Mr. Terrific is like, dude, you have to do something, man, like turn into a dinosaur, turn into a bulldozer, turn into like anything, do something, like activate, do something and help us out here. And that's exactly what Plastic Man does. He snaps up, like immediately activates and just like, he's like, how about all the above? And like turns into everything. And it's, dude, it's so cool to finally see Plastic Man act, because he just starts wrecking all of these forces, just starts like rolling through them all. And it's cool because like for Plastic Man fans, you know, who have been waiting for his character to come back, this is like their moment. And it's really exciting and it's really, really cool. And so like Plastic Man just basically dominating all these guys, what it does is it offers the opportunity for one, the whole like, I guess the tuning fork basically, you know, that was part of the whole like Infinite Crisis storyline. You know, it allows for the tuning fork to be exposed basically where Barbados reigns. And then it also allows for like an opening of the actual World Forge for Wonder Woman and and for Kendra Saunders to dive into. And so Wonder Woman's response is, we have to get down here, we have to find Superman, we have to find Batman. But once she gets down there, of course, with Kendra Saunders holding on to the lasso of truth, once she gets down there, all she finds is Carter Hall as Hawkman, who's basically the dragon of the World Forge. What he's essentially done is replace Barbados with the way he was before. And this is awesome because initially she tries to reason with him, but no one could, right? Like Batman couldn't, Wonder Woman couldn't, Superman couldn't. The person who can is Kendra Saunders. Like when all this happens, like Kendra Saunders basically jumps down, but before that happens, it's crazy because you end up having like Barbados kind of toying with Wonder Woman, saying, look, he's lost to you. There's nothing you can do here, and all hope is lost because all your forces are lost. And then we basically meet with the arrival of like Cyborg and Raven and the Flash, and they bring with them like all these Batmen from the multiverse. And notice that one of these Batmen is actually Batman from Superman Red Son, and it's so cool. But with Wonder Woman getting down there, she basically dives into what's left of the World Forge, but the person who actually comes down and basically distracts Carter Hall for a moment is Kendra Saunders herself. She jumps down and says like, you are Carter Hall. And this matters. This is important because remember, the love between Kendra Saunders and Carter Hall, it spans all time. Like it spans for thousands of years. What this does is it changes the circumstances a little bit. It changes the reason why they haven't found each other after the quote unquote death of Carter Hall and even the more recent death of Kendra Saunders, but they're destined to come together. And so that's why this works. Instead of like taking that concept and just making it run of the mill, it's Carter Hall's been lost to the Dark Forge, but the love between the two always brings them together. And that's why this works so well. It's so cool to see that happen. But then suddenly we end up having Wonder Woman who basically re-emerges with Superman and Batman who look absolutely amazing. And what we end up finding out here is that this armor they're wearing is actually 10th metal. It's basically metal that exists inside the World Forge himself. This is the metal that basically sculpts all existence. Everything that exists is composed of this metal. And it's so cool because what Carter Hall basically kind of gives us by way of this journal is that 8th metal is like the metal of the gods, right? You know, the metal of like the Olympian gods and different things like that. 9th metal or 9th metal is dark energy. It's basically metal that allows the powers of Barbados and the Dark Knights to permeate and to grow and so on and so forth. 10th metal is what all existence is created from. And so they're basically wielding the power of reality itself. And it's cool because Barbados sends these guys in and like they immediately start punching through and wrecking everybody. Now from here, Batman jumps on one of the Joker dragons and basically takes off. He manages to hold off a handful of forces, throws, various forms of this energy at the members of the Justice League and gives them the armor. But notice that Scott Snyder says that like this metal, because it's tied into the existence of all things, if a person chose to, they could create anything they wanted to. They could literally remake reality itself. But again, Scott Snyder doesn't go that route of just recreating all things in existence in the sense of just like destroying everything, destroying all of reality, wiping it all out, all those crazy reality warping powers, conjuring things out of nowhere. It's more toned down. At least at the moment, it's more toned down. And so again, Batman essentially like takes off and we basically have what's left of the Justice League being rescued by other members who have been given this 10th metal by Batman. You end up having like Hawkman who shows up and basically like attacks Barbados at the last minute to try to like take him down and eliminate whatever power he has. But at this point, we switch over to like the final part. He basically calls out for his for the Batman who laughs because this is the final part of the plan. It's basically just like a multiversal bomb is what's going on. Now, what we end up finding out is the person in bandages is actually the Overmonitor. Now, the Overmonitor in DC Comics is like a Grant Morrison creation. And when Grant Morrison wrote Final Crisis, or really like Countdown to Final Crisis, what he established was that in the beginning, there was just kind of existence. And existence was on like this giant blank piece of paper is the example most everybody uses. And the Overmonitor is kind of like the being that set everything in motion, more or less. Like the Overmonitor is responsible for all creation, essentially. And so because of this, like the Overmonitor being taken by the Batman who laughs is kind of cool because what this does is like the Batman basically, he says, you're left over from like the first multiversal crisis. And so where Scott Snyder addresses this guy as the Overmonitor, what this guy actually is, at least as far as I can tell, is just the Monitor. Basically, this is the Monitor from Crisis on Infinite Earths. That's what it looks like. If I'm correct about this, what this means is that DC is basically saying like this Overmonitor has been there the entire time and that the antithesis, basically the opposite of this Overmonitor, is the Anti-Monitor. And so essentially the goal of the Batman who laughs is to take like the power of the Dark Knights, combine it with the brain of the Anti-Monitor, and essentially like detonate this entire bomb. And what this bomb will do is that by extension of using the antimatter power of the Anti-Monitor and using the reality warping more or less power of the Monitor itself, it would cancel everything out. It would basically erase all antimatter and all positive matter, meaning the multiverse in its entirety would be totally obliterated. It's another Crisis on Infinite Earths in terms of like what it is that the Batman who laughs is looking for, to wipe out all things in existence. But where like the Anti-Monitor in Crisis on Infinite Earths wanted to like destroy
away all positive matter universes and replace them with antimatter universes, what the Batman Who Laughs and Barbados want to do is wipe all things out. So there is no positive or antimatter. There's simply just darkness, and it would allow them to live in darkness. Now, what they do with that would probably be left to just like the positive multiverse being filled with all these evil worlds from like the dark multiverse is most likely what would happen. It would basically be like having an empty space filled with a whole bunch of new universes and so on and so forth. But then Batman suddenly arrives here. Now this is cool because inside of this cave, basically Batman's 10th metal is essentially non-existent. It doesn't really serve any purpose and it's kind of wiped away. It doesn't really have any power here. What you end up having is Batman facing off against the Batman Who Laughs. And the funny thing about this, and the reason why this works, is because remember, the Batman Who Laughs is Bruce Wayne. He's not the Joker. He's Bruce Wayne. It's Batman versus an evil version of himself. But this fight is brutal, but it's cool because what this means is that like, you know, the Batman Who Laughs is willing to do things that Batman's not. And so because of the fact that he's willing to take that next step, because of the fact that he's willing to fight dishonorably, like he basically ends up winning. And so where he pulls out the gun that was used to shoot Bruce Wayne's parents, he kind of taunts Bruce a little bit and says, in every universe that exists out there, our parents always die the same way. They always get shot in an alley. It's an absolute truth of the multiverse. You will always fail because you as a good guy are not willing to do the things the bad guys do. And so they inevitably will always win. And so the implication here is that the Batman Who Laughs is gonna shoot the actual Batman himself. And where Bruce says, fine then man, just like pull the trigger and be done with it, suddenly the Batman Who Laughs gets shot from behind. And Bruce is like, I wasn't talking to you, I was talking to him. And that's when we find out the person who shot the Batman Who Laughs is the Joker. Dude, oh my God, dude, this is so beast. Oh my God, Scott Snyder, man. See, this is why I say, man, Marvel, collect your prizes at the door because you have lost. This is like the coolest, this is the coolest moment in the whole story. Seeing Joker pop up out of nowhere is amazing. And it's funny because like what happens is Batman and the Joker team up. And the whole time this happens, Batman tells the Joker, we will not speak of this. You will tell no one about this. You will not tell anybody we teamed up. You will not tell anybody that we fought against the Batman Who Laughs. We will go back to being enemies after this. But seeing the Joker and Batman team up against the Batman Who Laughs is one of the coolest things ever in the history, like really in terms of all the DC stories I've read. It's one of the coolest things to ever happen here. But ultimately what ends up happening is that the Batman Who Laughs basically makes his escape, but not before like having bits and pieces of him chopped off, like the Joker chopping off fingers and things like that. And the Joker's able to get the upper hand here because what he says is like the Batman Who Laughs is Bruce Wayne, but because it's Bruce Wayne from a different universe, from the dark multiverse, it doesn't think like the Joker. He thinks like Bruce Wayne would think. He just happens to be insane. He can't expect what the Joker's gonna do, or at least Joker and Batman teaming up, because it's nothing bad. It's something that Batman would never normally do. So it is cool because despite the fact that he is crazy and he has been infected with a Joker toxin, he is still at his core Bruce Wayne from a different universe and thinks like Bruce Wayne would from that dark multiverse. So it is really intriguing, but ultimately he ends up taking off. Bruce Wayne chases after him, and this basically leads to the battle returning back to where Barbados is at. Now, from here, what you have is Kendra Saunders, who actually takes a dagger of 10th metal and punches a hole through Barbados. But because of the fact that the bomb has basically been deactivated, because of the fact that Barbados's forces are basically defeated, he's like the last man standing. He's really the only one left. And where Batman, you know, where his 10th metal armor reactivates once he brings out the Overmonitor and brings the Overmonitor to everybody else, it's almost death. Is what this is. It's almost guaranteed death because what you have is the Overmonitor basically saying the metal that you wear is tied into all things in existence. Basically, like they're gonna pull a Goku from Dragon Ball, creating a spirit bomb and drawing all this energy off of all things in existence. That's basically what it's going to be. And that's exactly what happens. The Justice League comes to the realization that them fighting against Barbados on their own won't work because what they need is essentially to rise the Earth out of the dark multiverse to have any real measure of a chance, because in the dark multiverse is where Barbados is at his strongest. So they're basically fighting him at his peak. And where a few tools like 10th metal may help, in the end, it won't guarantee victory. And so what they end up doing is basically channeling all this energy and bringing Earth out of the dark multiverse and back into the positive multiverse. And when that happens, it sets the stage for them to be able to defeat the Anti-Monitor. Now, initially, we don't actually find out what happens. Instead, what we do is we basically see them reaching out across like the entirety of the multiverse to all these different worlds, reaching as far out to the source wall, Now, this is a huge deal because there are a lot of people who are tied into the source wall. There are a lot of people who are confined there. But what ends up happening is that as they start to reach out, eventually the source wall crumbles and it shatters in its entirety. And when it does, waiting on the other side is just a massive source of energy in the form of a hand. So we don't actually find out what's there, at least not right now. Instead, we end up switching to an epilogue. And what this epilogue does is it kind of brings together a party of like Bruce Wayne and Wonder Woman and the various members of the Justice League, Martian Manhunter. It basically brings all these characters together, and Bruce Wayne kind of runs over a little bit about what happened, kind of this conclusion that things basically return back to normal, that Barbados is chained up at the bottom of the dark multiverse, which was done by the Overmonitor himself. But the issue with this is that what you have is you basically have like Batman finally offering this explanation and this revelation in terms of what we missed out between like the end of the story and where we picked up here, or at least the end of the battle and where we pick up here. And what Kendra Saunders says is that after Carter Hall returned back to his normal self, but before he collapsed, of exhaustion, he had basically scribbled down images and different things like that. And this is how DC leads into the new age of heroes, leads into like Justice League Lost. What they basically say is that there are things that are going to be coming back here, that what had essentially happened is that where Batman and the various members of the Justice League had this 10th metal, that subconsciously they had recreated things that they didn't remember, but that had always been there. It's basically a way for DC to say that where like Dr. Manhattan had come along and modified the minds of these various superheroes, subconsciously, those memories are still essentially there. And they had tapped into those memories, not realizing what they were doing, and started bringing back people that weren't really supposed to be there or that had been wiped out when Dr. Manhattan had changed everybody's memories. All these beings that have long since been forgotten, that have long since been lost, are starting to make their return to DC Comics. More so than that, what's basically been happening is you've had like a whole host of beings with new abilities and new powers who have basically been woken up. And so what this indicates is that with the source wall being shattered, what's happened is that things beyond the source wall have suddenly started making their way in to the DC universe. So it's like blowing up a dam and watching water just cascade in. And with all this new power starts to come beings like Damage, starts to come like all these different characters that are basically reimagined from former characters or whatever the case may be. But this sets the stage for Justice Lost, for the various versions of the Justice League teams who are going to be created for the purpose of tracking down these various things. But the fracturing of the source wall, the destruction of the source wall, indicates that like the main foe that all these guys are going to be facing off against, the main bad guy of the Justice Lost line of stories, will most likely be Yuga Khan, the father of Darkseid. That's the indication I get here, but it's not an absolute truth. So you can just kind of roll with it. But ultimately, where Superman and Wonder Woman ask Batman, what kind of a plan he has, what they should expect, Batman simply just says, it's cool, I've got a plan. And that's when we end up finding out that what Batman's done is he's drawn up the schematics for the return of the Hall of Justice. One of the old school place where the Justice League hung out at, their base of operations. It's cool. Like it's really, really exciting to see this kind of thing return. Okay, so as a general rule, when it comes to the world of comic books, the wild, wonderful, joyful world of comic books, there are like 4 writers that, as a rule, if they write something, I will read it, and I don't care what it is. I will read anything they write. And that's just how I work. I have writers that I'm attached to. Jeff Johns, Jonathan Hickman, Robert Venditti, and then you have Scott Snyder. And this guy, I swear to God, like it's crazy. Like the Batman run he had in New 52 is what really got me in, and I was like, damn. I mean, I know he wrote like Black Mirror, I think it was, but the great thing about writers, like a really, really good writer, is they're not constrained to like a character or a team or a particular publisher or anything like that. You can feed them anything and they will turn it into a great story. And that's what this is. Justice League No Justice is the first part of like a 4-part series that really to me feels more like a crisis than anything else, but it is pretty solid and it is pretty amazing. Now, here's the funny thing. This, like a lot of other things like New Age of Heroes, this all comes out of the events of Dark Knight's Metal. And that's one of the reasons why I'm going to throw this in the Dark Knight's Metal playlist so that people kind of get a full feel for like the event itself and then like the aftermath or the significant moments of aftermath. But this kind of picks up after that whole Dark Knight's Metal thing. And the idea is that where the Dark Multiverse was basically kept at bay, kind of pushed back, and the universe was saved, quote unquote, what's actually going on here is that the source wall has been cracked. Now, when it comes to DC Comics, the source is just this thing that exists out there. I do not believe DC has ever explicitly created like a one-shot or anything like that that really explains what the source is. It's just kind of the source of all things that exist, and that's kind of all we get. Some argue that it's like God, basically, that it's the force by which all life sprang into existence in the DC universe, but there's the source and the source wall. And I know the source wall originally debuted in the Chris Claremont, Walt Simonson, X-Men, and Uncanny Mighty X-Men and Teen Titans crossover, whenever that was written. And then the source, I'm pretty sure the source was basically stated by Jack Kirby in New Gods #1 in 1971. I'm pretty sure that's the case. But regardless of the situation, the idea is that the source wall is just kind of what protects, quote unquote, the universe from whatever's out there. We don't really know definitively what's on the other side. In light of like Dark Knight's Metal, like with everything that happened in the whole Dark Knight's Metal and the Dark Multiverse and all that kind of stuff, there were things like Yuga Khan, for example, the father of Darkseid, who was stuck inside the source wall, and DC was just kind of hinting at the idea that like he would return. But the fact remains, in light of what happened with Dark Knight's Metal, the source wall's been cracked. And so what this could potentially mean is that whatever's on the other side of that source wall could come through. So for those of you guys who are coming from Marvel Comics, think of this crack in the source wall like the crack in the universe from Thanos Imperative, or really the War of Kings going into Thanos Imperative, where the other side of that crack was like the Cancerverse, where you had a universe where no superhero could die, and basically everybody lived and then eventually all became villains, and the universe was overcrowded with life and so on and so forth. We don't know what's on the other side of the source wall, but it really seems to be DC's way of kind of saying like, all the things you really missed, they're all coming back, and it's all because of the source wall being cracked. And it's kind of cool because this sets people in panic mode. At the same time, what you end up having is like the Suicide Squad, the Titans, the Teen Titans, the Justice League, all kind of facing off against this singular threat. And we don't really know what this threat is initially until we basically pick up with the idea that it's Brainiac. Now, when it comes to DC Comics, Brainiac is not really a singular villain. I mean, the way you see him is usually depicted as a villain, but Brainiac has a lot of different versions that appear in the future, that have appeared in the past. That was the whole idea of Convergence, that story we do not speak of. But you had like all these different things going on. This version of Brainiac initially seems to be one that's just looking to conquer Earth. So when Superman and the Justice League initially face off, the idea is that Brainiac just kind of seizes him and then basically says, I am not coming here as a conqueror. I'm not coming here to capture your world. I'm not coming here to destroy you. And even if that was my goal, what chance would you have? Because I've defeated every single superhero team you have, and I'm just one man. And so that's the whole point. The whole motive of Brainiac being here is, I want to show you how weak you guys are. Like, that's the whole point here. Now, he doesn't initially say that. Instead, what we end up doing here is we basically pick up with various individuals who have been captured. Now, the idea, or at least the implication, seems to be they're all being captured for a particular reason. But this is something to notice here. This is something that I didn't initially pick up when I read through this. You had the Teen Titans fighting together, you had the Titans fighting together, you had the Justice League and the Suicide Squad fighting together. But when they all start waking up in different rooms, they're not with the teams that they were with. The teams are not the same. And so the idea is that they've basically been captured by Brainiac and then switched around. And we don't exactly know the motivation for it, but it is cool because this is what begins, this is what gives us the early formations of the Justice Lost teams. And so of course, what you end up having is, Harley Quinn, her ingenuity, kind of breaking really Zatanna and Starfire and Beast Boy out of the room that they're in. And then from there, we switch over to Martian Manhunter. And this is an important thing to bear in mind too. This is really Martian Manhunter's return, such as it is, to the Justice League roster. Because remember, you had the events of like the New 52 and DC's reboot, and you had like the Justice League team that Martian Manhunter was on. And then like he was gone when DC Rebirth kicked off. And we had no idea what he was doing. And we still don't really know what he was doing. And the result is that with him being back here now, it seems like he's full on part of the Justice League. So in truth, it's only really a matter of time before we probably get like a one-shot or full-on expose of everything he's been doing in the time that he's been gone. He's been soul-searching, binge-watching Sherlock Holmes. I know I have, but the funny thing about this is that even with this team, things are a little bit different than we would expect. You've got Martian Manhunter, you've got the Atom, you've got Dr. Fate, you've got Damian Wayne, and you've got Raven. These are not teams that we normally see together. And so when the question begins to be asked, well, why are we here? What in the world's going on? Then you have the Justice League who basically shows up with Brainiac. And that's where things begin to go awry, because Damian's initial response is, well, this is ludicrous. You guys are allying yourselves with what is potentially like one of the top 3 most dangerous beings in the universe, and we're just supposed to roll with it. And that's where things get kind of crazy, is because what I love about this, what Snyder does, is he kind of takes the themes of like Teen Titans and Damian Wayne, and he just kind of rolls them over into like what we would expect with regards to this story. So what Brainiac does here is he basically gives us the explanation. And this is what's awesome about this. If you guys have been reading New Age of Heroes, and if you've been reading like the aftermath of the stories that come with Dark Knight's Metal, DC really seems to be like encroaching on Marvel territory pretty hardcore. Like they're not very shy about it. They're like, okay, so here are the things that Marvel's doing in the MCU, and here are the things that like fans like in the comics. So like we're just gonna take them, and then we're just gonna make them our own. What's Marvel gonna do about it? Man, their house is in disarray. They have no idea what's going on. They can barely get their house together, let alone like stop us from doing what we're doing. And it kind of makes sense. But these guys, these Omega Titans, really remind me more of like a kind of reworked version of the Celestials than anything else. And here's the reason why. So what Brainiac does is basically say that like there are these beings called the Omega Titans, and they really kind of predate all civilization. And the implication here is that they're the oldest things to exist. Or really it's said that the oldest things to exist, but the idea is that like the universe came into existence and they were the first things to exist. As an aside, this is one of the reasons why I haven't finished a history of the DC universe yet, or while I'll probably go back and rework it, because DC Rebirth is introducing all new things and changing things up. And it wouldn't make any sense to complete that series and then have to go back and redo it because DC changed everything with Rebirth. And so the idea is that these Omega Titans basically represent entropy, wisdom, wonder, and mystery. And so they're kind of like celestial versions of like the Endless, I guess, would kind of be a way to do it. But the idea was that these beings, these Omega Titans, were essentially like the progenitors of all life. They were kind of like the creators of all things in existence. And so because of the fact that they kind of left planets to their own devices, what would happen is they would come together and they would basically seek through the entirety of the universe. And a planet that was extremely high in like wisdom, for example, would be consumed by like the brother of wisdom. So like the smartest beings in the universe, he would consume their worlds. So it's kind of like Galactus and the Celestials being merged together. Just because of the fact that I say that in Marvel Comics, you have like Arishem the Judge, right? Like, you know, the Celestials create life on planets and then they go back every few thousand years to check on their project. And if they don't like the direction that it's going in, then Arishem the Judge will judge against the planet, and then Exitar will basically like wipe out all life on that planet and start all over again. And so that's how like the Celestials always function. So the similarities are pretty strong here. But that's the other thing that Brainiac says is like these beings can be defeated. The problem that you guys have is the entire structure of your superhero teams as they've always existed have never changed. The Teen Titans are always teenagers. The Justice League is always the grown members of the superhero team, usually the first superheroes in like Earth's canon history in DC Comics. And then you have the Titans, who are the new generation of the team, or who are the, you know, what the Teen Titans eventually go on to become. It's copy pasta. Your teams are always the same and they never change. And that makes you predictable. The whole idea of this was to basically say, I've split you guys into separate teams. And that's why you are where you are, because it makes you unpredictable. Not only that, he also brought villains into the mix. Starro, Etrigan, Sinestro, Lex Luthor, Lobo. I mean, you've got like, you know, Deathstroke. You've got some pretty hardcore villains here. And so it's just kind of like, man, like things are kind of running awry. But of course, while all this is going on, you've got Amanda Waller being Amanda Waller. Of course, the person who's currently leading the Suicide Squad, basically. But what she's done here, and this is kind of a cool callback, because you've got like, I mean, let's see, you've got like Maxwell Lord, you have, wow, you got like Hector Hammond. I mean, you got like pretty much the world's most powerful psychics who have all been kidnapped by Amanda Waller, hooked up to a singular machine, and literally using the combined efforts of all their brain power to figure out everything that's going on, or at least to push into the brain of Brainiac and extract as much information as humanly possible. And so what ends up happening is you basically have Brainiac, who leads Earth superheroes, to Kolu. And what's happened is Brainiac has basically said, I've put you in these teams, do not deviate from these teams. You being in these teams are done for a particular purpose. You know, and so if you break away, you're all going to die. The problem with this is that when they arrive to Kolu and it's basically being torn apart by the Wisdom Omega Titan, suddenly Amanda Waller initiates her plan. It starts drawing on all this psychic energy to basically start jumping into the mind of Brainiac as fast as she can. The problem is that it is literally a mental overload for Brainiac, which ultimately destroys his brain. And so the problem with this is that the Justice League is just kind of out there. Like the superhero teams are out there. They have no more leadership of Brainiac. All they have to go on is the teams he put them in, and that's it. There's nothing else for them to operate with. So at this point, they're on their own. They got to figure it out. Okay, so we are getting into Justice League No Justice Part Deuce. Part Deuce. Part Deuce. This is shaping up to be a pretty solid story. I mean, this is really, really awesome. Again, it's the same thing we said in the beginning of the last video. When it comes to Scott Snyder, he's one of those guys where he can write anything and it always turns out to be good. Like I've never been disappointed by anything Scott Snyder's ever written. Like I've never read it and just kind of been like, it was okay. Like his, I mean, everything he touches is gold. Plus he's also a really cool guy to talk to. But with Justice League No Justice, this is one of those cool situations because initially this kind of turned out, or at least it seemed on its surface, to be this story where DC was just like introducing Omega Titans, which was like DC's version of the Celestials and Galactus combined into like a singular set of beings. But this really seems to be more world building than anything else, adding a lot more stuff into the realm of DC. But what we talked about in the last video is that you would essentially had like a version of Brainiac that had shown up on Earth and basically grabbed all the Earth superheroes and then whisked them off to the far side of the universe to basically specifically the planet Colu, which is the home planet of Brainiac himself. And the result was that he basically said there are these beings called Omega Titans. When you guys broke the source wall, the wall at the edge of the universe, these Omega Titans came through, and now they're basically traveling from planet to planet, and they're going to essentially destroy them, depending on which aspect of the Omega Titans the planet's more conducive to. That's the way this unfolds. Now, of course, again, we'll get more into that as we get through this video, but the idea was that because there was a source wall, and like Amanda Waller didn't know about it, the federal government of the United States didn't know about it, her response was, well, what else are they hiding? And so what they ended up doing, or what she ended up doing, was grabbing the best psychics all across the entire landscape of the DC universe, or at least on Earth, channeling all their energies and basically breaking into the mind of Brainiac when he had taken their superheroes to his home planet. And in the process of doing so, while she did learn a lot of the secrets Brainiac had, she also basically destroyed him. And so the result is that Earth superheroes are basically stuck on Colu with no real idea of what it is that they're doing. And so in response to this, Amanda Waller basically picks up the slack and says, okay, like we know that planet Earth basically has like this seed, and this seed will give birth to like 4 trees. And whichever one of these trees grows, that's the Omega Titan that's going to be coming here to destroy the planet. And so for her, it's really like trying to understand what's going on, really more so than anything else. And that's kind of the crazy thing. When it comes to Amanda Waller, she's ruthless in a lot of ways. She'll do whatever she needs to do in order to get the information she needs. The issue with this is that while she's poking around, she's basically met by Green Arrow, by Oliver Queen. Now, his arrival here to confront Amanda Waller is really an indication of just how dire things are. But before we jump into that, I want to switch over to planet Colu, which is where we actually end up traveling to. And it's kind of crazy because this giant Omega Titan is basically just standing there, biding its time, getting ready to consume the world. Now, this is one of the things to bear in mind when it comes to situations like this. When you have beings of such immense power, one of the things that comic book companies and one of the things writers will do is they'll basically kind of transpose time, and they'll say, well, you know, to this being, time passes differently. If you have a being who's been alive for billions and billions of years, then like the passage of a few minutes or an hour is basically irrelevant to them. It's the blink of an eye. And the time it takes for this Omega Titan to arrive, to begin the process of consuming the world, for it to finish consuming the world and then leave, as far as this Omega Titan's concerned, it amounts to what's basically seconds. But for everybody here who's looking at this event unfold, it seems to take a couple hours or something like that. And so the other part of this is that in their mind, it's just a matter of basically getting through and trying to figure out what Brainiac's plan is, because basically Brainiac was destroyed before they figured it all out. All they knew is that Brainiac split them into teams for a reason, and that's it. That's the only thing they really have to go on. But in the middle of this, they're suddenly met by the immersion of these giant trees. Now, this is where things really begin to kick in, and this is where we really start to get this explanation. The way this works is you've got 4 Omega Titans, and we talked about them before. You basically have Wisdom, Chaos, Mystery, and Entropy. And the idea is that these Omega Titans will show up to a planet that's basically in direct relation to whatever that Omega Titan is. So in this instance, 4 trees do crop up on this planet, but the Wisdom tree is the one that's actually growing and immersed with energy. And what that means is that this planet is more conducive to wisdom. It's kind of a way to sort of create a signal to say, this is the Omega Titan that's going to be coming here, kind of firing a flare, so to speak, into the air. Now, right off the bat, and this is exactly what to expect, and this is one of the reasons why Scott Snyder writing is so cool. Scott Snyder is like this master at writing about characters, and that's what works. He's such a good character writer. Like Sinestro, for example. I mean, you know, as far as I'm aware, Scott Snyder's never written Green Lantern, but his ability to write Sinestro here is exactly what we would expect, because when you have basically Batman who says, look, we don't know what Brainiac's plan is. Brainiac's always been a bad guy. We can't trust him. We're going to reform these teams in our own image, and then we're going to go forward. The first thing Sinestro says is like, I lead armies of people. I'm not a follower, and I'm not following anybody here. And it works perfect. It fits in perfectly with this story. But then you have Martian Manhunter and you have Lex Luthor. And that's why this is cool, because Lex Luthor basically chimes in and says, all of you guys are acting like idiots right now. Brainiac, like whether you want to admit it or not, Brainiac, the version of Brainiac that brought us here, and every version of Brainiac that exists out there is way ahead of us. We're sitting on a planet of the smartest people to ever exist in the history of the universe. Basically, we've been brought here by a version of Brainiac that's smarter than all of these people and is certainly smarter than us. Yet somehow you think it makes sense to you to believe that you know better than Brainiac does. He split us into teams for a reason. We should act accordingly. And that's awesome. It's so cool here. And that's one of the reasons why I like Lex Luthor. Right now in DC Rebirth, Lex Luthor is really kind of being moved in the direction of going back to being a bad guy, which is kind of disappointing because him being a good guy was like a huge break away from the status quo. And there's been so much great writing with that whole thing. But regardless what stance DC takes when it comes to the character of Lex Luthor, the consistent factor has always been that Lex Luthor is exceedingly smart. And when it comes down to it, if you have to make the choice of whether or not Lex Luthor's on your team, it's not even an argument of of, being on the devil's right hand than in his path. It's a matter of he's a guy that's got it where it counts. He's got the brain, and he's a guy you definitely want, like him or Batman. And so that's kind of the cool thing is, while he's not necessarily viewed by everybody as a legitimate superhero, despite the fact that he tries to be, at the end of the day, they're like, but it is Lex Luthor. And like, he is pretty damn smart. So we should probably listen to him. And so Batman kind of responds by simply saying, well, as long as there's a member of the Justice League on each team, then we can go along with this plan and we can do whatever we have to do. At this point, we switch over to like the teams traveling to the 4 trees: entropy, wonder, mystery, wisdom. And it's kind of cool here because what we end up finding out is kind of what we knew before, in the sense that like the wisdom tree is the one that's really, really growing. And that's because of the fact that Omega Titan is here. It's the one tree they kind of have to figure everything out for. But for the other ones, what we ended up finding out, or at least as it was explained by Brainiac to the group, was that these Omega Titans basically arrive here because one tree is essentially like outgrowing all the others, meaning that the world needs to be consumed. But the idea is basically jumpstart all 4 trees, get all 4 trees growing back to where they need to be, and then you can basically send the Omega Titans off. At least that seems to be the case. Either that, or I guess all 4 Omega Titans would show up here and consume the whole planet. I have no idea. But because only one Omega Titan can consume a planet at any point in time, then having one planet that consists of all 4 trees seems to be the best step to take. But remember, they're basically just like running on guesses and hearsay. There's no absolute guarantee that this will even work. They're just going based on what they believe to be right. And so as they're going through and as they're investigating various things, it is cool here because what ends up happening is that once they basically get to the tree that deals with deals with mystery, they start to go through and realize this tree is basically filled with planets. And this really feeds into the nature of what Brainiac did, right? Like, DC kind of modified the origin of Brainiac in the New 52 in the sense that what you saw was that there was a giant group that was leaving the 5th dimension and they were traveling around the universe and they were, or at least traveling around various places and destroying entire worlds. And the original Brainiac's idea was, well, we can save this from happening by like saving pieces of worlds. And that was the reason why he would travel from one world to the next and like take sections of it and throw it into a bottle. What's been going on here is entire worlds have been bottled. Now, this is the world building part. This is actually one of the smartest things I've seen done. The idea is, and the question they have is, if we're going to basically get this tree going, it's much like the 5th element, right? With those different bricks, whatever it is, fire to fire, water to water, wind to wind, dirt to dirt. It's that whole situation. If you never saw 5th element, don't worry about that. But that's basically what's going on here. They have to create mystery. They have to create chaos. They have to create a circumstance where no one knows what's going to happen. And the best way to do that is to free all these worlds. But these are worlds of races that have long since, that had long since believed to have been extinct. No one in the modern era has even seen these, and they don't even know what's on these worlds. They have no idea what's here, but that's the basis. It's the risk. They have to release them all. But the cool thing about this is that it's kind of Scott Snyder saying, well, if all these worlds are released, then that's all stuff that we haven't seen before, and it's all stuff that we can write about in the future of DC Comics, and where everybody kind of debates the pros and cons. We have no clue what could take place here. Different people have different motivations. Despite the fact that these motivations may be altruistic or they may be selfish, the fact remains they can basically free these worlds. The problem with this is that they can't pull it off. And the reason why they can't pull it off is there's a somewhat of a disruption field that comes from like each one of these trees. And so that's where they start to run into the caveat of like, they have to have Brainiac because they can't get into any one of these devices. They can't actually implement the plan. And so where each member of the Justice League teams, communicates with the other and tells them what's going on, they're all running into the exact same circumstance. They're reaching what amounts to basically an invisible wall, and they can't pull it off. And so in response to all this, while it's all going on, suddenly this voice chimes out of nowhere and simply says, did you guys really believe it was going to be that simple? That these Omega Titans who show up to these planets would basically create a system that anybody could disrupt and then in turn just allow for their defeat. And so what this guy basically says is like, there's nothing you can do here. This planet's dead. There never was anything you could ever do about it. Brainiac didn't bring you here because he believes you guys can genuinely stop this. He brought you here because he wanted your powers. And we end up finding out the person that's basically revealing all this is Real 2, Brainiac 2.0. Now, this is kind of crazy here because as far as I'm aware in DC Comics, we have not seen Brainiac 2 in New 52, like post 2011. He's not been in DC Comics since before the New 52 launched. Now, the way this originally worked out, and he goes way back, like he was even before Crisis on Infinite Earths. But the way this played out originally was that Real 2 or Brainiac 2.0 was like the son of Brainiac. Now, in some stories, in the really old pre-Crisis stories, it was just a kid he adopted, that Brainiac adopted basically, and like kind of raised him to turn him into the new Brainiac. In like more modern stories, it was basically just a version created by the original Brainiac. But the consistent factor here, and really the more modern stories, is that like Brainiac 2.0 never really saw himself as his father. He did not want to be like his dad. And so that's where things get kind of hairy here, is we don't know what this version of Brainiac 2.0 is going to be. Is it going to be post-crisis version between 1986 and 2011, where he's basically more of a hero than anything else? Or is he going to be just like the original Brainiac, where he's a bad guy now? But because of the fact that this is DC Rebirth and it's basically designed to bring back a lot of things from before 2011, I would err on the side of caution and say he's probably a good guy and he's going to be the one saving grace. And this seems to be evidenced by the fact that like the Justice League teams need a version of Brainiac to pull this off. And for the most part, I don't really see any other version of Brainiac coming back. So the nature of Scott Snyder's storytelling isn't really to focus on like one thing. So I believe there's probably going to be a lot more surprises in store as this story goes on. Okay, so continuing on with the events of Justice League No Justice, again, this is kind of cool here, and I really like what Snyder's doing. It's one of these really interesting ideas, right? I mean, like Galactus meets the Celestials. It's kind of cool, and really, like, for those of you guys who have read Marvel Comics for a long time, the Omega Titans really are a lot more like the Celestials, or really more of a great blend of the Celestials, rather, and Galactus than anything else, because the idea of the story up to this point has basically been that, like, Brainiac showed up on Earth and basically gathered the most prominent superheroes on Earth, basically the Teen Titans, the Magic Wielders, and the Justice League, and then split them up into separate teams, and then in turn took them to the planet Colu and basically said, when you broke the source wall, you essentially unleashed the Omega Titans. Now, the cool thing about that, and that's one of the great things about this whole thing, is that for those of you guys who are new anyway, when it comes to comic book publishers, you have what are called soft reboots, then you have hard reboots, you have relaunches like what Marvel does, which is basically calling it a reboot, but it's not really, and then you have what's kind of like an event that will shuffle things around. And that's really what this is. This is an event that shuffles things around. And the idea is that with the source wall having been cracked in the aftermath of Dark Knight's Metal, it's almost like the circumstance whereby everyone who was trapped in the source wall was released. Now, of course, DC has kind of removed that from continuity, and we know that because the source wall is still there, and everybody who was in the source wall seems to still be trapped. So I think that's kind of been removed, and that's really not something that happens anymore, or really didn't happen at all. But the fact remains, with the source wall cracked, it means that things can come from outside of the main DC universe or the main DC multiverse, but it would also allow for DC to kind of pick and choose what gets released from the source wall. For example, we may see a story in the future where we see the return of Imperiex, who was actually a really interesting villain in the late 1990s. It was about as close as DC ever actually got to Galactus, in the sense that like Imperiex, when the Justice League first encountered Imperiex, they faced off against it only to realize that it was basically a drone, and the actual Imperiex was insanely powerful, was far more powerful than that drone was. So there's really cool elements. Of course, Yuka Khan, the father of Darkseid, is someone that we will probably see emerge from the source wall from Hal Jordan in the Green Lantern Corps. We saw that in that story, but there's cool little things that go on. The other part of this is that in the last video we had talked about how the planet Colu basically had this kind of like all these different worlds that had basically been confined, and that was a hallmark of Brainiac. Ever since Brainiac really showed up in the early days of DC, and even going forward in terms of fleshing his character out, his main MO was basically traveling around the universe and then like capturing worlds or cities and then bottling them, hence the concept of the bottled city of Kandor. But what this does is it basically allows DC to kind of come along and say, well, these various worlds that you thought were destroyed were never actually destroyed. Instead, they were just captured and bottled by Brainiac, and they were left here on Colu, and it's just been that way ever since. The idea is that with all these worlds basically being discovered, there's still life on these worlds. And so in response, you basically have like the telepaths, Martian Manhunter, Starro, who are really like hearing from all the voices in this world. And the idea is to essentially make these trees grow, right? Like, the tree of entropy and wisdom and mystery and all that kind of good stuff. But the idea is that in any one particular world, these Omega Titans had kind of like planted seeds, so to speak. Because this seed exists, whatever aspect of these four concepts the planet grows towards, that in turn will summon that Omega Titan. So for example, on Colu, it's really all about like wisdom. It's about like experience, knowledge, things like that. And so because it's about wisdom, that tree has the most energy, or really it's the only tree that's alive, and it summons the wisdom Omega Titan. With this in mind, after basically coming across Brainiac 2.0, where the superheroes of Earth are kind of continuing on this campaign and saying, hey, look, like we can save the planet. Ultimately, the response to Brainiac 2.0 is no, you can't. And the reason why is because all of this is predicated on the nature of Brainiac, where Brainiac is a villain that has historically always had nefarious tendencies, where there have been events like Convergence, things like that, where Brainiac's kind of been reworked and reshuffled and been changed around and different things like that, and where like various stories over the course of DC's publication history have given us other, future iterations of Brainiac. The fact remains here that as most fans know him, him, he's a villain. He's a main villain of Superman and a main villain of Earth. The argument of Brainiac 2.0 is nothing is what you think it is. Your idea was Brainiac brought you here under the auspices that each of you had some component. He split you into teams because those of you in those teams possess a level of power that would allow to sort of rebalance everything, to restore life to all the trees, and in turn send the Omega Titan away. But the response of Brainiac 2.0 is that's not true. The whole reason why you're here is because this is the one planet Brainiac was never able to conquer. And so because that, his goal is to basically take over the world, like take over this planet. The idea was to use you guys to restore balance, quote unquote, to the 4 trees. The Omega Titans would leave and they would immediately travel to Earth. And because all the superheroes, for the most part, reside on Earth minus the Green Lantern Corps, all that would be left would be the Lantern Corps. That would be it. And so with there being like no more Superman, no more Wonder Woman, Batman, or any of that stuff, then like the universe would be ripe for the picking. Basically, you were brought here to set the stage for Brainiac to conquer the universe. And it's kind of interesting because the response of Beast Boy is like, no, that's not true and you're lying. We have to believe that this world can be saved. So it's really, you know, hopeful idealism in the face of what is really nothing more than impending death. And so it's kind of cool because from here, you basically switch over to Team Wonder. You pick up with Wonder Woman and Etrigan, as well as Raven and Dr. Fate. And then of course, Zatanna. And this is kind of interesting because Wonder Woman really kind of takes the reins here. And Wonder Woman's idea is I've been blessed with magic by the gods. And it's interesting that Snyder blends these two things because where Etrigan and these guys are kind of like, look, she's not really a magic wielder. She has magic insofar that like godly beings granted her powers. She's not a tried and true magic wielder. But the response of Wonder Woman is, well, I can pull this off. Wonder Woman uses her lasso of truth, which basically imbues the tree with magic of sorts and in turn like awakens the tree. And this is kind of intriguing because if I'm being honest here, I feel like it's kind of Snyder's way of saying like, I really like Wonder Woman, so I want her to be able to use magic, which is not a bad thing. I mean, I would say up until recent years, with the exception of stories like Hikatea, Wonder Woman never really seemed to get her due. She was just a chick who was there. This is Scott Snyder grabbing the Wonder Woman mythos and saying, she's not just a chick who got some magical tools from the gods, that they really are imbued with magic. And she really is part of that magic community, whether we really want to acknowledge that or not. So again, it's Snyder's take on things and it works exceedingly well. From here, we jump to Cyborg. And this is kind of cool because from my perspective, Cyborg's never really been a character who's been interesting to me. I would never sit down of my own volition and read the Cyborg solo series because Cyborg was never interesting to me. With the character of Cyborg, he gets, again, kind of a cool moment. And that's really seems to be what Snyder's going on, really Snyder's doing here, is it's taking a break away from what we're used to. Because when you sit down and you read almost anything from DC Comics, it usually kind of boils down to like Batman or Superman saving the day. But it's cool to remove things from that. It's cool, you know, to basically walk away from the idea that Batman and Superman are going to save the day. And in fact, in this story, make them what really amount to like background characters and focus on like the lesser respected guys and kind of beef up their popularity. And the way this happens with Cyborg is that because of the fact that this is a tree that basically deals with like, you know, artificial intelligence and so on and so forth, what he ends up doing is using his mother box to sink into the tree and then start, you know, basically tapping into its artificial intelligence. And it's cool because it makes him like an interesting character. It makes him useful for the most part. And so of course, basically reawakening the tree, the idea here is that Snyder also hits on the notion that there are like these apples that grow. The first seed that grew on this planet came in like, this was the first tree that basically popped up. But as the planet began to cater itself towards wisdom, this tree basically died and the wisdom tree grew. But for a reason that's not really explained here, there's significance to this seed of sorts, you know, to this apple of Eden, so to speak. And so as a result, Cyborg doesn't really know what to make of it, but he does know it's important. And so this is when things really begin to sort of pop off and they really begin to boil down. Because what happens here is we basically switch over to Team Mystery, to Superman, to Sinestro, Starfire, and to you know, Starro himself, as well as Martian Manhunter. And to be honest, Scott Snyder, if you ever happen to see this video, this team is so stacked, and I don't understand why he would stack this team so bad. This is a pretty OP team, but the biggest issue they have here is that, again, they're kind of tapping into the minds of these guys, and they haven't quite figured out how to activate, or at least they have figured it out, but they haven't activated their tree yet. The other half of this is that these worlds really amount to hostages. They don't really know what's going to happen. They know that if the Omega Titan consumes the world, all these worlds will die, and all these little mini planets will be destroyed in the process. And so this is one of those things where it's like the moral compass of the superhero community kind of bumps up against what needs to be done. But the cool thing about this is that Snyder could use this to basically bring back long lost concepts in DC Comics. We also end up basically finding out that Tamaran, the home world of Starfire, is locked here. And so it's essentially a way to like bring back the entirety of her people. There's all these cool things that go on, all these cool little themes, these little goodies that Snyder throws into the story that allows us to see the return of things. And so ultimately the response of really Superman and his guys are, okay, Sinestro, create a construct that will get all these worlds off planet. And while you're doing that, we'll buy you time. And so essentially everyone is recalled. And in turn, they all start jumping into the fray for the purpose of just serving as a distraction in order to essentially basically take out this Omega Titan. Now, the heroes know they can't destroy it, right? I mean, you're talking about an astronomical amount of power, and DC plays it fast and loose when they're talking about like universal scale characters. You don't really see characters on a universal level in the same capacity that you see in Marvel, right? Like the universal landscape of DC is very much undeveloped. Like there's a lot there that we don't know. I think there's ample room to kind of build that up, but DC does fine with what they have. I mean, you know, at the end of the day, it all works. I mean, they're one of the biggest comic book companies in the world. They must be doing something right. And so it's, and so there's a lot of cool stuff that you can do with that. But the whole point here is that the various members of the superhero community do what they can. The Justice League, the Teen Titans, more or less, they all kind of do what they can. But at the end of the day, they're not really designed to win. They're really designed to just kind of be a stopgap measure. That's it. And so where Starro is basically destroyed in the process, this leads to like the Omega Titan consuming the entirety of the world, and that's it. And so Kolu basically explodes in its entirety, and it's not really known which members of the Justice League survive. And so picking back up with Green Arrow and Amanda Waller, who have really been in a standoff, you know, regarding this seed on Earth and whether or not they should destroy it, whether or not they should activate it. In the middle of all this, the seed suddenly kicks off, which is exactly what we were told would happen. When Kolu was destroyed and that planet was consumed, the new seed immediately starts sprouting trees. And this is cool. This is a great idea by Scott Snyder, because what it means is we can basically immediately hop from one action-packed event to another. There's no real phase where it's like, okay, well, the planet was destroyed and we've got 3 weeks until the trees grow. Like they immediately pop up, like they're right there. And so right off the bat, the Earth is in danger. And the reason why is because instead of like the Omega Titans making their way to Earth, gradually getting there, instead, like they're immediately there. And so they actually get there before the Justice League does, depending on which members of the league survive. So this is cool. And it's a really awesome idea because Oliver Queen kind of plays the role of the fan. He plays the role of us as the reader as, no, the Justice League will be here. It's only a matter of time. They'll be here and they'll save us. But the response of Amanda Waller is they probably won't. Here's the question you have to ask here. If all these worlds were saved by Sinestro, what resources will they end up bringing? Because Oliver Queen's response was to basically send out an SOS to the Green Lantern Corps. And while the Green Lantern Corps would be cool, we don't really know if the Green Lantern Corps would stand much of a chance against these Omega Titans if they even respond at all. And if they don't get the message in time, then the Justice League with whatever reinforcements show up. Okay, so picking up with the conclusion of No Justice, we kind of get a bit of a jump here. This is kind of an interesting thing. In the last video, we had talked about how at the end of the story, you basically had the destruction of Kol, more or less. You know, this planet that was inhabited by the race that Brainiac belonged to, and we didn't really know what happened to the Justice League. At this point, we pick up with the Source Wall, and it's kind of interesting here because the group's just somewhat there. Now, in truth, it's not like Snyder just kind of grabs this out of nowhere. It's not like, you know, and then suddenly they're at the Source Wall for no real reason whatsoever. It just sounds cool. It doesn't really fit in that way. Instead, what's going on here is, remember, all this stuff stems from the Source Wall, that the Source Wall had basically been broken. It had been damaged. Now, this again is really Scott Snyder kind of breaking away from the status quo, because historically speaking in DC Comics, the Source Wall is what separates the main DC universe from like all the other universes that are out there. And the idea is that beyond the Source Wall is just the source of all things that exist. But it was always ambiguous, and we were never really told explicitly what it was. If you go back and you read the old Jack Kirby like Fourth World stories, you're more or less kind of told the source more or less seems to be God. But again, we're not really given a definitive answer. We're just kind of told that it's there. But with the Source Wall being broken, all these dangers are more or less pouring into the universe. And the whole basis behind this is that it really gives Scott Snyder almost infinite resources here. It gives him infinite villains to throw into the Justice League universe, or the Justice League stories. Because while we do know of a few people like Superboy Prime who were locked inside the Source Wall, most people we don't know anything about. They've always just kind of been backdrops. They've been like universal constants to the idea that they're just stuck in the Source Wall and we don't really know how they got there. And so because of this, there's all kinds of storytelling that can be told. Now, of course, with the arrival of the Omega Titans on Earth comes the SOS of Green Arrow. Oliver Queen basically being one of the last few heroes who were on Earth, really one of the only heroes who were on Earth, with everybody else kind of dealing with the conflict out in space. He, of course, sends an SOS out to the Green Lantern Corps, says, hey, look, the Omega Titans are here and we're all gonna die. And so this really kind of leads into like the aftermath of what's going on with regards to the destruction of Kolu. And the reason why this is the case is because when you pick up with these various members of these different Justice League teams, for the most part, they're all dealing with what essentially amounts to a catastrophic failure. And while it's not necessarily a failure in the worst way, it is still a failure, because in their minds, they were all brought together for the singular purpose of trying to save this planet and defeat the Omega Titans, or at least learn as much as they could in order to ensure the Omega Titans were defeated. The problem with this is that it didn't work out that way. Of course, we know Kolu was essentially destroyed entirely, but what also ended up happening here is it was the Justice League, who was thrown into a situation where their only real source of knowledge, which came in the form of Brainiac, was destroyed by Amanda Waller. And so they were literally flying blind. So you can't really fault him for messing up here and for screwing up. I mean, that's just kind of the nature of things when you don't really have all the information available. But at this point, they begin turning their attention to Brainiac 2.0, the son more or less of Brainiac himself. And when the question's asked, can you help us out here? This is when Snyder starts to draw on this sort of darker evil persona of Brainiac 2.0 when he basically says no. But here's the funny thing about this. This is one of the reasons why I love Snyder writing. It's not like this stereotypical villain like, well, no, because I'm a bad guy and that's what I do. Bad people fight against superheroes and I'm just going to make life rough on you. That's not the stance he takes. Instead, what he really kind of argues here is the truth of the situation is that you guys have failed here. I mean, it's inevitable that you guys were going to fail. Sure, I could help you, but why would I? Like, you guys started all this. This all happened because of everything that happened in Dark Knight's Metal. Had you guys not broken the source wall, then none of this would have been a problem. So you guys are basically getting your just desserts. You're getting the consequence of your own actions. And that's kind of the interesting thing here, because when you look at the Justice League in terms of their team as they've existed and the various members who are part of it, it always seems to kind of follow this form and function of like a villain shows up and they fight the villain and they win and the day is saved. And this is kind of a cool situation because it's like, but the Justice League isn't really as great as they think they are. Like, they're not really that spectacular. They're heroes who do great things, sure, but they've screwed up catastrophically. Not only that, all this is because of them. This is all led to like them, like literally this all starts with them. And so it's really kind of saying like, you guys get your just desserts. Now in reality, it's basically holding 7 billion people accountable for the actions of a handful. But that's kind of the price you pay when you just sort of hand things over to the Justice League and say, run with it, just make sure we stay safe. That's kind of the way these things go. And so ultimately, Vril Dox actually takes his leave of the ship and simply says, I'm not fixing anything, and actually ends up traveling back to Earth. And this is kind of cool because when he arrives here, initially he sort of hits up Amanda Waller, right? Says, look, you understand the nature of things. You defeated my father or killed Brainiac, and I'm going to kill you in turn, which of course, results in the arrival of the Green Lantern Corps. Now, the Green Lantern Corps showing up here is of course in response to the SOS, but it's one of these things where it doesn't really seem like they could do a whole lot. And that's one of the things that's kind of cool here about these Omega Titans, the way that Snyder draws or really designs them, is they're kind of like this essence of the universe itself. Like they're a universal constant, a backdrop. They can't defeat it any more than like the universe itself can be defeated. And so because that's the case, the Green Lantern Corps, while they are cool and they are incredibly powerful, ultimately won't really be able to do a whole lot here. And in fact, that's one of the things that's addressed. Vril Dox basically says, hey, it's cool, you guys are here, whatever. I don't really care because you guys can't do anything to stop this. Now, Amanda Waller's response is a lot more heavy-handed. What she does is she basically sat down and she had like nuclear weapons tied to all of these trees. And her belief was that if the trees were destroyed, then the Omega Titans would leave because the trees growing there are the only reason why the Omega Titans have arrived. And so it's kind of interesting because if anything, Amanda Waller has and will always be cutthroat. She is ruthless. She'll do whatever it takes to save the world. And when the response is made of like, think of the death toll you'll have in this, the response of Amanda Waller is, but that's minuscule. And she's not wrong. Like, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. Now, of course, this goes directly into Cyborg really having his big moment. And this is kind of the cool thing because the Justice League starts to recall that like Brainiac, his database is on Earth. And this is when Oliver Queen steps up and says, yes, it's because Amanda Waller downloaded it prior to his death. And so this is where the Justice League begins to modify itself. And this is where we start to step into them actually being heroes because now they have more information to operate on. They actually have a plan that they can form here. And so they really just kind of hand everything over to Cyborg. And the question is, Cyborg, what do we do? And Cyborg's response is, well, all the other trees are dying except for the tree of entropy, which means the Omega Titan is going to consume that tree. And so what we have to do, or at least what Cyborg figured out anyway, is that what the Omega Titans are actually doing is they're feeding on the seeds that are born on these trees. That when you have all 4 trees that begin to grow, one of them will outgrow the others. The others will die, and whatever the nature of the planet is, if it's wisdom or entropy or mystery or what have you, that tree will grow. That tree will sprout seeds, and that's what the Omega Titans feed on. And so the response of Cyborg is just like fast track the growth of the seeds. Like, grow those seeds as fast as possible and then supercharge them with energy of entropy and then feed it to the Omega Titan. And it's actually a really, really cool plan here because the hope of Cyborg is that with the Omega Titan basically being satiated with all this energy, because these Omega Titans aren't really like thinking beings, which is to say they're not really like humanoid in a sense, then the argument of Cyborg is they simply operate more on instinct. And the instinct is feed on planets that are rich in whatever that Omega Titan stands for. And so if the other Omega Titans see the one of entropy and then they realize that it's filled with all this entropic energy, then the response is consume that Omega Titan. They'll just be drawn to that energy and they'll consume it. It takes their attention away from planet Earth. Now, the other funny thing about this, and this is actually one of the things that I'm sad about, is that DC seems to be moving more in the direction of Lex Luthor becoming a bad guy. And the reason why is because entropy is really just kind of like chaos, lawlessness, a lack of order. And so when you have someone like Lex Luthor, who really does stand for for like being a hero, and then Deathstroke says, I can't get this thing to work, and in turn Lex Luthor takes it and charges it. What seems to be going on here is DC's continually pointing to the direction of the idea that Lex Luthor is going to become a bad guy. I personally don't like it. I think, sending Lex Luthor back to being a bad guy is just kind of like sending things back to the way they were before, telling the same old stories that we've seen before. And so ultimately what they end up doing is, of course, putting this supercharged seed inside of a giant spear that's created by the Green Lanterns and firing it off into the Entropy Omega Titan, which in turn literally overcharges it with more energy than it can handle and blows it up. But here's the funny thing. On the surface, we would look at this and we would say, hooray, the day is saved, the Justice League won. Like we would all celebrate and we would all be happy. But the reality of this is that Martian Manhunter kind of looks at everything that's gone on. And even when Lex Luthor kind of addresses this, and really speaks with Martian Manhunter, they both kind of come to this realization that this was one, the tip of the iceberg, and two, they fractured the universe yet again. They made the same mistake they made before. And the reason why is because these Omega Titans are a fundamental force of the universe. That's why I say they're very much like Galactus. When you look at Galactus in Marvel Comics, he's a force of nature. That was established in the trial of Reed Richards. Galactus serves the purpose of maintaining cosmic balance by consuming worlds that would otherwise give birth to more Celestials, who in turn would overpopulate the universe. When it comes to these Omega Titans in DC Comics, they serve a universal constant. They keep the population of the universe in check by feeding on planets, basically, by literally keeping the universe from being overrun with life. With the Justice League looking at things from a narrowed perspective, what they've basically done is they've offset that balance. Planets that are basically rich in entropy will continue on, thriving and growing. And while that's not necessarily the worst thing, overpopulation is one hell of a thing. And that's what you run into in this universe, is the idea that there's basically going to be more people than there needs to be. And so as a result, the Justice League has done more harm on a much larger and grander scale than they could possibly ever imagine. But because they're human, because they're heroes, because they're looking at things from a very small perspective, they can't really see the bigger picture. So again, it is kind of intriguing here. Now, of course, this leads directly into things like the return of the Hall of Justice and a few little follow-ups that'll actually really be featured more in Justice League #1 if the interviews that Scott Snyder has done are to be believed. But this is kind of cool because from here, what Snyder does is he really kind of breaks it down, right? Like this is very reminiscent of the old X-Men comics. Like you read the old X-Men comics after Decimation and after the events running all the way up until like Messiah Complex, and then it's break them off into more X-Men stories. That's what's going on here. And in fact, really within DC itself, this is more akin to the post-crisis landscape in the sense that you originally had Justice League International and then Justice League Europe and then Extreme Justice and all these different teams that existed out there. What's happening is that in the aftermath of this whole thing, because teams have basically been formed, these teams are essentially going to continue on in the same capacity. Wonder Woman's joining Justice League Dark. You've got a new team called Justice League Odyssey, which really seems to be more of a modified Justice League International featuring Cyborg and Starfire and a few other characters. And then you've got the main Justice League team. So again, it continues on and really kind of branches off into 3 new titles, which actually look pretty awesome. But it is an interesting take on things. I mean, this of course was clearly a story designed to springboard into Justice League #1 proper, but I imagine it was really Snyder's way of just kind of creating a small story for himself and then going into the main Justice League title. It's a great story. I loved it. But still, it is kind of cool. And it is a pretty interesting set of events. Okay, so getting into Justice League Justice Lost, this is the prelude to No Justice. So a lot of justices in there. But this is the prelude to No Justice. And this is really like the last story of the Justice League as we know it, before Scott Snyder and company change everything up. Now, one of the things that I had talked about in the last video that we did, The People versus the Justice League, we were talking about Christopher Priest's run. And the idea of Christopher Priest's writing is to take characters and make them a lot more tangible and relatable and really draw a lot of politics into it. Now, that's not necessarily a bad thing. It really kind of depends on how you do it. And the way he does it here in the Justice League is actually amazing because it takes this team and it kind of throws them into a situation that we're not normally used to. Initially, this picks up really with like the aftermath of the People versus the Justice League, which has really kind of changed the way the public sees them in the sense that where the Justice League has historically been this sort of superhero team that's above reproach in the realm of DC Comics. Nowadays, people look at it much like they would look at any kind of city police or state police or like a federal organization, and they kind of question it. And this really comes initially with like this congressional inquiry at the House of Representatives, where you have Cyborg, who's currently the leader of the Justice League, who's brought before this committee and is basically, can you prove to us that the Batman who shot, Senator Hosgrove was not actually Batman? Can you prove that conclusively? And for the most part, the response of Cyborg is, I cannot prove it conclusively because I won't tell you who Batman is because I don't know who Batman is. And it's kind of interesting because it's like kind of feeding into this idea that the general society doesn't really know know anything about the Justice League. And it's kind of intriguing because while all this is happening, you actually have Martian Manhunter who's watching the events unfold while he's currently in a different form. Now, this is the part that goes into no justice in the sense that Martian Manhunter is kind of rallying Simon Baz and Jessica Cruz for a particular cause, which leads into them basically leaving and going off on this campaign. But what you have is you also have a lawyer who's basically there keeping an eye on everything, a lawyer Regina basically, who's kind of monitoring everything, and she's the attorney for the Justice League. But the idea here is that she's not really who she claims to be, and we'll find out here in a second. But what ends up happening is the Justice League responds to a train incident that happens in Estes Park, Colorado. What you end up having is this train that kind of derails in the middle of town. And because of how it derails, and because of the various chemicals that it's carrying, if they start blowing in a different direction, which they're actually blowing north at the moment, that combined with the fact that it's snowing, basically meaning combined with water, could very well just start killing everybody in the immediate vicinity. And so the response of the Justice League and Batman's Justice League of America is tend to the north and then focus on everybody in the west and keep everything under control. The problem with this is that it's a matter of public perception. It doesn't really matter what's true. What matters is what people think is true. And so what people see when they look at this circumstance is the north side of Estes Park is where all the rich people live and everybody else lives everywhere else. And so the perception is that the Justice League are racing to save the north side of Estes Park because that's where all the rich people are. And so the perception gives off that ideology, which people in turn believe. And so where Regina, as a Justice League lawyer, is taken to the watchtower where everybody's supposed to meet, but then Cyborg's watching all the events unfold in Estes and chooses to respond. This in turn leads to Regina kind of revealing the fact that she's not actually who she claims to be. Now, of course, this also coincides with the idea that you had Aquaman, who is basically recovering in a part of the watchtower. Regina didn't know about it. Aquaman shows up, and Regina turns out to be one of the extremist fans who believes that she can fix the Justice League. And so she's basically screwing everything up. Now, of course, Aquaman defeats her. But with regards to Estes Park, in regards to everything that's going on there, it's an interesting situation because this is one of those scenarios where, again, people's perspective of the Justice League is changing. But the argument that's kind of being made here is that where Cyborg is taking more of a political approach and he's trying to save all sides, it's a situation where you please everyone and no one at the same time. The nature of the Justice League is to say, we don't really care how you see us. This is the job that we do. And so where you kind of have people going back and forth, and there's this sort of debate that's going on among the Justice League, of course, they basically end up saying, look, like we've done what we need to do. There are rescue forces here, like there are ambulances and there's police. There's no reason for us to be here anymore. And where Cyborg wants to stay, the idea is all you're doing is putting on a dog and pony show. You're here for the cameras, you're here for the press, and you're here to maintain good publicity. Let's get out of here and actually do our job. And so that's where people end up kind of bailing out. Batman grabs his Justice League of America and leaves. Well, from there, that's when you start to switch into like this whole huge ramification. Whenever there is a situation where people can take advantage of a situation, then they will. And so what you have here is opportunism. You basically have one of these like shoddy lawyers who's on TV and he's kind of like, hey, have you not been saved by the Justice League when you feel like you should have? Well, then call me and like you're entitled to money. And so you have like thousands of people who have signed on to a class action lawsuit to sue the Justice League because they haven't rescued them in particular points in time. Now, again, a lot of that's personal entitlement, right? Like a lot of people are like, I deserve to have been saved in that situation. The Justice League should have saved me. Now, all that really kind of feeds into the idea that a lot of people are think they're more important than they really are. And that's kind of the idea that's really being presented is it's the Justice League can't save everyone. And so what happens when like people who weren't saved or people who lost their homes or something like that, what happens when they in turn turn their guns against the Justice League? Like what ends up happening in that situation? At the same time, because of the fact that the Watchtower had been sabotaged by Regina, the place is basically kind of going to pieces and literally like crashing down to earth. And so it really takes some fast thinking from Cyborg combined with the efforts of Killer Frost to basically save the whole place in the sense that they push it faster down into the atmosphere and then Killer Frost basically uses her power to keep it from burning up, and it basically ends up crash landing in the Kingdom of Red Lion. Now, in the Kingdom of Red Lion in DC Comics, it's kind of crazy because Red Lion himself, Matthew Bland, is very much Black Panther. I mean, he was designed to be that way, and I'm pretty sure Christopher Priest has done interviews where he said that's definitely the case. The difference between Matthew Bland and Black Panther is that T'Challa in Marvel Comics is king by really by rightful rule, in the sense that it follows a monarchy, and he basically went through all the trials and tribulations in order to become a king. Matthew Bland is your stereotypical warlord in the same fashion as like Pol Pot in the Khmer Rouge in Cambodia. He's a guy that basically rose to power and said like, I'm annexing things and I will eliminate anybody who gets in my way. It doesn't matter who they are, doesn't matter what age they are. The guy is cold-blooded. And so what you end up having is basically this massive Justice League watchtower which crash lands in Africa, and then you have all these rebels who descend on it. Well, you can imagine how this looks in the public eye. People who are not there and don't know anything about the circumstance will still chime in because for whatever reason beyond human understanding, they think they know what they're talking about. And so the entire public perception perception of everything that's going on here is the Justice League hate people in Africa. That's the perception that's being given to the general public. Again, like these are people on social media, on Facebook, on Twitter, on YouTube, who have no clue what's going on, but they believe they know what's going on. And for them, that's the only thing that matters. Literally, the Justice League's in like a rock and a hard place, because what you end up having to sort of top all this off is you end up having like all these different like rebel forces who literally start launching attacks in an effort to get inside of the Watchtower. At the same time all that's happening, you also end up having the Fan from the previous story arc who shows up to fight Batman. Now, this is really kind of Christopher Priest wrapping up some plot threads with regards to the Fan and the whole concept behind it. And the reason why is because with the Fan, again, with the last video, with it having been established that the Fan is basically one of the people who worked on the Watchtower and has since kind of become more of an extremist, he basically faces off against Batman. He's subdued pretty fast. It's wrapped up pretty quickly. That's something that I want you to keep in mind, because Batman doesn't kill him. Instead, what we end up doing is basically picking up with the Justice League, of course, Cyborg defeated by Red Lion, but we pick up with the Justice League that on one side is trying to protect technology that really is quite dangerous if put into the wrong hands. That there's alien technology in there, there's all kinds of weapons in there, that if it fell into the hands of like of a dictator or someone like Red Lion, they could use it to not only invade like the immediate territories, but launch some pretty significant wars and inflict an insane amount of damage. And so the response of the League is, we can't let that happen. But again, public perception is how all this comes down. Not only that, where one of the rebels kind of loses it and fires off a shot at Superman, in turn, he actually ends up hitting Wonder Woman. So as things just getting like from bad to worse to worse to worse, they've literally walked into a war zone. But from here, like, it's a matter of getting Wonder Woman out of there. Now, the problem with Wonder Woman, and this is one of the weird situations when it comes to her character, is Wonder Woman's been depicted as bulletproof, and she's been depicted as not bulletproof. In this instance, she's not bulletproof. It really kind of depends on who's telling the story and how it is they want it to unfold. Superman's initial response is to grab her and leave, but the Flash steps in and says, no, let me take her. This entire region is a powder keg. I mean, they're like, if you leave, then like there'll be no one here. Like Cyborg's gone, you're here, but like there's maybe one or two other people and that's it. But no one's here on the same level of power as you. They're basically afraid of you, which is why they haven't invaded yet, because you could just destroy them all in almost a blink of an eye. But if you leave, then it's open season. And so Superman ends up staying behind. But what we end up doing here is basically picking up with Cyborg, who essentially wakes up in the chambers of Deathstroke himself. Now, for Deathstroke's part, the reason why he's here is because he's a gun for hire. Deathstroke has no allegiance to anybody. Deathstroke's loyal to the paycheck, but where he's loyal to Matthew Bland, at the same time, he does kind of have his own moral compass and his own perspectives. And what he ends up doing is just kind of leaving, Cyborg here with the ability to escape, leaving a knife and that kind of a thing. But again, back at the Justice League Watchtower, it really is a war zone. And that's the crazy thing, is you've got rebels firing on rebels. You've got like citizens who are kind of caught up in the crosshairs, everything that's really kind of exploding. And where Batman basically shows up with the Fan and Aquaman to attend to Cyborg, this is when things get kind of hairy, and this is where things get kind of screwed up. Because what you have is you have Red Lion, who basically says, look, your Justice League is caught up in this massive political event. And if there's any one thing that America hates, it's looking bad in the public eye. So either we can continue down this trend and I can let the world continue to believe that you guys really are that screwed up, or you guys can give in to my ransom demands. You guys can basically give me like a huge sum of money. Well, in return to this, Cyborg cuts off Red Lion, basically defeats him quite readily, and then Batman and Aquaman respond to the entire crisis that's going on. Well, the funny thing about this is that while all this is happening, Red Lion and Deathstroke basically show up with a Fan, and Deathstroke takes the Fan out. And this is why I love Deathstroke so much. It's one of the reasons why Deathstroke is so cool, because as soon as he gets in there, as soon as the Justice League turn their attention to him, he's basically like stepping into a war zone like this, in some war-torn African territory. This is new to you, but to me and people like me, this is everyday life. You guys do not have the stomach to basically deal with a situation like this. And that's what's so interesting. And that's really the big criticism that Christopher Priest kind of gives here with regards to the Justice League, that the Justice League serves the purpose of like protecting the world. But more often than not, the threats the Justice League respond to are threats based out of America. And that's why the nickname for the Justice League in these various war-torn territories is the Just Us League. Like, it's just us. You're not allowed to be a part of this league. Like, that's the perception people give off, because you never really see the Justice League in a territory like this. And where you as the Justice League have saved the world from monsters, and you save the world from alien threats, what you haven't done is save the world from itself. And you can't. It really kind of gets cool when it comes down to the nature of the League. Now, this of course results in Deathstroke temporarily facing off against the Justice League, but not that often. Wonder Woman basically responds, and of course Wonder Woman ends up taking out Deathstroke. But that's kind of the big revelation that's given here, is like this whole idea of the rebels and these factions and things like that. This is all all put forward by Red Lion. Red Lion set all this up, this massive war-torn territory, and it's almost impossible to decipher and break apart the various pieces and make it all make sense. And so the response of Cyborg is, Deathstroke's basically right. We can't police people. That's not the role that we play. And so the coolest point here is that Cyborg says that's probably the most difficult thing for the Justice League to have to accept, is that we are going to have to look around and we're going to have to see these war-torn territories. We're going to have to see how screwed up everything is and just leave it that way, because they're going to have to solve their own problems. And so from here, like, you pick up with Cyborg and Batman after the whole crisis is averted and after everything is done. And one of the questions that Cyborg has here is the death of the fan at the hands of Deathstroke, where Batman has a no-kill rule in the sense that he does not bring anybody physical harm like that, and neither does the Justice League. Cyborg looks at the situations and says, I can't help but think that the world's greatest detective would bring the fan, basically this person that knew so much information about the Justice League, a person that had to be taken care of, that Batman would bring him to this war-torn territory knowing something like this would happen. And that's the question of Cyborg. Did you bring that fan there so he would be taken out, so he would be killed? And where Batman kind of denies it and says, no, that's not exactly what I was shooting for. If he was, it's not the worst idea. It's pretty smart. I mean, that or have Superman, like, throw him into the sun or something like that, just fly him into deep space and leave him there. But it's not the worst thing. But again, this segues directly into the events of No Justice, because what you end up having is Martian Manhunter, who basically shows up to the Justice League and the Justice League of America and simply says, you guys need to come with me. And of course, we've covered the first issue of Justice League No Justice, so feel free to check that out so you get an idea of what's going on. Okay, so I don't normally do this, but I am amped about Scott Snyder's Justice League. So we're going to kind of split this, and we're going to, well, you guys will see what I'm talking about when we get to the end of the video. But this is pretty awesome. Like Snyder's, I wasn't really unsure. I mean, Snyder's one of those writers, I'll read anything he writes, but Snyder's always been associated with Batman, right? Like, he wrote Black Mirror before DC rebooted in 2011. After DC rebooted, he wrote the whole New 52 Batman run, which is still, I would consider to be one of the greatest Batman runs of all time. You look at how he writes, and it's really interesting, because what this does is it shows that Snyder's actually a really versatile writer. Most people are familiar with Scott Snyder through his work on Batman, and that was a very slow and paced book, because Batman's very slow and paced by and large. And this, it's really more of just like world building, and it'll actually roll in with the Flash mythos quite nicely. So initially what this does is it basically picks up with the aftermath of basically Dark Knight's Metal. The big takeaway from that was that the source wall was cracked and the multiverse was basically bleeding energy. And so what's happened following the events of Dark Knight's Metal is we have a clock that's counting down, and when it reaches 0, the multiverse will basically die. That's really what's been going on since Dark Knight's Metal happened. But with regards to the crack that happened in the source wall, what it means is it opens like a whole new can of worms for writers in terms of bringing in things, bringing back characters that we didn't, or that we hadn't seen in a long time, like Imperiex, if that really matters to you, but also bringing in characters that we've never heard of before, who were just part and parcel to the source wall, and their story was never explained. And so when you get into this whole thing, it's super cool, because initially this picks up with just some object or some concept from the source wall, just like breaking free and careening towards Earth. And so what you end up doing is you end up switching over to the Justice League in the middle of a conflict. And that's really an important thing here, because when it comes to the way Snyder writes, more often than not, he sort of starts things off. But if you look at what he's been doing so far, you can basically treat Dark Knight's Metal and then this, Justice League No Justice, and then his actual DC Universe Justice League run, because remember, you went from Rebirth to DC Universe. You can basically treat these like you did Batman, like his Batman run, right? Like if you read them individually, you had Court of Owls and then Night of Owls and then Death of the Family and then Batman Endgame. And if you read them individually, then they just kind of seem cool. But if you read them as a cohesive unit, it's a great big huge story. And that's what this is. You go from Dark Knight's Metal, which is Barbados, and the fact that Batman had a massive impact on history, and Barbados has been trying to break into the universe ever since. And then you have the Dark Multiverse, which arises. Dark Knight's Metal ends, the multiverse source wall is cracked, or at least the source wall is cracked, and that means that like the multiverse is essentially dying. Then you go into Justice League No Justice, which is the aftermath, and then you pick up with this, which is a continued aftermath and what we do after the source wall is cracked. So initially what ends up happening is they're basically fighting against like these Neanderthal men, more or less. Nothing super spectacular, but it's not designed to be. Instead, because this is a return to familiarity for the Justice League, the big thing that's really going on here is Martian Manhunter is kind of the central focal point for the team. We're not given a whole lot of information at the outset in terms of what Martian Manhunter was doing, and that really doesn't seem to be a focus of DC. DC at the moment. You know, he's just basically returned. And we'll get some measure of an explanation here, but in reality, I think DC's kind of banking on the reaction that they got, in the sense that fans are more excited to see Martian Manhunter returning than they really care about where it is that he's been. They're just like, we don't care where he's been, just bring him back. And then now that he's here, they're just like, okay, that's what I want. Let's go. Like, I don't care about the backstory. Let's just go. That's kind of what fans have been shooting for when it came to his character. And so ultimately, of course, this is kind of an interesting thing, because as he's going through and essentially, you know, helping these guys out, he begins to get this realization that there's a much bigger plan going on here than what initially seems to be the case. And so what this does is it switches to Vandal Savage. Now, this is where the true ability of Scott Snyder comes out. Scott Snyder is a great writer in the sense that he can basically make a lot of stir over here to keep you from looking over there. But then suddenly when you look over there, you realize, oh my God, like it's this amazing, it's this amazing thing that he does. It's super cool to watch it happen. But picking up with Vandal Savage, it's pretty awesome, because Vandal Savage's whole plan here, like this whole thing was basically his working, you know, and that's kind of what you would expect. But then suddenly out of nowhere, he's just like, no, your plan will ultimately fail. And the reason why is because he's being told that by Lex Luthor. And it's the coolest thing, because what this means is that Lex Luthor has essentially gone back to being a bad guy, more or less. Now, this is one of those things where the Justice League sort of picks up on that, having presumably already happened. And so we can essentially say that like Brian Michael Bendis' Superman in Action Comics and Scott Snyder's Justice League will basically meet in the middle, you know, and it'll essentially give us this sort of road. Like we can go from here and sort of trace back, or we can go from Bendis and trace forward. But basically we'll see Lex Luthor go back to being a bad guy, which in reality was only ever a matter of time, but it also sucks. I mean, the nature of comics, you've been reading long enough, the nature of comics is nothing stays changed forever. Everything goes back to the status quo eventually. But still, you know, what ends up happening is they basically come to this realization that the plan of Vandal Savage was to basically rip away the Earth's crust, to kind of set the moon in a position to where it would essentially start creating all kinds of problems, pull the Earth's crust off, and then whatever happens would happen. And this results in the Justice League destroying the moon, which is kind of weird. But still, following this, they all basically begin kind of banding together. Like they end up in the mindscape, more or less. And this is when Martian Manhunter reveals to the Justice League what they don't know, that something's broken off from the source wall and is careening towards Earth. And this is kind of the cool thing, because initially when I saw this, it's like, okay, so they're gonna have like weeks or months to prepare in order to figure out what this thing is, and it's gonna be this big, long, drawn-out scenario where we're gonna find out what's going on. No. Martian Manhunter's like, it's gonna be here in 3 minutes. So we're kind of screwed if it's here to destroy the world. And it's funny, because again, this is one of those things. The Justice League largely deals with like worldwide calamities. That's the nature of what the Justice League does. It deals with worldwide events. But at the same time, Snyder kind of turns it on its head a little bit and saying like, yeah, it's like a worldwide calamity that's gonna be here in 3 minutes. So like the apocalypse will be here by the time this commercial's over. It's crazy. Like it's a crazy situation. And so switching back over to Lex Luthor, this is one of the coolest things, because Lex Luthor, what seems to have happened here is Lex Luthor seems to have found a way to harness the Sage Force. Now, this again goes back into the Flash comics. And initially I didn't know that was going to be a thing. I mean, thanks, because I think I tweeted it out, or you guys mentioned in the comments of the last video. And then also it was Joshua Williamson who basically tweeted it out. But these new forces would play a much larger role in the DC universe overall. And I didn't entirely know what that meant. And that's one of the great things about what's going on with DC Comics, is you basically have all these writers who are crafting their own individual stories. But here and there, small things happen, or sometimes even big things happen, that will impact the entire universe going forward. But the fact remains here that with Lex Luthor, he basically sees it, like freezes up Vandal Savage, demonstrates himself to be the more capable warrior here. And the result is that the forces of Vandal Savage hand themselves over to Lex Luthor, who promptly kills them all. And it's like God in heaven, it's insane. And so we get this sort of back and forth for a second, where Snyder kind of jumps between the Justice League and Vandal Savage. And what we end up finding out here is that because of the extent of the event that's going on, the fact that this seems to be a power beyond the Justice League's ability to control, that what Martian Manhunter has done, he's essentially called in like all the reserves, and he's called in John Stewart. Now, John Stewart being brought in here is like, hey, look, you need to join, come back to the Justice League. Like, you need to be part of the team. Not only that, with regards to Lex Luthor, what he does, kind of taunting Vandal Savage a little bit, he was like, what you don't understand here is that you need something bigger than this. But this is one of the important things to bear in mind. Vandal Savage is not oblivious to everything. Vandal Savage is totally aware of like all these energy sources out there, like the Sage Force, the Still Force, all that kind of stuff. And it sort sort of makes sense, because remember, when Scott Snyder wrote Dark Knight's Metal, that was basically all predicated on the writing of Grant Morrison, which we know has been a huge inspiration for Scott Snyder in his Batman storytelling. And so when you look at Grant Morrison's run and dealing with all these metatextual commentaries, and then you take Scott Snyder's run and build on top of that, then it makes perfect sense. Because he's been one of those characters that's been around for so long, it makes sense that someone like him, being as old as he is, would be well versed in pretty much everything about the various forces of the universe. And so when Lex Luthor kind of seizes control, Vandal Savage is like, you don't really know what you're doing here. Like, you have no idea the forces that you're messing with. And where he begs and pleads, Lex Luthor's response is, I know exactly what I'm doing. And essentially Lex Luthor has reformed the Legion of Doom. Sinestro, the Joker, Black Manta, Cheetah, Gorilla Grodd. It's cool to see, because this is one of those things where it sort of brings back this old DC comic stuff. Now, in reality, I didn't expect it to return that fast. And so in this instance, you end up having Lex Luthor literally who grabs like a material that's capable of destroying Vandal Savage and just beats him to death. And while that happens, Vandal Savage essentially reaches out to the mind of Martian Manhunter and pours out every bit of information that he can, pours out everything about everything he knows. And so Martian Manhunter kind of experiences this overwhelming sensation and this vast amount of information. But when he races back to the Justice League to tell them what's going on, they've all basically vacated, believing that the meeting was over and that was really about it. And so it's kind of a cool thing here, because what we end up doing is basically picking up with like John Stewart, John Stewart being sought after by like Swamp Thing and essentially Batman. It's kind of interesting to have them sort of pop up out of nowhere, really more as like mental constructs. But basically they're like, we need you here for a major crisis. Like you have to come here now. And so from here, we basically switch over to the Justice League themselves, who are dealing with Killer Croc. And it's kind of crazy because Killer Croc, like Wayland's just kind of exploded and just become like this massive, almost primitive being, kind of reverted back to being like a dinosaur. And the reason why this seems to have happened is because he came in contact with the totality, which is to say, whatever this object is, that crash landed on Earth. And it's kind of a crazy thing because at this point, we end up having Gorilla Grodd and really learning like Gorilla Grodd, Cheetah, the Joker. These guys have all joined the Legion of Doom for their own individual reasons. And that's kind of a way for Scott Snyder to feed on the original basis behind the Legion of Doom while rolling it into the story and giving them a larger purpose. Because the Legion of Doom was formed as a way, really kind of an old school way of, we're going to destroy our individual heroes, and here's how we're going to do it. It was kind of like a greater scheme. Imagine like the plan of the Red Skull from Old Man Logan, but imagine that it never worked. And that was basically the Legion of Doom. That's really kind of the role they played. And so what we end up finding out is that one of the things that are here is basically like this little baby. Now, we'll find out who this baby is and what this baby's capable of, but I'm not really sure what direction Scott Snyder's going in, because the baby is totally different from the character that it used to be. So maybe it's just kind of like a reworked version. I'm not really 100% sure. But regardless of the scenario, the whole plan, the whole idea of the Justice League at the moment is to go find out what the totality is, because it's one thing for some object to have escaped the source wall and then basically come headed towards Earth, and then it's another thing for nothing to happen. And so when it just crash lands on Earth and then seems to mutate people, that's really about it. Now, one of the big issues that they face here is that mutation happens on the cellular level. And so what you're talking about is whoever is chosen to go in. From what Batman says, the only people who wouldn't be immediately destroyed by the mutation or at least transformed right off the bat would be Martian Manhunter and Superman, which makes sense because their physiologies are so intense. And so because of that, like Batman's whole idea is we have to go, like they have to be the ones to go in. But the longer they stay there, the more likely they will be to be mutated. And so what Batman has done is use the technology of Adam Ray Palmer and gone into Superman's body. And they don't know this. They're like, where in the world are you? He's like, I'm inside Superman because I'm Batman and I'm always serious. I would have made a joke. I'd be like, I'm inside Superman. I'm controlling him like the like what are the Jaegers from Pacific Rim. Like, I think it'd be kind of funny, to be honest. But Batman's whole idea here, the plan they formed, and in fact, you're actually going to end up having Hawkgirl travel inside of Martian Manhunter. The reason why this works so well is because what they're going to do is basically operate as kind of enhanced antibodies. Because you're talking about cells that are going to be entering in, I guess, kind of some sort of biological agent that's going to enter into the bodies of Superman and Martian Manhunter. Once they enter the totality, the role of Batman and Hawkgirl will be to travel throughout the body and basically destroy those cells everywhere they can find them. So they're literally going to be playing the role of an antibody while Superman and Martian Manhunter are traveling through the totality. And it's a cool idea. The problem with this is that as John Stewart is making his way back to Earth, he's suddenly met by like this massive force of energy, and then Thal Sinestro wielding a whole new source of power. And it's crazy because what Thal Sinestro basically says here is, you've seen me wield like a Yellow Lantern ring and a Green Lantern ring, but that's no longer the case. I am now wielding a whole new aspect of the emotional spectrum. I'm basically wielding the invisible emotional spectrum, essentially saying like a side of this, like a source of power that's never been heard of before. And it's kind of cool because it's one of those things where just when you feel like the Lantern base couldn't really be expanded anymore, now it is. And essentially he just seizes control of John Stewart. And so while Superman and Martian Manhunter are traveling into the totality, and while they're basically being spoken to by the rest of the Justice League who stayed behind, John Stewart just smashes in and starts ripping the place to pieces. Not only that, at the Legion of Doom, this is where things get so badass. At the Legion of Doom, everybody starts reacting, and Cheetah comes to this belief system that Lex Luthor's lying. And so in response to this, she goes to attack him, claws his face off, and we end up finding out it's a robot. And the reason why is because the real Lex Luthor is actually inside Superman, so is Batman. And so Lex Luthor's literally just biding his time. But at this point, we switch over to kind of jump back to the past and switch to Thal Sinestro. And the reason why this matters is because for Sinestro himself, while he was a Green Lantern and then eventually kicked out of the Green Lantern Corps because he was using such heavy-handed tactics, once that happened, he actually became an explorer of the stars. And the idea here was to go out there and see what power was available outside of the Green Lanterns. What he ends up discovering is a being of sorts called Umbrax. And there's basically this thing, this called the ultraviolet spectrum, more or less. But instead of being like the traditional emotional spectrum, which is to say, love and rage and the other aspects of the emotional spectrum, fear and so on and so forth, unlike those which actually tap into normal human emotions, what this does is it feeds off of destruction and chaos. Basically places where things have absolutely lost any real measure of sanity and where there's nothing but violence and chaos to be found. And so this being Umbrax was discovered by Thal Sinestro and was like, this power has to be locked away. This power can never be accessed, because if it makes its way across the cosmos, it'll just seed chaos and war everywhere it goes. It'll just start, inducting people into its ranks. And so that's one of the cool things, because when it comes to John Stewart, I mean, the kind of power he possesses here is still very much a nature of what a lantern can do in terms of creating constructs. The difference is that he's feeding on the fear, the chaos, like all these different aspects, all these different emotions, more or less. The chaos of the situation is feeding his power, which in turn allows him to create more constructs. And so it's essentially the Justice League feeding into these things. Now, Aquaman's the first one to realize it, and he's also one of the people to fall. But you also have basically John Stewart wreaking havoc, wrecking across the entirety of the Justice League itself. The only person who's able to step in here and actually bring him to an end is Cyborg, because Cyborg doesn't really feel things the same way that a normal person does. And so Cyborg's able to basically knock him out, and it allows him to sort of, to take him back to the Justice League or to the headquarters and figure out what's going on. But we end up finding out this totality that exists out there really seems to be more of a reverse energy, in the sense that what it does is it devolves things around them. And so if Martian Manhunter and if Superman were to stay here long enough, they would devolve back into their most primitive forms. Now, how far back those primitive forms would go, we're not 100% sure. The indication seems to be kind of a de-evolution and mutation at the same time. So they de-evolve to a primitive state and they're mutated in the process. The issue with this is that the armor they possess that's designed to protect them isn't really working effectively because of all the conflicts they're engaging in. And so where you've got Batman and you've got Hawkgirl flying through here and basically just trying to destroy all these different little antibodies that exist out there, suddenly Lex Luthor attacks Batman from behind. And the idea, from what we can gather, the idea is to just see what happens. Defeat Batman, defeat Hawkgirl, and just see how things unfold. Not only that, switching back over to John Stewart, this is one of the coolest things. This is one of the things that I really, really like about what Scott Snyder did here, is you have John Stewart who essentially says that when the ultraviolet light basically takes over you, that it controls you, you don't control it. And that's not really something that we've seen before. The closest we've ever really gotten to that are the Red Lanterns, but it's not really even the Red Lantern ring controlling you and making you do what it wants you to do. It's just you become kind of like a mindless beast and you do whatever Atrocitus tells you to do. So you lose all semblance of self-control and all inhibitions, and you just go and do crazy things. But with this, John Stewart was essentially possessed. It's like being possessed by an apparition. It makes him do whatever it wants to do, which is to seed chaos, war, and conflict. And so it's awesome because it's a whole new concept there. And so it's basically him, kind of spilling the beans to the rest of the Justice League, saying, okay, look, so there are all these different forces out there that were always held back by the Source Wall. Now, we can largely presume they existed in a more primitive era of the multiverse, but we don't know who locked them away. All we know is that the Source Wall was there to keep all those things at bay. And so what ends up happening here is John Stewart basically says, because of the crack in the Source Wall, all these forces are starting to emerge. And that's when the Flash chimes in and says, are you referring to things like the Still Force? And John Stewart's answer is yes. There's a Still Force, the Sage Force, but there's also these other fundamental forces of the universe that we never knew about that were always kept at bay. And now they're here, and we don't know what impact they're going to have on things. It's absolutely bonkers. And so at this moment, we end up finding out that this is, again, just a chunk of the source wall that just came flying out and crash landed on Earth. But there are beings who are confined here who were locked inside the source wall because for whatever reason, they try to basically break out and they try to achieve the source. The issue with this is that as you end up having Lex Luthor watch events unfold, Martian Manhunter just kind of has to know what's going on. And he starts going in there, trying to touch the source wall, trying to see what these various beings are, where they came from. And that's when one of them basically wakes up and says, "You are an abomination here. You're not supposed to be here." And so it's kind of a crazy thing because it seems to be hitting home at this idea that the DC multiverse as it exists now is not supposed to exist. So it may turn out to be that these people, these beings who are attached to the source wall aren't there because they were imprisoned to be there. They're there as guardians. They're there to, there to be, to essentially make sure that things travel the way they're supposed to. We don't really know. Like it seems to be one of these things where Snyder's kind of going back and altering the entire basis behind why the source wall exists, what the purpose is that it serves. Not only that, we also end up finding out that where you have Lex Luthor in the body of Superman, that what you have in the body of Martian Manhunter is the Joker. And it's pretty badass because it really kind of begs the question, what would it be like if the Joker possessed Martian Manhunter? And so at this point, we basically end up finding out that when Thal Sinestro had essentially been sent by Lex Luthor to discover another one of these fundamental forces that is basically Umbrax, and that Umbrax had basically escaped following the crack of the source wall, and Thal Sinestro had been tracking him down. And when Thal Sinestro found Umbrax, it was just there kind of seeding chaos among various worlds and different things like that, which allowed Thal Sinestro to tap into its power, seize control of that power, and then begin expanding the ultraviolet core. And so where you have the Umbrax entity basically traveling around and allowing itself to basically immerse into various worlds. The next target, the one place that drew it here among all other places was Earth, because the planet is so chaotic. And so from this moment, Lex Luthor essentially destroys the ship of Batman, which leaves him free floating. Hawkgirl is knocked out by the Joker, and this basically leads to like Thal Sinestro going through and attacking every single member of attacking all the various members of the Justice League. And where you have John Stewart, who tries to hold back as best he can, ultimately it doesn't matter, and his ring is destroyed by the power of Thal Sinestro. So this is really kind of Scott Snyder saying this power, this fundamental force is well beyond the power of the emotional spectrum. Not only that, when Gorilla Grodd shows up, Gorilla Grodd basically brings this baby, which, the Flash essentially refers to as Turtle. And it's kind of a weird theme because the original Turtle was a foe of Jay Garrick, and he made various forms of weaponry that were designed to mimic a turtle, and that was really about it. And so this character seems to be like wholly new. It seems to be a brand new character that we've never seen before, but it's a Sage Force conduit, basically meaning that it can freeze everything in time. It can, or not really freeze everything, but it can stop the movement of everything around it, which is exactly what happens. Gorilla Grodd uses the baby and freezes the momentum of everyone, meaning the Flash, the Justice League, Aquaman, Wonder Woman, the whole 9 yards, they can't move. Not only that, because of the fact that the Sage Force deals with aspects of the mind and so on, what we also end up realizing is that Gorilla Grodd is essentially tapping into the mindscape of Wonder Woman and Aquaman and tricking them into believing they're seeing Cheetah and Black Manta respectively, when in reality they're attacking each other. And so this is one of the coolest things, because this is kind of Scott Snyder taking this somewhat hokey team and then saying, but what if they were under the leadership of like Lex Luthor, who was pushing them towards saying, let's reach our full potential. From here, you end up having, like, again, Thal Sinestro attacking everybody, but not only that, you have him basically spread the quote-unquote gospel of the ultraviolet core, in the sense that all the power of the invisible spectrum is scattered all throughout Earth. And we end up finding this massive core has been built by not only Thal Sinestro, but also by Umbrax itself, that this core, this ultraviolet core, dwarfs the total sum of every other core that's out there. It's insane. It's an absolutely massive core, because what it would mean is that they could essentially just lay waste to Earth, just attack everything all at the same time. And so not only that, you basically have Batman who's incapacitated, Hawkgirl who's incapacitated, Lex Luthor who's in control of Superman's body, and the Joker who's in control of Martian Manhunter's body. And seizing control of them, they push them into the totality with the opportunity to seize control of this power, and we have no earthly clue what'll come of it. We're back, everybody. We're back, everyone, back from the cruise. And it was so fun. If you want to hear about like the whole cruise experience, I've got a vlogging channel. You can find the link down in the description. I've already got a bunch of videos there, but I'll probably like tell stories from the cruise, like James and the Puerto Ricans. Dude, it was a crazy story. Anyway, I am refreshed and I am back and I am ready to talk about some stuff. The totality. Let me tell you guys something about Scott Snyder's storytelling. All right, for those people who are basically new to like DC Universe, right? They're kind of like, okay, so I want to go read Justice League. It's basically Justice League #1. It's written by Scott Snyder. Here's the important thing to bear in mind. Scott Snyder's storytelling can be read in one of two ways. Either it can be read in isolation, which is entirely possible, or it can be read cohesively, and it makes it all the better, right? Like if you really, really wanted to appreciate this whole thing in its full capacity, I mean, you could probably go all the way back to like Grant Morrison's Batman run. Basically, like when Batman died during the events of Final Crisis, you could start with Final Crisis and then go into Batman, you know, like the Return of Bruce Wayne, and then go into like Batman Eternal, and then go into New 52 Batman, run all the way up through like Death of the Family and Batman Endgame and all that kind of stuff, and then go into like Dark Knight's Metal and then read this. It makes for like some epic ass storytelling. It's just like one giant cohesive story. And that's why it's so cool, because what we know up to this point is that there was basically this item, this object that was referred to as the totality, and nobody really knows what it is, but it's essentially like this sort of power of creation. If someone manages to harness it, they'll basically be able to kind of recreate the universe. And the reason why is because after the events of Dark Knight's Metal, or really during the events of Dark Knight's Metal, this led to cracks in the source wall. And so much like having having like the Hoover Dam leaking water, it's only a matter of time before those leaks turn into just like a massive explosion of water forcing itself through. And that's what's happening with the source wall. The source wall is this barrier around the multiverse, and basically it's dying. And so when this clock strikes down to zero, whoever is in possession of this totality could potentially have the ability to like recreate all of existence unto themselves. And so that's why it's really kind of like a mad race for this thing. And so in this desire to harness this power, Lex Luthor and the Joker had basically stowed away in the bodies of Superman and Martian Manhunter. And they were basically tasked with going in and exploring the whole idea of the totality, which led to Lex Luthor and the Joker seizing control of them and then trying to seize the power of the totality from themselves. Now, of course, Batman and Hawkgirl were along for the ride as guides, not knowing Joker and Lex Luthor was there, which basically led to Joker and Lex Luthor taking out Batman and Hawkgirl, and then just kind of things unfolding from there. So again, we'll talk more about this as we go through, but still, it's a pretty cool thing. What we get here is basically Batman popping back up after having believed to have been killed by the cells of Superman when his ship was destroyed and he was left, sort of free-floating in Superman's body. And Lex Luthor is kind of astonished by the fact that he's there. Now, with Lex Luthor facing off against Bruce, this is not something you normally see. To see Lex Luthor and Batman face off is cool, because this is really more of a battle of wits. Lex Luthor is not really a fighter, right? He's not really like a hand-to-hand fighter in the same capacity as Batman, but Lex Luthor, I would argue, is smarter. And so when you're talking about these guys who are sort of facing off, it's a battle of wits. And that's why it works, is because Lex Luthor talks some incredible trash here. He basically tells Batman, like, you're a child who's driven by nightmares. I'm a man driven by dreams. I will go on to achieve great things because at the end of the day, you live and die by the memory of your parents. I live and die by greatness. And so it's just like, damn, Lex Luthor, man, talking some serious shit. It's pretty cool. Now, of course, this switches over to Barry Allen, and it's a really cool thing. This is why I say Scott Snyder writing Justice League like this is kind of bringing back a lot of familiar things like the Legion of Doom. But the Legion of Doom had always, by and large, just kind of been this, Super Friends hokey team that was always defeated. Like, well, we'll get you next time, Justice League. But with Scott Snyder bringing them into Justice League like this in the DC Universe run, dude, it elevates Legion of Doom to just being like powerhouses, because having like all these new sources of energy, the Sage Force, the Still Force, different things like that, it allows them to use them in a variety of different ways. Where Barry Allen's speed is to just move really, really fast, then what happens if you take away his ability to move? And that's what the Still Force does. It shuts down his ability to move at super speed, and he can't move at all. Well, then of what use is a Flash that can't run? Where you end up having like Barry Allen being taunted by Gorilla Grodd. All the while, Grodd's response is like, it's amazing that you're able to move. Like, it's cool that you're so in tune with the Speed Force, or at least what passes for the Speed Force now, because it doesn't really exist. But it's cool that you're able to move so fast that you can move about a centimeter or two. That's astonishing to me. So like, keep running, keep moving forward. And in about 2 centuries, you'll finally reach the door over there. Like, dude, it's so awesome. Now, of course, in response to Lex Luthor being seized upon by Batman, this leads to him contacting the Joker, who of course is controlling Martian Manhunter, and then the Joker basically using Martian Manhunter to attack Superman. So it's cool because you have like these multiple layers here. And so of course this leads to Hawkgirl kind of stepping up and then incapacitating the Joker temporarily, and then in turn, by the time this happens, there's really not much that can be done, because of course Lex Luthor has this doorknob. Now, this doorknob has been a very ambiguous thing throughout the Justice League run by Scott Scott Snyder so far. We don't really know what the purpose was that it serves, but I found this interview that he did, and basically what he said is that this is kind of like a barometer. That what this doorknob does is it kind of gives us an indication of how bad things are, right? You know, like as this doorknob glows with more and more energy, what it means is that like these other forces out there are being harnessed. And so it's almost like once this thing reaches 100%, then like everybody's screwed. And it's kind of cool here because it gives us this little sort of stepping stone. But using the power of these energy sources that are out there, Lex Luthor casts Batman and Superman and Martian Manhunter right back to the Justice League Watchtower, basically boots them out, and he's basically in the presence of the totality all by itself. And so what this does is this leads to a bit of panic. You have Lex Luthor who's right over there in the totality. We don't have anybody who can stop him. At the same time, you've got like Umbrax and these billions, if not trillions, of ultraviolet lanterns all bombarding the Hall of Justice, which basically serves as a distraction, which is actually pretty smart. We don't know the full might and the full brunt of what they can do, but we do know they are exceedingly powerful. And so in response to this, Cyborg and Martian Manhunter and John Stewart come up with this idea that if humanity is in this position whereby they're basically being made to feel all their worst emotions and all their worst individual fears, and all that in turn is giving way to like all this massive amount of hate and like, you know, entropy and so on, which Umbrax is feeding on, and then in turn like trying to convert the earth into like a giant ultra lantern more or less, then why not unite them in that capacity? Like why not force people to realize they're not the only ones who have felt failure and different things like that? It is John Stewart and Cyborg really kind of counting on Martian Manhunter to unite all the minds of everybody across the world, where you basically have like Martian Manhunter reaching out to every single superhero, to every single human being, and basically saying all of us have all felt fear, and they all see the other's fears, they all see the other's failures. It's not like they're kind of operating unto themselves. You know, every single human being across the face of the world, hero or otherwise, feels the fears of every other single human being, and it basically unites them in a way that hasn't really happened before. And so in this moment, it's kind of a funny thing, because what happens is it basically kind of forces Umbrax back for a second. In their united minds, humanity comes to the realization that they all are basically part of like a singular consciousness, that they all are united under the banner of the desire to be alive. And in doing so, the earth itself is transformed into a white lantern. And it's the craziest thing ever. Craziest thing I ever saw. A white lantern Earth. It is, oh dude, it is so cool. This is why I say Scott Snyder is amazing when it comes to writing this stuff. And so what you have is you have a united Earth. Now what this does is it really kind of seems to offer itself as like a barrier for protection from Umbrax, which really kind of prevents it from going through and seizing control. But remember, this is them walking on a knife's edge, because you're talking about people, you're talking about an entire race of beings who have never experienced single consciousness before. And so it could be very easy for them to just kind of break off and to fall back down to their lesser sides, which is the danger that's being posed here. And that's kind of the back and forth that's going on between humanity and like Sinestro. Now, at the same time that this is going on, you've also got Barry Allen here. And it's kind of cool because Barry Allen is focusing on a role different from what he normally does. The role of a speedster is to just move as fast as humanly possible, or I guess as fast as any speedster can move. That's the basis of their character. But then suddenly you're thrust into a situation where the Flash can't run super fast, where the Flash is going to have to run, like he's basically going to have to slow himself down almost infinitely. Like every single cell, every single atom in his body is going to have to be slowed down to the point of non-movement. But it works because what this means is that this potentially allows either Scott Snyder himself or a future writer to come along, use this concept of Barry tapping into the still force and then like granting it a whole new level of power. There's a lot of different things that you could do with this, you know, like shut off a speedster's power to the speed force. There's a lot of things that you could do, and it's super cool because it opens up all these different doors to all these different abilities that Barry as the Flash could have later on down the line. Now, while this is happening, they're also, you know, within the Legion of Doom headquarters, being bombarded by like, you know, Black Manta and Cheetah and so on and so forth. And so where you've got Aquaman and you've got Wonder Woman in there coaxing Barry back into essentially slowing himself down to tap into the still force and basically shut off the momentum of Umbrax and kind of push it back into its, you know, dimension, for lack of a better word. You end up having Aquaman break out, and of course he basically ends up contacting, you know, ends up talking to like a whole bunch of like sharks and stuff like that in order to have them attack Black Manta to cease their attack. And then in turn, like you have Lex Luthor, who's basically defeated by Hawkgirl, or at least in the instant it seems to be the case that he's basically defeated by Hawkgirl. But what this does is it allows the Justice League to win. And it's crazy because what ends up happening here is that in this moment, with Umbrax being forced out, with these sort of rifts being closed more or less, then in turn, the entire conflict ends in the blink of an eye. Because what it means is that Barry's seen something. Like, Barry has basically seen the true nature of the totality. He's seen the true nature of this power behind it all. And where he initially tries to shy away, Scott Snyder doesn't tell us exactly what he saw. Now, if we were, if I were a gambling man, I would basically say that Barry Allen saw that Dr. Manhattan was behind everything. But he was just a peek. What he got was a look through a keyhole, more or less. And it's kind of crazy because Scott Snyder kind of builds on this in saying that Vandal Savage didn't become a bad guy because it was just kind of fun. He became a bad guy out of necessity. Because when this singularity, or I guess when this totality was on its mission and eventually going to crash on Earth in the modern day, it is sort of phased in and out of time. And so it meant that along the way, Vandal Savage had seen this totality and had gained a glimpse of what it was about, where the creation of the multiverse came from, and in realizing that, was terrified of what he saw, and basically became a villain to ensure that nobody would be able to access the power of this totality. So again, a lot of ambiguity here, a lot of questions that are kind of being left unanswered, but it really kind of seems to be Snyder pointing to the direction of saying like Manhattan is the cause of all this, but it could be entirely wrong. So again, we're really kind of grasping at straws here. There's no absolute answers. We're not really given any visions. We're just kind of given little bits of clues here and there and little bits of tidbits and different things like that. But of course, this leads to Lex Luthor being booted away from the totality and Hawkgirl being the one to seize it for herself. And so in this moment, she takes it back to the Hall of Justice, and that's what ends up happening with the Justice League. As the Justice League basically sits down, you have Justice League Dark, you've got the Justice League of America, you've got the Justice League team. They kind of sit down and they say, our job is to now analyze this thing. But notice, the totality has kind of a blue aura that's very reminiscent of Dr. Manhattan. And so they're kind of like, we're going to analyze this thing, we're going to study this thing, and we're going to see what this is about. We're going to gain answers from it so that if we can, either we can use it to stop the destruction of the multiverse, or when the multiverse dies, we can kind of recreate it. And so again, it's a pretty dangerous game, because this is what the Justice League has continually done, and has only ever made things worse. And so in the face of defeat, what ends up happening is that in the middle of all this, suddenly the entire Justice League is met by the arrival of Starman, who basically says, look, like, I can show you guys how to fix everything, but that means that like 3 of you are going to have to die in the process. Now, in truth, my experience on the character of Starman is not the most well-versed, but if I were, if I were a betting man, I would say this is probably Will Payton. That's who it looks to be. Will Payton was a character who originally appeared back in, I want to say it was on Solo series back in like 1988 in the post-crisis landscape. Anyway, he was struck by a satellite and basically ended up, getting like super speed and strength and durability, and, he could fly. But nonetheless, he was an interesting character. To see him return here is kind of intriguing, because I don't really know what role he's going to play. I mean, of course, it really hints at the fact that like 3 members of the Justice League are going to die over the course of what's happening. And to me, that really seems to be an indication that DC, if I'm being honest, DC kind of seems to be like careening towards a reboot. Is really kind of like, well, maybe not a reboot, but someone's like a reset. We're going to get like the Doomsday Clock story. And I think this is going to kind of like reset everything, sort of 0-hour crisis in time. The multiverse blinks out of existence and then comes back, and suddenly everything's set back to the way that it's supposed to be before a New 52. I'm not 100% sure. Again, it's really kind of a guessing game here. But with regards to Lex Luthor himself, with regards to facing defeat at the hands of the Justice League, this is amazing, because Lex Luthor realizes that what he needs is an unstable element, a bit of chaos. Because when it comes to the Legion of Doom, despite the fact that they are heightened, at the end of the day, they still are relatively predictable because their powers are familiar to the Justice League. What they need is complete and total chaos, an unpredictable character. And so what ends up happening is Lex Luthor transitions down into the bowels of the Legion of Doom and simply tells somebody, you were 100% right, I need your help, I can't do this on my own, only for us to find out the person he's talking to is the Batman who laughs. So it's just like, damn, like, it's pretty badass, guys. So I am extremely excited to find out where this ends up going. I'm pretty hyped about this. Okay, so we are really continuing, not really getting into, but we're continuing Scott Snyder's Justice League. Now, this picks up really with the creation and continuation of like the Hall of Justice, but it also deals with a group called the Coronavores, which is kind of an interesting concept. What Scott Snyder does, or at least like what it seems like he does, is he's taking like these old school JLA stories, like Justice League of America, really just Justice League nowadays, but he's taking like these Justice League stories from like the early to mid 60s and kind of like blending them in with the kind of stories that we expect in this day and age. But initially this deals with Superman facing off against these coronavore things, which are basically like these small little drones that basically consume like solar energy. Now, the whole time this is happening, you've got Superman talking directly to Batman. It's one of these things where like Scott Snyder kind of confirms these small little things. For example, Superman holds his breath in space. He doesn't actually breathe in space, little things like that. Small little things that really contribute to a greater whole. But the entire time this is happening, Batman's warning Superman that these are just small drones that feed off of solar energy. And the Superman, while he is in the presence of the yellow sun, there's got to be
some kind of like a mega around there somewhere, some being that's powerful enough to basically kill Superman. Now, one thing to bear in mind, and one thing to notice here, is that Superman doesn't really seem to care. He's not really worried about them. He's just kind of like, yeah, you know, they're a thing that's there. And it's interesting, but it's a little disconcerting at the same time, because normally when it comes to really anything powerful enough to potentially kill Superman, that Superman himself usually shifts away from being just kind of like not really concerned and becomes concerned. Not so much because of the fact that it may or may not kill him. That's usually not what he's worried about. It's because if it's something out there powerful enough to physically challenge him, then what does it say about the other superheroes on Earth? There's a few characters here and there, but with regards to the Earth populace, it'd be a legitimate threat. And so what this does is it switches back to Earth and it focuses with the opening of the Hall of Justice. Now, really, if anything, this is like a Scott Snyder love letter to DC fans. And I feel like it's something that was very much needed. I feel like it's something that was very much needed in the sense that Scott Snyder kind of saying, hey, DC fans, we love you. We haven't forgotten about you. We know that a lot of you guys really love the Hall of Justice. A lot of you guys really enjoyed having that whole thing around where you had sort of like a Earth-based place where the Justice League would operate out of. It's a throwback to the things that so many DC fans missed after the New 52 happened, bringing back a lot of these old familiar things. Now, one of the reasons why the Hall of Justice is so cool here is because while it is an operating base for the Justice League, it's also a tourist attraction, basically. People can go there and they can like tour the whole place. And what makes that so interesting is the Justice League will operate out of it while people are touring through it. And so it's like you go in there and you see everything that goes on, like here's where we conduct our meetings, all these different things. Oh, hey, there's Green Lantern, you know, like it's these cool little moments, these cool little things. And this is really a hallmark of DC. This is one of the ways that DC kind of stood out from Marvel Comics in a lot of different ways. Its fans could live vicariously through the normal Earthlings that are going through the Hall of Justice and imagine what it would be like to actually tour through that itself. And it seems like it wouldn't be that big of a thing, but if you're somebody who's born and raised in DC Comics, it's a core part of your reading base. This was a way that DC would connect with fans. Now, with regards to this little moment here, the Justice League kind of hanging out and talking with each other, we switch over to Flash and we switch over to John Stewart, the Green Lantern. And this is a very important conversation because as we've known, or as we've seen from Scott Snyder's totality arc, that is to say like his first arc in Justice League, that things are changing, and they have been for some time. Following the events of Dark Knight's Metal, there was a crack in the source wall, the multiverse is bleeding, and it's basically dying. That with the establishment of the ultraviolet cores, with the establishment of like the Still Force and the Sage Force and things like that, the universe is changing rapidly in ways that like a lot of the superheroes cannot really keep up with. And so that's when Barry talks to John Stewart and says, no, what you have to do is you can't focus on the things that are shifting so rapidly. You have to focus on what you know and use that as your anchor point. Now, this is Barry coming to this whole experience from a variety of different places, right? I mean, it's him coming from this with like, hey, I was trapped in the Speed Force. My escape from the Speed Force was orchestrated by having an anchor in the main DC universe in the form of Iris West, of my wife, that I could basically reach out to and pull myself out of the Speed Force. But it's also a little deeper than that. It's also the idea that like things do change. Like life changes all the time, and it can be very, very, very scary, especially when it's a huge change in a very short amount of time. Losing a job, having a breakup, moving from one location to the next. These oftentimes set in psychological responses, depression, anxiety, things like that. So like we all experience these things, and that's why Scott Snyder writing is so relatable, because while it does deal with superhero antics and, you know, the Court of Owls and Batman and the Joker returning with his face cut off, at the end of the day, it is like a shift in the status quo, and it's an extreme shift in the status quo that we can relate to because we experience those extreme shifts in status quo. So again, from there, we end up going into Diana Prince talking with Aquaman, because of course Green Lantern and Flash are basically called off by Batman saying, hey, look, things are getting ready to pop off at the moon. Superman's going to need some help. He says he doesn't need it, but like he does. So like we all need to go help him out. But shifting over to Aquaman and Wonder Woman, what we end up finding out is that what's been happening here at the Hall of Justice is that each members of the Justice League have created their domain, kind of a safe place for themselves, a place that's basically like all their own. And so for Aquaman, it's kind of a mock-up of Atlantis, you know, with like his father's boat and something akin to Amnesty Bay. With Superman, it's basically like his work desk at the Daily Planet. With Batman, it's the coolest. Okay, let me tell you something. Like, I feel like Bruce Wayne, if he'd formed a club when he was a kid, it would just be like a No Girls Allowed club. You know, like it's literally a bat symbol that says keep out. How cool is that? Like, see, stuff like that makes me want to hang out with Batman. Like, wouldn't it be cool to join like a Batman club where it's like, okay, guys, we are at the first official meeting of the Bat Club. No girls allowed. And it's like, yeah, it's like I feel like, oh, you know what it would be like? It would be like the treehouse
from like Sandlot. That's what it would be like. But you guys understand what I'm saying here. These are small little sections of the Hall of Justice that are modeled after each individual person. Now, the most interesting thing here is Martian Manhunter. That's what's so intriguing here. Martian Manhunter has historically been a character who's a fish out of water, so to speak, right? Like originally when he first showed up in DC Comics, he was just a Martian on Earth, and his people existed on Mars. It wasn't until later on, going into like the later years leading up to Crisis on Infinite Earths, and especially post-Crisis, that he was like quote unquote the last of his kind and always wanted to return home. He was very Superman-esque in that regard. Now, that was just a build-up because of the fact that when he was first introduced, he was a stand-in for Superman on the Justice League, so DC didn't have to worry about overexposing Superman and driving away fans who otherwise would have had a reason to read his character. And so as Martian Manhunter was on the Justice League, he basically became closer to Superman in terms of how he was depicted, hence the reason why he ended up being the last of his kind. But for that reason, Martian Manhunter doesn't really have a home. He's got little bits of history and little things like that, but his whole area is just kind of like a giant void. It's basically just like this giant vault, more or less. And what he does is he caters the appearance of the vault to whoever shows up there. When you've got Hawkgirl, you've got like this giant trophy room. You know, you've got all these cool little things. You know, like the Justice League Dark's headquarters are like these this giant magically infused place. I mean, it's cool little things here. And the idea is that Wonder Woman hasn't quite found where she belongs. That seems to be the indication, and it works, because for the most part, Diana Prince has always kind of been homeless, so to speak, which is to say she was booted out of she left Themyscira and she could never go back. During Greg Rucka's run, it was established that all the times she thought she was returning to Themyscira, she never was, that she's never actually been back to Themyscira, which is kind of a cool thing. But because of the fact that she's just kind of there and sort of occupies a space, that it seems like from her perspective, she hasn't really built her hall because she feels lost. But the reality is that she's been building it this whole time. These pillars she's been establishing, they're based on faith, her faith in being a superhero, her faith in her team. And so it's basically like, hey, look, I don't really need to have a place to operate as home. And we know at the end of the day, she's sharing a bed with somebody. But like it's like, I don't really need to have a bed per se or have like a home per se. But like, we know that like I have faith in everything, and the Justice League is my home, more or less, something akin to that. But it's kind of a cool thing, because with this mega showing up and with Superman still on the moon, Batman, of course, assembles everybody and says, hey, you guys all have to respond. And this is when we get this explanation for why Superman's not too worried about it. Because Superman's response is, no, Batman, there is nothing to worry about, because you sent this coronavore here. You sent this here because, like, hey, we have to team up. We have to change as a team. And Superman recognizes that, because when it comes to the Justice League in recent years, they've kind of been fractured. And that's one of the things that people have noticed. It's one of the things that I've noticed. You look at New 52 Justice League, you look at the early days of Rebirth Justice League, and they're somewhat of a fractured team. I mean, sure, they work together, but they're together by circumstance. They're not really together because they see themselves as an actual team. And this is one of those circumstances where the more things change, the more they stay the same. Justice League made their debut in Brave and the Bold, and then they got their own solo series back in the 50s and 60s, and that runs up for 25 years in A Crisis on Infinite Earths. DC disbands the team. They launched Justice League International. Then we get like Extreme Justice, and we get Justice League Europe, and so on and so forth. That goes into 1998 when Grant Morrison brings them back with JLA Volume 2. And so with that whole thing, that was like the return of the Justice League. It was the world needs the Justice League. And that's when they started operating as more of a cohesive team. Now, at the end of the day, they still had problems, because you had like Tower of Babel, where Batman was just being a dick. But the idea here is that each member of the Justice League represents something significant. Martian Manhunter is the unifying factor, the one that holds the team together, if only due to his telepathy. You've got Kira Saunders, you got Hawkgirl, and sometimes Hawkman, who exists as this kind of, hey, we lived 1,000 lives 1,000 times, we've got all kinds of history and experience that we bring to the table. Batman's the brains of the operation, Superman and Wonder Woman are the brawn of the operation. Everybody has their own sort of role they play. But for Superman, he's also kind of like the hope of the operation. It's never too late to win. There's always hope to come out at the end of the day. And that's kind of what Superman recognizes, the role that he plays, the role that Batman plays. Hey, look, we're fine as a team. What we needed was something cohesive. What we needed was a home to call our own. And we have that in the form of the Hall of Justice. That's what we have. We have to be the Justice League team that the world looks up to, that the world aspires to, the world sees as kind of like saviors for them. We have to embody hope. And so long as we function as a team, so long as we work as a cohesive unit, we will have that. And that's what's so cool, is because Superman, as he exists now in DC Rebirth, is a Superman from before the New 52, the version that everybody missed. And he kind of comes along and says, guys, like, we're good. We just haven't recognized what each of us brings to the table, but now we do. Now we realize we are a cohesive team. We've had a lot of crappy circumstances recently. We've had Dark Knight's Metal, we've had Justice Lost, we've had Justice League No Justice, we've had a lot of issues going on, but we're still together. And that has to speak for something. As long as we take comfort in that, then we can go forward as an actual team. Beautifully written story. Absolutely amazing story.
Okay, so picking back up with Justice League rather from Scott Snyder, this one's actually kind of cool. This is a really cool little bit of a story, and the reason why is because again, it kind of feeds into the whole event of like the totality, right? Like that's really what's been going on here. Is you have the totality, basically what seemed like a shard of the source wall, or at least something akin to it, that just kind of careened through space and time, and then eventually landed on Earth, and then everything kind of popped off. But around the time that happened, and this is really where the story kind of picks up, is Starman arrived. Now, in reality, Starman had been experimented on and so on by Lex Luthor, right? Like we talked about that in the previous videos, that Lex Luthor traveled to the past in order to understand the totality and experimented on Starman, because Starman himself gained his powers after he was hit with a piece of the totality. And because nobody really knew what it was when it first arrived on Earth, nobody really knew the basis behind it except for Will Payton, who had long since seemed to have been gone and removed from the picture. The only way to really figure out what was going on was to travel into the past and try to figure out how he worked. Now, of course, Lex Luthor being Lex Luthor basically meant like torture. But the fact remains that with Will Payton having arrived in the modern day and basically like showing up on the doorstep of the Justice League, Batman's been trying to understand what in the world's going on with this and like how Will Payton ties into that. And what he's been doing is taking Jarro, like the small piece of Starro, and basically attaching it to Will in order to scan his mind and understand how it all works. Now, Batman's been hooking himself up to it, to a degree as well, in order to basically read Will Payton's mind, kind of explore his mind through the Starro concept. But of course, again, like when it comes to any form of Starro, it's an astronomical amount of power, and it's so much that can overwhelm almost anybody, and even Batman almost dies in an attempt to make it happen. Now, the other half of this is, again, with the kind of power that Starman possesses, all it would take is like one wrong turn and like everything would cease to exist, right? Like it's one of those extreme examples of the massive amount of power that he contains within his mind. And again, it's kind of cool, but the funny thing about this is that the Starman concept is actually sort of a background thing to all this, where we would expect answers almost right off the bat. We don't really get that. Instead, what we do is we shift over to Thanagar Prime. Now, of course, Thanagar Prime is home to like the Thanagarians, but really like Hawkgirl and Hawkman. But for those of you guys who are familiar with the concept of Hawkgirl, when like the Green Lantern, Martian Manhunter, and Hawkgirl arrive on this planet, they're immediately met by Shayera Hall after a bit of a fight breaks out. Now, those of you guys who are familiar with that are kind of like, but like that doesn't make any sense though. And that was my first thought. My first thought was like, what? Like that no. That's Hawkgirl. So like Hawkgirl's meaning Hawkgirl. This will all make sense here in a little while. But in the interim, of course, because of the fact that Shayera is very familiar with him and she has been around for a little bit, again, we'll kind of tie all that up together here at the end of the story. What ends up happening here is she knows the Justice League are friends and basically speaks with the Justice League directly. Now, in terms of the reason why the League is here, is for a couple different things. Of course, a kind of party, like a big celebration is already taking place anyway. So for these three folks, they're just kind of mingling, hanging out, talking, and so on and so forth. But then you also have John Jones, who's sort of been in this pursuit of like information in relation to what's left of the Green Martians, with the nature of his people. Some of that comes out of the solo series, and some of that are themes that are kind of been on running throughout the book. But it's basically searching for like the Keep, which is basically a person who exists for the purpose of like maintaining the records, right? So it's kind of like the great record keeper of the Martian race. And Manhunter's essentially been looking for her in order to understand like how all this works, right? Like everything with his people and so on and so forth. Because remember, there's a lot of things that are being changed up when it comes to the character of Martian Manhunter. And so for people who are new to DC Rebirth, it works out, because for old school fans, there's a lot of familiarity here. For people who are new, they're getting into it for the first time, and it all kind of ties in together exceedingly well. But as these kind of conversations and these different discussions go on, what ends up happening is that Hawkgirl approaches Shayera and basically says like, do you understand what's going on with my wings? Can you read whatever this is? Because remember, with Hawkgirl's wings, there's these intricate designs and patterns that are showing up there, and it's kind of strange because she doesn't really know what it is. And Shayera seems to have this kind of initial response like she does know, but then she responds by simply saying, well, no, I have no idea what that is. I don't know. I wish I could read it, but that's it. And then of course, when Shayera touches Hawkgirl, suddenly there's this kind of mental feedback that sort of punches into things. And then that's when she gets a hold of John Jones. And we end up finding out that what's actually been going on here in Thanagar is that the Martian Keep is present on this planet. Now, Shayera had mentioned that in passing insofar as she told John Jones, the Keep was here at one point, but it's not anymore. Like the Keep is no longer here. She passed on. She's dead. And so it really seems seems duplicitous to a degree. The other part of this is that when Hawkgirl begins to kind of figure out what's going on, in the sense that there are lies that are being told here, that when she basically tells John Stewart and she tells John Jones, that leads into like the response of basically like Savage Hawkman showing up here. Now again, for those of you guys who are familiar with the Hawkgirl and Hawkman mythos, you're probably just kind of scratching your heads like, what in the world is going on? Why is Savage Hawkman here? Because he should basically be dead. But it's really kind of hitting all the right marks, because you've literally got Savage Hawkman tearing apart Hawkgirl, and you would expect that in this this circumstance, because the two of them are essentially lovers who were destined to like die and be reborn and to always find each other, that as soon as Carter Hall sees Hawkgirl, that he would just kind of be like, you're her, and like they would be together. But that's not what plays out. Instead, it's basically Shira Hall who has Savage Hawkman Carter Hall as her lover and is saying like, kill this girl. And so it's very intriguing, because as we go through this, what we end up finding out is that where this appeared to be Hawkgirl, the fact was that it actually wasn't. It was Martian Manhunter tricking Shira and Savage Hawkman into basically like believing it was Hawkgirl. It's actually super smart. It's a cool little thing to sort of throw in here to kind of include in this bit of the story. But the reason why they're going to the vaults is because the vaults of Thanagar are basically like legendary. In all the places in all the universe, the vaults of Thanagar is the most secure place in all existence. If you have something that you want to keep protected, Thanagar is the place to have it. The problem here is that it takes forever to get anything into that vault. There are people who wait years, and like you have to submit a request, and it could be decades before you hear a response. It's that sought after, and it's that well protected. What they end up doing is kind of stowing away. Now, this kind of flies in the face of everything Snyder says, right? Like, you cannot easily break into Thanagar. Like, it's designed to basically like keep itself hidden. But the people who guard it only ever really look for shapeshifters in the form of like walking, talking beings. Nobody ever considers artifacts. And so that's kind of the cool thing here, is when you have one of the Dominators who shows up here with a giant shard of Krypton and says, hey, look, like this thing's got crazy properties, and we want to see if we can use it to find a way to like duplicate the powers of the Kryptonians, or at least to like duplicate the ability for them to like draw power from sunlight and so on. Of course, they were given approval by Thanagar. They bring the artifact, only for us to find out it was basically Martian Manhunter and the Green Lantern Hawkgirl masquerading here. But for Martian Manhunter himself, he starts speaking directly with the Martian Keep, and this is when answers start getting revealed. This is when things kind of start spilling out all over the place and basically telling us, exactly what's going on. And what we learn is that the multiverse as it exists now in DC Comics is not the first one. It's that the multiverse as it existed before this one was created by Perpetua, and she basically had like all these forces at her disposal, and her power was extreme. Eventually she was defeated and she was locked behind the source wall, and then the Guardians of the Universe, being as cryptic as they are, basically eliminated almost all knowledge they could of her, and that knowledge, what knowledge remained was basically locked away in the Thanagarian vault. As a result of this, with the Martian Keep showing up here, this really serves two purposes, or at least, with her existing here, serves two purposes. One, she has access to all that information, but two, the other part of it is, now that information is being sought and now that knowledge of Perpetua is out there, she's going to make a return. But with this information basically being thrown out there, the other half of this, and what we learned with some of the information, is that it basically sets in motion this basically kind of change up, this retcon of the origin of Martian Manhunter, which we'll actually cover in another video. But at the moment right now, in terms of what's going on here, what Martian Keep basically tells the Manhunter is not everything here is what it seems. In fact, nothing here is what it seems. Nothing here is real. That basically like this system as it exists is because of like the Absorbicon, literally an artifact that's hooked up to me that's designed to kind of recreate Thanagar. But once I die, this will all fall away. And when it does, chaos will ensue. And that's exactly what happens. Basically, like the Martian Keep dies and then everything starts falling apart. Literally, like the entire illusion of like Thanagar starts to fade away. And that's when we begin to realize what's going on here. That Hawkman as he existed was not real. Savage Hawkman was not real. He was a construct. Shira is here and she's basically creating like this giant illusion of like a reinvigorated and fixed Thanagar. That's why for those of you guys who have been going through and been keeping up with DC, where Thanagar was basically in shambles and it seemed perfectly fixed and back to the way it was, and even a little bit better before it was almost completely and totally collapsed. The question was, how did it get that way? This is how. And so in the middle of this great big huge conflict that goes on and everything basically going to pieces, suddenly you end up having the arrival of Starman and the Justice League from Earth. And this is kind of a cool little thing. In reality, it's kind of Scott Snyder making it work for the story, but also kind of making his, like giving himself a hole, like giving himself a way out. What Starman basically says is like Shira as she exists is basically not supposed to be here. Technically, she's not supposed to exist. And the reason why is because she's one of the personalities of Hawkgirl, or one of the beings that Hawkgirl was at some point in the past. Remember, when it comes to Hawkman and Hawkgirl, they're constantly reborn. And where those physical forms will die, their essences will basically dissipate and then be reborn in another form. So technically speaking, Shira Hall should be dead and gone, and then the existing Hawkgirl should be the only version of herself that's out there. But somewhere along the line, Perpetua feared the fact that if Hawkgirl was fully formed, which is to say there was no fraction of herself missing and floating out there in the form of another being, that what would happen is because a Hawkgirl who was fully integral would be a threat to Perpetua. And so what she did is she split her in half. And that explains how Shayera Hall's been here as part of DC Rebirth. And so again, like Starman kind of fixes that. He doesn't really kill Shayera so much as he says, look, like the essence of you that belongs to Hawkgirl, I'm taking away. And I'm putting that directly into Hawkgirl so she's fully formed, but you still have your own soul. Shayera Hall is now a singular being. Now, this can create problems later on down the line. This is how we ran into problems with like Donna Troy, things like that. This is how you run into those kind of issues. So I'm curious how Scott Snyder will keep this going forward without running into continuity issues. If he doesn't resolve it, somebody else later on will have to try to find a way to figure it out, or it'll just be one of these things where it goes on forever and this old version of Hawkgirl's floating around in the DC universe and nobody knows what to do with her, and then she's just kind of appearing every once in a while. So again, it can kind of create problems. This is how those things sort of start. Now, in the moment, what you basically have now is Shayera Hall, this older version of Hawkgirl who's out there with her own essence and spirit and experiences and so on, but the part of her that should have passed on and become the new Hawkgirl has now been returned to the new Hawkgirl. So she's fully formed and fully together. And so following that, the statement of Starman is there are a zillion things across this universe that are all broken, that are all screwed up, and they need to be repaired, and we'll start with the source wall. The reality of this is that where you look at Jeff Johns and Doomsday Clock, and Jeff Johns says, okay, so like basically Dr. Manhattan screwed stuff up. He made some changes here and there, and now this is what the universe looks like now that those changes are made. Where Doomsday Clock seems like it'll undo that. This almost kind of seems like Scott Snyder's way of undoing it on his own. Basically saying like, imagine if like Doomsday Clock never happened, but like we're trying to find a way to bridge the gap between New 52 and DC Rebirth. This kind of seems to be the answer for it. It's intriguing. I'm sure it'll all basically consolidate and it'll all kind of make sense once it's said and done, but it is intriguing to see how it plays out and to see how all this kind of unfolds. Okay, so it occurred to me recently, and I actually asked this on Twitter, it occurred to me recently that I feel like we covered the first issue of Legion of Doom because it only involved what was going on with the Totality storyline at the time, and then we didn't cover anymore. And it was interesting to me because the way Legion of Doom is done, they're more like interludes, right? Like you have like you have a story arc, and it kind of shuffles back and forth. So Scott Snyder will be like, hey, here's what the Justice League is doing, and then it's like, here's what Lex Luthor and the Legion are doing, and then here's what the Justice League are doing, and here's what the Legion are doing. But it's kind of cool because technically speaking, the Legion of Doom arc is an ongoing arc, which is to say it's multiple parts, but each part is written almost in a self-contained way. At least it is right now in the beginning, because right now it's more of like a recruitment drive, right? Like it's Lex Luthor going around and trying to recruit people. And in this one, it's basically the Joker. Now, the Joker's got a long-standing history in the Legion of Superheroes, right? Because for the most part, the Legion was by and large designed to be kind of like the antithesis to the Justice League, almost like an Injustice League of its own, in the sense that like each one was basically a main villain of a Justice League member. And now the roster's waxed and waned over the years, and it's changed. I mean, it hasn't stayed consistent constantly, but for the most part, like the core characters have kind of been there. And the Joker's played some pretty cool roles in the Legion of Superheroes. For example, like when Alexander Luthor from an alternate reality and the Infinite Crisis storyline showed up and then wouldn't let Joker become part of like his group, the Joker killed him at the end of Infinite Crisis. So it's kind of a cool little thing. The Joker's played that role multiple times, but what this does is it basically picks up with like this scheme Joker has, right? Of like a giant balloon with Joker toxin and so on and so forth. And it's just kind of Joker being Joker is really what it is. Scott Snyder, not Scott Snyder, James Tynion rather, he's the one that's writing this, but he's like, meanwhile, in like the Legion of Doom, Joker's creating a giant balloon with toxin inside. Which is kind of cool. But what happens is once the Joker goes back into like his office, so to speak, which is kind of weird to see the Joker having like an office. I always assumed he just kind of operated out of like a big warehouse or something like that with no real like office, right? Like I imagine him sitting here like conducting business, and like talking to his manager. I told you, Percy, get me that deal, or something like that. But he finds Lex Luthor in there. Now, the exchange between Lex Luthor and the Joker is kind of cool because when it comes to these characters, for the new comic book reader, and even for me to a degree, looking at DC, kind of like, a relative new guy, being that I've only been reading it for, a little over half a decade. When you look at this and you look at the Joker and Lex Luthor, of course it makes sense they exist in like the same universe, right? Like Batman, Superman, Joker, and Lex Luthor. But when you look at them for what they are, you almost never really see them cross over outside of the Legion of Doom. And so when you see this kind of exchange take place, it's like, this is kind of cool, right? Like the Joker knows exactly who Lex Luthor is, and Lex Luthor knows exactly who the Joker is. But the funny thing about this, and this is what's so interesting, is
is Lex Luthor's intelligence kind of gets the better of him in a, here in a little bit. And that's one of the big differences, right? Like, I still argue to this point, Lex Luthor's probably the smartest person in the DC universe. When while Batman is super intelligent, Batman's intelligence almost never gets the better of him. He uses it as more of a tool as opposed to a means to stand on top of the shoulders of others and say, I'm better than you. And so that's because that's what Lex Luthor does. It really kind of begins to sort of take hold. But it's interesting because the Joker knows that Lex Luthor has had dealings with the Batman Who Laughs. Now, this takes place before the Batman Who Laughs miniseries, right? So it takes place before all that happens. This really goes way, way back. And so with that happening, like, it's really one of our first little indications that like the Joker's aware of the Batman Who Laughs. Now, of course, we have like a lot of things that were going on with regards to like Batman and Signal, a lot of those little storylines and so on and so forth. But outside of Joker's dealings, and during the events of like Dark Knight's Metal, it's really one of the first things after that is kind of like, yeah, I'm well aware the Batman Who Laughs is back. Like, I'm well aware of the fact that he's here. I know what he's about. I know who he is. I know how dangerous he can be. And that's what he tells Lex Luthor. You have no idea what you're getting into dealing with the Batman Who Laughs. You have no clue what kind of schemes and what kind of things he has in store for you if he ends up getting loose. You think you know, but you believe you know because you're so arrogant and full of hubris. You think there's no way that you couldn't know. But like, you have no idea what's there. And so he basically says like, there's no way I'm going to operate inside of your Legion of Doom with the Batman Who Laughs. Now, the implication kind of seems to be here from Tynion that the Joker's scared of the Batman Who Laughs. And there's good reason to be, because the Batman Who Laughs is an answer to the question, what if the Joker had Batman's intelligence? What could he do? What kind of horrors could he unleash? It makes sense that on some level, the Joker would be afraid of him, because it's kind of like, hey, look, I'm crazy, but I'm not Batman smart. But like, what if I was though? Imagine my craziness being put to the task. My insanity as the Joker is limited to things like trying to copyright Fish and like testing Batman by pretending like his face and the face of like all the other members of the Bat family have been cut off. Like, my schemes are relatively basic. Flooding the entire city of Gotham with Joker toxin and letting the city go into like disarray. But it's like, I do what I do because I just love madness and I love craziness. The Batman Who Laughs loves that too, but he's as smart as Batman. So like, good luck. And that's kind of the crazy thing, is because we end up finding out that like where Lex Luthor says, he basically makes a deal with the Joker and says, you can be part of my Legion and I'll drop the Batman Who Laughs. He'll be out of the picture. We of course know that he doesn't. And this basically leads to like the Joker watching this conversation between Lex Luthor and the Batman Who Laughs, knowing he broke his promise. And so from here, it kind of goes into this big drive, right? Like, you got Mr. Freeze, you've got Solomon Grundy, you've got like all these different characters. Of course, you got Scarecrow, so on and so forth. But they're all there to see whether or not they can be recruited into the League alongside Cheetah, Gorilla Grodd, and alongside Sinestro, as well as Lex Luthor and the Joker. And it's kind of nuts because what we basically end up finding out is like, currently the Legion of Doom base of operations is on the moon. So like, nobody's gonna find it. But it's one of these things where it's like, they're all going to be tested. They're all going to have to go through this sort of initiation to see whether or not they can make the cut. But before they can do all that, when they get their little, boxes or party favors or whatever, they open them up. They're all full of Joker toxin. The Joker's basically like poisoned every major supervillain that could possibly be part of the Legion of Doom, right? And it's a cool thing to see, because where Lex Luthor says, well, hey, I planned for something like this. You're the one that basically got to have the interrogation room. You're the one that got to design all the traps and all the deadly means of gaining information and so on and so forth. That's your thing. I was well prepared for something like this. The Joker says, oh, I know you were well prepared for something like this. So I didn't just turn the interrogation room into my madhouse, into my weapon. I turned the whole facility into a weapon. And it's nuts, because basically like Lex Luthor's running and fleeing for his life. And this is cool, because the way that James Tynion does this, even Lex Luthor himself, to a degree, is kind of like, I had no idea this is how crazy the Joker could be. I had no idea he could pull off things like this. Like, I had no idea that he could basically turn the entire building into a giant death trap, and I would have no idea. I didn't know Joker was this smart. And that's one of the cool things about his character, is that Joker really kind of comes off as just a goofy, slapstick, nonsensical guy who'll kill you as well as look at you. That's kind of like it, right? Like, that's how most people see him. Yes, he's dangerous, but like not very smart. But then you see something like this unfold, and it's like, okay, so like he was basically able to operate under the scenes of Lex Luthor without Lex really knowing. Now, the other half of this is it kind of hits on the nose of the fact that like Lex Luthor's intelligence is not his enemy, it's his arrogance and hubris. Everyone is below him. No one is as smart as him. No one's as capable as him. No one's as good as Lex Luthor is in terms of putting his intelligence to task. And so because that, he overlooks guys like the Joker, who while they're not on the same level as Lex, are still very intelligent and very dangerous in their own right. And it's cool to see. It's really, really awesome to have unfold. And so once everything kind of winds down, of course, Lex Luthor's basically, chained up. And then you end up having like the Joker sitting there with like all the other members of the Legion who were there, but they have a kind of a docile toxin that's designed to kind of keep them at bay. And Joker literally starts running over all this, saying like, hey, like nobody ever believes that Joker's this intelligent. Nobody ever believes that Joker's this capable. The only one who knows how really dangerous I am is Batman. But I spent the last few months basically reconstructing the entire base, designing all these death traps, creating all these terrible things. This little flower that I have on my chest, I could squirt this toxin at the right angle into your temples and it'll just start burning away at your intelligence. And little by little, your brain will start to erode. And the only one who will really be able to pick up on it will be Superman, because it'll take so long and because it'll impact you in such a small degree. Your brain's not going to erode away over the course of 3 days. Batman could figure that out. Only Superman would really know what's going on, but it would start homing in and taking out small sections of your brain, and you would notice your intelligence decreasing. All the while, you would be totally aware. I'll take away the one thing you prize the most, the one thing you value more than anything. I will reduce you down to nothing more than just a guy who's fumbling and bumbling in the world, trying to just barely understand what in the heck is going on. After doing all that, understand, Lex, that's nothing compared to what the Batman Who Laughs will do to you. That's what's so cool about this, is the Joker understands how dangerous the Batman Who Laughs is, right? He's like, you have your Legion of Doom and you want to have all these grand schemes and you want to pretend to be God and all that kind of stuff, but none of it will matter. The Batman Who Laughs will take everything you know and love, twist it inside out and destroy it in front of your eyes, and you will be helpless to do anything about it. You have no earthly clue what he will do to you. No concept, no bearing of what he will do to you. You're smart, sure, but like, he's Batman smart. So imagine Batman with my insanity working together, making your life a living hell. There's nothing you could do to stop him. It's amazing because what it does is it really kind of puts in perspective. I mean, a lot of the recent events of the Batman Who Laughs miniseries has done that, but even before that, this put into perspective just how dangerous that guy is, and even on some degree, how fearful Joker is of the Batman Who Laughs, because in reality, the Joker would have to be foolish to have no measure of fear of him. And while the Joker is goofy and silly and very, very dangerous and does some crazy things, he's no fool. He's just as out to preserve his own life as anybody else, if for no other reason than to constantly go round and round with the bat. But it's one of these really awesome things, because in the midst of all this, because of everything that goes on, all the possible recruits leave. They all basically bail out. And so all that's left is, again, kind of right back where they started with regards to Sinestro and like Gorilla Grodd and Cheetah, as well as Lex Luthor. The Joker bails out, the Joker leaves. And again, it's a smart move, because Joker's like, you're literally setting yourself up to fail. Like, you're putting yourself in a position to where you're going to lose everything you know and love, and that's going to be the end of you. That will be the story of Lex Luthor, the man who is foolish enough to believe he could get one up on the Batman Who Laughs. And so what Lex ends up doing is kind of pulling out this ace card, pulling out this trump card, and simply saying, fine, if this is how things are, and if what we need is a person who's as intelligent as Batman, if not smarter, then we have to kind of pull some strings. And so what we end up finding out is that on the back burner, what Lex Luthor's been doing is working on recreating and bringing back Brainiac, that he needs a brains behind the operation, really kind of sitting down, taking Joker's words to heart, not really going as far as to say like, fine, I'll give up my quest with the Batman Who Laughs, but simply saying like, if we're going to be dealing with a guy like him, we need a guy smarter than him. We need a 12th level intellect. We need Brainiac. Okay, so we are covering Justice League: The Sixth Dimension, and I know I'm behind on this. I know like a bunch of other comic book YouTubers have covered it. Don't care. I am excited about this story. I am hyped about this story. Okay, Justice League: The Sixth Dimension is probably one of the coolest stories to come out of DC Comics for like a long time, right? So initially, like when it comes to Scott Snyder, like really writing Justice League in general, remember all this is like one part, it's like a part of a big cohesive story, right? Like the end result is Perpetua and like her return and manipulation of like really like the omniverse, not even the multiverse, but like the omniverse. And then like there's gonna be a couple other characters that kind of get thrown in here, but it's all sort of like leading up to that moment, right? Like it's ever since we had like the first fracture of the Source Wall that landed on Earth in the first volume of the Justice League, running all the way up until now and going into like Year of the Villain and all that kind of stuff. This all focuses heavily on the character of Perpetua, the villain of Perpetua, who just hasn't shown up yet for the most part. Well, I think in Year of the Villain she may have, but basically like she's trying to make her return. Now, initially this leads into I guess it picks up with the Justice League kind of coming together. Now, a couple things to bear in mind here. Remember, Mera is currently the Queen of Atlantis, right? Like Aquaman's off doing his own thing. And it was a way for DC to kind of focus on Aquaman's character absent the Justice League itself. So really like his ongoing series is kind of isolated now. It's kind of like cut off from like everything else going on in DC. It's cool and it's really good, but it doesn't really pertain to like the overall Justice League as a whole. I mean, there's a couple things going on here and there, but for the most part, it's kind of removed. But the whole reason why the Justice League is here is because what they've done
is they've gone forward with the purpose of like bringing back a classic character that we haven't seen for a long time. Of course, this classic character is revealed when the guy makes his return, when he was supposed to show up at this point in time, and it turns out to be Mr. Mxyzptlk. Now, the question a lot of people are probably wondering is, where has Mr. Mxyzptlk been? Like, what's he been doing this entire time? Well, I can tell you exactly what he's been doing. He's been using Skillshare, hashtag sponsored video. This video is sponsored by Skillshare. Skillshare is an online learning community for creators with more than 25,000 classes in design, business, and more. And premium memberships give you unlimited access so you can actually join the classes and communities that are just right for you. Now, if you guys are looking to like topple me and become like the next Comics Explained, which is entirely possible, they got classes on graphic design, photography, creative writing, film and video, marketing, productivity, all that kind of good stuff. All the things that can basically like get you on the road to becoming the new Comics Explained. And to get you started, Skillshare is giving away a free 2-month unlimited access trial to the first 500 people who click the link in the description. And after that, it's only around $10 a month. Having said that, we actually don't know what Mr. Mxyzptlk's been doing this entire time. We really don't. And that's kind of an interesting thing, right? Because like you go from like Superman Reborn, where like Mxyzptlk has been pretending to be Clark Kent this entire time, and then basically like you end up with like the New 52 and the pre-New 52 Superman merging into one another, to Mxyzptlk vanishing, and then we have no idea where he went to. But the funny thing about this is actually kind of a cool display of power, is this is kind of a story that I would say would be an introductory place for people who are new to his character, right? Because I mean, he doesn't appear all the time. I mean, it used to be that he would appear not all the time, but like more frequently than he does now. But I think since the beginning of DC Rebirth, he's probably shown up like maybe twice, if you consider Superman Reborn, like him showing up twice in that story. So I guess being there for like the whole story. So in reality, anybody who's going through and like reading DC Comics right now has probably never heard of him. And so what Scott Snyder does is give us this kind of grand display of the power that Mxyzptlk has. And literally like he just turns the world of the Justice League upside down. Like John Stewart, the Green Lantern, goes to launch an attack and Mxyzptlk just like starts breaking his body down. It's cool things like that, because you don't really see this. And that's one of the big differences between like Marvel and DC Comics, right? Like Marvel Comics, you have a lot of reality warpers, right? You have the Beyonder, you have the Beyonders, you've got the Molecule Man, Owen Reese, you've got the Cosmic Entities, you've got Galactus, you've got classic Silver Surfer from the 1980s, you've got all kinds of like crazy power, you know, people with crazy powers. In DC, it's a lot more grounded in terms of like extreme capabilities and extreme powers, and you don't really see those. And so seeing this in here is actually kind of cool. But of course, then that goes into John Jones forcing Mxyzptlk to start like saying his name in his own mind without saying it out loud. Now, for people who are new to this, whenever Mxyzptlk says his name out loud, he's sent back to the 5th dimension, right? It's the one way to kind of get rid of him. And that's the sort of ongoing joke that goes on with this character, right? Whenever he shows up, he bothers Superman for a while. Superman has to use his intellect and trick Mxyzptlk into saying his name backwards. I'm sorry, saying his name backwards the right way, and in order to send him back to his own dimension. Now, of course, the reason why Mxyzptlk doesn't pull that stunt with Batman is because Batman he'd play some mind games, and then like Mxyzptlk would end up saying his own name and then going back to his dimension before he even realized what happened. But it's kind of a cool thing, because what Mxyzptlk says is like the impact of the Justice League destroying the Source Wall and the kind of cascading effect that it takes throughout the entire multiverse isn't just felt in like their native dimension, it's felt in like the 5th dimension, right? Like it spreads throughout everything. And that's when things get a little bit hairy, because what ends up happening here is we sort of get this explanation that things are not as limited as we thought they were, that things are not as basic as we thought they were. That what Mxyzptlk does is he kind of comes forward and says, okay, there's like a whole host of multiverses out there. And for the most part in DC Comics, we only ever really assumed there was just one, right? Like there was a positive multiverse and the negative multiverse, and that was basically it. But like the negative multiverse was more of like a reflection, right? It was a darker and more evil and twisted and hopeless reflection of the positive multiverse. Mxyzptlk says, no, it's not like that. Like you have a singular multiverse, and then like the 3rd dimension is the one that we occupy, and then you have like time, which is the 4th dimension, and then you have the 5th dimension, which is just pure imagination. Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, you know, to a world of pure imagination, you know, like that kind of a thing. And then the 6th dimension is the one that nobody really knows anything about, because only individuals of the highest order are allowed to go there. Not only that, we actually kind of get this explanation that what Perpetua did is she had like what were essentially like 3 sons, right? It was the Monitor, the Anti-Monitor, and then the World Forger. And the kind of cool thing about this is the World Forger, as he's depicted here, we've seen him in the Dark Multiverse, or at least the Dark Multiverse version of him. And so again, like it's kind of cool to see Scott Snyder make these callbacks to like stories that he's written in the past, which again is actually pretty sweet. But the idea behind this is that there
are like multiple multiverses out there, right? Like throughout the entire Omniverse, there's a whole host of multiverses, and like all those multiverses have their own individual universes, and that Perpetua was kind of the creator of this multiverse and presumably the creator of what seemed to kind of be all others. Now, how we reconcile that with like the presence, right? Like DC's absolute God, it's kind of difficult to do, because when it comes to the presence in DC Comics, that's largely a Vertigo concept, right? You know, Lucifer Morningstar and Michael the Archangel and all that kind of stuff, that's all really Vertigo, and you never really see it cross over with like the main DC universe line of stories. And so because that's the case, we can kind of assume they're two distinctly different things, neither one having a bearing on the other. And so with that being the case, we can sort of take that little bit of information and just kind of run with it. But the overall gist here is that in order for them to truly understand what's going on, they have to enter the sixth dimension and see how far this goes and see if they can't like find a way to, at the very least, solve things. Now, there are a couple of things that kind of get mentioned in here. For example, like the Justice League has hidden from humanity hidden from everybody on Earth the fact that they broke the source wall. They're like the multiverse is spiraling towards its inevitable doom. And the reason why is because if the Justice League came out and said, okay, everybody, FYI, we kind of broke the source wall. And so because of that, the entire multiverse is hurling to its imminent doom, which will probably happen in like a few weeks or so. Society's going to completely and totally collapse, right? It's going to totally fall apart. And so, of course, what Mxyzptlk says, and this is kind of a throwaway moment from Scott Snyder, but we can kind of accept it. What Mxyzptlk says is that like with Batman and Superman, they're essentially like Batmite, you know, kind of the Batman equivalent of like Mxyzptlk is, you know, he and Mxyzptlk himself are the two most powerful imps from like the fifth dimension. And so in the various escapades, the various instances when Mxyzptlk had shown up and kind of bothered Superman, what he'd been doing was essentially just like kind of bombarding him with energy that would allow him to access the sixth dimension. Now again, this is really kind of Scott Snyder just grabbing that and throwing it in for the purpose of just being like, we need a reason for Superman to be able to go in, and he's the only one that can go in. So like Mxyzptlk made it happen. It's a very hand-wavy kind of throwaway thing, but it works for the nature of the story, right? I mean, you can kind of yes, you know, and then just kind of go with it and just sort of call it a day. But what ends up happening is Superman passes through the door and then immediately comes back, and like he's older. And I have to say, let's be honest with ourselves here. All right, I know like Jorge Jimenez, who I think is Jimenez, is how you pronounce his last name, the guy doing the art for this comic. Superman looks amazing, dude. Like old man Superman looks awesome. And like, dude, here's the crazy thing: he's basically almost godlike in power. But then like we get this kind of rug pulled out from under us, right? Because it's like, hey, welcome to the Hall of Justice, which is in like the future of what your universe is going to be, and it's crazy and it looks amazing and all that kind of cool stuff. And then we get the rug pulled out from under us when we actually end up running into like actual Superman, who's just kind of on this singular planet of sorts in this almost infinite expanse of nothingness, surrounded by like all these dead versions of himself. And so it's just kind of like, okay, so like what in the world is going on right now? What in the world is happening right now? And it's kind of a cool thing, because what ends up happening is that with the rest of the Justice League being unaware of the fact that Superman's missing, because as far as they're aware, this is him. He's just kind of been here for decades, and basically they won the war against Perpetua, and everything the Justice League hoped would happen ended up taking place. He basically says, like, you know, before we answer any questions, before we get too much into things, just go explore the world. Like, go explore this world and just see where it leads you. And like in this world that they occupy, it's basically perfect, right? It's like a perfect world. It's pretty cool the way it works. For example, John Stewart has become the White Lantern, and like this future version of Barry and John have basically figured out a way to like run in and out and to kind of move freely throughout the time stream without creating any kind of fractures, without breaking anything. And so the way this works is it's almost kind of like the end of Jonathan Hickman's Secret Wars, right? Where like John Stewart basically uses the life entity to like create life on worlds, and then Barry figures out where to put them in the time stream. It's actually really cool. Like it's really awesome. Like they're creating entire multiverses. Everything is kind of orchestrated and built out of like this place that they occupy, this space that they're in. They essentially just kind of like seed the multiverse, seed new worlds, the whole nine yards. They're essentially gods. And it's kind of cool the way this plays out, because then you switch over to Gotham City, and Gotham City is a utopia. And it's kind of a funny thing, because that's sort of what Bruce Wayne was always fighting for, right? Like to lead Gotham City to a place, even if he didn't necessarily live long enough to see it get there, but to lead it to a place where Gotham was kind of like, not really like a metropolis, but like something better, where it was a place that people wanted to be. It was a place of spiritual and emotional, you know, growth and relaxation, a place where people could be at peace. To see Gotham has finally achieved that, and to see that it's kind of maintained the legacy of Batman by constructing a massive statue to his legacy is kind of an honorable thing. Not only that, we actually end up finding out that like Dick Grayson has taken over the mantle of Batman. That Dick Grayson is like the guy who's basically, you know, kind of maintaining, or at least not even maintaining order, the guy who's kind of overseeing all these things. But again, like this is a perfect world. This is a perfect life. This is what the Justice League has always been shooting for. And so again, kind of
coming back to Superman, who's in this like this bleak and dark environment, we end up having like this, what was supposedly his future version, this future version of himself who shows up and says, hey, look, man, this can go one of two ways. Either you can like stop fighting and you can basically join my cause. You can see things the way that I see them and become a part of what it is that we're trying to achieve here, or you can be left behind and be one of these countless bodies that's sort of just dotting this landscape here and die in this place. And it's kind of a crazy thing, because what he ends up saying is like that light up there, that sun that you basically see will not be there forever. And it's enough to keep you sustained, but it's not going to be enough for you to really like use your powers. Your powers will eventually drain, right? The solar energy you have built up in your cells will eventually drain out, and like you're going to die in this place. So answer me now, like, are you going to join me or are you not going to join me? And ultimately, by virtue of his thoughts and feelings, Superman says no. And so that basically leaves him to just kind of be down there and try to find a way out for himself. But nobody else really knows what's going on. And that's when we kind of switch back over to Batman again, right? I want to kind of talk about this for a minute. Like, you switch back over to Batman and we end up finding out that Arkham Asylum has been torn down. The villains are no longer an issue anymore. And that while Alfred Pennyworth died after the Great War, you know, with Perpetua and all that kind of stuff, that what ended up happening was Arkham was basically replaced with like this sort of Pennyworth home for individuals who were like looking for a reprieve, right? Like people who are looking to kind of get back to their senses or to find a place of respite, of relaxation. That's what this is for. And that Barbara Gordon plays a pretty big role in helping people get there. But it's kind of a crazy thing, because when all that happens, of course, we also end up finding out that in this future, Hawkgirl and Martian Manhunter ended up having a child together. And that's when Martian Manhunter uses his telepathy, pulls everybody in and says, this world is not what it seems to be. This world is not what you guys think it is. This is a dark place here. We don't know how dark this place is, but this is all an illusion. This place is a place of darkness, a place of suffering, and a place of pain. And that's when their child kind of pops up and says, I'm the one that showed them what this world, or at least told them what this world is really like. It's not a paradise. It's not a utopia. It is, in a lot of ways, an absolute living hell. And so what ends up going on is, of course, while this kind of message is being conveyed by the kid, suddenly this older version of Superman pops up and says, I will explain what it is that's going on. I will tell them what's happening. And of course, once he imprisons the Justice League mentally, then he simply goes through and starts to say, the person that I am is not Superman. I took on this form to comfort you. I took on this form so you wouldn't walk in here and immediately feel like you had to be on your guard. I wanted your guards down and I wanted you to relax, not so I could destroy you and kill you, but so that you could be at a place to where when I reveal who I am, you're not going to immediately try to attack me. Now, of course, this is the Justice League. They attack first and then ask questions later, but this guy reveals himself to be the World Forger. Now, again, I want to talk about this for a second, because this World Forger concept is relatively new. And the reason why is the idea of like I guess a forger of worlds really kind of came about with like Dark Knight's metal, right? Like all we really knew is that in the Dark Multiverse, you had some system by which worlds were being created. And when those worlds were created, they were being judged. If they were worth staying, they'd be allowed to go up into the multiverse and become part of the multiverse. If they were not, they would be kept down there and they would remain within the Dark Multiverse. Of course, that led to all different kinds of crazy and twisted alternate realities, like the Flash Batman hybrid, Red Death, and like, you know, the Murder Machine, where Batman merges with like Cyborg or I guess becomes Cyborg and that kind of stuff. Just those twisted and really screwed up situations. And so when the World Forger appears to them, he actually really kind of challenges them with a pretty significant thing. And it actually really switches Batman over to kind of to his side. What he does is he sits down and he says, in this multiverse that we live in, and because of what you guys have done, you've broken the source wall. And because you've broken the source wall, and because the Legion of Doom is trying to bring back Perpetua, it's only a matter of time before she arrives. And so what the World Forger has been doing is basically grabbing all these different members of the Justice League from across the entire multiverse and all these different villains, these superpowered beings, and has kind of offered them an option. Either join me and become a part of my cause, or stand against me and be imprisoned for all eternity, presumably like forever. And of course, the question is asked, do you ally with me or do you stand against me? And the Justice League, you know, by, again, in the same way that Superman did, by their thoughts and feelings, stand against him. And so they're immediately teleported to a world, I guess a version of Apocalypse, that was created by the World Forger. Now, a lot of this stuff is being thrown into disarray. A lot of this stuff is kind of being thrown into flux. And the reason why is because when it comes to these concepts, for the most part, they've kind of been etched in stone. When you talk about like Apocalypse and like Darkseid, the New Gods, all that kind of stuff, by and large, it's the way it exists right now is there's only one Darkseid throughout the entirety of like the DC multiverse. And there's only one Highfather throughout the entirety of DC multiverse. There's only one Apocalypse and there's only one New Genesis. That's the way it works. Now, when we were talking about like post-crisis, you know, after 1985, when there was only one universe and no multiverse, then the New Gods are basically out there in the universe and just kind of walled off from everything. But now, like there's only one of them in the entire multiverse. And so the implication seems to be here
the indication seems to be that either this is a different universe in and of itself entirely, or it's a whole other space that was created by the World Forger. And that really seems to be the case, that it's not really a different multiverse, it's just in the space that the various multiverses inhabit out in the distance somewhere, is kind of like this little small localized galaxy, right? Like a closet in your house. And so what this means is that like within this small little space, what the World Forger did is he built a version of Apocalypse 100 times the size of the one that we would normally see in the multiverse. And all those who stood against him are imprisoned there. And so it's kind of crazy because it's creating like, it's essentially a pocket reality out there in the space that like inhabits the multiverse. It's pretty far out there, and it's really kind of mind-bending and a little wild, but it's still cool to see because of course while Superman's trying to find his way out, while he's trying to like fight his way out of like this darker space, of course you have like the rest of the Justice League who are imprisoned by what's essentially an alternate reality version of Lois Lane, who ended up siding with the World Forger and saying like, I agree with his cause, and I do this because I'm tired of seeing Jonathan Kent die in so many different universes. I'm doing this because at the end of the day, the lives that we save will outweigh the lives we lose. Now the reality of this is actually 100% true, and that's why I say like the Justice League is actually kind of stupid, because what the World Forger is proposing to them is saying, look, if Perpetua comes back, she's going to wipe away everything in existence, like everything that exists right now, she's going to wipe it all away and she's going to recreate it in the way that she believes it should be done. And so if that's the case, a countless number of beings from across all things in existence are going to die. So what I ask of you is to ally with me and then travel the multiverse and even like beyond the multiverse and find other versions of yourself who will ally themselves with me. If they stand against me, we'll throw them in prison. And of course the Justice League said no, but that's stupid because what you're talking about is the preservation of untold numbers, and the Justice League's like, no, because we're talking about imprisoning people and that's not cool. You can't imprison people for things they haven't done, but it's not as simple as like the right thing versus the wrong thing. It's as significant as like the destruction of all things, right? Like of what use are moral principles if like all of reality gets wiped away? It's nice to take this sort of high horse, stance of, well, we always got to make sure we do the right thing, all that kind of stuff. But like sometimes you got to be the bad guy because in order to like preserve all existence, you got to do bad things. It's the way it works. There are no absolutes in right and wrong. There's all kinds of gray areas. And it's the only, Batman is the only one who realizes that and the only one who seems to figure that out because he's the only one that stays behind and sides with the World Forger and saying like, yeah, man, sometimes you just got to do bad things. Like that's just the way that it works. This kind of high horse, absolute, I always do good and I never do bad kind of moral philosophy that the Justice League walks around with, that can't work because at the end of the day, they can't do what needs to be done in order to make sure that like everybody gets saved. It's kind of a cool thing and it's kind of a cool moment because what it really does is it takes the Justice League as heroes and it looks them in the face and says, you guys are a half measure. You guys are all talk and like half brawn. At the end of the day, you guys put like goodness above what needs to be done. And it's kind of a cool thing, right? Because sometimes you got to sacrifice your moral compass in order to get the job done. And so it's a cool little moment here because where the Justice League is initially freed by like the son, this future son of Hawkgirl and Martian Manhunter, then of course they're basically rescued by like the Legion of Doom, right? Like Thal Sinestro and Cheetah and Gorilla Grodd. But then we also end up finding out that like they're also joined by Darkseid, presumably Darkseid in the future. And again, that's where things kind of get murky because if what we're doing is we're talking about a future story, then it makes a lot more sense if you say the events of this are confined strictly to the multiverse. But for the most part, Darkseid never really seemed to indicate himself as a character who would take up arms with the Legion of Doom or like any Earthbound superhero group or even supervillain group for the purpose of like achieving a goal, right? Like Darkseid's always been a villain who stands alone. If he can't do it on his own, that means that like it cannot be done, and so it's kind of a cool thing because what this does is this really kind of Scott Snyder pointing to this future and pointing to the idea of Perpetua and saying, this is really how bad it gets. Like it gets bad enough that like Darkseid ends up having to ally himself with various superheroes or like the Legion of Doom because it's the only way to preserve all things in existence. And Darkseid is nothing if not a being that values his own preservation. And so it's kind of a cool moment because what ends up happening here is that Batman's kind of given a test by the World Forger, right? Like a test of loyalty. And it's like, if you truly want to ally yourself with me, then the one thing you have to realize is Superman, he'll never back down. He'll never take the stance that you did. Superman will never take the stance of, if you want to make an omelet, you got to break a few eggs. He's never going to take that stance. Instead, like he's always going to say, no, there's got to be a way to make that omelet without breaking some eggs. I don't know how it is. Maybe heat vision, he can just do that. But still, like he'll never take that position. And so because of that, he'll never ever be able to join our ranks. That place that he's in, that pocket reality that the World Forger created that Superman is confined in, the bodies that are there, they'll always be filled with Superman. Because in every single universe that he's been to and in every single multiverse that he's visited, Superman always stands against him. And that's when the question is kind of asked by Batman, if I pull this sun away, if I yank it away, will he die fast? And the World Forger says yes. And then Batman says, I'm sorry, Clark, but it's what we have to do. And basically pulls the sun away from Superman and effectively kills him. And it's kind of a cool little moment because when that happens, Superman just sort of falls back down to this reality that he's been in. And by all standards of measurement, it appears he's going to die. die. Now, there are a couple things that go on with regards to the Justice League talking to the Legion of Doom, but it's an interesting moment because it's kind of a coming together, right? Like the Legion of Doom says, hey, look, at the end of the day, like we realize that like the World Forger is essentially wrong. We kind of brought this future about, like we brought this universe or this perspective future about ourselves, because we were the ones who released her. Like we were the ones who released Perpetual. We're the ones that basically caused all this. If it hadn't been for us, then like none of this would have happened. And so what this means is that the Legion of Doom is trying to make up for their past sins. I mean, Lex Luthor's out of the picture. We never really find out what he's become. We just know that whatever it is that he's become was like dark and twisted and really screwed up. And so it was like, okay, so like they've been trying to make amends this entire time for what they'd previously done in the past. And so of course, being chased by the forces of Lois Lane and being chased, kind of around this sixth dimension, ultimately like they managed to find a wormhole and they're jettisoned out, right? They're shot through this wormhole. And what that does is basically bring them back into like the main DC universe. And it's a great little send-off, and it's actually a great little moment. And the reason for this is because Lois Lane basically tells them, hey, look, Superman was kind of put in stasis when he was shot into this pod and then given like images designed to sort of acclimate him to like what Earth was supposed to be like, so that when he didn't show up here, he wasn't like immediately threatened by the first human he saw, having no idea what they were, and then just attacked them, right? Like that's not what would happen. Instead, he would show up and he would be acclimated and relatively familiar with the environment of Earth, so that when he saw humans, he would realize, okay, they're not the worst thing ever. I mean, like even as a baby, he wouldn't like panic and lose his mind or anything like that. And so what Lois says is like, we perfected that technology. And what we can do now is we can basically bombard people with these rays of sorts. We can put you into a state where you fall asleep and then condition you to basically agree with us. And so it's kind of cool because when that happens, they literally start bombarding the ship with like the Legion of Doom and the Justice League with all these rays, threatening to put them to sleep. And that's why the Justice League is shot out and sent to this portal by the Legion of Doom, because it's the only way to get them back. It's the only way to get them out of this place. And so the Legion of Doom actually crashes their ship. And it's one of the most awesome things ever, because Thal Sinestro is like flying this ship into the forces of Lois Lane. And he's like, yes, that old feeling, isn't it? How could I ever forget the power of fear? And it's just like this amazing moment. I feel like it could have been like a little more grandiose, right? Like a little more drawn out, like the last ride of Thal Sinestro and the Legion of Doom. It would have been pretty awesome. And it could have been put together pretty well. But that's when we end up basically, emerging with this scenario where Batman dons this God armor and literally like just kind of wages this conflict against the Justice League. But that's one of the important things to bear in mind here, is that in this particular moment, Batman has essentially become God, right? Like he has all the power, not really all the powers, but like the entire backing of the World Forger behind him, this vastly powerful entity. Now, again, the way the World Forger functions is he says, okay, look, I basically create worlds and send them out there. Like that's my purpose. That's my job. That's the role that I play in this entire multiverse and, potentially multiple multiverses. And so with that being the case, he literally turns his weapons on the Justice League. Batman goes to fight them all. Like really, we should just call him Bat God. Like Bat God goes to fight them all. And all the while, he's basically calling out to Superman. And that's when we end up finding out again, Batman was kind of planning this under the table the entire time. Now, under normal circumstances, I would make fun of this and just be like, of course Batman did, because prep time or something like that. But I'm not, because it's actually pretty awesome. Batman tricked a god. It's actually pretty cool. Like it's pretty amazing the way this happens. Like it's all happening under the current, because what he knew, the one thing Batman knew, and the one thing the World Forger did not know, is that Superman, this version of him, this prime version of Superman, is more powerful than all the others, right? It's what the World Forger told Batman. He said, look, Batman asked the question, can he break out? And the World Forger says, well, none of the other Superman have been able to, but this one's different. This is the prime Superman. What it seems to indicate is that like this was the first universe, and all the other universes that are out there that are part of the multiverse are templates, meaning it's the half-life effect, right? You can only ever be half as much as the thing that made you. And so that's basically what seems to be going on here, is like none of the other Supermen out there are on par with the prime Superman from the main DC universe. And so where none of them were able to break out, it doesn't mean he cannot. And that's what Batman was banking on. Batman was banking on this gambit, this idea that if he were to pull the sun away, that Superman wouldn't give up, that he would keep on trying to find a way. And that's exactly what happens. The energy put off by the Justice League, kind of combined with this sort of dream sequence that Superman has, basically leads him to realize that like the friends that he has will always be there. Like what he needed was this kind of courage to not give up. In this moment when he wanted to quit, in this moment when he wanted to stop, he didn't. And that all these little stars, all these things that had basically kind of been thrown out there by Batman were available for Superman to take advantage of. And he literally flies into a star and then comes out, but it seems like he's almost infinitely more powerful than he was before, right? Because all it says is like, he's a million lanterns, he's a million flames lit by effort, by steady hands. Was it? He moves faster than he ever has at a speed beyond physics. He's more powerful than he's ever been. Superman was already on par with most gods. I would say he's probably beyond them now, right? Like it's God Superman and God Batman in terms of the power he possesses. Now, how that compares to Superman 1 million, I don't know. Just take a guess, and whatever your guess is right, I have no clue. But in the moment right now, I would say the Superman and Batman possess the power of gods, and it's kind of a crazy thing to see, because what ends up happening, and the way this kind of gets laid out, is it's almost kind of like a retcon of sorts, right? I mean, what Scott Snyder says is that the way this World Forger works is like this. When we think about a singular universe, like you have all these events that transpire that take place, and then like Crisis on Infinite Earths happens. And the way we always imagined it is an event like Crisis on Infinite Earths wipes away everything that was there before, and then you kind of go forward with like a whole new creation. That's not what Scott Snyder's telling us. What Scott Snyder's telling us here is that reality gets wiped away, except for like the characters, and you know, to a degree, the fact that they're somewhat like shells, right? Like they're vessels for their new essences as they've been made by the World Forger to house, right? So like the World Forger designs a new version of Superman. He designs a new version of Batman, of Wonder Woman, of all these characters. He wipes away the essence of who they are and replaces it with that new essence. And so the only thing that really changes is the environment around them, the world that they live in, and to a degree, who they are as people in terms of how they view the world and how it impacts them. But again, like with the possibility existing that like this entire universe is going to be wiped away and it's all going to be totally obliterated, Superman seemingly comes flying out of nowhere. Now, how Superman got here, we don't really know. But given the kind of power he possesses now, I would surmise Superman flew through 2 dimensions to get here. He broke out of the 6th dimension, flew through the 5th dimension, through the 4th dimension, and then came into the 3rd dimension. So I would say he flew through 3 dimensions in order to get here. Superman busted through dimensional barriers in order to get here to where the rest of the Justice League is. And with a singular punch, lays out the World Forger. Now, he doesn't kill him. He just totally like flattens him and lays him out. And the World Forger is just kind of like, wow. Now, where he expects Superman to kill him, Superman says, no, we're not going to kill you. But with everything that's coming, with everything that's happening, everything with Perpetua, we're going to need you. Like, we're going to need a power like yours to basically save us, to keep us protected, or at the very least, to aid us in this massive battle that we're going to be facing. Without you, we stand no real chance here. And so that's when the Justice League is also faced with the fact that what the Legion of Doom had done is they had basically shown up to the rest of the world and said, hey, the Justice League broke the source wall. The Justice League set the multiverse on its path to destruction. The only way for you guys to save us, or for you to save yourselves, is to put your faith in us. Now, kind of a background story that was going on here was that Mr. Mxyzptlk had just kind of gone crazy and basically started like wiping away everything or trying to destroy everything. And the Justice League essentially called in Batmite. Now, that's an actual Legion of Doom story, I'm pretty sure. And so we're going to cover that as a separate video. That way we can kind of focus on it in its totality. But basically the takeaway from this is that the Legion of Doom, they're now on their way to basically bringing in Perpetua. Lex Luthor went to LexCorp, essentially sacrificed himself. You have Amanda Waller, who was subjugated by what was left of the Legion of Doom. They took all this information on where like the most powerful and dangerous villains throughout the entire world were being held. It's basically Year of the Villain #1. All the things that kind of go into it that either set the stage or came out of it. And so not only that, once it's all said and done and Lex Luthor begins to reemerge, what seems to go on here, and I could be wrong, but what seems to go on here is that Lex Luthor basically reverts back to like his Darkseid War version. Lex Luthor begins to turn into Darkseid again. I don't know if that's true. I'm not 100% sure that's true. It's kind of hard to tell, but that's what it looks like. Okay, so continuing our videos on the Justice League, one of the things that I realized going back and looking at the videos we've done is that we never covered issue number 18, which is one of the Legion of Doom tie-ins. One of the things to keep in mind for those of you guys who are new, the Legion of Doom tie-ins really focus on, of course, the Legion of Doom itself, but they basically take place outside of whatever's going on in the Justice League story. So it's really kind of its own self-contained series of events, which is cool because honestly, you could read everything that's been going on in Justice League so far and then read Legion of Doom later on, or at least read the totality and then read Legion of Doom later on. You kind of have to understand totality in order to grasp Legion of Doom. But for this comic, there's a little bit of explanation that we need to do here in order to make it make sense. And the reason why is because this just basically picks up with Lex Luthor essentially tapping into the mental remains, or I guess the physical remains and the mind of Brainiac. Now, Brainiac has a lot of different versions that exist over the course of DC Comics, right? There's Brainiac 4, Brainiac 5, there's the original Vril Dox from back in the day. This is basically the original one, right? Like Vril Dox 1, if that's what you want to call him. The way it was done in totality was actually changing things up a bit. And the reason why was because the original Brainiac was pre-Crisis, right? So it was kind of a chance for Scott Snyder to sort of do what he wanted to with the concept. But the idea was that much like the original Brainiac, this one was a collector of worlds, right? You know, kind of this retelling of the story. The Brainiac was a collector of worlds who would just travel around and literally collect like planets and things like that. And in fact, after the events of totality, we kind of saw that sort of play out in Justice League Odyssey, right? Where like all these worlds were kind of freed, and then the Guardians of the Universe and the Green Lantern Corps basically quarantined them off so nobody could get in, nobody could get out. And then that dealt with Darkseid and all that kind of cool stuff. But the idea here is that this version of Brainiac had essentially been killed. Now, in truth, the story of the totality and all the things that go into it, the Titans and all that kind of good stuff, that's really too much to cover in like a quick little intro spiel. So I invite you to check out the video. You'll find the link down in the description
which will explain the whole thing to you. But the overall gist of it was that basically this version of Brainiac was, his body was physically dead, but his mind was not. And the reason why this matters is because while Brainiac has historically been a pretty cool member and a pretty significant member of the Legion of Doom, the important thing to bear in mind here is that for what Lex Luthor's doing, which is to say gaining as much information as he can about this artifact of the totality, in order to truly understand what's going on, he needs someone like Brainiac. And the reason why is because Brainiac had been around for so long and he had explored so much of the universe. There's a lot of knowledge there. There's a lot of information there. And so in order to basically use him, or not really use him, but in order to gain access to that information and to have it benefit the schemes of Lex Luthor and to have Brainiac join the Legion of Doom, the idea is to bring him back. And the only way to really do that is to hook the two of them up mentally. Now, this is a very dangerous game because remember, Brainiac is a 12th level intellect. So stepping into that mind is stepping into a higher echelon of intelligence that it would seem Lex Luthor wouldn't really be prepared for. But that's one of the things that Scott Snyder really sort of toys with here, is that Lex Luthor is usually considered to be like one of the smartest men on the face of the earth. And so because of that, it's very difficult to like demonstrate intelligence, right? Like super strength, you can demonstrate that easily. Like Superman like punches an asteroid or something like that. It's difficult to demonstrate intelligence. And it's actually done extremely well here, but it really requires context. It requires you to know how smart Brainiac is. But with Lex Luthor basically diving into his mind and Brainiac saying like, welcome to this world, I'm going to take over your body and then I'm going to go forward and do villainous things, Lex Luthor immediately plays it smart. And that's why I say he's crazy intelligent. Is he on the same level as Brainiac? Well, of course not. I mean, the nature of Brainiac is to be that smart. It's just to be smarter than like every being in existence. But what Lex Luthor lacks here in intelligence in comparison to Brainiac, he makes up for with guile, stealth, and manipulation. And that's one of the reasons why Lex Luthor is such a cool character, because there's always a way for him to essentially win, right? So like an evil Batman, more or less. There's always a way for him to use his mind to win. But in this conversation with Brainiac, what Lex really does is play on the idea of there are things about this universe that you're not totally familiar with. And as a man or as a being who fancies himself on being an explorer and learning all things that are there, I got a text from Comic Story, it's important that you understand that we have to work together in this. And so what I'm going to do here is essentially spill the beans about everything, or at least about this little piece of the totality and how it ties into the bigger picture, which is kind of cool because this doorknob that Lex Luthor carries around has not been like full on totally explained by Scott Snyder. It's just there's this chunk of totality which has been careening through the universe and it's basically crashed on Earth, and like it's a means by which Perpetua is going to come back, and that's it. That's really all we ever really got. And then like we had this little doorknob and we didn't really know how this doorknob fit into the grand scheme of things outside of the fact that like it's somehow synonymous with the totality. And so kind of jumping back about 46,000 years in the past, as Lex Luthor tells this story to Brainiac, what we end up doing is picking up with Vandal Savage. Now, there's a reason why Scott Snyder does this. A lot of what Snyder has done has centered around Vandal Savage, right? Like Dionysium, the chemical that Joker consumes, that Ra's al Ghul consumes, that kind of grants them immortality, or at least as long as they consume it, it grants them immortality. Vandal Savage was the first. He was the first one to consume the perfect version of Dionysium and gain actual immortality, meaning he couldn't really be killed by like disease or age or anything like that, but he could be killed by like having his head chopped off or something along those lines. But with Vandal Savage, remember, he was really kind of like the rise of like the first intelligent being out there, right? Because in his early days, he came into contact with a meteor. The meteor basically enhanced his intelligence, which brought him way beyond man as it existed at the time, which allowed him to kind of go forward as essentially a conqueror, right? And it's one of the things that's talked about here by Lex Luthor, that somewhere along the line, this little fragment, this doorknob, essentially as it is, or at least as it's been turned into, crashed on Earth in the form of like a small little piece of meteor. But when it came to Vandal Savage, he coveted power above all else. And so instead of taking this device and then in turn studying it and then kind of spreading it around the world, he kept it to himself. And so as he did that, he basically traveled around the world and basically, he came across all these various intellects, these various people from different points in time, all of whom were able to offer some tidbits of information or insight on what this piece of rock was. And the reality was that, of course, as it was kind of reshaped and remolded to essentially fit like a more modern depiction, which of course ended up being in the form of a doorknob, what Vandal Savage did is whenever anybody discovered something new about it, he would not tell them what had already been discovered. Instead, he would keep that information to himself. That way, he was the only one that had the full brunt of information regarding what this doorknob is and how it relates to the totality and the origin of the universe and all that kind of good stuff. And so as time progressed, eventually, he basically came upon a man named Lionel Luthor. Now, this is a very big deal. And the reason why is because Lionel Luthor, as he'd been depicted, of course, as the father of Lex and his sister Lena, was basically a guy who was, by all standards of measurement, a failure. Like, he never really left Kansas, never really done anything with his life. He beat the crap out of his kids because they were smarter than him. I mean, the guy had all kinds of different problems. What Scott Snyder does here is come back and change it all. He basically retcons everything. And what he says is that working alongside Vandal Savage, that Lionel Luthor was actually a genius. He was super intelligent. intelligent. Now, something that I want to clarify here, and the reason why Scott Snyder can do this, is because when it came to the character of Lionel Luthor, in the New 52 landscape, he didn't show up until 2017, until Superwoman number 8, I think it was, when you got like the whole history between Lena and Lex and like all that kind of, or at least the history was built on, and then Lionel was basically brought in. Before that, he was pre-New 52, so he showed up basically after Crisis on Infinite Earths, and he was, again, like a total failure. So again, Scott Snyder can basically go through and do all this because he can kind of provide like this backstory that we didn't really have before, that we didn't really know about when it came to his character. And that's one of the important things, is that by studying this artifact, he basically learned a huge amount of information about the universe. Now, this is something that Snyder doesn't really seem to explain in the sense of like how this works. We don't really know if the information that Lionel Luthor gains from this artifact is a result of the fact that it had been traveling across the universe for so long and had essentially like reached Earth after like a huge amount of time had passed, and all this information was imprinted as if it had just seen everything, or if these things about the universe were just ingrained as part of its inherent knowledge. That's not really given to us, and in reality, it doesn't really matter. The only thing that really matters is that we have this information now, and we can kind of go forward accordingly. But it was Lionel Luthor who discovered the still force. It was Lionel Luthor who discovered like the emotional spectrum, or not really discovered it, but realized the emotional spectrum exists, and the Guardians of the Universe are tapping into it and using it to create the Green Lantern Corps. It was Lionel Luthor who discovered all these different concepts and all these different things. A lot of the information that Scott Snyder's been building on and been using as part of his Justice League run, this new information or existing information, right? So like the events of the war with Atlantis, the whole like crazy conflict with the Dark Gods and all that kind of good stuff, all those things were basically built on, or at least discovered by Lionel Luthor somewhere along the line. He was very much a pioneer in that regard. Now, the cool thing about this is that he also sort of builds on the story between Lex Luthor and Martian Manhunter, which I'm not 100% sure that we covered. But what we end up learning here is that Lionel Luthor basically discovered that like Martians exist on Mars, and there's like extraterrestrial life. And so in an effort to understand how they work and what potential can be gained for humanity, he in turn started using Dr. Ertl, who was originally the guy who discovered Martian Manhunter in the really old 1950s, 1960s DC comics, and then basically had him start kidnapping Martians and bringing them in, which is how Martian Manhunter ended up on Earth in the DC universe as part of like this retold origin that DC released a little while ago. And so as a result of that, Lex Luthor, of course, basically helped Martian Manhunter to escape, but all these things root back to Lionel Luthor. He's a huge reason for why a lot of this information exists out there. The problem is that with a lot of the things that he was doing, especially performing experiments on Martians and white Martians and so on and so forth, what this led into was Vandal Savage discovering everything that he was doing. And that's when Vandal Savage basically confronted him and said, like, why are you doing all this? And that's when it dawns on Lionel Luthor that Vandal Savage doesn't understand everything, that he doesn't grasp everything. For all the haughtiness that he puts on and all the glitz and glamour, in reality, the totality fragment won't show him anything. And so Lionel Luthor is really the only one who can actually see see what the bigger picture is. What this means, and to kind of explain this a little bit further, what this means is that for Vandal Savage, all he can do is see the different pieces people have gained and then put those pieces together. Lionel Luthor can actually see all the pieces they've gained and what the full picture should be on its base level, right? So like he truly understands what's going on here. All Vandal Savage knows is what he's been told. And so that's kind of the cool thing. That's kind of the cool little revelation, because in response to all this, Vandal Savage turns this guy's life upside down. And what he says is like, as far as the world is going to be concerned, we're going to change you. We're going to modify you. You're not going to have, any real recollection or anything. As far as the world is going to be concerned, you're going to be a failure of a man who lived in Kansas. And so basically it explains why Lionel Luthor appeared the way he did back in the days before the New 52. So it works exceedingly well. This is a perfect example of what DC's Rebirth Charter was, right? Like blending everything that worked with the New 52 with everything that worked before the New 52, combining these two elements together and basically creating a cohesive DC universe going forward. It's awesome. And it's a genius idea. And so that's when we kind of pick up with the part of the story where it's like, yes, Lionel Luthor was essentially a failure. He was a drunk. He never really seemed to amount to anything as far as the people in Smallville were concerned. The guy never really did anything with his life. And so that's when Lex sits down with Brainiac and says, like, this is what we've learned from the totality fragment, but you have so much more knowledge about the universe itself. If we combine what we've learned so far with everything you know, then we'll have a whole new breadth of knowledge that we didn't have before. You guys understand why Brainiac is so essential for the plans of Lex Luthor, but also why Brainiac is such a valuable asset for anybody who's trying to understand the nature of the universe, because he's pretty much toured it all. And so it's a very cool concept, because in turn, where Brainiac intended to turn on Lex and then like take over his body, instead Lex's argument is remove your emotional barriers, right? Like stop thinking so logically, start thinking emotionally, become essentially more human, or at least more organic and less computer, and then like we'll go forward from there. And Brainiac sides with him. And Brainiac says, yes, then we will do that. Like, I will do that with you. Of course, it's also revealed they have the remains of Perpetua, which is kind of a big thing. But it's like, join our cause, become a part of us, and together, like, we can usher in a whole new level of power, a whole new era. Now, this is big and this is important because traditionally the Legion of Doom has always just kind of been like pennies. Nothing as like grandiose and cosmic in scope as this. The closest we ever got was like Infinite Crisis with like, you know, the multiple worlds and things like that. And that wasn't even really Lex Luthor. That was Alexander Luthor from a different universe. So it's cool to see this happen because it really sort of builds up the Legion of Doom on like this huge cosmic scale and makes them a lot more dangerous and a lot more interesting than they've ever been before. Okay, so getting back into Justice League by Scott Snyder. Again, this is actually an exceedingly important storyline because what this does is really sort of corral together a lot of the multiversal stuff that's been going on in DC Comics up to this point. Now, there are really two stories that take place in this. One involves Martian Manhunter, which we'll explain because I think for a lot of people, the ending seemed a little strange and a little ambiguous, but we'll clear all that up. And the second one, of course, is with the Justice League itself. Now, for Martian Manhunter, what he's doing is he's actually sort of reading the brainwaves of a lot of Earth's inhabitants, and they're all talking about what's called the Cloaked Man. This man out there who is appearing to them and then offering them whatever it is that they need in order to rally them to his cause or to just set them on violent streaks or what have you. And violence really seems to be the name of the game in terms of just like invoking all these crazy actions by various individuals, you know, running into places with guns, different things like that. And the superheroes are doing what they can to corral it all, but it really seems to be amping up more so than any other time, right? Like for whatever reason, people are just pissed off all the time. And it's kind of an interesting concept, right? You know, because it's like life's too short to be pissed off all the time. It's one of these things where it's like, if the life that you live leads to you constantly being pissed off, then your life probably sucks. But nonetheless, you know, it's interesting because all these evil actions, all these terrible actions are being invoked by Lex Luthor. And where the idea of the Cloaked Man is more of like a myth or something like that people claim to have seen, but are you know, have never actually seen themselves. There are some who have. And all fingers, you know, all the signs that Martian Manhunter is looking at, they all point directly to Lex Luthor. Now, at this point, we switch over to the House of Heroes. Now, the House of Heroes, you know, this is one of the cool things. This first appeared in Multiversity #1 back in 2014. Now, of course, we did cover that series, but again, this is basically the Multiversal Justice League. The House of Heroes is a giant satellite. It used to be occupied by the Monitors, and they were all basically wiped out except for one. But at the moment right now, it was totally unoccupied by the time the Multiversal Justice League showed up, and they basically operate out there. But the House of Heroes serves two purposes. One, it's kind of a monitoring satellite for the multiverse, right? If there's like a multiversal calamity that the Multiversal Justice League needs to attend to, or it's a giant meeting and gathering place. Now, there are some cool faces that show up here. Of course, we end up having Wally West from Kingdom Come, who shows up here. For those of you guys who recognized him, you've got Vampire Batman, then you got Captain Carrot. Captain Carrot, I love Captain Carrot. I love him. He's one of my favorite characters. He's one of my absolute favorite characters in all of DC. But all these different superheroes have been called together by Superman because he's literally telling them the multiverse is going to pieces right now. Because of everything that's happened with Perpetua coming back, the Forger of Worlds who's joined the Justice League now, they're all basically on the hunt for the other two sons of Perpetua. They're on the hunt for the Monitor, and they're on the hunt for the Anti-Monitor. That's what they're looking for right now. And so it's one of these things where basically Superman says, if you guys have seen them, let us know. But also what's going on is that we have basically everything going to pot, right? Like the multiverse is kind of descending into chaos and madness. On Earth, there were all these individuals out there who were basically teetering on insanity and are all just like violently attacking each other, or who have just succumbed to absolute anger 100% of the time. And so because of that, if there's anything you can do to bring that to an end, then go for it, right? Like any steps that we can take to stem the tide of the influence of Perpetua and bringing the multiverse to madness, chaos, and an absolute end are steps that we should take. But it's a cool little moment because what ends up going on here is suddenly you end up having Martian Manhunter, again, following the clues and things like that, ends up arriving at this old house of Lex Luthor, but it's the Lex Luthor family house. It's the house of Lionel Luthor. It's the house of a woman, rather, who is visited by the Cloaked Man, but he's met by the arrival of Lionel Luthor. And this is kind of a cool thing, right? Because Lionel Luthor is supposed to be dead. Now, for those of you guys who aren't really familiar with a lot of the changes that have been going on in Scott Snyder's Justice League, one of the things that was hit on here, and really one of the things he did, was rework the origin of Martian Manhunter. The way this played out was that originally there was a guy named Dr. Ertl, and Dr. Ertl, conducting an experiment, had basically brought Martian Manhunter to Earth, and then Manhunter kind of explored and went around and then eventually became a hero, and his powers were given, kind of expanded, and he basically became Superman with telepathy, and he was afraid of fire and he could shapeshift. That's kind of how his character progressed over the years. But with what Scott Snyder's been doing, what he basically established here is that instead of it being like a guy named Dr. Ertl who basically brought Martian Manhunter to Earth, that what ended up happening is Martian Manhunter was kidnapped from Mars as a baby or as a child and brought to Earth and basically experimented on by Lionel Luthor, the father of Lex. And so with these kind of gruesome experiments and psychological tortures taking place, Lex Luthor as a child actually freed Martian Manhunter, and that's how he ended up going back out into the world. It's a cool little moment here. It's a cool little segment here in terms of like the kind of reworked origin of Martian Manhunter. I actually like it more than the other one, right? It's just, kind of an accidental portal opens and here comes the Martian. I like this one a lot better than the old school origin. But what we end up learning is this is not actually Lionel Luthor. This is basically a Mazo, and that Martian Manhunter has kind of been caught in the clutches of Professor Ivo. Now, this is not a stupendously huge thing. It's a cool little moment in terms of Dr. Ivo basically being crazy and kind of the history that he and Martian Manhunter have, and the idea that what's going on here is that Amazo's back as strong as he ever was, right? For those of you guys who don't know, Amazo was designed by Dr. Ivo for the purpose of being able to duplicate the powers of others, right? So he's basically a Swiss Army knife. He's like a god killer. It's one of the coolest things. It's kind of cool to see him come back, right? Because for me, like having a character out there who can duplicate the powers of all the other members of the Justice League and then defeat them all makes him one of the most interesting concepts out there. In the New 52, we got the Amazo virus, and then eventually that led into Amazo proper. But with regards to seeing him reappear here, there's not a whole lot doing. It's not a great big huge event, great big huge thing. It would be kind of interesting if it was, but it's just sort of a small little moment to show that all the things that Martian Manhunter's going through and really kind of progressing his story towards its logical end. But what this does is it switches back over to the Justice League. Now, this is really where one of the big things happen with regards to this story, that when the League shows up there, of course, with the Forger of World having joined their ranks, and they essentially show up on the planet Nil, what we end up finding out is that this place is essentially the home of the Monitor. But what the World Forger does is he basically goes through and says, here's the history of the multiverse, like that, like the history of your universe, just like that. And it follows suit so perfectly, right? Because when people have asked about the crises in DC Comics, Crisis on Infinite Earths, Infinite Crisis, Final Crisis, what I tell them is that the first Crisis on Infinite Earths, destroyed the multiverse. That Infinite Crisis brought it back, albeit in a different form with, different settings and whatnot. And then Final Crisis made the heroes aware of the fact that the multiverse had returned. That's really what's going on here. And that's really what it is that the World Forger is explaining here. When they stumble across the path of the Monitor, is kind of interesting because he basically says, like, all these things are starkly different from the way that they're supposed to be, right? Like these heroes, they don't know what they've been through. They don't know about the first Crisis, about Crisis on Infinite Earths. They don't know that happened. They've forgotten about Infinite Crisis. They've forgotten about Final Crisis. Now again, all this really seems to sort of fit into the notion of the fact that Dr. Manhattan had wiped 10 years away from everyone's memories. But remember, Superman is a special case, right? Superman as he exists now is a blend between the version of himself that existed before the events of Flashpoint and the newer version that came after Flashpoint. He recalls everything that happened before the Flash screwed up time, right? So he knows about Final Crisis. He knows about the Infinite Crisis, but nobody else does. Now the question has to be asked, why hasn't he bothered to sit down and tell anyone, right? I mean, that's what I would do. It's these cool little moments, these small little things that go on, because after this whole explanation is provided here, the Monitor asks Barry, well, surely you remember what it meant to die. I mean, you died during the events of Crisis on Infinite Earths. And Barry begins to sort of recollect that. He begins to recall like this kind of feeling that he had when he died, because when that story originally happened in 1985, he did die. It wasn't until Grant Morrison wrote Final Crisis that we ended up learning that Barry had been stuck in the Speed Force for 20 years. He wasn't actually dead, but at the time that story was written, Barry Allen was dead. He was gone. And it's so cool because the Monitor's like, they don't remember any of this. They don't remember any of this stuff. All these things happen and they totally forgot about it. And so that's when really the World Forger says, then help us, like come to our cause and help us out. Help us find the Anti-Monitor, help us find the third brother. And so that's when the Monitor says, okay, but that means we're going to have to go to the planet Cord. Now, for those people who are followers of Green Lantern, this is a pretty significant moment because remember, the Anti-Monitor hails from Cord because Cord exists in the antimatter universe. Remember, the Monitor and the Anti-Monitor are essentially opposites to each other. And so it makes sense that they would come from universes with two different states of matter, two different types of matter there. But the other cool thing about this is again, kind of switching over to Martian Manhunter, where he's with Hawkgirl, and they're going through and where she saved him from Professor Ivo, trashing everything in the office, or I guess everything in that whole building, including Amazo. She just like comes running in with her mace and just like smashes his head off, and then like Martian Manhunter rips his brain out, destroys it, and then like they just bring an end to Dr. Ivo. Like that's basically just the end of him, and it's all said and done. We end up learning, of course, that like Dr. Ivo was never here in the first place, that he was just basically a robot. But again, this seems to indicate the idea that Lex Luthor is working with Dr. Ivo, and presumably Dr. Ivo will end up joining the Legion of Doom. But again, kind of moving over to Martian Manhunter following up with Hawkgirl, of course, he's met by the arrival, I guess really this little holographic image of Lex, who essentially says, I can give you everything you're looking for. All you have to do is follow my instructions. And so per the instructions of Lex Luthor,
Luthor, Martian Manhunter and Hawkgirl fly out to the middle of nowhere. Martian Manhunter shuts her down, so she ends up basically passing out. And then this kind of dimensional doorway opens up, which was the original lab of Lionel Luthor from the last Justice League video that we had. And then basically it's this huge explanation that like everything I'm doing is for the purpose of attaining power and trying to achieve this perfect form. Once he discovered this totality at the very beginning of Snyder's run, running all the way up until right now, he's been trying to achieve this perfect form. Now, what this means, we'll find out as we get closer or get further into the story. But switching back over to the Justice League again, we basically joined the group in Cord, and all the Weaponers have been totally eradicated. Now, remember, the Weaponers were weapons creators, but they were also basically agents, or at least people who were forced to work for both the Anti-Monitor and Sinestro when he ran the Yellow Lantern Corps, the Sinestro Corps. And so because of that, once they arrive here, all the Weaponers have essentially been wiped out. They've been totally destroyed. And it's kind of crazy too, because I guess their bodies were drained of blood, but there's this giant symbol that's written on the ground in the old Malthusian language, the language of the Guardians of the Universe, and it basically says, "Don't follow me." And that's kind of the bonkers thing here, because what seems to have happened is the Anti-Monitor has some kind of weapon constructed and is like, just don't follow me or I'm probably going to destroy you guys. And he killed all the Weaponers after they made that weapon. Now, in truth, and this is kind of the question here, in terms of the hierarchy of where these brothers reside, which one's the most powerful? Because the issue they have is, well, the Anti-Monitor could be anywhere, right? Like anywhere in the entirety of the multiverse. It's a needle in a stack of needles. There's no guessing where it is that he could be. They could spend all eternity searching from one universe to the next and never find him. Of course, what they need is the ability to kind of track down antimatter energy, and I'm sure that form will come in time. But switching back over to this discussion with Lex and Martian Manhunter, what we end up learning here is that in the early days when the multiverse was created by Perpetua, right? Like this existing multiverse as it stands now in DC Comics, when it was created by Perpetua, she had what were basically like what she considered to be these perfect beings, these perfect organisms out there who essentially made up her armies. And so she maintained her order by using these beings to her disposal. Now, what ended up happening is after the fall of Perpetua, these beings were split in half. One group became humanity, the other half became Martians. And so as a result, that's one of the reasons why Martians look like humans, is because they stem from humans. And so because of this, what Lex Luthor needs to achieve his perfect form is Martian DNA. And that's why he brought Martian Manhunter here, is to say, hey, look, merge your body with mine and we'll become this perfect organism. Now, of course, Martian Manhunter shoots it down. He's like, that's ridiculous. Like, you're crazy. You've basically lost your mind. And then Lex says, okay, fine, if that's how it's going to be, then that's how it's going to be. And so as a result, he basically ends up taking over Martian Manhunter, right? Like what he says is like, these machines that I have here that were designed to dampen your powers and to keep you from being able to read my mind were also hacking into yours. They were learning how to basically like subvert your telepathy and then use it to our own ends and start like riddling your body down so I can literally absorb you. Lex Luthor finds a way to overpower Martian Manhunter and then absorb him into himself and then achieve this perfect form. It's kind of bonkers to see, right? Like now, what this means going forward, we don't know, because we don't know what kind of enhancements these offer. We don't really know if Martian Manhunter is truly dead, but we don't know if Lex Luthor can walk around with like telepathy and shapeshifting and all these things, or if those powers just aren't really available to him and instead he just has enhanced strength and durability or something along those lines, right? Because Lex Luthor's already a super genius. Now, being able to like elevate his consciousness to like cosmic awareness, or being able to elevate his intelligence to like super high levels, maybe that'll present itself in time. But at the moment, he's just kind of like this absolute perfect being is really what he is. And so as a result of this, when the Justice League is met by the arrival of Lex Luthor's Legion of Doom, what they end up saying is like, we have to get out of here. And where members of the League want to stay and fight, John Stewart's response is, no, I have you guys protected with my Green Lantern ring. But if we get into this scuffle, if we get into a fight with these guys, my ring is going to run dry. Basically, we're going to run out of juice. And when that happens, I will not protect you. And so essentially, you're going to be a positive matter human in an antimatter universe. You're going to explode. You'll cease to exist. You'll basically die. And so like the only option we have here is to leave this place. It's to get out of here as fast as we possibly can. It's a really, really smart move, because what this does, and that's one of the reasons why it is that Sinestro chose to operate in Cord. One, because he was banished there. But two, while he could have left and made his way back to the main DC universe, what this meant was that he could operate inside the negative zone, or I'm sorry, inside the antimatter universe and not have to worry about being disturbed, because people can't readily access that place. They can't just get in a ship and fly there, because if they don't take the right precautions, they're going to end up dying. It's a great safe haven. It's a great place to stay hidden away from everything. Okay, so we are getting into Justice League, the Justice Doom War. And initially I thought doing this video, like doing this story arc as a singular story arc unto itself. But for a lot of people who are reading either You Are the Villain or just the Justice League events itself, or at least getting caught up, it can all be really confusing, right? In terms of like Perpetua and the multiverse and all these forces and everything that are going on. And so the cool thing about this is that while other writers like Joshua Williamson is writing The Flash and he's using like, there's kind of the induction of these other forces, the Still Force and
Sage Force and so on and so forth. We're going to kind of ignore that, not insofar as it's not in continuity or not in existence. I mean, it is, but we're going to kind of ignore what's going on there, and we're going to focus strictly on what's happening here, because what Scott Snyder really does is essentially explain it all. And the reality of this is kind of the question, why did DC wait so long? And this really kind of reveals it in terms of the events going on here. But the cool thing about it is that this really picks up with the idea of between the Justice League and the Legion of Doom going to war against each other. And in reality, that's how it is that the events of Year of the Villain are set up, right? Like, Year of the Villain is interesting insofar as like, you know, the offer of Lex Luthor, right? Basically, like, he travels around from place to place to various villains essentially and offers them, you know, makes the offer like, do they want to join his Legion of Doom? The Joker turned it down, and a lot of them have turned it down, but a lot of them have also accepted it too. And so as a result of that, it's basically, you know, the offer set of events, or the offer storyline in DC is really more just like backup features, like one page, you know, or 2-page parts at the end of a story where Lex Luthor is basically building up his own Legion of Doom. That's really all it is. And in reality, I wouldn't have called it like Year of the Villain. I would have just called it like the Rise of the Legion of Doom or something like that, you know, and it just would have tied into and made a lot more sense in terms of like, if only, you know, only because of its namesake. But at the very least here, with Lex Luthor forming his own Legion of Doom for the purpose of basically serving Perpetua, and then the Justice League standing against him, that's kind of where things are at the moment. So what this does is it actually picks up seemingly like with the war seemingly over, right? Like the Legion of Doom having basically won. And what's cool about this is we get this depiction of Lex Luthor, who basically uses all these forces at his disposal, right? Like the Still Force, the Ultraviolet Lantern Force. Those of you guys who are unfamiliar, remember, the Ultraviolet Lanterns are basically lanterns who can bring out essentially the worst in people, right? Like all their raw negative emotions are all kind of brought to the surface. Unlike most of the other Lantern Corps that really get their power from a central power battery, the Ultraviolet Lantern Corps is basically fed by Umbrax, this being that existed outside the source wall, and then once the source wall was broken, made its way into the main DC universe. Again, we've got a video on like what the Ultraviolet Lanterns are, so you'll find that down in the description if you want a more nuanced and a more detailed explanation there. But the long and short of it is that everything that's going on right now, that is to say Lex Luthor basically killing all the members of the Justice League, basically destroying any opposition that he has, is really more of a vision of sorts that's given to them by Will Payton, by Starman, right? And this is important because what it does is it basically shows the Justice League, this is what you guys are going to be dealing with. This is what you guys are going to be coping with at the moment. This is how bad things are popping off. And so with the way this plays out, it's really interesting. The way this plays out is Will Payton basically says like in order to essentially pull this off, if we face off against Lex Luthor as he stands now, we'll lose, just because of the fact that the fraction of the totality, the device that basically allowed him to essentially bring back Perpetua, and in turn allows to seemingly channel some of his energy, or at least most of his energy, is much bigger than Will Payton's basically. So essentially, like, he can tap into more of that power than Will Payton can. And so the argument is we need to go to like 2 different points in time outside of the present day in order to access these various, you know, remainders of the totality. Remember, this is an artifact that when it came flying through and landed on Earth in the main DC universe, it also breached the barriers of space and time, just because of the fact that space and time are synonymous. You can't have one without the other. And so it had basically left fractions of itself throughout the time stream, and the 2 big fractions they need would equal a power or seem to rival the power of Lex Luthor and give them a fighting chance. And so because of that, what the Justice League ends up doing is basically bringing together the entirety of its team, right? Like the whole totality of its team. You've got Shazam here, you've got like Black Canary, you've got Supergirl, you've got all these various characters here, all of whom are essentially like fighting on behalf of the Justice League and trying to see this mission come to its fruition. Now, this is where the explanation begins to come into play. And this is why it matters so much, is because what we end up finding out here from Will Payton, the way this plays out, is that at some point or another, Perpetua was basically created by what was called the Source, right? And the Source, it's one of these things that DC's never fully bothered to like go on and explain in its entirety. If you go back and you read the old Jack Kirby comics, right, the old Fourth World comics and things like that, the Source is basically God. But then you go into like the Vertigo line, and then like God is there, like it's called the Presence, right? So like God actually exists. For the most part, DC's kind of treated it insofar as the Source is essentially God to a degree, and then like God has different aspects, right? So like God's judgment comes in the form of the Spectre, different things like that. DC really treats their kind of source of creation as a little more ambiguous. Regardless of the circumstance, the idea behind this was that the Source essentially created Perpetua alongside of a host of other individuals that would go forward and essentially create like universes and multiverses, right? They would create life. So very Celestial-esque from Marvel Comics in terms of their form and function. The difference is that unlike the individuals that she fought beside, or at least kind of existed beside, Perpetua wanted to bring down the various, you know, I guess parents, for lack of a better word. And this essentially led to her creating like what would eventually become humans and Martians, right? In the sense that as Lex Luthor exists now, he's what Perpetua originally created. And then in turn, they basically split off as time went on. Then you got humans and you got Martians. As a result of that, Lex Luthor is kind of the first step in a return to the various kind of source of beings that Perpetua created. Ultimately, this led to a kind of civil war of sorts where you had Perpetua facing off against the Monitor, the Anti-Monitor, and the Forger of Worlds, and they in turn imprisoned her behind the Source Wall. Because of that, with the new multiverse basically being created as it exists now, kind of wiping away what she did, and then the Monitor, Anti-Monitor, and the Forger of Worlds creating like a new multiverse, this basically leads to things as they exist at the moment. So that's why you have the Speed Force, you've got the emotional spectrum as it exists, the various lantern cores that exist out there, everything outside of the ultraviolet lanterns basically. You've got the Sphere of Gods and presumably the Rock of Eternity and all that kind of good stuff. What Will Payton basically says is on the other side of that coin are basically all the 7 hidden energies of creation as they were used by Perpetua. Basically what she created when she created her dark multiverse, basically like her evil version of the multiverse more or less. And that's when you start getting into all the various forces that are kind of coming into fruition now, right? Like the Still Force, the Sage Force, all that kind of good stuff. Those are all the things that Lex Luthor can essentially tap into if he's able to harness like the full totality of what he can do. And that's why when you looked at the beginning of the story, the Justice League was utterly destroyed because they never really had a chance to face off against such a sheer level of power. And so with that being the case, what you've basically got here is you have a shard of the totality in the past, which the Justice League has to get, and then a shard of the totality in the future, which the Justice League has to get, and then bring them all together in the present day, and then presumably they'll stand a fighting chance. And so it's a cool little moment here, like when you get this explanation in terms of how it all works, which in reality, having like that condensed and concise explanation is kind of long overdue, right? Like having a whole one-shot comic that explains it but does it in a murky way is okay, but at the end of the day, like, you know, especially me, I do much better when I have like a clear and concise short explanation on something, so I don't have to like hunt all over the place or try to decipher clues or different things like that. It's interesting, it kind of depends on the story. But the long and short of this is that with Lex Luthor's Legion of Doom fully assembled, the other half of this is they also know what the Justice League is doing. And the reason why is it really comes out of the issue before this, which isn't super important. I mean, it is important insofar as like what you learned from it, but basically Jarro had kind of taken over the Justice League to a degree. Anything insane, it wasn't like nefarious or anything like that, but Jarro is a small piece of Starro, and Starro had been destroyed at one point, but is basically regrowing under the control of Lex Luthor. And so because Starro is regrowing, he's able to reach out into his smaller little tidbits there, here and there, which comes in the form of Jarro. And because Jarro had taken over the minds of the Justice League, it means that Jarro read their minds, and in turn, Starro now knows everything the Justice League is going to do. So essentially, this battle's done before it's won. And it's kind of it's a cool little moment there, because what it does is it creates a branch, right? It creates the ability for the Legion of Doom to essentially use Starro as a means to spy on his Jarro counterpart and then watch the Justice League all the time. So this whole discussion that they've had, this whole plan that they've put together, you know, with the help of Will Payton, is all now known by the Legion of Doom. And so it's basically like, okay, so like they're seemingly screwed. They're basically screwed. Like there's really not much they can do. At the same time, they've also got a saboteur in their ranks that when the portals are created that allow them to enter into the time stream, is basically sabotaged. They don't end up exactly where they're supposed to, or at least it doesn't seem to be the case, right? You end up picking up with John Stewart and you pick up with the Flash, both of whom are, you know, arrive in the past, but they don't arrive in the past as it's supposed to exist right now. They arrive in the past as if it's already been conquered by Perpetua and all of her various forces, right? So it's one of these weird little scenarios, because Hyper Time in DC is really like an overcomplicated mess. It was the attempt of DC to basically keep what they did after Crisis on Infinite Earths, right? Before Crisis on Infinite Earths, you had a multiverse. You had multiple realities, each one having its own version of the Justice League or any number of combinations, right? Having no Justice League at all. Having just like a series of heroes here and there and different things like that. When Crisis on Infinite Earths happened, DC eliminated all of that, right? They said, okay, there's only one universe. The issue is that it limited the heck out of their ability to write stories, right? Like, how do you write stories that are interesting, where they go to a far-flung future, or they go to some scenario where things played out differently, and so on and so forth. And so what ended up happening is with Mark Waid and a couple others, DC invented Hyper Time. And Hyper Time, if you can imagine it in your head, is one of these points where if you start from point A and you go to point B, if you look at it as a single timeline, it's just point A to point B. It's a straight line. That's basically it. With Hyper Time, what you get is point A and then you curve up and come down to point B. And that curve is like some alternate reality where the Flash killed everybody. And then you've got one where it curves down from point A to point B. And that curve is an alternate reality where Superman killed everybody. It's a way for DC to basically say there's alternate timelines and they all branch off from a singular point in time, but they all coalesce and basically arrive in a guaranteed future. They're there, but it's like they're not there, right? I mean, it's like one of those things where no matter what you do, you can't change it, essentially. There's no way to undo that timeline. It's
I think it's kind of murky, and I think it's a mess, and I think it's unnecessary, and I think it's overcomplicated in reality. Either pick alternate realities and just go with the Marvel formula, or don't, right? It's just Marvel's formula for alternate realities is infinitely easy to understand, right? Like branch universe theory. If it exists, there exists an alternate reality for it, and that alternate reality exists because something in the main Marvel universe happened that caused it. But regardless of the situation, you also end up picking up with Superman, Wonder Woman, and Batman, who of course are sent into this future, and in turn, like when they arrive there, the totality's conquered everything, and of course, they're rescued by Kid Commandy. Now, the character of Commandy, I guess Commandy, I'm not really, I call it Commandy. Maybe it's K-Mandy. I'm not 100% sure how you pronounce it. But he basically comes from an old school comic that was actually self-titled, Commandy, the ongoing series, which was launched in 1972. Technically, it was called Commandy, the Last Boy on Earth. And the way this played out was that in this alternate reality, which I think was designated Earth 86, I'm not going to swear to that. I want to say there's two different iterations. There's Earth 86 and Earth 295. But basically, the long and short of it was that after this natural disaster, especially when it came to like radiation, the fallout of nuclear war, this essentially permeated a handful of animals, both being experimented on by a particular doctor, as well as whatever animals were left around the environment. And over the course of time, they became anthropomorphic. So think Planet of the Apes, except more than just apes. And in turn, this basically led to Commandy being the last boy who was left on Earth, the last human being of sorts. What Scott Snyder really seems to be doing here, which I'm not avidly against it, is taking the concept of Commandy and then just rolling it in right now and just kind of saying, okay, here's a more updated depiction of the character. He hails from a universe where the great cataclysm, the great, disaster that was prophesied by the people who inhabited Earth at the time before it all took place was actually the arrival of Perpetua and essentially the recreation of the multiverse, right? We can just kind of go with that and take it as an explanation. It works. Commandy's obscure enough where Scott Snyder can really kind of do what he wants with him and then just sort of call it a day. Most people have probably never heard of him, right? Never heard of the character or anything along those lines. But the fact remains that when it comes to this, the arrival of the League here and basically being saved by these animal men essentially indicates that there is some measure of resistance against the forces of Perpetua and Lex Luthor and so on and so forth, which kind of makes sense, right? I mean, it'd be somewhat bleak and really hopeless if it turned out to be like a future, what was that? I keep wanting to say future imperfect, but that's not right. It's not called future imperfect. What is it called? Oh my God, Gordon, do not delete this segment. Like, people have to understand how my brain works and me trying to figure these things out, because I feel like there's fans right now who are screaming the name into their monitors. and or screaming the name into their phones or whatever, and I'm just sitting here like struggling. It's not Future's End. I think it is Future's End. I think that's what it's called. I can't remember. I got a little bit into it and I was like, this is garbage, and then closed it. Which I imagine most people won't disagree with. They'll just kind of be like, you were kind of right to make that call. That story's pretty bad. But it'd be different if it was something bleak like that, right? Where like everybody's screwed basically. But to have a kind of resistance force basically means that like there's still remnants out there. There's still factions out there. And if it's Commandy and the Animal Men, well, then there could be various other individuals out there. Now, it could also just be like Scott Snyder using this as a way to just kind of springboard a new Commandy series, and just kind of like, we're going to talk about Commandy now. And whether or not that's popular kind of remains to be seen. But here's the big takeaway from this, all right? Here's the big thing for all this. And then when I saw this, I almost popped. It was insane. Like I got to this and I was like, holy cow, right? So like you pick up with Jon Stewart and with the Flash and with this future they're looking at, and this landscape. So obviously we're talking about two different futures, but with this future that they're looking at in this landscape, like everything seems to be just like totally, kind of collapsed, and what's left of civilization is living in like huts and these little makeshift buildings and different things like that. And suddenly they're met by the arrival, like they have like this giant green ring that circles around them. And it's just like, okay, so like what in the world is going on? And my first thought when I saw this is I was like, okay, cool, like other guys who are going to be against like Perpetua and Lex and all them and whatever this multiverse is, or they're just kind of existing in this universe, whatever this universe happens to be. I'm kind of curious who these guys are going to be. I turned the page, it said it was the Justice Society of America, and I was like, what in the hell? Like dude, man, let me tell you something. Dude, my mind was blown. I was like, dude, this is bonkers, man. Dude, the JSA, and here's the thing, it's the whole JSA, right? Like Sandman, Johnny Thunder, like Jay Garrick, Alan Scott, Dr. Fate. I was, dude, Hawkman. I was like, dude, what in the world is going on? That guy who's like the Panther looking guy that I never cared enough to learn about. Like, dude, it's crazy to see that. I was like, dude, this is nuts, man. So like the JSA is not really back insofar as they're back in the main DC universe. I think that's confined to Jeff Johns, but we get to see the JSA, man. Who cares how they appear, man? These dudes could all be wearing underpants and I'd be like, JSA, son, let's get to it. Dude, I'd be hyped. And I am hyped. Okay, so we are finally getting back into the Justice Doom War by Scott Snyder. We are getting into part 2, part dos. And this is going to be kind of a big one here, right? There's a lot going on, but as a bit of a refresher for people who are unfamiliar, right? Because it took us a little while to kind of get back into this. What you basically have here, the kind of big overarching thing, is the return of Perpetua. And the reason why we say the return is because Perpetua was the one who created the multiverse, right? At least this particular multiverse in DC Comics. And the idea was that she was essentially not really governed by so much as ruled over or assisted by these kind of apex predator soldiers. Now, eventually she was defeated by the combined forces of the Monitor, the Anti-Monitor, and the Forger of Worlds. And so following her defeat and her imprisonment within the Source Wall, it then turned to the Monitor, the Anti-Monitor, and the Forger of Worlds to begin creating kind of like a new multiverse that basically, ended up in its current form as it exists now. And of course included things like, Infinite Crisis, Final Crisis, Crisis on Infinite Earths, different things like that. But the idea was that Perpetua has basically been released by Lex Luthor, and Lex Luthor is kind of reverted back into one of her apex predators, right? Now, the way this played out was originally these predators were ultimately split, right? One part of them kind of became humans, the other part became Martians. And so with Lex Luthor absorbing Martian Manhunter, that's how we kind of reverted back into this sort of apex version of a character, or these kind of soldiers that were used by Perpetua in order to rule the universe or rule the multiverse. And her vision of the multiverse is a dark place, right? It's a very dark and very harsh environment. And so in order to keep this victory from happening by the Legion of Doom, what ended up happening is the Justice League was really split into two parts. One part basically went into the past, the other part went into the present, and then another part basically stayed in the present day. But the idea is that they're essentially traveling throughout the entire time stream to find these artifacts, these pieces of the totality, which can be assembled and be used, which is their only real chance of defeating Perpetua because of the fact that it has so much incredible power. And so the version of the Justice League that went into the past, including the Flash, Green Lantern, John Stewart, and so on, ended up running into the Justice Society of America, and that's where this picks up. Now, here's the important thing to understand here, and here's kind of the interesting thing about this, is a lot of this is being viewed by Brainiac, right? Brainiac's basically kind of continuing along the path of bottling up cities, different things like that, but we don't really know exactly what his role is in all this, insofar as, outside of being part of the Legion of Doom and bottling up worlds, and ensuring the Justice League can't find the totality and the various aspects of the time stream. It basically leads to like the JSA and this version of the Justice League encountering each other, but they've never met and they don't know who the other is. And this is kind of an important thing, right? Because one part of this really kind of leads into the idea of Doomsday Clock, which is to say the fact that 10 years from these heroes' memories were basically missing. But the other part of this is that technically the JSA doesn't exist in DC. And the reason why is because if you guys remember from Doomsday Clock, the JSA was formed by Green Lantern Alan Scott. But because of the fact that Dr. Manhattan had basically intervened and Alan Scott died before he could attain his Green Lantern, the JSA was never formed. And so there was no indication that characters like Jay Garrick or any of those guys ever existed. Now, Doomsday Clock will likely rectify all of that when the final issue comes out, but as it stands at the moment, Barry does not know who Jay Garrick is, and Jay Garrick does not know who Barry is. Now, this is a particularly interesting continuity error considering the fact that Barry Allen, during the events of the Button, knew who Jay Garrick was, right? So that's why things are kind of finicky here. That's why things are kind of funny. It's a little strange in terms of how it all comes together. This is likely just a massive continuity error by DC. But the cool thing about this is that for people who were fans of the JSA, you get to see them in spectacular fashion, right? You get to see Jay Garrick, you get to see Alan Scott really being the kind of heroes that they were. Now, in terms of why they're in this particular point in time, why they're in this era, we don't know explicitly when this time period takes place. We simply just know that it's in the past. But before we get into that, what we're going to do is we're going to switch over to Kamandi, basically the last human being alive on Earth in this future where you have Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, and so on, and animals have really kind of risen up. Now, of course, we covered how all this transpired in the first video, so you're welcome to go check that out to kind of get the origin of how this future ended up the way that it was. But of course, they're immediately set upon by all these members of these Brainiac robots and so on and so forth, these kind of police force or what have you. But essentially what you end up getting here is basically them tracking down and trying to locate the Hall of Justice. And it's kind of a cool little thing here, because once they're able to locate that, locate the Hall of Justice itself, and once they're able to kind of initiate their plan, ultimately it allows them to actually leave this universe and start traveling to the other universes that Brainiac has at his disposal. And the reason why is because the totality could be in any one of those. And that's what really makes the situation so hairy, is because what they're looking for is essentially a needle in a stack of needles, right? I mean, they literally have to go through every single one of these universes that Brainiac has and try to find the totality in each one, right? So it's going to be kind of a crazy thing, because totality is only in one of them, right? And that's where things kind of get crazy and kind of get bonkers, is because ultimately they have to use this kind of beacon of sorts to try to locate it, but it'd be insanely difficult to find. Now, of course, at the same time, you've got the present day Justice League, which is to say the Forger of Worlds and the Monitor alongside Hawkgirl and so on, who basically go into bleed space, right? because their idea is to locate the Anti-Monitor. Now, for those of you guys who aren't familiar with bleed space, the bleed itself in DC is essentially the space between universes, right? So it's like if I took a whole bunch of golf balls and I put them in a sink of water, all that water represents the bleed, right? The space between the different universes, and each one of those golf balls is a universe itself, right? So that's really all that is. Now, normally you're talking about an extremely dangerous place to try to navigate through, right? I mean, you can't take any kind of technologically advanced vessel from DC or from the main DC universe and just fly into bleed space and be fine. It would probably tear it to pieces, right? That's the reason why you have the Multiversal Justice League, for example, which uses a specialized ship in order to do it. And this particular vessel has been retrofitted by the Forger of Worlds and the Monitor in order to try to maintain and sustain itself while they're traveling through the bleed, but there's no guarantee. But the cool thing about this, and this is kind of an interesting takeaway from this, is that what you end up getting is basically this kind of recollection, or at least this instance whereby when Superman and his forces travel from one of the universes of Brainiac into another, they essentially end up encountering a group that really refers to themselves as the Justice Legion A. Now, Justice Legion A also stands for Justice Legion Alpha, and longtime DC fans will immediately recognize this group because this is the version of the Justice League from DC 1 million. And that's kind of the dangerous thing about this, because what it shows is that as part of the Legion of Doom from Lex Luthor, what Brainiac has been doing is running all throughout the time stream and basically capturing all these different universes, or all these little portions of a universe from all throughout the time stream, right? From the very, very distant past all the way up to the distant future. And so that's what makes things so crazy, and that's why they have to jump from one container basically to the next, trying to find the totality wherever it may be among all these different universes. It's an insane kind of goal to have to achieve, but the Justice Legion Alpha is an exceedingly powerful team, right? Because in the DC 1 million landscape, the Justice League really evolved beyond its role of being a protector of the world, and instead it evolved out to become a protector of the galaxy. And so Justice Legion Alpha has its base of operations on Jupiter, and they're charged with protecting the solar system, right? So basically what you're getting here is the DC 1 million team, which is kind of cool to see them return here. At the same time, and I don't know how I really feel about this, we basically end up finding out that this particular group of the Justice Society of America, of course, it's operating in 1945 during World War II, and the Legion of Doom forces who have made their way into the past really kind of try to cut off this superhero team are basically piloting Japanese planes in order to attack Pearl Harbor, which is kind of it's kind of a crappy thing to do, I think. Kind of weird, kind of strange. But the reason why you had the JSA during 1945 is because when you had the JSA originally in DC, they were basically like an Earth 1, an alternate reality team, right? I mean, originally they were World War II characters, but when DC created the multiverse, they basically said, okay, so essentially like all the superheroes, or all, I guess the version of the Justice League that Jay Garrick was a part of is on Earth 2, and this new Justice League is on Earth 1. That's basically it. When you got to Crisis on Infinite Earths, the entire multiverse was wiped away, and the JSA went with it, right? Because if there was no alternate reality, there'd be no basis for the JSA to exist. But it did have a huge fan base. And so what DC did is they came back with the reintroduction of the JSA, and what they said was that the JSA fought during World War II. They were basically superheroes who existed during the 1940s and 1950s. And so by the time Superman rose to prominence, by the time Clark Kent moved to Metropolis and became Superman, by the time that Bruce Wayne's parents were murdered, he went and trained and then came back to Gotham and became Batman. By the time all these modern era superheroes rose to prominence, the JSA had been retired. And so when you got to the events before the New 52 in 2011, the JSA was basically a bunch of retired superheroes who came out of retirement and back into active superheroing again. And that's how you got those teams unified together. It's why you see them here during World War II. This is really kind of a bookend way, I think, for Scott Snyder to kind of bring the JSA back and to say, well, this is probably how they're going to return. Yes, they were there during World War II, and what's likely going on here during Doomsday Clock, especially when we saw like Johnny Thunder and characters like that, who were originally part of the JSA, is their minds were wiped. They don't know who they are. Characters like Jay Garrick were removed and thrown into the Speed Force, and all the other members of the JSA don't know who they are, right? Alan Scott's dead. Johnny Thunder is stuck in an insane asylum. Everybody thinks he's crazy when he's saying that like he's got crazy powers and so on and so forth. Jay Garrick's in the Speed Force, and any other members of the JSA had likely had their memories wiped by Manhattan, which is why they're not active anymore, right? So, I mean, there's all kinds of little things that can go into it, little tidbits here and there that can really kind of clear all this up. But what it does is it basically shows us, kind of going into this tale a little bit here, it shows us that essentially Aquaman is working on behalf of the Anti-Monitor. That during the story where Aquaman was supposed to have died, the Drowned Earth event, where Aquaman was supposed to have been removed and killed off, that what the Anti-Monitor did was essentially save him and then turn him into a henchman for himself. Now, the reason why that's the case actually becomes prominent here in a minute. And the reason why, and this is particularly important, is because there's a conversation that takes place between Wonder Woman and Kamandi. Basically, what ends up going on here is that in this future, this DC 1 million future, that the Justice League temporarily faces off against the Justice Legion A. It's not a great big huge knockdown drag out fight. Instead, they're basically fighting these kind of these other forces out there and ultimately end up defeating them. But there's this conversation Wonder Woman has in the sense that Kamandi comes from an age when war is all they really know, right? Like war is what brought the downfall of society, but the world that he lives in is harsh, and it's really kind of not really every man for himself so much as survive by whatever means you can. And so as a result of that, where Kamandi comes from a future where you do have little civilizations there and little pockets of groups and things like that where people do work together, for the most part he's used to a very harsh environment. And so when he looks back on the recollection, or at least on these stories of old, right, you know, the world being plunged into war and things like that, his perception of the past is that all humanity did was engage in war. And so when he met the Justice League and they basically showed him that, hey, it's not all just about warfare. There's things like compassion, things like hope, and that's what warfare is predicated on. We fight these fights because we want to ensure that people who are innocent don't really end up getting caught in these things, but also because by defeating these bad guys, there's hope for a better tomorrow. It really kind of seems to instill in the idea of Kamandi to simply not just run away. This idea that he's really kind of the only hope they have, insofar as he'll do what needs to be done in order to help try to save the day. And so ultimately what ends up happening is one of the members of the Justice Legion is housing the totality itself. And so because of the fact that the intention, once Brainiac 1 million reveals himself, where the intention is to use this power to essentially take out the Justice Legion as well as the Justice League of America, incapacitate them, most likely force them into subservience by turning them into his soldiers or what have you, that the totality is taken by Wonder Woman and given to Kamandi, and then basically Kamandi is sent out in order to ensure the survival of the totality. That's exceedingly important. What we end up doing is jumping back to the past, and probably one of the coolest things, because where this whole battle is raging during World War II, you know, with regards to the attack on Pearl Harbor, all these soldiers, right, when the USS Arizona is hit by a torpedo and sunk, where under normal circumstances and in real world history, a litany of soldiers died during that whole scenario. Instead, Aquaman comes to the rescue with a Kraken. And it's one of the coolest things, right, to see him just like pop up with this enormous Kraken. But it's kind of a funny thing, because what he does is he tells them, like, look, I get you guys are here to get the totality, and that's cool and everything, but you can't succeed, right? There's no way you guys can win here. It's not really possible. And so it's kind of a funny thing here, because when you get this whole thing unfolding, it's like, okay, so like all fingers and all scenarios are pointing to the idea that what the Justice League is doing is that while they're trying their best, there's nothing they really can do. There's nothing they can do to win, because the power of Perpetua is growing every second of every day, and it's getting to the point where it's basically uncontainable, right? Where it can't be stopped. And so what you end up having is Perpetua, who basically travels with Lex Luthor directly to the very edge of all things in existence, and ultimately meets with the Anti-Monitor. And the question is, which side does the Anti-Monitor choose? And it's kind of a cool thing here, because you would look at the Anti-Monitor as a character and you would say, okay, so it's always been a villain, right? The Anti-Monitor has led to the destruction of the multiverse in the first Crisis on Infinite Earths event. And then while it didn't really reappear in the traditional sense until Darkseid War, as far as it actually being a being that exists out there, the events of Darkseid War, the events that led up to it, like Forever Evil, saw the Anti-Monitor traveling from one universe to the next and continuing to wipe it out, right? So he's always kind of been this force of nature, almost Galactus to a degree, but with a little more hint of evil in him. But when you have this scenario unfold, ultimately the Anti-Monitor ends up siding with the Forger of Worlds, the Monitor, and the Earth's superheroes. And so what this shows is that essentially everybody has it out for Perpetua, right? Like everybody's against Perpetua here. But it's kind of a cool scenario, because the way that Scott Snyder plays this out is, okay, but like they can't really win anyway, and it doesn't really even matter. And this is really kind of comes to a head when you end up having the Forger of Worlds who goes to attack Perpetua and nothing happens. And it's kind of a cool little moment, because what ends up happening is, of course, they basically end up merging into the Ultra Monitor, basically this gigantic monitor unto itself, like this single ultra powerful being that was one of the forces, or really kind of the total force that ended up defeating Perpetua in the first place. But all indications seem to point to the idea that Perpetua's power is either at or a little bit higher than it was when they originally fought. And so she can't really be defeated in the traditional sense. Instead, it's going to require more ability than what was originally had in order to see her defeated. And so jumping back to the past with regards to the Justice League fighting alongside the JSA, their journey to find the totality after essentially stopping the Legion of Doom to a degree with regards to the attack on Pearl Harbor is that while the Legion of Doom appears to be incapacitated, their journey ends up taking them to Atlantis. And of course, this kind of coincides with the time in which Atlantis' king is basically missing. And so ultimately the Legion of Doom makes their move only to reveal that they've captured Poseidon. Now, it's kind of a funny thing here, because when that happens, at the same time that takes place, you end up getting Vandal Savage and his Legionnaires Club. Now, Vandal Savage and Legionnaires Club is a group that we've seen in the early stories of Scott Snyder's run on Justice League that were after the totality and managed to capture a portion of it. And so what this looks like, and I'm not going to swear to this as an absolute truth, but what this looks like is the absolute past of the DC universe. This is actually the past, right? So basically they've gone into 1945 in the past of the main DC universe, meaning the Justice Society of America existed during that point in time, which begs the question, why don't they exist now? Again, tying back into the events of Doomsday Clock. It's a cool little bit of a revelation here, but where you have Brainiac 1 million, who's basically going off against the Justice League, the Justice League doesn't really seem to be able to defeat it just because of the fact that Brainiac 1 million is so incredibly powerful, where you've got the Justice League in the present day who aren't really able to do anything to stop Perpetua, and then you've got the Legionnaires Club basically showing up in the past. It all really points to the idea that capturing totalities, even if they can do it, won't fix everything, but it doesn't look like they can. It does not look like they can actually capture the pieces of the totality and save everything. And so what it does is it all falls down on the shoulders of Kamandi. And Kamandi begins addressing basically this particular group out there, this unseen, group out there, and says, like, we need more people here, right? Like, we need more help. The Justice League as it exists now is not powerful enough on their own. We need more forces here. And that's when we end up finding out that Kamandi's not just talking to anybody. Kamandi's actually talking to the Justice League Unlimited group, talking to like Batman Unlimited, Superman Unlimited, all these characters. DC's taking the Unlimited universe, or at least Scott Snyder is, and rolling it into the Justice League comics. This is amazing. Okay, so we are continuing on with our coverage of the Justice League. And of course, those of you guys who remember what we've talked about in the last couple videos, you basically have the Justice League split into a couple different factions, right? One went into the future, which I don't know why I called the Justice League Beyond team the Justice League Unlimited team. I was excited. Usually when I get excited, I just say things, and then like stuff comes out and the video goes out, and then people who are like always looking through my videos trying to find mistakes are like the first ones to find it. You also had a Justice League team that went into the past and encountered the JSA. Now, I want to clear the air on this, on the Justice Society of America as it appears in Justice League and the JSA as it appears in Doomsday Clock, right? Because until we got to the ending of Doomsday Clock, we didn't really know how the JSA fit in anything. And even then, even now that we have an explanation, you still run into a pretty big continuity error with regards to what happened in that story. But the way this plays out, given the way the Doomsday Clock number 12 ended, the way that this played out, kind of making sense of all this, is that Dr. Manhattan, as all of you guys know, had moved the Lantern out of the way of Alan Scott, right? So Alan Scott never discovered the Green Lantern. The result was that he was killed in the train crash and then never went on to become the Green Lantern that we know, and then never formed the Justice Society of America. And that was Jeff Johns explaining why the JSA never existed throughout all the New 52 and the beginning of DC Rebirth. At the end of Doomsday Clock, Dr. Manhattan put the Lantern back. And so because the Lantern went back to where it was supposed to be, where Alan Scott went on to discover it and then became the Green Lantern, he ended up saving the train from the crash and then, became the superhero that we know, and then ultimately went on to form the Justice Society of America. And that's how the team appears at the end of Doomsday Clock. Because by altering the past, essentially, which is what Dr. Manhattan did, what it basically meant is that it kind of created this cascading effect, right? It altered the timeline in such a way to where the JSA had been there when they were supposed to be there, right? So essentially, this is true. What you're seeing here with issue number 31 in the Justice League, that's how it is after Dr. Manhattan went back and changed the time stream. The issue that you run into here with this continuity error is that when you have that issue where you had Barry Allen and John Stewart talking to Alan Scott and Jay Garrick of the JSA, Barry Allen told Jay Garrick, he's like, tell us who you are. And Jay Garrick's like, well, we're the superheroes of the 1940s. We're the Justice Society of America. Who were you guys? And Barry Allen's like, well, we're the Justice League, So the fact that the two groups didn't know each other is kind of an issue, but only on one side, right? The JSA, as Snyder established, where that particular segment took place in the past of the main DC universe. So it makes sense the JSA would not know who the Justice League are because the Justice League weren't around then. If the JSA are there, it means it takes place after the events of Doomsday Clock, meaning the JSA had always been there. And if the JSA had always been there, then it means that the JSA, the memories of the Justice League haven't been wiped, which is to say the fact that they didn't know who the JSA was because the JSA was never there, those memories should have been restored, right? The timeline would have corrected itself. The JSA was always there. The Justice League would have remembered them because they would have, read about their stories or whatever the case was. And the result was that the Justice League, Barry Allen, John Stewart, those guys should have known who the JSA were. The fact that they didn't is a continuity error. It only means either that, or it means that Doomsday Clock, the conclusion of Doomsday Clock, takes place sometime in the middle of Scott Snyder's Justice League, which is kind of a hard sell given how much happens in such a short amount of time. It would mean that in the middle of all of Scott Snyder's Justice League, the entirety of Doomsday Clock takes place. And I'd have a hard time believing that. I don't really believe that. So again, you kind of run into a continuity error there, but hopefully this wraps things up and this makes sense. You know, Scott Snyder did an interview with Newsarama where he said the JSA as it appears in his Justice League comic is when the team first forms, right? So again, like maybe it was a year or so after the team came together, which explains why they don't, you know, they're pretty new and pretty fresh. But I've seen a few of those questions floating around in terms of how everything gets reconciled, and that's basically how all that works. But nonetheless, you know, with this JSA team being there alongside the Justice League, of course, we talked about how Vandal Savage had shown up. Now, Vandal Savage and the Legionnaires Club, as he had formed it, was basically a result of Vandal Savage trying to track down the Totality Fragment. Now, this goes all the way back to Justice League number 1 and I think number 7, where it basically gave us like a new origin of Vandal Savage and all that kind of stuff, and his efforts to get the piece of the Totality. What ends up happening from what we've seen with regards to Vandal Savage is that ultimately his fraction of the Totality, if you guys remember all the way back in the early run of Snyder, is that ultimately it's taken by Lex Luthor, and Lex Luthor kills Vandal Savage. That hasn't happened yet because they've gone back before that took place in the story, but that's what John Stewart warns him of. Like, hey, what you're doing here, it's going to get you killed. Eventually, Lex Luthor is going to kill you. So basically, you need to help us to keep yourself from being killed, right? And because Vandal Savage cherishes life over death, he basically ends up siding with the Justice League. But what it does is it allows them a way to basically jump back, you know, to kind of open a portal that will let them get back to their current time. And so at the same time, what you also have is in the future, which is probably one of the coolest parts of the story. In the future, you have, you know, in at least the future of Metropolis, you have the Justice League that was sent there, right? So Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, who were all, of course, captured by Brainiac 1,000,000, and all for the most part, they're going to be destroyed and taken out, right? But then as we saw in the previous video, Kamandi had basically gone to like all these different universes, or at least he'd only gone to the Justice League Beyond universe and then like grabbed those superheroes, only for us to find out he's gone through all the universes that are basically being held captive by Brainiac, which includes like the Kingdom Come universe and the Superman Red Sun universe and like all these different universes that are out there, and all these superheroes from across the multiverse all band together. It's pretty huge in scope. And so at the same time that's going on, of course, then you have the fight between Hawkgirl and Lex Luthor in the present day, but essentially at the far edge of the universe, where all things are getting ready to break loose, right? All havoc is getting ready to pop off. Now, ultimately, because of the fact that Hawkgirl is tied into the Totality, meaning her power is necessary for Starman to achieve his goal, which is to say opening portals across like all these different time streams, so all these superheroes, once they basically grab their shards of the Totality, can jump through and then all end up in this singular location to basically unite the Totality and face off against Perpetua, that they can succeed and then ultimately end up defeating her. And it's kind of crazy because like it looks like it's about to work, right? Like Hawkgirl ends up intending to attack Lex Luthor, and then like the portals seem to start opening up, and like it's their chance to win, right? Like it's literally a scene out of like Avengers Endgame, right? Where it's just like all the portals start opening and like one of the most epic scenes ever in like movie history. Like it's like one of the coolest things ever. It looks like they're all going to win, and that's literally it. Like they grab the little shards of the Totality, people start getting through as fast as they can. The problem with this is Hawkgirl, because remember, Hawkgirl's on a quest for vengeance, and that's the problem, because you basically had Martian Manhunter, who was absorbed and then quote unquote killed by Lex Luthor, and that's how Lex Luthor is in his current form. That's why he looks the way he does, because he's basically the alpha predator. He's what people were in the universe before Martians and human beings were split in half and then went off to go do their own things, right? Martians and human beings used to be singular organisms, and so as a result of that, she actually ends up sidetracking from the mission and then trying to destroy Lex Luthor when she believes he's not paying any attention. But then ultimately, you know, where she kind of says, okay, fine, I'll stand off, I'll go play my role, he basically stabs her, and the moment when they need her power, it's not there. And so the result is that all these portals basically start closing off again, and the ability for all these superheroes to unite in a singular location, combined with basically all these humans and all these various forces across the multiverse really kind of siding with Doom, right? Basically kind of giving up on justice, things like that, and basically saying like, we side with Doom, we side with the destruction of all things, essentially leads to Perpetua rising to her quote unquote final form, if that makes any sense. One of the other things that she also does is we had basically seen, remember, the Monitor brothers, the Forger of Worlds, the Monitor, and then the Anti-Monitor merging into the Ultra Monitor. This in turn basically allows Perpetua to transform the three of them, allow the Anti-Monitor's personality to take hold, and then restore him to his full totality, essentially giving us the Anti-Monitor from Crisis on Infinite Earths. And this is a really, really cool moment here, right? Because we get the kind of a return of a classic character. But the big takeaway from all this, and the reason why this matters, is because what this basically means is that with the death of Will Payton, Starman, who's killed by Perpetua, and nobody really there to kind of open these portals and bring everybody to this singular location, essentially all hope is basically lost, right? right? And even among the various superheroes themselves, this feeling of hopelessness almost kind of seems to resonate, right? Like the sigil of Perpetua basically starts to emanate across all these different worlds across the main DC universe. Not only that, it's not just the main DC universe, it's everywhere across all realities in the entirety of the multiverse. So the Ghost Sector out there, where you have like Darkseid and the Justice League Odyssey team, where you basically have like the Polaris system with the Thanagarians. You've got the Owens, right? The Guardians of the Universe, who are just kind of like, okay, so like we need to recall all the Lanterns because we can't let Oa fall. In the Dark Multiverse, where you've still got Barbados chained up because he's still alive, he sees the whole sigil unfold. The Crime Syndicate of America in Earth 3, the Ori of Worlds, basically the multiversal Justice League team, and then you've even got the Gotham by Gaslight universe, which is actually one of the first universes to fall, right? Perpetua shows up and says like, side with me, right? Like side with Doom or be destroyed. And of course, because it's led by Batman and so on and so forth, they side with Justice, and Perpetua wipes out the universe. She's just like, done. You guys are all gone. You guys are all, that's basically it for all of you. Now, the crazy thing about this is that with this universe essentially being destroyed, there's really no hope for them, right? Like, again, it's just the ending of things. That's really how it looks. Is like, there's no real chance for any of these people to come out on top, for any of these guys to win. And so with that in mind, what you end up having is Hawkgirl with her son Shane basically realizing the mistake they made, that they essentially doomed, or at least Hawkgirl doomed the multiverse. So in turn, trying to fly back through a portal, trying to get back to everybody else, being recalled by Batman. And then of course, Perpetua basically damages the ship, just kind of leaves it derelict and floating in space with no real indication that Hawkgirl or her son are going to be saved by anybody. Like, it really is just kind of the fall of everything. And that's what's so good about this, right? Is because you feel the gravity of this situation. Like for this fleeting moment, the heroes of Earth had a chance to win, but in this fleeting moment, one of them makes a poor decision and it all comes crashing down, right? This house of cards all comes down and it all ends up collapsing. And so what ends up happening is Batman, Wonder Woman, and Superman basically end up trying to see where they can to sort of spy on Perpetua. And when they do, what they end up seeing is a couple different things going on. Essentially, Lex Luthor and the Legion of Doom are kind of brought before Perpetua, and she tells each of them, like, you all have a purpose to serve, right? And so, like, they start making these demands, these different things like that. Brainiac, for example, requests like a repository of like all of history, right? He wants to know everything that's ever happened in the entirety of the multiverse, not just the universe, but like the entirety of the multiverse. Gorilla Grodd wants basically like 7 planets to control for himself, and it's kind of crazy because what she does is she tells them all, you all have a role to serve, and we'll start with Brainiac. And she turns Brainiac into a chair. She turns him into furniture, man. That's messed up. She literally just turns him into a throne. And this is kind of the crazy thing, is because as this is going down, this kind of human side, right? Lex Luthor starts to feel this very human chill. And it's just kind of like, but this is not how it's supposed to go though. Like, it feels like she's betraying all of us. And in reality, that's what was always going to happen. And that's what was always warned of Lex Luthor. Do not side with Perpetua, because she'll turn against you and she'll use you for her own ends, right? Like, if you are surviving your endeavors with her, it's because you're serving a purpose she wants you to serve. But what happens when your purpose is done? Well, then there's no need for you anymore. And so as a result of that, that's exactly what happens. Sinestro, Gorilla Grodd, Cheetah is taken. They're all basically confined to these kind of vessels of sorts. And literally Lex Luthor is watching all of this unfold, and it's just kind of like, what in the world is going on? Only for us to find out all the various powers they possess, the Life Force, the Still Force, all these various forces. Really, if you guys remember the Flash stories, the forces that escaped the breaking of the Source Wall, they are all basically being channeled directly into Lex Luthor. And so as a result of that, it does give him a huge amount of power. And this human element, this feeling that he and his team are being betrayed, immediately goes away. And now it's just kind of like, dude, this is a whole other beast, because he's basically been spared here. And so in response to this, the Justice League, kind of seeing this unfold, actually changes their tune in one of the smartest ways. What they end up doing is basically looking at this and saying, okay, given the power of Lex Luthor right now, we can't really defeat him head on, right? We can't really just like get into a knockdown, drag out fight with him and defeat him, because he can basically incapacitate us in any number of ways. The guy is a Swiss Army knife of powers, right? He's a one-man army. So if we try to go against him, he's going to crush us all. Instead, we have to fight him in a way that he would normally never expect. We can't fight Lex Luthor as if he's Lex Luthor in his battle armor facing off against Superman. We have to fight Lex Luthor as he is now. We have to reach that human side of him. We have to reach that part of him that basically we can sort of pull to the forefront and get him to understand what's really going on here. It's like a meta battle, right? Like an emotional battle. And it's kind of a cool thing because Batman basically gets on board, as well as all the various other superheroes, because it's the best plan they got. Who's gonna say no to this? And so of course the Anti-Monitor is basically sent out to destroy destroy Hawkgirl and the ship that they're on. And then in turn, the Flash basically tells John Stewart, hey, here's this car, get in this car, like right out there, it's the only thing that'll help you survive out there. It'll get you out there as fast as possible, almost immediately to where they are, and then save them, right? Because when you're talking about that far out in space, it would take John Stewart days probably to get out there, flying at full power. And even then he'd have to stop at different places and recharge his ring. They need them like right now. Otherwise they're going to die in their struggle against the Anti-Monitor. And it ends up being one of the coolest things because of course Lex Luthor and the Legion of Doom show up and like their Doom base, their Doom Citadel or whatever it is. And then Batman ends up enacting this contingency that he always had, which was like the Hall of Justice rising up out of the ground and then like basically being its own variant, its own kind of design of sorts of like the Legion of Doom ship. And it's just like, dude, how awesome is that? Like, dude, it's one of the coolest things ever, right? Like, it's Jarro, it's an awesome measure. And then Batman's like, yeah, a final awesome measure. It's a totally awesome measure, Jarro. It's gonna be lit. I want to read a comic where Batman says that, like, this is lit. But what you basically end up getting here is like this massive battle between like the forces of Lex Luthor and the forces of like these Justice League superheroes from like across the multiverse, right? Because with what little access they've had, they've been able to kind of like hop in and create these little skiff portals that get them to where they need to go, all confined in the Hall of Justice. But just like look at this for a second, man. Like look at this like full page spread, right? Like you got Shazam, you've got Supergirl, you've got like Superman 1 million, all right? And then you have like Jay Garrick, you've got Damian Wayne, who's a boss. All these superheroes just like charging. You got Guy Gardner running, looking like a goofball. Like you've got all these guys, all of these superheroes just like hightailing it into this battle. And it's amazing, right? Because like this is like Scott Snyder's like final thing with Justice League, right? Like there's nothing else after this. When he finishes Doom War, he's like, I'm done now. And he's gonna put down the pen and probably go work on JSA from what he said in the interviews. But like this is ridiculously awesome, right? And so what you have are kind of like the iconic members of the Justice League, each of one representing different aspects of the various forces, trying to bond together and trying to unite this totality. But the issue is that they're just not powerful enough, right? They don't really have the necessary forces in order to do this, right? It's like a person who's colorblind trying to complete a Rubik's Cube. It's just not going to work, right? Because they can't see all the colors. And it's exactly the way this Justice League functions, right? I mean, they're capable in and of their own right, but ultimately they're not really able to assemble this totality the way they need to. And so what it does is it switches out into space with Hawkgirl and with her son Shane trying to withstand this assault of the Anti-Monitor and doing pretty well. But then suddenly like a car horn comes out of nowhere, right? Like the Anti-Monitor turns around, he's like, does somebody hear a car horn? And what I'm hoping with this car horn, what I'm hoping is that like as this portal opens and this car sounds, like this horn goes off, it's like like I'm really hoping that's what it sounds like. But while all this goes on, the impact of John Stewart and the force that he wields basically ends up kind of forcing the Anti-Monitor to disperse itself back into its three forms, right? So the Anti-Monitor, the World Forger, and the Monitor itself, restoring them to their normal counterparts, but also for the Anti-Monitor to kind of call out for help. And while you have Perpetua, who's like destroying a world, or at least in the process of destroying a world, she grabs it and just throws it at everybody, which is pretty boss, right? Somebody that powerful just throwing a world across the cosmos, with the intention of smashing people. But the cool thing about this is that Snyder uses it really, really well, right? The idea is that with the World Forger's hammer, he'd be able to like, essentially hit things hard enough to be able to create a portal. And since he doesn't really have the power to do that, what it would do, at least this impact, would be able to kind of create a space rupture, or at least a rupture in the space-time continuum enough to where it could open kind of a gateway that would allow them to pass through. And so in essence, the World Forger appears to sacrifice its life when this whole process goes down. But it's kind of a cool moment, right? Because John Stewart coming in, basically saving them, and then whisking everybody away is a pretty solid moment, right? I mean, literally, the World Forger's standing there like he's getting ready to batter up and just like smash this thing as it hits the world, right? So the result of this is that back on Earth, everything's basically going to pot, right? I mean, again, like almost all the superheroes are falling. They're fighting as best they can, but they're not really capable of holding off against the various forces of the Legion of Doom. And at the same time, once Hawkgirl arrives, once she shows up there with her son Shane, then they're able to harness the power of the totality and they're able to unify it. And when that happens, what it does is it basically allows them to kind of tap into and kind of create a counterbalance to Perpetua herself and basically create this sort of metaphysical battle of like hope versus doom. And so what this means is that the Justice League themselves are elevated to like a huge amount of power by being able to harness this fragment of the totality, but at the same time, it's to fight this not just them, right? It's also the various inhabitants of Earth who are out out there, whether or not they're going to side with or give up on hope. And so from there, like, you literally have Lex Luthor who just starts going through and dismantling all the various members of the Justice League by channeling all these various forces that are out there, right? So like the Ultraviolet Force, different things like that. So he takes out John Stewart, the Green Lantern, he takes out the Flash, Wonder Woman goes to cut him in half, he heals himself, and then he takes out Wonder Woman. You know, ultimately he ends up taking out Jarro by basically slicing him, which is kind of nuts. Like, he literally like whips him and like slices him, and then he goes to take out Batman, he breaks his arms and legs. Superman saves him, you know, but at the end of the day, it's just kind of like all these various heroes are falling before just Lex Luthor himself, as well as like all the other powers that are out there. And that's why it's kind of wild, is because people are kind of fluctuating back and forth between being hopeful and being hopeless, hence like the battle between like justice and doom. And that's why you kind of see it waxing and waning and fluctuating the way that it is, in the sense that the heroes are winning, then they're losing, then they're winning, then they're losing, and then they start to sort of overtake and kind of get to the point where they basically start continuing to win, and then Perpetua shows up. And when she does, all hope basically fades here. And that's kind of the crazy thing, is because what you end up getting is basically Shane, right, the son of Martian Manhunter and Hawkgirl, who steps in and says, okay, if we're gonna go in here and we're gonna fight Lex Luthor, then we can't fight him head on. He's dismantling all of us. Let's do what we were supposed to do. Let's fight the man, right? Let's tap into the man of Lex Luthor. And that's how it seems to go down. And so ultimately what ends up going on here is Shane basically grabs the attention of Lex Luthor and then in turn enters his mind. And as soon as he does, he basically starts addressing not Lex Luthor, but Martian Manhunter, who's trapped inside the mind of Lex Luthor. And it's one of the coolest things ever, right? Because remember, Lex Luthor absorbed Martian Manhunter and he was believed to have been dead. Hawkgirl's been operating under that assumption the entire time. There was no real indication he'd be able to come back. And so following that, this conversation that takes place is absolutely amazing, because Martian Manhunter inside Lex Luthor seems to have kind of given up. Now, you did get these moments over the course of this bit of storytelling where like he would chime in occasionally to Lex Luthor and try to get him to listen, but they seemed like half-hearted measures. And seeing Martian Manhunter as a child really kind of speaking with this child version of himself, Shane basically says, like, you're the greatest of them all, right? You're the greatest superhero of them all. They need you. You can unite the world in a way that nobody else can, right? With Perpetua being here, with her basically dominating and scaring the crap out of the world, people kind of siding with Doom, more or less being influenced in that way, you're the only one of us who can go out there and unite the minds of all the world and get them to stand as one against Perpetua alongside all the superheroes. And so what you get here is probably one of the greatest returns of a character in the history of comic books, right? So like the whole time Hawkgirl's freaking out, right? Like the whole time Hawkgirl's freaking out. She's like, no, Shane, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. And he's like, I have to. It's the only way to make this work. Somebody has to replace Martian Manhunter. You can't just yank him out, right? Like somebody has to replace him. So Shane goes in and basically takes the place of Martian Manhunter. Lex Luthor starts to kind of almost sort of have this like crisis, you know, it almost looks like he's breaking down. And then like Martian Manhunter emerges and he says, I am the Martian Manhunter. And now is a time for justice. Okay, so we are picking up with the conclusion of Scott Snyder's Justice League, and there's actually a character that's going to appear that I want to draw your attention to. I think it'll give us some indication as to what's going on here, because if I'm a betting man here, I think this is how DC and Marvel's crossover event basically starts. Now, we'll kind of get through that, kind of talk about that as we go through this, but what this does is it picks up in the immediate aftermath of the last video that we did, right? The last issue number 38, where Martian Manhunter had basically returned. Now, in and of himself, Martian Manhunter wasn't really powerful enough to turn the tide of the battle, right? And we expected that. I mean, Martian Manhunter is a really, really popular character. A lot of people really, really like him, but he himself is not capable of doing that, right? Because they're facing off against Perpetua, the creator of the multiverse. And so Martian Manhunter is just like a stronger version of Superman. It's really what he is, right? At the end of the day, you compare them pound for pound. He's basically Superman, except he has telepathy, he can shapeshift, and he's afraid of fire, right? That's basically it between the difference between the two characters. Now, we know he's stronger than Superman because of the old Grant Morrison JLA comics, but at the end of the day, he's not powerful enough to turn the tide of battle on his own. What makes the Martian Manhunter important is that this war, this conflict against Perpetua, right? The idea of doom versus hope, which is really what this whole thing has been about, in terms of the power of doom overtaking the power of hope, or vice versa, is that it's a battle over the souls of men, right? That's really what it is. It's one of these things where this isn't really a conflict that Justice League can win through sheer force. It's a conflict of what side are people going to choose, right? If people decide to choose the side of the Justice League, to choose the side of justice and to walk away from doom, then ultimately Perpetua will fall. Whereas if people side with justice, of course, the Justice League and the heroes will essentially win. And the Martian Manhunter pleads his case to humanity, right? And basically says, it's one of these things where we are all greater than the sum of our parts. As individuals, we're not necessarily strong, right? We're capable, we can do things, but what makes us powerful, what makes all of you guys powerful, is the fact that working as a cohesive unit, you can all achieve great things. It's really one of these things where, Perpetua kind of gets the upper hand on him momentarily. And it's one of the things where basically she kind of, reaches out to humanity at the same time and says like, no, Doom is what matters. Doom is what will win, right? Like, you guys cannot possibly hope to defeat me. And even tries to use Lex Luthor as a pawn, right? And says like, tell them the truth, and at the end of the day, Lex Luthor's like, I'm sorry. And ultimately faith and justice were winning out in this particular kind of mental conflict. And so you have this kind of, debate, this kind of discussion going back and forth, not really a debate, but the Martian Manhunter continuing to kind of plead his case to people. We are all capable of great things. We as superheroes, we fight because you're people worth fighting for, right? Like, you are our heroes. We look at you guys and we see you as our heroes. You guys see us as heroes, but it's the opposite way. It's the other way around. And so where he pleads his case, he continues on over and over and over again. At the end of the day, Doom wins. That basically humanity turns its back on heroes. And it's one of these interesting things, right? Because leaving my own opinions out of this really is kind of a critique on society, right? It literally is a social critique that humanity and chose individuality and it chose Doom over the superheroes. Now, the reality of this is this choice was long in coming. It was something that ultimately would have taken place. And the reason why is because when you're various members of humanity and you look at superheroes, yes, superheroes do good things, that's true. But what you see is conflict. You see heroes fighting villains. You see cities getting destroyed. You see collateral damage. You see people kind of asking the question, why do we need heroes at all? But the real big thing here is that people are basically reaching down and looking to their most base desires. They're not really looking at what they can achieve. They're looking at what they are in the here and now. And that's one of the things that's kind of intriguing, because it's easy to paint humanity as villains, right? It's easy to look at this story and to say, okay, the true villains of this story are people. It's the average Joe, right? It's the average individual out there who, if given the choice, will always choose the worst version of themselves. And people do that because it's easy to do. It's much easier to just give up than it is to keep trying. It's easy to say that, but the reality is that when it comes to humanity, that the overriding factor here, the overriding thing is fear. And that's ultimately what was being fed on by Perpetua. That's ultimately what was really being fed on by her and the forces of Doom, is the fear of people, that people were afraid. But the funny thing about this is that when Perpetua really kind of chimes in, what she says is that this is all going exactly the way that it was supposed to, that everything that's transpired has transpired exactly because she wanted it to. She wanted the Martian Manhunter to plead his case to humanity. She wanted all of this to take place. Everything that's happened has happened according to her design. And she knew that ultimately humanity was going to choose the side of Doom. And the reason why she makes this argument, or at least it seems like the reason why she makes this argument, is because all of this exists partially because of Perpetua, right? Perpetua had her version of the multiverse that existed, and it took the Monitor and the Anti-Monitor and the Forger of Worlds to team up and basically imprison her inside the Source Wall and then recreate the multiverse as it exists right now. But all the inhabitants of the multiverse, all the humans that exist out there, are basically branched off in some form or fashion of humans or Martians, right? Every single entity that exists out there is branched off of either humans or Martians, because at one point in time in the multiverse that Perpetua created is that you kind of had apex predators, right? Humans and Martians were a singular entity. And so when this was kind of wiped away, when they ultimately split, it was wiped away and then all new life was created in this multiverse. The apex predators were basically split, right? So every iteration of a Martian you see is based off the original Martians, and every single human that you see is of course based off humans as they were split, as they were previously apex predators. And so what this means, this kind of confuses you a little bit. What this basically means is that in the eyes of Perpetua, or at least in the eyes of the way it exists now, that if humans and Martians were originally a singular being, that when they split, humans were basically the weaker side, right? And Martians were the more powerful side. And so what this meant is that humanity as a race is inherently weak. And the reason why that matters is because it shows us why it is humanity chose its baser lines in the first place, because when confronted by fear, what do? People panic. They usually give into it, right? That's the social critique coming into play. The idea that when bad things happen, people just want to wait until it goes away. Really crazy political environments, people are just like, well, I'll just wait until things get better, right? It's just, I'll stick my head in the sand and hopefully when I stick my head back up, things will be okay. It's the nature of people, right? It's the nature of human beings. You usually kind of take the easy way out, the lazy way out, and to not really confront their own individual fears on a regular basis. And so when given the option to either confront their fear and to push back and see what happens, or to give up, humanity chose to give up. And it's not just humans that do that, right? It's every single race across the cosmos that's done that. And that's the exact point that Perpetua makes. You never had a chance to win, because what you're asking of humanity is too much. You're asking humanity to be brave. And that's something that humanity's just not really capable of doing. And so what ends up happening is she basically cleanses all the superheroes of the Earth, right? Like they're all basically gone, seemingly wipes out all of the Earth's superheroes, takes all the various superheroes that we saw from the different timelines and sends them back to their own individual timelines. And so as a result of that, it's really kind of left to believe the idea that the Justice League has been eradicated from all of existence, only for us to kind of see these sort of green, particles more or less coalescing, and then the rebirth of the Martian Manhunter. And when the Martian Manhunter arrives on the moon completely clad in black, he reaches out with his telepathy to try to communicate with Earth, but he can't, right? He can't talk to Earth, anybody. He's really just kind of in isolation. And then he's met by the other members of the Justice League, and they're like, we don't really know exactly what's going on, but they cannot hear us. The indication seems to be that they've basically been without their powers. The only person with that being the case is, of course, Hawkgirl, because she has physical wings. But Superman doesn't really seem to be able to fly. Green Lantern, John Stewart doesn't really have his ring anymore. It seems like none of them really have their powers or abilities. Superman actually tries to fly and just lands back down on the surface of the moon, right? So he doesn't really have his powers anymore. And it's one of these things where John Jones kind of internalizes that and says, I saw all this coming. I knew this was going to happen. I knew we were going to lose, only for the group to be met with the arrival of the Quintessence. Now, the Quintessence is in a lot of ways a stand-in for the Skyfathers from Marvel Comics, right? In Marvel Comics, you've got the Skyfathers, a council of godheads, whatever you want to call them, but it's like Odin, Zeus, and all the various earthly cosmic entities, or I guess, godly entities that exist out there. In DC, this is kind of a larger, in terms of the role they play, right? Like the Phantom Stranger isn't a god people pray to, right? Shazam is not really a god that people pray to. Highfather isn't a god they pray to or anything like that, but Hera is, right? She's a goddess that people pray to. So it's really more of just really powerful entities. So it's not a direct, it's not a lateral comparison, but it's comparable. But one of the things that I want you to kind of notice here is that you have the Wizard Shazam, and the Wizard Shazam does not look like the New 52 version of his character. He looks totally different. He looks like the classic version. That kind of begs the question, if the Quintessence is universal, meaning that every universe has its own version of the Quintessence or appears to, then why does Shazam appear differently here? The difference, and this is where things get a little murky, is Highfather, for example, is a multiversal character, right? In all the multiverse, there's only one Highfather. That's why things are kind of murky for DC, because their multiversal and universal organizational structure is not like Marvel's is, right? Marvel's, I think, is a lot more clean cut and a lot more organized and structured. DC's is just all over the damn place. So like we have no real clue. We don't even know what the Phantom Stranger is. It's literally, he lives up to his namesake. He's just like this Phantom Stranger that no one really knows anything about. Maybe he's the presence, maybe he's not. We don't really know. He's just the Phantom Stranger, and like he's really powerful and he can do some stuff. The Phantom Stranger Explained. That's basically what that is, right? And so because of that, the Quintessence basically reveals to the Justice League that the intention of Perpetua was to actually wipe them all out. It was to destroy them and remove them. But what they've done is essentially pluck them out of reality, right? So technically they're in the universe, but they're out of phase with everything else, right? So if you were an astronaut looking at the moon, you wouldn't really see them right now, right? Because they're kind of out of phase with you. They're not really in reality. It just looks like they are. And the reason why the Quintessence did this is because there's kind of this hidden truth across the multiverse that nobody seems to be aware of and nobody seems to know about, right? This truth of the multiverse that is yet to be revealed to everyone. And because of that, the Justice League are in a position to where they can go find that hidden truth and reveal it to everybody. We don't know exactly what it'll be, but we kind of get these small little things here and there. The character of Leviathan, the events of Doomsday Clock. One of the funny things about Doomsday Clock is it doesn't really look like we're given a definitive answer when Doomsday Clock takes place in relation to this. The fact that we're shown a panel from Doomsday Clock seems to show that like it's already happened, but like we don't really know if it's in the same universe or not. That's the confusion behind all this. We don't really know how all this kind of ties together. But with regards to the Wizard Shazam and looking at him, I would argue that this probably takes place in a different reality. Like that's my knee-jerk reaction, is essentially Scott Snyder's run takes place in a different universe. I don't know, right? We're not really given a definitive answer. We're left to believe it's in the main DC universe, right? I mean, there's really been nothing to indicate that it's not in the main DC universe, but essentially a kind of doors open up, right? And a kind of statements made by the Spectre. You guys can enter into this space and you can pursue this hidden truth, but understand if you find the answer to it, that it'll change everything, right? It'll completely alter and change everything. Now, what you end up having is the Justice League racing into this kind of doorway, and we kind of have to wait and see what happens next in Greg Capullo and Scott Snyder's Metal. But my perception here, this is kind of my thought process here. We know that Marvel and DC are going to crossover. We know that Perpetua was sent by basically the judge of the worlds, right? The cosmic judges, more or less, to create, the cosmos, to create a multiverse, and then all the universes that exist within that multiverse. That means there are multiple multiverses out there, right? Because one of the things that was established here is that Perpetua was just one of many individuals who were sent out there into this massive chasm, this massive void of whatever this space was, and then was told to create multiverses, right? So she made her multiverse, other beings made their multiverses, and Perpetua seemed to be the only one who wanted wanted to use the individual she created in her multiverse to destroy the cosmic judges. My argument here, my thought process here, is the One Above All in Marvel Comics is kind of an equal to Perpetua, right? Like the One Above All was sent by the cosmic judges to create the multiverse, and so it's there now. That's kind of how it oversees everything. I mean, that's kind of my thought process. Reconciling that with the knowledge of the One Above All and how its role functions within the greater Marvel landscape is going to be kind of tough to do because the One Above All is so ambiguous, right? To this day, including Jim Starlin's Infinity finale, the One Above All I think has made 18 or 19 appearances in Marvel Comics, if that. It's been referenced more times, but no, not even 18 or 19. I think it's in some form or fashion, it's made 18 or 19 appearances. In terms of actually showing up, it's shown up like 3 times, right? That's the only time I'm aware of. There was a time in the Fantastic Four when it appeared to the Fantastic Four themselves and looked like Jack Kirby. The second time when it appeared to Spider-Man, and then there was a third time when it told Adam Warlock in Infinity finale that it could be the New Living Tribunal, and then it made Adam Warlock in the New Living Tribunal. Those are the only 3 times I'm aware of it actually showing up, right? So the One Above All is ambiguous as hell. And what better way to kind of basically establish this secret truth, this hidden truth, is that there are a slew of multiverses out there, and the Marvel multiverse is one of them, than to basically say that what you have here is the One Above All creating its multiverse around the same time that Perpetua created it, and basically having like all these different giant multiverse concepts crossing over with each other. I don't know, right? I'm grasping at straws here, folks. I don't really have any definitive answers. I'm just kind of spitballing and theorizing as best I can, but it's a cool idea, right? It's a cool concept. But either way, it's an interesting end, right? Because what we do is we're going to jump over, or at least when this ends, you go into Robert Venditti's run. As far as I'm aware, it's not going to pick up from this, right? As far as I'm aware, this whole thing right here is going to pick up with like Metal from Scott Snyder and Greg Capullo. I don't know what Robert Venditti's run is going to look like. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are picking up with Dark Knight's Death Metal. And it's kind of crazy because this is basically, at least this first part, is the story of the Dr. Manhattan who laughs, which is kind of nuts. But there are some things that we have to explain here, or we have to make some sense out of things. Those of you guys who are reading Scott Snyder's Justice League, once you finished it, and then you picked up with the new run, if you chose to, seem to have this just massive shift, right? Like seemingly out of nowhere. It went from like the end of the multiverse to like suddenly everything's back to the way that it used to be. And the reason for that is because of this, because of Dark Knight's Death Metal, right? So this is one of those stories that kind of fits in between things that are going on. But even this story itself is led into by an event called Hell Arisen. Now, I didn't really cover Hell Arisen, wasn't a very good story, didn't really like it too much, but the overall gist of it, which you can summarize the entire thing, it was 4 issues long, you can summarize the entire thing in like 30 seconds. The whole idea behind that is that you basically had the Batman Who Laughs and his Injustice League, or whatever you want to call it, going against Lex Luthor. And what ended up happening here was basically the Batman Who Laughs ended up approaching Perpetua. And what it basically did, or at least what Batman Who Laughs did, was basically tell Perpetua, hey, if you basically let me replace Lex Luthor, then I'll give you access to the Dark Multiverse, all the energy gained within. And the reason why was because the Justice League had basically channeled the power of Dr. Manhattan, for lack of a better word, and then used that as kind of the antithesis to Perpetua. And so they were, in effect, a kind of a stalemate. With the Batman Who Laughs coming in and basically allowing her to tap into the power of the Dark Multiverse, this boosted her power even more, and then she effectively won. And that's where this goes in. It goes in with her basically traveling around the multiverse, conquering different worlds, things like that. What this will most likely do when it ends is bookend into the current run of the Justice League, or at least set things back to normal, so the beginning of the Justice League run makes sense, right? So that's kind of how this works, at least kind of how it fits in. That's why when you pick up with this story, everything sucks, right? You know, basically this realm of hell, which was formerly Themyscira in the main DC universe, that's why nothing here really matches up. But you basically got Wonder Woman just kind of doing her thing, right? Just, you know, with this crazy looking Dr. Manhattan chainsaw, and then basically being met by Alec Holland, right? Being met by Swamp Thing. I always want to call him Alec Mason, which is that's not right. That's not what his name is. But basically it's him basically saying like, hey, you know, the leader's here, right? Like he's calling a meeting together with everybody. Now, for the most part, a lot of the villains, or various, not even really heroes, but a lot of the villains that we're normally familiar with, the Joker, the Riddler, Captain Cold from the Flash mythos, that they're all basically kind of held here in this prison of sorts, right? And the Joker kind of makes a couple offhanded remarks, but there's nothing really too spectacular here. You've also got basically this kind of magical looking Batman that almost kind of looks like Zatanna, right? So like Batmage, right? Because he turns into a giant T-Rex. Kind of a funny moment here when he's talking to Wonder Woman, you know, she's kind of like, okay, like you're not Batman. And the response to this guy is, but like I am. Basically, I'm a version of Batman from a different universe, like all the other ones that are here, who is essentially able to tap into magic and control magic. And Wonder Woman's like, yeah, but can you throw batarangs? And it's like, well, I'm working on that, right? Like it's it's just kind of poking fun at him a little bit. But that's where things are at the moment. Basically, this entire realm is filled with all these different Batmen from across the Dark Multiverse, right?
right? The earth is just flooded with those. So in effect, the Batman Who Laughs won, right? He basically ended up winning here. And so with that being the case, they end up kind of bringing in this new prisoner of sorts. And this new prisoner for a brief second basically just says, Diana, remember. And it doesn't really seem to kind of snap, like jog back a memory or anything. It just kind of seems to be this guy knows who he is or knows who she is, and is trying to tell her, like, remember how everything was, or whatever the case is. Now, at this point, we're not talking about a dream sequence. We're literally talking about the conquering of the world. And so because that, what we end up doing is switching over to the Batman Who Laughs himself. And Scott Snyder kind of takes a bit of a jab, right? You know, kind of a little bit of a joke here. Well, the first thing he kind of opens up with is, you know, I know we're so sick of you, like we're tired of you. And to a degree, that's kind of true. Here's the issue with the Batman Who Laughs. The Batman Who Laughs was an amazing concept. It was an amazing idea, and it was groundbreaking at the time in the sense of a Batman who was infected by the Joker toxin, which we'd kind of seen before, but being pushed to this degree had never really been seen before. The issue is because he proved to be so popular, DC took it and ran with it. And so you saw the Batman Who Laughs in everything. The result of this is that unless Scott Snyder was writing it, it just couldn't really be done justice, because at the end of the day, the Batman Who Laughs wasn't really a character with a story being told. He was a plot device, you know, in effect. And so it took away from the meaning of his character. Now, Scott Snyder knows how to write him. You know, it's Scott Snyder's baby. And that's why the way you see him written here is kind of the way he's supposed to be. But nonetheless, you know, it's one of these things where he basically tells, you know, the various people who are here that Perpetua's conquered a different world, you know, all these different Batmen that are in this current location. One of them talks about how Superman is almost succumbing to the anti-life equation. You've got Aquaman, who's there as basically a servant of sorts. You've got Shazam, you've got these different guys here, but they're all basically here against their will, right? The alternative is to die, right? Like if they fight, if they come out and just launch an attack against the Batman Who Laughs, they'll die quite readily, right? At the hands of Batman Who Laughs himself or his forces or Perpetua, because they basically lost, right? It's a massive amount of power that they're going against. And for Wonder Woman, she's kind of met by a sort of communication from Batman himself, right? From like the main Batman. And it's one of these things where he basically says that when John Jones set up a psychic link, he found a way to essentially hijack the signal, right? So he can basically talk into anybody's brain anytime he wants to. And what happens is you get this kind of discussion here. The Batman basically says they cannot launch an all-out attack against the Batman Who Laughs. It'll fail. It won't work that way. Wonder Woman wants to go into the pit where the prisoner was taken and find out what this person knows, who this person is, and see if they can basically succeed in her plan. Now, her plan here and what she wants to do is launch a full-on attack against the Batman Who Laughs, but there's actually more to it than that. But at the end of the day, the response of Batman is, we have to make small strikes. We have to take small steps. Now, of course, this leads to her almost kind of zoning out and really only focusing on her conversation with Batman, which of course draws the attention of the Batman Who Laughs. And so in response to this, of course, Batman makes his move. We find out he's there the entire time and kind of keeping an eye on things by basically using an invisibility cloak. And then as soon as he makes his presence known, the Batman Who Laughs tells his guys to attack. And when they go on the affront against Wonder Woman, you've got Aquaman, of course, who's attacked as well, and Wonder Woman, who's able to hold her own to a degree. But the crazy thing about this is Batman is in possession of a Black Lantern ring. Now that's the craziest thing about this, right? Because what he does is basically start resurrecting all these corpses, right? Just bringing all these dead bodies back to life. Now these guys are cannon fodder. All they're designed to do is even the odds. That's really the only purpose here. The big goal behind Batman is to use them as a distraction to grab Wonder Woman and to grab Jonah Hex and to grab a few other people here and there and then bail out as fast as they possibly can, right? And so the reason why that matters is because what it does is it offers them a chance to basically kind of go their own separate ways. Wonder Woman pursues her plan, Batman pursues his plan, and kind of going from there. But Wonder Woman makes her way down into the pit where the prisoner is being held, and we end up finding out this is basically Dr. Manhattan Wally West. Now, the reason why this matters is this comes out of a story called Flash Forward, where Wally West had more or less gained the powers of Dr. Manhattan, and then ultimately ended up traveling the multiverse. Now, there was a cool story in and of itself, and we can cover it, but nonetheless, it's one of these things where he's kind of conversing with Wonder Woman and saying there doesn't really seem to be a way to reverse this, right? Like, we can't undo this. Like, it doesn't really seem to be the case. Where Wonder Woman asks, like, fill in the blanks, tell me what's going on here. What Scott Snyder does here is, in effect, completely rewrite the entirety of the DC universe, at least insofar as a lot of what we've seen so far. And it's kind of a cool thing, because over the course of the Flash Forward story, a lot of this was introduced, and what we basically learn is that all the evil that exists in the DC universe as it stands now can be described as more or less anti-crisis, as crisis energy, right? So there are basically poles here. There's like the North Pole and the South Pole, more or less. But these poles are kind of broken down into what's called crisis energy and connective energy. Crisis energy is all the evil energy that exists out there. All the bad guys basically emanate from this kind of source of energy to a degree. Now, it's not designed to say like Superboy Prime is powered by crisis energy. It's designed to say this is kind of what they represent. This is the concept that they stand for. And on the other side of that, you have connective energy. Things like the Speed Force, the emotional spectrum of the lantern cores out there, that it all kind of binds them. And that's how these things are tied together. That this kind of energy, energy, right? Selfishness, greed, predation, and all that kind of stuff. These are all things that are sort of tied together under what is effectively evil. And then goodness is basically things like love and compassion, so on and so forth. And that when all these various energies kind of come together and smash against each other, it happens in the form of a crisis, right? Whatever form that crisis may take. And that for the most part, Perpetua, where the role of somebody like Perpetua, or at least the various versions of her, which is to say her counterparts, right? People who were tasked with going into this endless void and creating different multiverses, where they created those multiverses using connective energy. Perpetua created the multiverse using crisis energy. And what this did is it led to a corrupt and screwed up universe. And so, or I guess a corrupt and screwed up multiverse. And so because of that, this led to the people who created her, who oversaw her actions, basically locking her away in the source wall, wiping away her crisis-based universe, and then replacing it with a connective multiverse. And that's how the current multiverse came to be, right? And so the result of that is where she had kind of reached out from the source wall and tried to grab different people for the purpose of bringing back the multiverse the way that she wanted it to be. One of these was Barbados. And that's the reason why Barbados did what he did, breaking out of the dark multiverse, entering into the positive multiverse. Whether he was working explicitly for Perpetua or he simply became aware of what the positive multiverse and what it could be if it was transformed by him, we're not really given a definitive answer here. But this is just one of the many avatars that functioned, at least as a result of Perpetua's whispers, the fact that she was trying to reach out. The battle with Barbados is what shattered the source wall, and that's what led to Perpetua being freed. But the whole idea here is that every time there's been any kind of a major crisis in DC Comics, it's because this balance of crisis energy and connectivity energy basically led to an imbalance, meaning crisis energy became more powerful, or simply the two of them just came into conflict with each other. It's a delicate balance that always has to exist. And that's why this is so wild, is because he goes on to explain that with the Batman Who Laughs, that he basically managed to talk to Perpetua and get Perpetua to bend it, or at least to allow him into her ranks, which basically powered her with all this dark multiverse energy, right? So it's all these different concepts that have been created and all kind of come together in this one particular story. It's very easy to lose track of how overly massive this is, right? How huge this is in scale. And so because of that, the Batman Who Laughs basically pops up here, right? And reveals that he's been listening to everything this entire time and all that kind of stuff, and almost kind of toys with Wonder Woman, right? This idea that she says, I know everything you're going to do because I'm Bruce Wayne. And the response of Wonder Woman is, yes, but that's your weakness, right? When you fight Batman, your strength is you know everything he's going to do before he even does it because you are him. But you're not me. You're the Batman Who Laughs, not the Wonder Woman Who Laughs, right? I'm not going to make some kind of a sword to take you out. I already have a weapon. And then she in turn dons her weapon and kills the Batman Who Laughs, just like that. Batman Who Laughs is dead. From there, the Batmage immediately bails out and basically goes and tells everybody the Batman Who Laughs is dead. It's time to begin his final plan. It's time to prepare the final Bruce Wayne. This final Bruce Wayne, just by looking at him, is a Dr. Manhattan who laughs, right? That's what this guy is. At some point along the line, either in the dark multiverse or some alternate reality, Bruce Wayne somehow managed to attain the power of Dr. Manhattan, right? And that's what's so crazy about this, because from there, we kind of skip forward a bit, right? We sort of pick up with Wonder Woman and with Batmo Beast, basically like some super advanced version of an AI using Batman's brain that turns into like a giant robot of sorts. And right now it's just a giant monster truck. But, you basically have this scenario where what Wonder Woman is looking for is a kind of cemetery, right? This kind of hidden away cemetery that nobody knows about. Not even Wally West knew about it, despite all of his vaunted power. This place was hidden away, right? It's called the Valhalla Cemetery. It's the crypt for various heroes who exist out there. And so when that happens, of course, Wonder Woman and Wally West and Batmo Beast, or I think Batmo Beast stays up top, but Swamp Thing all make their way down there and are immediately attacked by Green Lantern constructs. And so when she basically says stand down, and then the question's asked, what's the password? She says the last password that I knew was Munkle. The beasts disband, they basically go away, and she's met by the arrival of the JSA, of Jay Garrick, Dr. Fate, Alan Scott, the Green Lantern, and Wildcat, right? These guys are old, and this is very, very important. The reason why is because this looks like the JSA as it's supposed to exist now. The main DC universe, Justice Society of America. For those of you guys who don't know what I'm referring to here, before Crisis on Infinite Earths in 1986, 1987, the JSA was an alternate reality. As most of you guys know, it existed in an alternate universe called Earth 2. The issue with this was that Crisis on Infinite Earths was designed to get rid of the multiverse. And so you couldn't explain the JSA as existing from an alternate reality if there were no alternate realities anymore. And so DC fixed this in the early 1990s with the return return of the JSA by basically saying they were superheroes who existed in the 1940s and 1950s, right? World War II superheroes. By the time the modern day Justice League of Barry Allen and Batman and Superman and Wonder Woman and all those guys had shown up, the JSA had basically retired. And by whatever manner and whatever means, they ended up coming out of retirement and going back to being superheroes again. The whole point is it's kind of a return to these heroes, right? Not only that, once they actually get down into the crypt, what Batman is doing, and this is actually a genius move, what Batman is doing is going from crypt to crypt alongside Jonah Hex and basically grabbing these various people. Now, the reason why he chooses Jonah Hex here is because Jonah Hex has been around for a long time, and he's basically crossed paths with everyone. It's one of the reasons why so many fans of DC love the character of Jonah Hex, because he's unique, he's intriguing in his own way, he's almost a kind of Punisher-esque character, but basically he's a guy who's been around the block more than a few times. And Batman having Jonah Hex follow him and then running over all these various names, right? Liberty Bell, who we haven't seen for a long time because she's been dead, asking the question, should we resurrect her? Phantom Lady, Uncle Sam. It's almost Blackest Night in the way that it's being done, right? Blackest Night and Brightest Day, and the way that this is happening. The other big thing about this is that Batman's plan here is to basically say, like, we need to resurrect some of these guys, right? And it's kind of a cool thing because you see like Johnny Quick on this tomb, Sandman, Wesley Dodds, Dove, right? Donald Hall. Like you see these kind of characters with the potential to be resurrected here. And the response of Batman is, no, our job is to go here and to grab each one of these guys and to launch a series of small attacks against the forces of the Batman Who Laughs. But the problem is that you killed him. You killed the Batman Who Laughs. We knew what we were fighting when he was alive, and we knew how to overcome him. I fought him enough times to know what his weaknesses are, how to get around him, different things like that. But now that he's dead, who the hell knows what we're going to be facing off against, right? You've made this situation worse, because instead of us fighting against the known, now we're fighting against the unknown, and we're just going to have to wait for him to make his move before we know what it is that we're fully going up against. But whatever it is we're facing off against, I can promise you it's worse than what we fought before. And the response of Wonder Woman is, that doesn't matter. I did what I needed to do. Like, I needed to kill him. Like, at the very least, it gives us a fighting chance because now his forces are in disarray. And the response of Batman is, but only temporary. And that's the shortcoming of Wonder Woman here. And then that's kind of the nature of her character. Not in the sense that it's a fault, not in the sense that she's screwed up, but in the sense that Wonder Woman's not a thinker, right? She's not the sharpest tool in the shed. She's got some experience under her belt, but she's a fighter. That's the whole basis behind her character. And so it's basically Wonder Woman wasn't thinking ahead here. And so in the midst of all this, with Wonder Woman kind of making her plan known in the sense that her idea is to basically gather all these energy sources together and recreate the entirety of the multiverse, right? So basically wipe everything out and recreate everything again. This is when we're met with the arrival of Barry Allen, right? That literally Jay Garrick calls out for Barry, who shows up here. And all Barry's been doing is just kind of running, trying to stay undetected, different things like that. So it's almost kind of Kingdom Come in that way, except in Kingdom Come it was Wally and not Barry Allen. But, you know, it's one of these things where Jay Garrick asks how much of the Speed Force is left. And Barry says there's really not a whole lot, that he's burnt out what's left by trying to go back and to fix things. Now, that really shows how desperate the situation is, because as we know, after the events of Flashpoint, Barry Allen does not like time traveling anymore because the ramifications can be unpredictable. And so ultimately, that's when Wonder Woman says, my idea here is to go to New Apocalypse. You know, basically what was the headquarters, the base of operations of the Batman Who Laughs, free all of our friends there, and then using all of our friends, do, more or less what we tried to do before. But this time, recreate the entirety of the multiverse and then be done with it, right? Just recreate everything, wipe everything out, and do it all over again. It's almost kind of Crisis in that way. And so what we end up doing is jumping back to Castle Bat, right? The main fortress of the Batman Who Laughs. And it's one of these things where it's kind of Scott Snyder just being like, yeah, it's the thing that's happening. They cut open the head of this Dr. Manhattan Who Laughs, and they take the brain of the Batman Who Laughs, and they put it inside the body of Dr. Manhattan. Now, under any normal circumstance, this couldn't be done, right? It's ridiculous even for science fiction. But what we are talking about here is a being with the power of Dr. Manhattan. There really isn't anything beyond his capability to achieve here. Taking a brain and just slapping it in there, the rest will take care of itself, right? That's the nature of Manhattan. He wasn't really he was basically an energy being, right? He was a being composed of pure energy. He didn't really have a tried and true physical form anymore. And so with that being the case, once the brain's slapped in there, then basically Manhattan just kind of starts to wake up and has the mind of the Batman Who Laughs inside. And initially he's just kind of like sputtering words and talking gobbledygook and nonsense and not really making any sense. And the Batmage kind of writes him off as like, okay, he's just a vegetable. This is failed. And then in turn, the Batmage gets destroyed, only for us to basically realize that now the Batman Who Laughs is in total possession of the power of Dr. Manhattan. Now, much like we saw with Perpetua, it takes time to ramp this up, right? It takes time for this energy to start boosting up and getting back to 100%. So right now, he's exceedingly powerful, but he's still in somewhat of a weakened state. And so when the question's kind of asked, when he takes on this form, Perpetua reaches out to him and says, hey, like, what's going on? I sense some kind of a disturbance. The response of him is, no, everything's fine, right? It's fine here on this end. How are things going out there? And her whole answer is, well, I'm taking out another universe, right? This time, it's the Superman Red Sun universe, it looks like. And so using this power that he has, the Dr. Manhattan Who Laughs basically wipes away all the various forces who were there, leaving only one of his crows. And so the whole indication here is that he plans on using this power. He's using Perpetua, right? He's probably going to try to usurp her power or something like that and recreate everything. We don't know what his grand scheme is, but I have a very hard time believing that from what we've seen of his character, that he's going to be anybody's henchman. He's nobody's Bane. It just doesn't work that way. He's the guy who's running the show. And if he's working for you, it's because he's using you to achieve his goal. And as soon as he doesn't need you, then he'll get rid of you. And so he basically kind of starts talking to his crow and says, like, tell me your story. Like, tell me what it is that's going on with you. The kid whispers something. We never really find out what it is. And then he seems to kind of laugh about it. And so following that, he basically uses his power to realize that Wonder Woman and her forces are making their moves, or at least, making their plans to work against the Batman Who Laughs to try to seize control of the ability to recreate all of reality. But the Batman Who Laughs says, having all this power, I have to now take on my final form, right? It's kind of a weird thing, right? But it's like, I'm taking on my new form, my absolute real form. And he basically kind of restructures himself into this almost, shadowy appearance and refers to himself as the Darkest Knight. But if I'm being honest with you, I'll never see him as the Darkest Knight. I'm going to see him as basically the Dr. Manhattan Who Laughs. Okay, so we are picking up with Dark Knight's Death Metal. We're picking up with Dark Knight's Death Metal, the speed, whatever. We're picking up with the Flash tie-in. So, DC makes their titles too long. Right, like technically this is Dark Knight's Death Metal Speed Metal #1. Good God. Okay, so we're picking up with the Flash tie-in, right? And what's, for those of you guys who are kind of joining us on this, what's basically happened up to this point is, keep in mind, Wally West basically has the power, or at least a portion of Dr. Manhattan's power. The other portion of that power has been taken, or at least is being used by Dr. Manhattan. Seemingly, by the Batman Who Laughs. Seemingly, Wally appears to have most of it, right? And the way the DC kind of squares this circle, and it's a little wonky, the way the DC squared this circle is they said, okay, a portion of Dr. Manhattan's power resided inside the Mobius chair, which, as most of you guys know, is a chair that basically allows a person to know everything about everything. And so with that being the case, Wally, during the Flash Forward event, which is basically a story strictly about him, and it was essentially a story that focused on Wally, like, becoming the Wally West that we all knew, that we all remembered from before the events of Flashpoint, but basically he ended up sitting in the chair and then absorbing Dr. Manhattan's power, or at least what was left of his power. Now, for the Batman Who Laughs, what he had done was gone to a different universe in the Dark Multiverse, where Bruce Wayne had become Dr. Manhattan in that Dark Multiverse. And when he consumed that, or when he took over that body, he gained that Dark Multiverse version of Dr. Manhattan. And so what it seems is like you had two versions of Manhattan running around, and Batman Who Laughs absorbed the power of one, and Wally absorbed the power of the other. The reason why the Batman Who Laughs is chasing after Wally is because it seems as though the power of Dr. Manhattan alone is not enough to overcome Perpetua. And so the desire of the Batman Who Laughs is to take the power of Wally, and then it's basically Dr. Manhattan times 2. And that much power is definitely enough to take out Perpetua. Now, for me, it gets a little weird, right? The ability to warp reality is the ability to warp reality. I guess on the scale in which you can do it really kind of changes, and I guess what we're talking about is Batman Who Laughs being elevated from like a universal force to a multiversal force. Not really sure how DC squares that circle. This is largely new territory, because you don't really see DC introducing characters who can alter or manipulate the fabric of reality on a multiversal scale. But the idea is that during the events of Dark Knight's Metal, which I'll have the playlist down in the description, and really during the Death Metal event, that basically the desire of the Batman Who Laughs to catch Wally West has sent Wally and Barry and Jay Garrick on the run, right? They're basically fleeing as fast as they can and just running consistently to stay away from the Batman Who Laughs. And it's just constantly running. The issue with this is that in the time that they've been doing this, they've ran into a couple of hiccups. The first thing they've tried to do, or at least the first thing that Barry tried to do, was actually run them to a different reality where the Batman Who Laughs couldn't follow them. The problem is that pretty much all the multiverse is gone, right? Perpetua destroyed pretty much the entirety of the multiverse, so there's no real place for them to run to. And I think it's about time that DC just calls this a crisis. Let's just call it a crisis, guys. It's basically what it is. Dark Knight's crisis. It's time to just call it that, because that's basically what it is, right? In the midst of all this, they're all basically met by the arrival of the new 52 Wally West, right? The newer version of Wally West's character. And it's times like these, here's the thing, it's times like these, we've got the classic Wally West, and now we've got new 52 Wally West, and now we've got Jay Garrick, who got out of the Speed Force because of the events of the Button and some of the stuff that came after. It's times like these, and I'm like, you know what DC needs to do? Just clean slate everything, right? But, you know, they're not going to. But nonetheless, what's happened here is that with New 52 Wally West honing in on their signal and then essentially tracking them down, this leads to the arrival of a whole host of Dark Multiverse Flashes. Now remember, the Dark Multiverse is a multiverse that exists as a result of all the worst case scenarios and the worst nightmares of all the different superheroes that exist in the positive multiverse, right? So if Batman's worst fear is that like his mom goes nuts and like gets the power of the Flash and kills everybody in the universe, then like there's a dark multiverse universe for that. If the greatest fear of Batman is that like he's incompetent, like he loses every fight he fights in because he doesn't have prep time, there is a reality for that, right? Like there's a dark multiverse reality for that. One of these cool realities here is the Joker becomes the Flash. Now, I just want to throw this out there. That sounds horrifying, right? The Joker with the ability to run nearly the speed of light. That's pretty horrifying, right? Like imagine how many people he could kill if he was doing that. Honestly, and if I'm giving this like a legitimate thought here, I don't think that would make for a very good story, right? It depends on how it's written, but I feel like the Joker just being a crazy guy, you know, who's doing what he does now, which is basically stealing all of Batman's money and all of his power and all of his technology and like taking control of Gotham. I feel like that's a cool Joker story. Or like the one where he basically like has his own face cut off and sewn back on because it's crazy because it's Joker. His schemes don't make sense to anybody but himself. That's a cool Joker story. The Joker being the Flash, you know, I don't know how I feel about that. What this is designed to do is it's not designed to necessarily capture the Flashes. It is, but the reality here is one thing to remember. The Speed Force is a living entity, right? The Speed Force is a finite source of energy. It stretches on for a very, very long time, but it's basically like, you know, if you were to go out and for some reason humans were able to drink the ocean. If you have one person drinking ocean water, you're not really going to see any result of the ocean shrinking in size. But if every human being on the face of the planet put a straw to the water and started drinking the ocean, it would probably vanish much faster than if it was just one person. And that's what's happening here. As the speedsters run, they draw on Speed Force energy. And the normal circumstance behind this, the normal idea behind this is that as they run, it should be replenishing the Speed Force, right? That's one of the things that Jeff Johns basically set in motion that he kind of solidified during the original Flash Rebirth story back in 2009, I think it was. But what this means is that the speedsters are using more Speed Force energy than they can generate. This is compounded by the fact that throwing in more speedsters from the dark multiverse means they're using more Speed Force energy. Because remember, the Speed Force is a multiversal source of energy, and if they're tapping into the same Speed Force as the Flashes are, then they're basically using up all that energy much faster, right? So they're basically draining a battery incredibly fast, right? And so in kind of a gambit, in an effort to just sort of do what they can, Wally West ends up shouting out the Speed Force formula. Now, the reason why this matters, the reason why this is so important here is part and parcel to the nature of the Flashes, right? So wind the clock back to 1940, 1941. Jay Garrick is the very first speedster, the very first Flash that DC ever publishes in their history of publications. He inhales deuterium, basically heavy water. He wakes up, he can run at the speed of sound. Fast forward to DC Showcase number 4 in 1956. You get Barry Allen. Barry Allen is struck by lightning, doused by chemicals. He can run super fast. Awesome, right? In between those two time periods, you ended up getting Johnny Quick or Johnny Chambers, whatever name you want to call him. And he was basically able to just kind of shout a mathematical formula that gave him super speed. Then you ended up having in Quality Comics back in the day, you had Quicksilver. He wasn't really reintroduced until Mark Waid took over the Flash post-Crisis in the 1990s and brought him in as Max Mercury, right? Then you had Impulse, you had all these different things. But all you had here was just a whole bunch of people who for whatever reason could run at super speed. This led to the Terminal Velocity story by Mark Waid, where he said, actually, there's a Speed Force, and everybody who uses the super speed is able to tap into the Speed Force, right? Every version of the Flash uses the Speed Force. What this does is it taps into the Speed Force in a different way, as opposed to Barry Allen and Jay Garrick and Wally West and the New 52 Wally West, who were able to just run super fast because of the fact that they, by whatever manner and whatever means, gained super speed. The formula, if you can use it correctly, you can tap into the Speed Force itself, right? So it's basically just kind of being able to use super speed by a different means, using science to access super speed. And so when that happens, it basically allows them to kind of boost their speed and move faster. The issue with this is it drains the Speed Force even faster than that. And the amount of strain it puts on their bodies is exceedingly high. When that happens, and as soon as that Speed Force formula is shouted out, then suddenly everything stops, right? Time ends, like, or it doesn't really end, but it freezes. And it buys them a few minutes to kind of catch their breath, to figure out what it is that they're going to do, and to kind of go forward from there. Now, there are a few little tidbits that are thrown in here that are not overly important. For example, Jay Garrick learns that during the Flash War, Barry Allen and Wally West ended up like getting into a fight, and they basically destroyed the Speed Force barrier, which led to the whole release of the other forces and so on and so forth. It's not really necessary for this story, but it essentially tells Jay Garrick that like the Flash family is somewhat in a state of disarray, right? They're kind of a little bit broken, they're a little bit tattered, they're not as close-knit as they used to be. The other part of this are differences of philosophies between Barry Allen and Wally West. Not to make this like super like political or anything, but Barry is very much a conservative character, and Wally West is very much a progressive character in the sense that Barry goes with what works. Wally is down with like trying new things that are usually a little bit wonky. Now, for people who were fans of like either DC Comics or the DC animated TV shows back in the day, like the Justice League Unlimited, that's what made them fall in love with Wally West. Is Wally West wasn't a character where he was just like, okay, so like how do we win? We just run faster because, you know, we're Flashes and that's what we do. He would think outside
outside the box. He would find interesting and unique ways to use his powers, and even DC provided powers to him that weren't available to Barry Allen. But the cool thing about this is that Wally's response here is, instead of trying to outrun the Batman Who Laughs and all the other speedsters, we should run into them. More so than that, we should run in to get away so we can get back to the Mobius chair and then get the Mobius chair to Wonder Woman and all them, because the Mobius chair will give us the answers on how to defeat these guys, right? It knows everything about everything. And so the result of this is that there's a kind of disagreement that happens here, and Wally makes a good case to Barry in saying that, like, when I was a young kid and I was your protege, I was your sidekick, you taught me to like run into battle, right? You didn't teach me to run away. So I don't understand why we're running away now. But the response of Barry is, because the stakes are bigger than that. We're not fighting Eobard Thawne. We're fighting a person who wants to wipe out the entirety of the multiverse, Wally. I think it's okay to run away from that. I mean, it's interesting, right? It's it's an interesting kind of situation. But what you end up having is basically Wally storming off, right, into like this Flash museum that kind of exists out there in, you know, this dark multiverse universe that the Batman Who Laughs created. And Barry ends up catching up with Wally. Now, what's happening here is this really interesting conversation, because Wally says, despite the fact that he was always able to run faster than Barry, he feels like he's always been stuck in his shadow. And that when he finally broke out and kind of went out and did his own thing, that as soon as Barry returned, that Wally went right back into his shadow again. What they're referencing is basically the entirety of Mark Waid's run of Flash in conjunction with the events of Flash Rebirth and Final Crisis. During the original Crisis on Infinite Earths event, as most of you guys know, Barry Allen died, right? Barry Allen, well, at least it was believed that he died. We ended up finding out that he merged with the Speed Force and he was just trapped there, but Barry Allen was basically out of the picture. This led to Mike Baron, I think, taking over the Flash comics, who just kind of focused on, like, you know, on Wally West and the feeling that he was constantly living under Barry's shadow. This led into Mark Waid taking over the title and removing the focus from that particular element, and then focusing on Wally becoming just like an amazing Flash, right? That's why people say, if you ever want to read Wally West, read Mark Waid's run on the Flash character. Now, Wally ended up like rising to prominence, saving the universe and the multiverse dozens of times, a multitude of times, and then once Barry came back during the events of Final Crisis, and then basically came back full on in the events, the original events of Flash Rebirth, then Wally felt like he was back into the shadow of Barry, right? Because Barry, despite not being faster than Wally, is still considered the greatest of the Flashes. And so the result of this is the two of them basically kind of come to an agreement of sorts, in the sense that Barry's biggest concern was that with Wally having vanished during the events of Flashpoint and having never been seen until the events of the actual DC Rebirth event, Barry was afraid of losing him, right? He was afraid that if he let Wally take the reins, that Wally would just vanish, right? Something would happen, Wally would be gone, and Barry would be back to losing him again. And so to kind of maintain control, he was more or less restricting what it was that Wally could or could not do. Wally doesn't function this way. And so the result of this is that Barry and Wally finally come to an agreement, and it's like, okay, we'll follow the plan of Wally. The issue with this is that while time is being frozen, the Batman Who Laughs is looking for little holes, little cracks that he can use to basically infiltrate into the Speed Force and corrupt it. Now, his bit of a corruption comes by way of new costume changes for the various characters, which actually look amazing. But at the end of the day, this leads to them basically saying, okay, so here's what's going to happen, right? Like, once we get back into the fray of things, then like they're going to be right on us, right? They're going to be right back on us again. So we're going to run, and we're going to run directly into the conflict. And that's exactly what they do. They run headlong into all the speedsters, right? Into every single one of these dark multiverse Flashes, which is amazing, right? This is like prime Flash family content right here, right? Like, anybody who's been reading the Flash for any number of years, and especially the Flash comics from like before the events of Flashpoint, really kind of look at this and say, like, this is the Flash comics that we all grew up with, right? This is what we all wanted. And this is exactly what people are getting, right? They're getting stuff where like they run headlong into these guys, bobbing, weaving, taking them out where they can, and it's never stop running, right? Do not stop running. Run as fast as you can. They manage to break through the thick of it, and then when the Batman Who Laughs is like, where in the world are you guys going? Then he starts to realize they're running towards the Mobius chair. And that's when the Batman Who Laughs starts trying to play mind games, right? Is it true that a Flash has to die in every crisis? Which is true, because a Flash has died in every crisis. But it's one of these things where he kind of tries to mess with them, right? Basically telling them, the end is nigh. There's no way you can beat me. There's no way you can come out on top. And so because of the fact that Jay Garrick is the slowest, Jay Garrick is the first to fall behind. Right now, he doesn't initially succumb, right? He's not like totally destroyed. He's not killed or anything like that. But then after him, it's Wally West, right? Like the new 52 Wally West. And then following that, it ends up being Barry Allen. But the difference here is that Barry Allen actually ends up giving his speed to Wally West, right? Like, he ends up giving his speed to Wally, which boosts Wally's power, and then in turn allows him to outrun the various speedsters. But the important thing here, the important thing that comes on here, is that Wally begins to come to the realization that what's happening here with the Batman Who Laughs running, you know, talking, whispering all these things in his ear, telling him all this stuff, that what they want him to do is focus on his setbacks and his struggles, to focus on the things that he's done wrong, where he's screwed up, what hasn't gone right. The reality of this is that Barry Allen is a cool character. He's an interesting Flash, but if I'm being honest with you, Wally West is the greatest of the speedsters, because Wally West has been through more hardship than Barry Allen has. Wally West has had
the highest highs and the lowest lows. And I would say its highest points and its lowest points far exceed those of Barry Allen. He's saved the universe. He's achieved greater heights of speed and power than Barry Allen ever has. It's one of these things where he is kind of, in my mind, the definitive speedster. And so because of that, he really just kind of returns to his classic self. He accepts who he is, right? He accepts where he is in his life. He accepts the fact that he's starting to feel hope again, right? He doesn't really feel so far gone. Instead, he basically reaches out to what the Flashes refer to as their lightning rods, the beings that always kind of pull them back whenever they end up feeling lost. And so when that happens, he basically manages to finally reach the Mobius chair. He outruns all these forces. He finally reaches the Mobius chair. He ends up giving like this weird little rock symbol to the Batman who laughs. Let's all agree it's supposed to be a middle finger. And then once he sits on the Mobius chair, everything, he's basically yanked back into the Speed Force. The difference here is that when the events of Flashpoint happened and he was yanked into the Speed Force, or at least put there, presumably by Dr. Manhattan, that where he experienced a kind of level of peace, if not a little feeling of loss. Here, he feels hope. And when he arrives there, he's met by the entire Flash family, right? He's met by Jesse Quick, he's met by New 52 Wally West, he's met by Max Mercury, he's met by Barry Allen, right? Linda Park, Jai and Iris West, all that kind of stuff. Now, there are a couple things that we need to explain here, right? There are a couple things that we do need to clear up here, because a lot of you guys are probably wondering, where in the heck did Jai and Iris West come from? Like, why are his kids here? Why does Linda Park remember who he is? Where did Jesse Quick, and where did Max Mercury come from? Okay, so starting with Jai and Iris West, during the Flash Forward event, when basically Wally was sent on a quest to basically protect the multiverse, he ended up bumping into Jai and Iris, right? He ended up just accidentally discovering his kids, which is kind of a little, I mean, if I'm being honest, it was a cool reunion, but it was a little disappointing, all things considered, because it was kind of like, here's it's literally been the one thing he's been trying to do ever since he got back, was trying to find like his kids and trying to get his wife to remember who he is. And then he just like, oops, bumps into them when he's out in the multiverse, and it's kind of like, okay, cool. It was a cool little reunion thing, but I felt like it could have been handled a little bit better. But of course, Linda also remembers who he is, right? Because when Jai and Iris come back, Jai and Iris, their existence jogs her memory, and she in turn remembers everything before the events of Flashpoint. Impulse has been back for quite some time. As far as Jesse Quick and Max Mercury go, that took place during either it was the Legion of Zoom or the Finish Line story. But basically, I think the Legion of Zoom story was the one where Eobard Thawne uses his vibrational frequency powers and took over the body of Barry. And then the Finish Line, I think, is the one where he basically ends up in the Speed Force, ends up trapped in the Speed Force, and finds Max Mercury and Jesse Quick there. And when he gets there, he basically ends up getting out, but bringing them with him. The problem is that when everything went nuts, right, the multiverse basically collapsed, or it was destroyed by Perpetua, and everybody was freaking out, Impulse had the idea of basically using everybody's powers and grabbing everybody and pulling them into the Speed Force. And so when Wally was thrown in here into the Speed Force, sitting on the Mobius chair, he ended up grabbing like Jay Garrick, and he ended up grabbing Barry and so on, and bringing them all here, right? So it's basically reuniting the entirety of the Flash family. Now, even though they are united inside the Speed Force, what we're told quick, fast, and in a hurry is they're not going to stay there. They're going to get out. Now, it really does come down, because of the events of Dark Knight's Metal and what's going on, it does come down to like Barry, and it comes down to Wally, and it comes down to Jay Garrick to effectively save the day, to get the Mobius chair to Wonder Woman and the rest of the Justice League as part of the plan, which of course, you end up seeing like Wally West basically racing off to do that alongside Barry and alongside Jay once he redons his Dr. Manhattan outfit. But what we're basically told here is that like when Death Metal finishes, the whole Flash family is going to be reunited, and it's about time, but it is a cool story, right? Like the Speed Metal one-shot is an interesting story. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are picking up with Death Metal, The Multiverse's End, right? And this is an interesting comic, right? Once this is done, I really want to know your all's thoughts on this. I'm really kind of curious about this. But what this does here is it initially picks up with a kind of little bit of a monologue, in the sense that with everything going on, one of the things to bear in mind that what's happening in Death Metal here is that you have Perpetua, right? Perpetua arrived on the scene, and basically all these different monitor towers, the ones that were used in Infinite Crisis, for example, all these different monitor towers are kind of used across the multiverse. And what this does is it allows Perpetua to basically channel crisis energy. Now, James Tynion's the one writing this comic, and he kind of plays it fast and loose with the idea of crisis energy versus just the fear that things are going to end, and so nobody's helping people, right? So just sadness and despair. But whatever the case is, Perpetua is able to basically siphon off this energy from different worlds and power herself. And all that's being done for the purpose of her going through and annihilating the multiverse. And then the idea is that once it's all said and done, then she'll basically basically wipe everything out, and she'll bring the multiverse, kind of recreate it under her own image, right? Kind of the way that it was supposed to be, or the way that it originally was when she ruled. And we'll talk more about that here in a little bit. But we end up finding out that this monologue is coming directly from Owlman, right? And Owlman managed to get his hands on Jon Stewart. Now, the reason why this matters is because we get this sort of bit of an explanation in terms of what's going on and, with regarding the bigger picture, why Owlman's here, all that kind of stuff. And a lot of you guys probably look at this and say it's weird that he's here because Owlman was killed by not Dr. Doom. He was killed by Dr. Manhattan at the very beginning of DC Rebirth in DC Universe Rebirth #1. And that's a true statement. And the cool thing is that that'll be reconciled here. Instead, we're basically told here that as part of the whole Dark Knight's metal event, or really the death metal event, that where you have like Wonder Woman, you have Batman, you have Superman, who have effectively gone into the realm or gone into the dark multiverse, or basically the home base of the Batman Who Laughs. You've got the speedsters who are on the run. You have a multiversal team out here, and the multiversal team serves the purpose of going to these different worlds where these towers exist and destroying them. The issue with that is they've run into resistance. They've run into resistance in the form of those individuals who have allied themselves with Perpetua, and one of these groups that have done that is the Crime Syndicate of America. Now, for those of you guys who are not familiar with the Crime Syndicate, this is a group that DC has never really explored, and it's actually disappointing. But Earth 3 is an alternate reality that exists out there in DC Comics where everything is inverted. So all the heroes are bad guys, all the bad guys are heroes, that people where goodness is something that inherently exists in the main DC universe, that the predominant drive of people in Earth 3 is to commit evil acts. But it's one of these interesting scenarios where Jon Stewart was part of the team that was sent out into the multiverse and was captured by Owlman. And the whole idea behind this is that Owlman really kind of says, look, like I could kill you right now with this gun that was created in the antimatter universe, right? It was created by the people on Cord and is powered by yellow energy. It would just rip a hole right through your constructs and kill you, right? I could do that right now and basically ensure the victory of Perpetua. I could take this to every other one of your heroes who are out there, and I could take them all out. But in his mind, he doesn't necessarily want to. Now, the way that Owlman is written here, insofar as how he talks, is a little off. But insofar as his motivation, it makes perfect sense, right? Because Owlman is basically like, Earth 3's version of Batman. And Batman doesn't really do things unless he knows exactly what's going on, right? Batman's not the one to leap first and ask questions later. It's not the one to do that, right? He basically analyzes the whole situation, tries to get a good feel for exactly what's going on, and then once he believes he has all the information, then making a decision, right? So basically in our, here in the real world, we call this critical thinking. But nonetheless, it's essentially the nature of Owlman, right? And the result of this is that Owlman wants to know the bigger picture. And what this really shows is the fact that Owlman doesn't know everything that's going on, and the Crime Syndicate doesn't know everything that's going on, right? The other part of this is that Owlman is actually considering helping Jon Stewart and the rest of the heroes because he feels petty. Because in his mind, he should be the twisted version of Batman, not the Batman who laughs, right? Now, the cool thing about this is that Tynion really gives us like that only indication of the Batman who laughs. He does not become a main focal point, which, thank God, I never in my life thought I would say, thank God DC's not focusing on the Batman who laughs in this story, which is kind of a travesty considering how awesome the character was. And then DC realized how popular he was and like, let's put him in everything, right? Like, how bad could that be? Well, you burn your fans out, DC. That's what you end up doing. So because that, you end up picking up to Earth X. And Earth X is a universe where basically the Germans won. Now, for obvious reasons, we're blurring out, some of the symbolism that's shown here, and some of the words that are shown here. But for obvious reasons, the Germans won here, and that kind of gave us the superheroes as we see them, right? I mean, that's the reason why it's obvious that they are the way they are. The whole point here is that you end up seeing, you have like Guy Gardner here, but the bigger thing here and the greatest moment here is we have Captain Carrot. Captain Carrot. I love Captain Carrot. Captain Carrot's a super bunny. And this is just kind of one of the many worlds that are out there. Now, the fact that Captain Carrot is here basically means that they're calling in the Multiversal Justice League, right? That's really what's going on here. Now, for those of you guys who aren't familiar with that, the Multiversal Justice League was a team that was introduced during Grant Morrison's Multiversity. And the idea is they basically travel around and they try to protect the multiverse, right? They're not, as far as we can tell, they're not overly active. I mean, I'm kind of guessing there because, to be honest, we never really see that much of them. We don't really see what all it is that they're doing, but they are a team that kind of exists out there that are seemingly the Justice League of the multiverse. And that's where you usually see, like, when you have like a big get together of like all these multiversal characters who are out there, you usually see them, you usually see like it kind of being called together by the Multiversal Justice League, or you see the Justice League being hit up by like Superman from the main DC universe. And then it's like, hey, I need to get everybody together from across the multiverse and we have a great big huge crisis that we have to cope with, and so on and so forth. The whole point here is that the team is able to somewhat hold their own insofar as they're able to kind of keep things at bay. But what they're meeting is really an overwhelming force, right? On Earth 29, for example, this is Bizarroverse, right? Like basically everybody is Bizarro. And so you have Hal Jordan here who's able to hold his own to a degree. You've got Kyle Rayner who's on the Earth where everybody's a vampire, right? So he's able to create like an artificial sun, just little things like this, right? I mean, you kind of see them getting the upper hand here and there. You have the Justice Lords, and if I remember correctly, I feel like the Justice Lords, this is a reality based off the Justice League cartoon. I'm not 100% sure if that's right. And my knowledge in terms of the alternate realities in DC isn't that extensive, but I feel like that's the case. But the long and short of this is that as these heroes gain the upper hand, they in turn start to set in motion the idea of destroying these towers. Now, the irony behind all this is that Owlman booby-trapped the towers weeks ago, right? As soon as they started cropping up, it was like, okay, so just in case, let's set booby traps and let's try to blow this thing up. And so he doesn't necessarily obviously destroy them, but he has the means to destroy them all at once. And that's why he wants help from John Stewart. He wants to understand everything that's going on because he wants to make sure that if he allies himself with John Stewart, it's the best move. Likewise, if he turns against John Stewart, that it's the best move, right? It really just is self-preservation number one, right? Which is really kind of the basis behind everybody. And so the result of this is that John Stewart kind of gives us this sort of run-through explanation, right? James Tynion gives us a run-through explanation in terms of the origin of the multiverse, the new origin of the multiverse in DC Comics by way of John Stewart. And what we're basically told here is really a lot of what we already know and kind of clearing up some of the things that felt confusing, right? So if any of you guys out there have been following like Scott Snyder's Justice League, or you've been following Death Metal, and you're really kind of confused about like Perpetua's role in all this and how the monitors tie into it and all that kind of stuff, this will basically clear all that up. And so what we're basically told here is that at some point along the line in the history of all things in existence, that there is basically just the source, and that this kind of, hand that nobody could see the extent of, this hand emerged and then basically pulled all this energy together and then created the multiverse, created like Perpetua. And the purpose behind Perpetua was to take those raw materials that could be used to make a multiverse and to actually create a multiverse. And that's where the Monitor, the Anti-Monitor, and the World Forger came into play, in the sense that the Monitor and Anti-Monitor represented two opposing dichotomies, but the World Forger was the one who created worlds, right? So they were effectively her children, right? That's basically where she created these guys in order to help her fulfill this purpose. Now, the idea behind this was that once Perpetua's duties were fulfilled, which is to say, once the multiverse was created and it was officially set in motion, Perpetua was supposed to effectively disperse her energy. She was essentially supposed to kill herself, and all those energies would travel back to the source. That's what she was supposed to do, and presumably that's what all the other versions of herself did, because while it's not explicitly stated here, the indication seems to be that the source hand in creating the DC multiverse has done this in other multiverses across both DC Comics, because DC Comics has more than one multiverse, as well as in the greater Omniverse, right? So this is kind of DC's answer to like where the Marvel multiverse came from, that kind of a thing, which is why a lot of people kind of point their finger at the idea that if this is true, then the presence of DC Comics and the one above all of Marvel Comics are in effect the same person. And so because of that, once Perpetua realized this was her task, she stopped, right? She refused to actually end her life and wanted to take control. She wanted to rule her multiverse. And so instead of re-merging back with the source, she ended up experimenting on the various beings who were made in this multiverse and then turned them into her apex predators. Now, following this and realizing what she'd done, that she'd perverted her purpose, the Monitor, the Anti-Monitor, and the World Forger all ended up turning on Perpetua. Now, they themselves did not destroy her. Instead, what they did is they basically reached out to the source and said, hey, this is what she's doing here. She's perverting her task, right? She's become a twisted version of herself. And in response to that, the source basically sent its energy out in a way to where it encased Perpetua inside the source wall. Now, the way this seems to indicate is, it's kind of strange the way this plays out, is that we can kind of make an argument that technically Perpetua is supposed to be the first inhabitant of the source wall. The way this is drawn, we see a lot of other people there, but we're not necessarily given any perspective in terms of a frame of reference as far as time goes, right? We're simply just told, in time, this barrier will become known as the source wall, right? And then the multiverse was healed in its natural state and history began again, right? So we're not really told Perpetua sealed inside the source wall and here's what it looked like immediately after it happened, right? We're just kind of shown this depiction of her. Now, the fact that there are people behind her indicates that she's not the first one to be encased there, but regardless, she was locked inside the source wall, and the totality of her power was sealed away along with it. And so what ended up happening is that following that, the multiverse began to give form. But the problem with this was that because the multiverse was growing at an infinite rate, which basically means that in DC Comics, while DC only really focuses on 52 universes inside the multiverse, there are an infinite number of worlds. And we can largely assume that the multiverse in DC Comics exists the same way it exists in Marvel, which is to say, if a possibility exists, there's a universe for it, then we can essentially say that like the multiverse was expanding at a geometric rate, right? And what this was doing was basically making it unstable. And so with Perpetua realizing this, Perpetua realized that like the multiverse would eventually die, and she would die along with it. And so what she did is she basically reached out to her son, the Anti-Monitor, and began subtly manipulating him, kind of doing it behind the scenes, whispering in his ear. But Perpetua was the one who effectively initiated the original Crisis on Infinite Earths event. Now, following the completion of the Crisis on Infinite Earths event, then Perpetua began to realize this was affecting the source wall, right? It was affecting the fabric of the multiverse. That in effect, when the original Crisis event ended, that all of reality was coalesced down into a singular universe. Now, we're not really told if this is done because of the strain it puts on the multiverse, which is to say the crack in the source wall, but in the aftermath of realizing that having crisis events could basically free her from the source wall, if there was enough energy being let off, then she basically instigated the 0-hour Crisis in Time event where Hal Jordan, possessed by the Parallax entity, tried to wipe out all of creation. She in turn also influenced the Infinite Crisis event, the Final Crisis event, and then the Dark Knight's Metal event that led to Barbados invading the positive matter multiverse through the Dark Multiverse itself. Each time one of these happened, it put more and more strain on the source wall and made it weaker and weaker until you got to the point where the entirety of the Dark Multiverse was forced back down into the positive matter multiverse. That sheer amount of energy did what it was supposed to do, and it basically broke the source wall. And that's how Perpetua became free, and that's how we effectively get to the current moment at this point in time. And so one of the things we do here, one of the things that I want to cover here, we end up picking back up with Earth X and Captain Carrot, and there's this little girl, right? It's like the cutest thing ever. There's this little girl, and she's like, "Mr. Rabbit," and he's like, "Yes, young lady." She's like, "Thank you for saving me." And he's like, "What a kind thing to say. It was so scary out there, and you stayed so brave. I don't think I would have been able to do it without your courage." It's like the coolest thing ever. You know, she's like, "You're really soft." And he's like, "I use a special carrot shampoo." But he says, "Remember, no matter how dark it feels and how dire the odds, in this multiverse, the good guys always win in the end." And then like Guy Gardner's like, "Captain Carrot, are you all right?" And he's like crying. Look at how sad he looks. His sad ears and all that kind of stuff. But nonetheless, Captain Carrot's struggling, right? He's struggling, and things kind of feel hopeless. But and for real and for true, in all seriousness, this is why I love the Zoo Crew, right? Because the Zoo Crew, they were just hopeful, like all the time. It was just like the stories of the Zoo Crew are just some of like the most fun stories ever. Ultimately, this basically leads to, in the midst of all this, you know, in the midst of Captain Carrot and all of them, it leads to Perpetua basically arriving. And Perpetua really kind of shows up here as a manifestation and says like, "Hey, it's cool that you did what you did, it's whatever, but like, you can't win. Your judgment, your fates have already been sealed, and my allies from the Dark Multiverse will speed up the process." And so what we end up getting here is basically like the Batman Rainbow Corps, like the Rainbow Batman Corps, led by like a baby Batman. So basically it's a full-grown Batman's mind in a baby's body, because he basically cloned himself, and that's why he's currently at that state. But you basically have Batman with like every single lantern ring, like just every version of Batman with a lantern ring. Now, as soon as they show up here on the scene, it all kind of begins to go belly up, at least for the various heroes, right? Because you have Ultraman, who's facing off against the Multiversal Justice League Superman, and you have like all these Rainbow Batman showing up and just crushing everyone. And there's not much they can do here, right? There's not much they have to offer in the form of all this. But one of the other cool things that goes on is you basically end up switching back over to Owlman and switching back over to John Stewart, right? And one of the things that John Stewart says, where he talks to Owlman, he says an important thing to understand is that every time the multiverse was reborn, so you had the original Crisis on Infinite Earths, and then the multiverse kind of came back, or at least it was wiped away, but most of it was kind of condensed down to a singular universe. And then following that, the multiverse came back during Infinite Crisis, and so all these different versions of characters returned. And so he basically says like, "I need proof." And so John Stewart provides him with some information from the Multiversal Justice League, coming in the form of Harbinger. And Harbinger, of course, as most of you guys remember if you read it or saw our coverage of it, was from Crisis on Infinite Earths. And Harbinger is basically the person who provides an explanation to Earth 3 Owlman. And when he asks like, how did my predecessors die? And she says, the first Owlman died during the original Crisis event. He was wiped out along with the entirety of the multiverse. That Owlman was reborn in the antimatter universe, which is how DC explained the existence of Earth 3, despite the fact there not being a multiverse. And he says like she says that version came to an end during the Flashpoint event, right? When the New 52 came into existence. And then a new Owlman was born into the New 52 universe, and that one was destroyed by Dr. Manhattan. And so that's when Owlman begins to realize, okay, one, like I'm not the original Owlman, but two, I don't have anything anything to fear here. I always come back, right? Like I'm always reborn again. And so at that point, like coming to that realization, he's like, fine, I'll ally myself with you because I don't have to worry about dying and never returning. The legacy of Owlman will always live on, and I will always be the most twisted version of Batman out there, regardless of whatever Batman Who Laughs exists. And so he in turn frees John Stewart and then basically takes his gun and just starts killing the other members of Earth 3. Now, of course, at that point, people are just kind of like, okay, like this guy's killing his own teammates whenever he comes from a screwed up Earth, let's take him out too. But John Stewart jumps in and says, this guy's on our side, right? Like he's fighting alongside us. He has the means to destroy the tower. And that's when he basically radios into everybody and says like, do what you can, like evacuate as many people as you can, but we have to get out of the multiverse, right? We have to leave the multiverse. We can't stay here. If we do, then we're all going to die, right? Like we're all going to be eradicated with the entirety of the multiverse. And so in effect, they basically prepare to leave all of creation, right? Now, this is kind of an interesting thing because what's so funny about this, and DC doesn't treat it that way, but this is a crisis event. This is like Crisis on Infinite Earths. The gravity of the situation is just as grave, right? It's just as bad. There's just as much of the multiverse affected here, right? Like it's spread out just the same way that it was. The events are happening differently, but this is a crisis. And I'm surprised that DC's not treating it that way. It's just a crossover event that exists out there. And it kind of amazes me, right? This is kind of being treated in the same vein as like Joker Wars, like a crossover event between the Bat family or something like that. Like, I'm surprised DC's not advertising this. It's like, hey guys, it's a major crisis event going on here. Like, I'm surprised that's not really happening. But regardless, once they basically evacuate, right? Once they basically bail out of the entirety of the multiverse and they end up, like Owlman pushes the button and starts destroying the towers, then Perpetua's access to all this energy is totally destroyed. And so with that being the case, now comes a kind of assembling, right? Now gets to the point where they basically track down the Batman Who Laughs, who seems to be the real person to gather here, right? The real person to go after here. One of the funny things about this is it kind of looks like Perpetua was destroyed, but at the same time, it doesn't. I'm not really sure what to make of this, right? Because you kind of see the silhouette of her face to a degree. So it's like, okay, she's still alive, but at the same time, like the world in which she was on and resided was all destroyed. So I don't really know if she's alive or not. Only time will tell. But with them basically being in the bleed, which is the space between what the multiverse would be, then in turn, they're like, okay, let's basically, round back up, like our mission's a success. Let's round back up with the rest of the Justice League and let's find out what we can do, right? Let's basically get back together again. And then let's go after the Batman Who Laughs with the power of Dr. Manhattan, because he's still a credible threat and he's still going after the speedsters, or at least seems to be intending to go after the speedsters. They've been successful in their way, in the sense that Wally West got a hold of the Mobius chair and basically he went into the Speed Force and now the speedsters are coming back out again. So I don't know, it's interesting. It's a very intriguing one shot, if not a little bit disorganized, a little disheveled, and kind of all over the place. Once upon a time on the Weekly Pull podcast, Sal made a joke. And this joke was based on the idea of the New 52, DC's reboot. And he's like, the way I bet this went down, it was something to this effect. I'm paraphrasing here, right? This was 3 years ago. He was like, I bet they were all sitting in a boardroom, right? Like they were all sitting in a room and they were talking about like Flashpoint and everything that's going to happen. It's like, okay, so like here's a story, here's what happens, here's what takes place. And then at the end of it, Barry Allen goes back and he lets his mom die and then everything goes back to normal. And somebody was like, but what if it didn't though? What if the whole timeline reset and like we basically reboot, right? Like that's how New 52 came into existence. I feel like that's kind of what's happening here. The thing about Scott Snyder, and I want to kind of preface this for a minute, the thing about Scott Snyder, he is a ridiculously amazing writer, right? Like there's no doubting that point. Scott Snyder is nuts at what he does. I'd almost be scared to see like a Scott Snyder Marvel story. But I feel like this started out as just kind of a story that Snyder wanted to do. And then it feels like it's turning into a reboot. That's exactly what it feels like it's turning into. DC says it's not what's happening, but it feels like it is, right? Like it feels like it's turning into a reboot, right? So, and you guys will see what I'm talking about by the time we get to the end of this. But what we end up doing here is we pick up initially with kind of the aftermath of the last story that we did. And up to this point, we've more or less kind of had the day saved. All the plot threads have been wrapped up except for one. You had the speedsters who were basically outrunning the Batman Who Laughs in pursuit of the Mobius chair. They ultimately ended up getting it, and now they've kind of gotten back to safety. You had the Green Lanterns who had kind of gone into the multiverse along with Captain Carrot and all those different guys. And their job was to basically destroy the antennas that were powering Perpetua, which they successfully did. The only real remaining plot thread that was left here was Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman, right? And the idea behind them is that they were going to go into what was effectively these different crises worlds, right? They were going to go into the Dark Multiverse, and they were going to find the Dark Multiverse versions of the original Crisis on Infinite Earths, Infinite Crisis, and Final Crisis, right? The three major crisis events that DC's done. But you kind of have that going on. And the idea was that you ended up having like Jarro, and you had Jonah
Hex, and you had Swamp Thing and Harley Quinn, and they were kind of staying behind as anchors, that when the time came when the missions of Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman were completed, that they would basically yank them back out of the dark multiverse and into the positive multiverse, and then, they would go on and basically face off against the Batman Who Laughs. And the whole idea here is that when they arrived here, when Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman arrived in their respective crises, it was not what they thought it was, right? Batman showed up here into the original Crisis on Infinite Earths event, and everything was just all white, and he was just met with what looked like this little kid who revealed himself to be the Anti-Monitor. And that's what he says here, right? Like Batman's like, okay, we have these Alfred boxes. The whole idea is to take this crisis energy to basically absorb the entirety of this universe, more or less, into these little Alfred boxes, and then take that energy and then give it to like Wally West, right? So that Wally West can basically be powered up using his portion of the power of Dr. Manhattan, and then destroy the Batman Who Laughs. And the whole point is that once he gets here, he basically realizes it's the Anti-Monitor. And the Anti-Monitor basically says, no, like this is not the Crisis on Infinite Earths that you remember. That version, that crisis that you recall, that crisis was you guys fighting a whole bunch of, fighting me, like you guys, the heroes, the villains, all fighting me. Me and the Spectre fought each other, and then we basically wiped out the entire multiverse in the process. I was ultimately defeated, and a new universe was born into existence. He's like, that's not what happened. In this Crisis on Infinite Earths, I won. The antimatter universe won, and I wiped out all positive matter across the multiverse. There is nothing here but me. I am the only thing in this universe. It's all antimatter in this universe. And it's kind of nuts. Somewhere along the line, he seems to have had an encounter with the Batman Who Laughs, who basically seemed to secure this victory for him, right? Or at the very least, tell him what he needed to do in order to win. And he basically says, like, I won against everybody, right? Like, you lost here. And so initially, the funny thing is Batman's like, you have to give this thing back. And the response of Anti-Monitor is, no, that's not going to happen. Now from here, you switch over to the Final Crisis. And it's kind of interesting the way this is done, right? Because it kind of blends two concepts of the Final Crisis together. As most of you guys know, when it came to the Crisis events in DC Comics, right? Crisis on Infinite Earths destroyed the multiverse. Infinite Crisis brought it back, and Final Crisis made the heroes aware of the multiverse's return, right? That was the whole idea behind this. And the nature was that during the Final Crisis, it was kind of the quote-unquote death of Darkseid to a degree, but Darkseid ended up returning on Earth and then trying to secure the anti-life equation, which he successfully did. But while that was going on, you also had another story involving a character named Mandrak, who was kind of like this fallen monitor. It was weird. Grant Morrison was writing like two stories at the same time in one story, and it made it overly complicated and exceedingly confusing for a lot of people. But the idea is that Darkseid, of course, was defeated at the end of that story, and then so was Mandrak, right? Mandrak was defeated, but it took the combined efforts of pretty much all the remaining Supermen from across the multiverse to defeat Mandrak, right? What happens here, it looks as though Mandrak was successfully defeated, but Darkseid won, right? Darkseid basically ended up taking over. The funny thing about this too, and this is what's kind of crazy about this, is that when Superman gets here, he's kind of looking at that, right? He's talking to Darkseid, and Darkseid, like he's like, your energy signature, like you're the real Darkseid, and he's like, yes, I am the real and definitive Darkseid. Now, one of the ideas that you have out there in DC Comics is you have kind of two versions of Darkseid, so to speak, right? You have every version of Darkseid that you've seen, and then you have True Form Darkseid. Now, True Form Darkseid, we did a Beyond Omega level video on. That one was really kind of fan service. The reality is that a True Form Darkseid is really more of a fan theory. It's not actually set in stone. It's just something that people believe exists out there, largely because of Grant Morrison, but that's the only real indication to believe that it's true. There's nothing definitive in DC that says like, there's a True Form Darkseid out there anywhere. But the idea is that if that theory rings true, then you've basically got Darkseid as he actually exists, right? Like the walking, talking embodiment of pure evil, which can never truly be destroyed. And then you've got like the version that Superman fought during Final Crisis, or that Superman's fought at any point in time. And that's like an avatar, right? So basically it's like a weaker version, like a weaker projection of Darkseid himself. But True Form Darkseid could never actually truly be destroyed. The other thing that's interesting about this is that if this is the true signature of Darkseid, then what it basically looks like is that the Batman Who Laughs went and met with Darkseid and said, hey, like I can take you to a place where you can win, right? Like you lost during Final Crisis, but I can take you to a place where you can win Final Crisis. And he basically ended up bringing Darkseid to the Dark Multiverse, right? It's the only real way to reconcile this, that this is Darkseid from the positive matter multiverse in the Dark Multiverse, and he successfully conquered the world using the anti-life equation, has dominated the wills of everybody on Earth. More so than that, when we talk about Mandrak and the different Supermen from across the multiverse, you've got different Supermen here, right? Like you've got like Red Sun Superman and so on, and these guys being here and all basically being servants to Darkseid kind of shows that a coming together of the Supermen from across what was left of the multiverse during Final Crisis happened, and that seemingly Darkseid managed to get his hands on them and basically ended up enslaving them. Now, it's kind of important to understand there's a lot that's not being explained here by Scott Snyder, right? There's a lot that's just not being done here, and this is why I say say, I feel like this is kind of a reboot, or it's kind of the tail end of it kind of seems to be rushed pretty fast, because Snyder's not really one to kind of leave you dangling on questions with a story like this. If it was like a great big huge ongoing event, so if we were talking about like his new 52 Batman run, then you would see like the introduction of a plot thread that would become important like 3 or 4 story arcs down the road. But as far as I'm aware, this is not going to be some great big huge long lasting event that's going to span for 3 years, right? This is not Hickman's Avengers and New Avengers. This is just a single self-contained story, and then we move on to the next one. And so it's kind of strange here that Snyder would sort of give that to us. But the thing that Darkseid basically says is like, all these guys are my servants here, and so what we're going to do with you is we're going to put you in the pits of apocalypse. So we're going to put you in this, not really the pits of apocalypse, but we're going to put you in the fire pits, and you're going to reemerge as my final son, right? You're the one thing that's basically standing in my way here. Once I have this, then essentially we'll bring an end to this crisis, and we will pass this energy on to Batman Who Laughs, and that'll be the end of it. And then you end up switching over to the Infinite Crisis with Superboy Prime. Of all the different villains who are here, Superboy Prime is actually the most rational. And I know it doesn't really make any sense to say that. I know it sounds weird. I mean, this is a guy who punched reality, lost his mind, and attacked the heroes. But the important thing to understand about Superboy Prime is he never came from a place of evil. The idea behind Superboy Prime is that he was basically a character from before the events of Crisis on Infinite Earths, right? He was from Earth Prime back before Crisis happened. But because of the fact that there was no more multiverse, and because DC kind of wanted to write his character out, they ended up basically moving him on to the Paradise Dimension. And up until the events of Infinite Crisis, the Paradise Dimension was basically more or less like a heaven kind of place, right? Where he would basically go on and find peace. Now, in the events leading up to Infinite Crisis, which was a storyline called Countdown, you kind of ended up getting this explanation that the Paradise Dimension was supposed to be a place of happiness. But one, it was poisoning Lois Lane, who was originally from Earth 2 before the events of Crisis on Infinite Earths, and Superboy Prime was watching all the heroes, right? And from a publishing standpoint, when you're looking at the post-crisis landscape, because of stories like The Dark Knight Returns by Frank Miller and Batman Year One, you saw stories getting progressively darker, right? The heroes becoming edgier, more of anti-heroes than traditional heroes. And so it was, Jeff Johns kind of wrote that in the sense that he was almost kind of putting himself in the place of Superboy Prime, right? That Jeff Johns, as a writer, had kind of become dissatisfied with the darker nature of DC's stories. And Superboy Prime, inside this Paradise Dimension, had looked into the main DC universe and continually monitored it, and basically said that, like, there was a time when heroes fought bad guys, right? You knew who the heroes were, you knew who the bad guys were, there was no blurring of lines there. But now the lines are blurred all over the place. And in his dissatisfaction and his frustration, he was manipulated into shattering this barrier of the Paradise Dimension, which led to a bunch of reboots, right? The return of Red Hood and all that kind of stuff. But that's what led to the introduction of Superboy Prime. But he's not a traditional villain. And that's kind of the important thing is Wonder Woman's chance to kind of reconcile with him is what's interesting here, because you basically have this situation where, like, you still have the towers, right? The towers that were used to recreate the multiverse during the original Infinite Crisis event. You have these towers that are here, which he's currently imprisoned in, but Superboy Prime's like, in this world that I live in, right? This universe that I'm in, I made you guys better. And then that's kind of the funny thing. And it's a really good way for Snyder to kind of pay homage to Superboy Prime, because we never actually got a chance to see what a universe under Superboy Prime would look like, right? Like, what would that Earth look like? And we're kind of given a glimpse here, and we're basically shown that it's a return to the old school way of doing things, right? It's a return to the way DC Comics was in like the 60s, 70s, and early 80s, right? That, like, there were good guys and there were bad guys, and there were no blurring of lines here, right? There were no anti-heroes, there was no good guys who sometimes do bad things because the ends justify the means. It wasn't like that, right? That it was a good guy's a moral compass, they always did good things, they never broke from that moral compass, and that was the end of it. And so by all standards of measurement, he's actually made things better. And it's kind of a funny thing, because with Wonder Woman trying to reconcile with him, right? Wonder Woman talking to him here, one of the things she says is where Superboy Prime says that, like, in a few minutes, these Alfred boxes, right? The one in the anti-light, or the anti-monitor universe, the Crisis on Infinite Earths universe, the one that Darkseid has during Final Crisis, and this one, we're going to destroy all these, and all this energy is going to be sent directly to the Batman Who Laughs. And the idea was the reason why these exist here in the first place, because remember, the Batman Who Laughs created these worlds, right? So that's why I say, seemingly, he went to Darkseid and said, here's a world where you won Final Crisis, right? He went to Anti-Monitor, said, here's a world where you won the original Crisis on Infinite Earths event, and he went to Superboy Prime and said, here's a world where you basically won Infinite Crisis. When those worlds are destroyed, that energy will be sent to, the Batman Who Laughs, who will amplify himself. But one other thing that I want to talk about here is Superboy Prime being here in the first place. So the last time that we saw Superboy Prime, or at least, kind of the time before the last time we saw his character, he was locked in the Source Wall, and the Source Wall was destroyed, and the question that a lot of fans had is, where's Superboy Prime, right? It's one of the first things people asked. We didn't really hear hide nor hair of his character until we got to Jeff Johns' Shazam run. But the whole thing here is that Superboy Prime kind of was defeated and then quote-unquote handed over to the Justice League. We don't know how this reconciles, right? We're not entirely sure where these two things stand. I mean, the fact that he's here kind of points to the idea that he was basically taken by the Batman Who Laughs from the Justice League, that seemingly when all this popped off, right, the whole Dark Knight's Metal event popped off, that what this meant was that Superboy Prime was, you know, where he was kind of probably left in some prison cell by himself, and then Batman Who Laughs came, took him, and then brought him here, right? You know, that kind of seems to have been the case. We could just sort of explain it away until we actually get an explanation from someone. But the funny thing is that this world he created is a great world. Sure, it was built on the suffering of others, right? It probably required him to kill some people, but he did make a better world. And notice how Wonder Woman fights against him. The funny thing about this is oftentimes I think people kind of adopt this mentality that, like, I want things to get better, but I don't want to sacrifice anything in the process. And if you want to make an omelet, sometimes you got to break a few eggs. And so because of that, you know, it looked as though Superboy Prime conquering this world, while it doesn't really look like the heroes are subservient, the reality is we're not given a lot of context here, right? We're not really shown a lot of context in terms of what his world looks like outside of the image that he gives us, right? But it looks like it's Scott Snyder basically saying, like, the world Superboy Prime made is actually a better world. It is actually better than it was before he took power, right? So it's kind of interesting, right? It's kind of an intriguing thing. But from there, we actually kind of step to an aside for a second, and we end up picking up with, like, Robin King and these guys, right? Now, Robin King does have his own one-shot. If you guys are interested, we can cover it. But, you know, the idea was that Robin King had kind of shown up and launched an attack against, like, Swamp Thing and Jarro and Harley Quinn and Jonah Hex and all them, and Jonah Hex ended up staying behind. And so once that escape was made, the concern was that Jarro would be cut off from, like, Wonder Woman and all of them and wouldn't be able to pull them out of the Crisis worlds in order to save the day. And so what ended up happening here is Robin King basically kind of pops back up with the head of Jonah Hex. And whereas he's kind of begged, you know, where Harley Quinn kind of begs, hey, like, can you like let him go, right? I mean, there's really nothing left for you to hurt anymore. Robin King, kind of being as twisted and screwed up as he is, right? This little Bruce Wayne who's just a total dick. It's kind of like, no, I mean, there's always more to hurt. But one of the things that he brings up here is basically this knife that was forged by a guy named Neron, who's considered the Lord of Hell. And he says, if you're stabbed with it and you're a sinner, then you basically go straight to the lowest pit of hell. And he's like, that's where the demons basically take this form of the people that you've hurt over the course of your life, and they peel your skin off every single day, and every night it grows back, and you basically endure that process for all eternity. And so Harley Quinn initially tries to launch an attack after Robin King basically stabs Jonah Hex and ends up killing him, sending him to the lowest pit of hell. And then of course, you know, Harley Quinn is stopped by Jarro because it's kind of like, we don't really have time for this. From there, like, you know, it's kind of a psychic attack of sorts is made where it kind of seems to, you know, either crush you know, Robin King, you know, with a whole bunch of rubble, or at the very least kind of create a little barrier there. But it gives him time to run away, right? It gives him time to get away. And so kind of jumping back to the various other characters here, you basically end up kind of, you know, traveling back to the Crisis on Infinite Earths event. And the idea is that the Anti-Monitor starts breaking down Batman, right? He basically starts to dissolve Batman in this Crisis universe using antimatter to eliminate his existence, right? And then from there, he crushes the Alfred box. At that point, you switch over to Darkseid, who fully submerges Superman inside of the fire pits. And Superman is kind of like, okay, like there's nothing he can do, right? Like he begs. It's almost like the beginning of Earth 2 from New 52, if you guys read that. And then of course Darkseid ends up crushing the Alfred box as well. And then you've got Superboy Prime. And the idea is that the antenna is getting ready to fire up, you know, and it's getting ready to divert all this Crisis energy directly to the Batman Who Laughs, and or at least to the Mobius chair, right? You know, who Batman Who Laughs will have. But the whole point here is, again, to kind of reiterate, the Alfred boxes will basically be used to take all this Crisis energy and send it into the Mobius chair. And so the whole thing here is that Wonder Woman kind of begs, right? And this is what's interesting, is she kind of makes this case where she's like, you know, the only thing out there, the only constant out there in existence, Prime, is change. Things change. People are afraid of change. The idea of Superboy Prime is such that where he was always depicted as a character who was kind of locked in the past. But it's kind of funny because looking at this, you know, I'm almost inclined to sort of adopt this mentality that just because things change does not mean they change for the better. And that was the stance of Superboy Prime. Kind of looking at it, you know, a little more exclusively, that was the stance of his character. Just because things have changed does not mean they're better. And Wonder Woman begs and pleads, right? She's like, I want you to picture the whole multiverse, right? Picture the entire multiverse, an infinite multiverse, right? Every single Earth is unique, but they're all connected. There's an Earth out there somewhere where you can have the light, you can have the Earth, the reality that you want, right? Where you can have a place where the heroes are the way that you always imagine them, right? Like it has to exist out there somewhere. We simply just haven't found it yet, and that's a place that you can call home. But it's kind of interesting because, you know, making this case, things change. They do. But ultimately, like Wonder Woman basically ends up breaking herself free, and then initially, you know, tries to go after Superboy Prime, or at least he throws her, you know, into a wall, and the two of them seem to kind of engage into a little bit of a fight. All the while, the antenna's continually counting down, right? And then it says like it's ready to fire, and that's when you end up finding out here the antenna is basically an anchor point, that the energy of the Crisis on Infinite Earths reality where Anti-Monitor is, and the energy of the Final Crisis reality where Darkseid is, those are channeled into the antenna on the Infinite Crisis universe where Superboy Prime is, and that antenna will in turn fire that energy into the Mobius chair like a cannon shot. And so what you end up getting here is Wonder Woman, who successfully manages to rationalize with Superboy Prime, that in his frustration he basically goes to attack her and says stop, right? Because and the way she does this is actually really cool. The way she does this is a Superboy Prime's belief with the whole idea of the multiverse is saying the problem with that is we still have to believe that, or we still have to accept the fact that there will be other worlds out there that will destroy ours, right? Like it's a shot in the dark. If I ally with the Batman who laughs, he will give me the Earth that I want, and there will be nobody out there who can destroy it, right? There'll be nobody out there to destroy the world because there will be nobody left. But she says at the end of the day though, that's really all it is, right? Like you idolize Superman, right? You look to Superman as the greatest hero of all time, you idolize him. Isn't that all he really is? Just a shot in the dark, the hope that things can get better? That's really what Superman is though. The idea of Superman was to lead people to a better future, not drag them there, not force them there, but to show people a better way. But this kind of rationale resonates with Superboy Prime. And what you end up basically getting is the destruction of Darkseid's reality, the destruction of the Crisis on Infinite Earths reality, and this energy basically being channeled into the Mobius chair by Superboy Prime, right? Superboy Prime allies himself with Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman. Now, this also kind of begs the question, how is it that Superman is kind of back to normal? I guess it's just the result of the reality being destroyed. I don't really know. We're not really given an answer here. But ultimately, you end up having, you know, Jarro, who's able to reach out, kind of bring them back to the positive matter multiverse. The problem is that when they get back here, the energy itself was all transferred into the Mobius chair, but it didn't work. And the reason why it didn't work is that the Batman who laughs rigged the Mobius chair so that when the energy was transferred into the chair, it would automatically be diverted to the Batman who laughs. And he basically says, all this energy is now in me, right? Like I have essentially reached my final form. I am empowered by all the energy of Dr. Manhattan. And so he says, let me be the first person to welcome you to my new age. When all this kicked off, we had the new 52. Now we have the last 52 worlds in existence. All right, what's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are picking back up again with Dark Knights of Metal, but this time we're covering the Lobo one-shot. And anybody who knows anything about DC Comics knows that Lobo is the most 1990s character ever. And this story, I'm not even gonna lie to you guys, this story is a descent into absolute madness. This initially picks up in a bar, right? Just kind of 6 months ago, right? Before seemingly all this, or at least when this Dark Knights Metal stuff kind of kicked off, right? So following Perpetua's takeover is basically when this happens. And we initially pick up with Lobo in this bar. And of course, getting pissed off at the bartender because the bartender's not getting him any more drinks, only for us to find out the reason why the bartender can't get him more drinks is because he ripped off the bartender's arms and beat everybody in the bar to death with them. And so that's why the bartender can't get him any drinks. So the other part of that is that he was here originally for the bounty, but he killed the guy in the bar before anybody could tell him, or before he could tell Lobo who he actually was, or and basically beat everybody to death before they could tell him who he was. So Lobo basically went into a rage, which is kind of normal, right? That's what Lobo does, right? When you're basically a parody of Wolverine, that's essentially what you do. You just go into arbitrary rages for reasons that don't really make any sense, because, you know, that's what Wolverine does. And he grabs the body, and of course he ends up being kind of yanked away. Now, when he's yanked away, he's basically pulled by what looks like a version of Lobo, right? Like this just huge, gaudy version of Lobo. This guy is technically, he's like the what is it? The Batman who frags. That's a stupid name. We should call him Bat Lobo, right? That's a much better name, right? So like, we're gonna call him Bat Lobo, like Batman becomes Lobo. That's basically what we're gonna call him. But essentially, it's one of the craziest things, because as soon as Lobo goes to punch this guy, he immediately gets the upper hand, takes Lobo down, and that's it. Now, one thing to understand about this guy, about Lobo's character, this is a guy that can go toe to toe with Superman. This guy is not someone to be scoffed at, right? He's not some kind of small time guy.
guy. The other thing about this is that Batman becoming Lobo basically happened in a dark universe somewhere in the dark multiverse where Bruce Wayne injected himself with Zarnian DNA, and it essentially gave him all the strength and the healing factor of Lobo combined with all the skills and the fighting prowess of Batman. So like literally he's able to take on Lobo quite readily, right? I mean, just able to get the upper hand on this guy quick, fast, and in a hurry. And the fight's not much of a big, long, drawn out fight. One of the other things that happens is that where he's fighting off against Lobo, we end up finding out that Lobo is actually playing possum, right? He's just kind of faking how weak he is. And that's one of the crazy things that goes on here, is because in this Batman Who Frags, right, this Bat Lobo's reality, we don't really know if Lobo in the traditional sense ever actually existed, right? It's just Zarnian DNA. We don't really know if that's the case. I mean, presumably it is, right? Because he got the DNA from somewhere, but Lobo actually ends up grabbing his own, batarang chain thing and throws it in his stomach. And then suddenly Lobo's yanked away yet again, right? He's snatched away again. And when that happens, of course, he arrives in front of Lex Luthor. Now, this kind of explains on the back end how it is that during the events of Dark Knight's Metal, so basically the first, 4 issues that we've covered so far, why it is that Lobo's on some kind of a special quest. We didn't really know what was going on, right? We just kind of got these cutaways where we'd show Lobo just doing a thing, and we wouldn't really get a whole lot of explanation. We knew that he was communicating with Lex Luthor, and whatever his mission was had to do with something Lex Luthor sent him for, but we didn't really know anything besides that, right? So it's cool for us to get this kind of explanation here, where the reality is that Lobo has been sent on a mission by Lex Luthor to basically capture what's called death metal. And death metal, this actual material here, is essentially a material that can rewrite all of reality. But this is one of the issues that I'm sort of having with Dark Knight's Metal. Dark Knight's Metal is a fun story, it's a good event, but it kind of feels like things are just being invented out of thin air for the sake of telling a story, right? Just kind of being invented on the fly, right? Just like moment, like this is not really planned out, it's just kind of just things being invented out of nowhere. Like a lot of this stuff just kind of feels too convenient, if that makes any sense. But the other part of this is that it is called death metal, right? So it makes sense that there would be some kind of material out there called death metal that would have the power to rewrite and recreate all of reality as the wielder sees fit, right? To basically recreate it all, right? And that's what's kind of nuts here, is something that you don't usually see in DC Comics, which I think is what's really kind of getting to me. That's something that you see in Marvel all the time, right? The Infinity Gauntlet, the Cosmic Cube, the Cosmic Regulator. You see it all the time when like somebody achieves a level of power where they have the ability to recreate all of reality on a whim, right? I mean, and not even just the universe, the whole multiverse sometimes. I'm not really used to seeing that in DC Comics. Somebody attaining an artifact that makes them so incredibly powerful they can control and manipulate the entirety of the multiverse itself. Now again, I'm not nearly as well versed in DC Comics as I am in Marvel when it comes to like a lot of the more obscure nitty-gritty things, stuff like that, because outside of the Infinity Gauntlet, if I walk up to the average person on the street and I say, hey, what's the Casket of Ancient Winters? Or what is the Heart of the Universe? They're not going to be able to give me an answer because they're not going to know, right? That's not something that they're familiar with. And so with DC, I'm not nearly as well versed in their intricate artifacts as I am with Marvel, but I'm not aware of anything that's that powerful in DC. So it feels wholly new. But in order to go on this mission, Lobo's like, I need some kind of transportation. And that's when one's basically given to him by Lex Luthor, right? Like his space bike. And so as soon as he gets his space bike, he basically takes off, only for us to find out that that the Batman, I guess the Batman Who Frags, right, is still very much awake and is basically on the mission, or going on the mission of tracking down Lobo. Now, at this point, we switch over to what's technically the second part. And the reason why this matters is because this Lobo comic is not written by one person. So you've got Frank Thierry, who's writing this first part. You've got Becky Cloonan, who writes the last part, the second part. And then you got Sam Humphries, who writes the third part. But neither one of these parts are exceedingly long, right? Instead, there may be 9 or 10 pages each. And so we switch over to the second part here, and we've got Lobo on Black Hawk Island out in the middle of nowhere. If you guys recall, Black Hawk Island is where the original Dark Knight's Metal event all kind of kicked off in terms of the realization that like everything's sort of popping off. So it's kind of cool to see us return to this familiar place. But in the middle of that, Lobo ends up facing off against what looks, I mean, technically he's called Black Monday, but it's like Solomon Grundy Batman. So in any event, one of the things to kind of keep in mind when it comes to Lobo is that he is kind of an idiot, and he's easy to manipulate in a lot of different ways. And that's one of the things that Lobo says, right? Lobo kind of builds on him, and it's just kind of like, you're basically a goof, right? I mean, you're an evil Batman, right? So you're not necessarily weak, but like, think about it, right? They put you on this island by yourself to keep an eye out for anybody who stumbles along. They put you here because nobody likes you, and you don't have any friends. Nobody wants to be your friend. And in fact, Lobo almost kind of starts befriending Solomon Grundy when he's like, we're actually not that different, you and I, right? Like, I don't really have any friends. Now, the reason why Lobo has no friends is because he killed everybody on his home planet, killed his entire race, and is basically a bounty hunter who's just kind of a dick. Nonetheless, that's kind of why he doesn't have any friends. Just something to keep in mind, guys. If you want friends, don't be a dick. Nobody wants to be friends with a dick, unless Well, there is that one guy. Every circle of friends has that one guy who is kind of a dick, but he's ours, right? He's our friend, right? He's allowed to be that guy because he's our friend, right? In How to Get Away with Murder, it's Asher. That guy's hilarious. I love that show. I don't know why I started talking about that. In any event, getting back on track, you end up having Lobo and you end up having, Solomon Grundy, or at least Solomon Grundy kind of defeated. And then from there, he ends up traveling through this place with all these different artifacts and ends up finding a box that's supposed to contain the death metal, right? And he's like, man, like it can't just simply be lying around like this, and he's like, okay. So like when he finds it, it's simply not there. And that's when Hawkman shows up. He's like, you really don't think that I would have taken this artifact that had the ability to rewrite all of reality and just left it sitting in a room somewhere, right? I mean, no, it doesn't work that way. It's a terrible idea to do that. Instead, he had various notebooks, all the notes that he'd taken since the dawn of time. If you guys remember the adventures of Carter Hall from Dark Knight's Metal, when he was thrust back to the very beginning of time and basically started writing through all these different notes and everything that he knew about the events of Nth Metal and all that kind of stuff. He'd been basically documenting everything that he knew about Death Metal as well. And then in turn, all those different notebooks were stolen. But what he did is he managed to hide the Death Metal itself, right? He managed to keep it hidden away in a place where nobody would be able to find it except for Carter Hall himself. And so when he's talking to Lobo, initially he doesn't want to hand it over, right? He doesn't want to give it to Lobo, but Lobo actually makes this really cool argument here. What he basically says is that he's not really here because he's tempted by the power of death metal and he wants to use it for his own ends. That's not why he's looking to attain it. He's looking to attain it because it's a mission he was sent on, right? He's just doing it for the bounty. And that's kind of an interesting thing. One of the funny things about Lobo is that he's not really a guy who focuses on trying to attain absolute power, right? He just cares about the cash, right? Cash money, right? Moolah, cheddar. That's all he really cares about, right? Just cheese. That's all he cares about, is just getting cheese. I don't know if people use that phrase anymore. What phrase do you guys use in relation to like money, right? Like getting stacks, right? I don't know what phrase you guys use anymore. Mariah says it's called stacking your coins. Is that true? Because if it is, it's like the least cool thing ever, right? Like, yeah, man, yeah, I'm stacking them coins. That doesn't sound remotely cool. Nonetheless, right, in the middle of this whole thing, because of the fact that Hawkman is kind of like, okay, so like he doesn't really want to use it for absolute power. Maybe Lobo really is the best person to put this in the hands of. He's exceedingly strong. He's got a healing factor. He's not easily defeated, right? So maybe he really is the best choice because he's essentially Superman who's also like a terrible human being, or a terrible being out there, but at the same time doesn't want to use it for absolute power, right? He's just gonna hand it over to whoever sent him on this mission, which is probably for a good cause. I don't know. I mean, I guess Hawkman's kind of assuming. But in the middle of all that, they're suddenly met by the return of Bat Lobo, who's flying this amazing looking Batwing and just raining down hellfire on this place. Now, a portal also ends up opening that Hawkman created, but he doesn't really know where it goes to. And so instead, where he tells Lobo, go through there, I'll hold him off, Lobo snatches him up and says, nope, you're coming with me. And when they pass through the portal, they end up inside Gem World, right? And so from there, Lobo ends up basically using this device to kind of recreate reality, right? Or at least seemingly recreate reality. We're not really given a full-on explanation here because somehow or another, we basically ends up transitioning from Gem World into this Lobo land. And the only real kind of transition that we get here is when Lobo kind of opens the box and it says like, this is the part I've been waiting for, right? So seemingly he basically created like this whole dimension where everybody seems to basically be a version of Lobo, right? Like you've got like a Lobo Superman story, you've got a Lobo Batman story, you got a Lobo Wonder Woman story. But in the middle of all that, while he's kind of doing all this stuff, that suddenly he's met by the arrival of Brainiac. And Brainiac, of course, managed to escape the confines of Perpetua and Justice League number 56. I don't know if anybody read that. Honestly, we don't really need to understand it. We can just say Brainiac was locked away at some point. He basically ended up escaping when Perpetua's throne was destroyed. Done. Right, that's really all you need to know. But he's essentially here for the purpose of trying to get Lobo to hand the device over to him. And the idea is that if Lex Luthor basically told him that if Lex ever ended up going missing, to ensure that Lobo handed over the device to Brainiac. Right now, this is suspicious at best, or as Mariah says, this is sus. I'm getting terribly off topic. Gordon's gonna have a job sorting all this stuff out, trying to figure out what stays and what goes. But in any event, what Lobo actually ends up doing is kind of warping reality to a degree. Now, here's the funny thing about this. This is very reminiscent of the old Captain Britain story when he first encountered Mad Jim Jaspers, or really the second time they fought, when he fought Jim Jaspers from the main Marvel Universe, where he kept snapping his fingers and all of reality just kept changing on a whim. Like in the blink of an eye, reality just kept changing. Every single time he snapped, it was something different. And Captain Britain was just wildly outclassed, right? It was kind of cool, which is, I'm hoping we see something like that during the Ten of Swords event from Marvel. But he basically kind of ends up, basically poking fun at Brainiac, makes him look like Mrs. Tibbs
right? His Miss Tibbs, his 4th grade teacher, but just kind of goofing off, right? And making Brainiac look like a bit of a buffoon and not really taking any of this stuff seriously. But that's when Brainiac actually kind of takes a break away from the character that we're normally used to and says, look, like Lobo, you have to pay attention, right? You are literally a survivor, the last of your kind, the toughest Bastitch in the universe in your jargon. You've survived alone. The odds are beyond the bounds of viability, but you beat them by being selfish. And then he asks this crazy question, like, what's the difference between jam and jelly? And between jelly and jam. And he's like, the sugar content. And he's like, wrong, I can't jelly this gun up your exhaust ports. But he basically like beseeches him. And he says, look, this is going to be the biggest test of your survival skills, that you are going to have to be selfish. Your selfishness is your survival. So be selfish with us, right? Like, give me the death metal. It's the only way that we can possibly live. And so what ends up happening is you end up having in the middle of this kind of discussion that suddenly Batman Lobo pops back up again and basically starts going on the offense against Lobo. This is 1990s comics, guys. If this feels chaotic and insane, this was comics in the 1990s almost universally across the board. It was like every 15-year-old's bedroom, right? Just a chaotic, disorganized mess. That's basically what it was, right? That's basically how this whole thing was. And so because of that, with Bat Lobo kind of getting the upper hand to a degree, Lobo, of course, having the ability to control this reality, basically ends up grabbing Bat Lobo and just kind of sticking him back down, basically into Lobo land, right? Like get a blast of Lobo land in your face. He's like, in you go, and basically like kind of shoves him in there into this little pocket dimension and kind of keeps the guy locked away, right? Now, presumably he can escape at some future point in time, but of course, Lobo ends up restoring Brainiac back to his normal self and then says, like, the inflection point approaches, right? The moment when existence hangs in the balance. The key to everything is in your blood. And so Lobo kind of has this idea, okay, like he's gonna pull this wild and crazy stunt. We have no idea what it is, but seemingly the fate of all reality comes down to the hands of a death metal, rock music, crazy, dark version of Superman, who's probably one of the coolest DC characters ever created. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are back with Dark Knight's Death Metal. And DC is rebooting. Well, maybe rebooting is not the best phrase. I guess like unrebooting, uncrisising. It's a little weird. You guys will understand what I'm talking about once we get to this point. But what we end up doing here is picking up with the Robin King after he's kind of faced off against Wonder Woman and all these different foes. And it's not a very lengthy thing, right? He kind of starts talking trash to her a little bit, saying that on his world that Wonder Woman led a whole bunch of the superheroes to face off against him. And they won, right? She gave this great big huge impassioned speech, and following that, he actually ended up killing her. But they gave her this kind of this medal, right, for honor and courage. They gave it to her for leading the forces against Robin King, and then he basically booby-trapped it, right? So ended up killing her, and then after that the world fell to him. But it's just kind of him talking trash to her a little bit, kind of tormenting her. It's not super important. What is really important here is that when they try to go after the Batman Who Laughs, he basically tells tells Castle Bat to keep them at bay, right? To keep them there. And Castle Bat is an actual sentient bat, right? Now, one of the funny things about this, and this is one of these things where it's a little intriguing when it comes to death metal, this really is a story where it's all about these different iterations of Batman from across the dark multiverse, right? A place that consists of everybody's worst fears and nightmares from the main DC universe. But the idea is that it's entirely possible that Batman Who Laughs just made this giant castle sentient, or maybe it was always that way, right? Batman somehow managed to merge himself into a giant castle, and then that's just where he exists. We don't really know, and it doesn't really matter. For the most part, none of the heroes can do anything to stop him. That literally this bat just kind of starts defeating these guys piece by piece. And in the middle of all this, they're suddenly rescued by some person that they can't really see, only for us to find out that it's actually Lex Luthor, who's shown up here with the kind of Legion of Doom headquarters, right? This floating ship from back in the day. This is old school. For those of you guys who don't know, this is OG, like during the Silver Age of comics OG, right? It's super old school. But he basically kind of shows up here and says the important thing to understand is, like, I want you here in the Hall of Doom. One, because you gotta get out of here as fast as you can, and two, because I have a plan for this. And the kind of funny thing about this is they're very, very wary of trusting Lex Luthor, and rightfully so. You're talking about a guy who, on any given day is the arch nemesis of the world's greatest superhero and always trying to find a way to defeat him. But all of this started because Lex Luthor freed Perpetua, right? Had it not been for him, none of this would have been the problem in the first place. But the response of Lex is, yeah, but I've kind of learned my lesson here, right? Like I understand the mistake that I made
in doing all this, so it's important that you guys trust me, because this is basically the end of things, and I have a plan to stop Perpetua once and for all. You also see a fight kind of being instigated between Perpetua and the Batman Who Laughs. This is not an overly important thing. It's really just kind of like, you know, how it is they end up fighting in the first place. Then he basically tracks her down and says, like, I'm going to kill you, right? And then I'm going to take your power, and then I'm just going to recreate all of existence in my own image. Basically bring the dark multiverse into the positive multiverse and just make everybody's life awful, right? That's kind of his whole stance here. The important thing is when the fight begins, that's when Lex says the clock is now ticking, right? The countdown timer has now begun. And what he kind of hits at here is he says the whole purpose of the Batman Who Laughs, the whole goal of this guy is to basically use all the fears that everybody here has and turn them into something tangible, right? Because the dark multiverse is kind of this intangible thing that exists out there, right? It's this intangible concept that you can travel to, right? But most people out there are blissfully unaware of it, right? They just kind of assume that like their worst fears or their worst nightmares just kind of, you know, dissipate out there into the ether, or they exist only in their subconscious in the form of their dreams, and that's it, right? That's really all that ever really happens here. The reality is they become worlds. They become quite literally worlds that you can go to. And so the whole idea about this is those worlds are going to become our world, right? It's going to become the DC universe there. And everything they know here is going to be met, or is going to be replaced with these dark and twisted versions. And so what he says is that at the moment, the Batman Who Laughs only has a handful of these baby worlds, right? These worlds that he's creating based on people's dark experiences, right? Because it takes time to move the dark multiverse into the positive multiverse, right? And it's not really just kind of moving it. That's what Barbados did, right? It's not really dragging the positive multiverse down into the dark multiverse or anything like that. It's creating literal worlds. And it's an important thing to understand, because what it establishes here is that despite having the powers of Dr. Manhattan and being able to use them to their full totality, there's still limits on what he can do. And that's one of the big differences, I think, between Marvel and DC, right? That if this was like a Marvel comic story, like you just have Batman Who Laughs snaps his fingers and suddenly is all the worst things in existence that all just manifest instantaneously. DC is a lot more grounded when it comes to their flights of fancy and those crazy stories and wonky abilities and different things like that. You'll never really see like a Franklin Richards type character or like a Beyonder or a Molecule Man Owen Reese. You've seen analogs to them, but you won't really see a character with a level of power that high up in DC being used in that way. People will have that kind of power, but it's not like you'll have a situation where like Spectre gets pissed off, so he just walks out and just snaps his fingers and half the life in the universe vanishes. And so what you end up having here is this kind of discussion where he says that this proposition that he has is not that they think big, but that they think small, right? They think on the small scale and kind of work their way backward. And that's what makes this so interesting, is because where you have this great big huge exposition offered by Lex, what he kind of does is he said that in his younger years, he grew up in Smallville, right? This is kind of an old school origin from back in the day, and has basically remained steadfast ever since. But Lex Luthor grew up in Smallville, right? He grew up in a place that was literally dedicated to the idea of being small. And it always fascinated him, this idea that you had this great big huge expansive universe out there, that in the beginning there was the Big Bang, right? Just a singular coalescence of energy that basically, you know, reached a kind of critical mass through gravitational pull and exploded outward, giving birth to everything that we know that came into existence. And that was fascinating for him. Now he's saying that really more from a human perspective. As the reader, we know there were a lot of other working parts that were going on, right? The presence and Perpetua and the people who sent Perpetua, different things like that. So we know there's a lot more to it than that, but it all started with a Big Bang. And it was fascinating because what ended up happening is that his home life was exceedingly abusive. And what he ended up doing was actually going out to the planetarium all the time. But the person who would play the entire sequence actually ended up playing it backwards. And it started with the end of the universe and went back to its very beginning. And it scared the heck out of him, right? Because it basically established this idea in the mind of Lex that everything dies, right? That it's inevitable that everything is going to end. That in some form or fashion, everything that was will die again. And he told his dad that, right? And his dad kind of reiterated, yeah, like everything out here will come to an end, right? He was kind of a dick to him and said like, go make something of yourself, you know, but it was like everything that exists will inevitably come to an end. And that's the response of Lex here. His whole idea is we keep thinking about this from the perspective of it started with a Big Bang, or it starts with this event and then it turns into something bigger. Let's kind of trace this to really kind of the end result and work our way backward, right? Like we're at the end game right now, right? So instead of asking what comes next, let's ask what came before. How did we get to this point? Not even just in terms of me and Perpetua, but everything that came before.
before, right? He's talking about crisis events. He's talking about the crisis events that came before. And he even references this, right? He says that in terms of all this crisis energy that we have, it's born of all of our fears, right? All of our concerns, our worries, different things like that. Krona wanted to look into the past and see the very beginnings of the universe's creation, which led to basically the whole concept of the anti-monitor, or at least that was the old school story from back in the day. The reality of this is that it was fear that led to that, or it was curiosity, or some kind of negative emotion that led to that, right? That led to those sequence of events. And you see it over and over and over again, right? 0 Hour Crisis in Time, the fear of Hal Jordan. You go into Infinite Crisis, the fear of Superboy Prime. You go into Final Crisis, the death of Darkseid. You see like all these things kind of playing out in such a way to where every crisis event is rooted in negative emotions. And so his idea is, what if we have a kind of anti-crisis energy that's connective, right? That brings us together. What if we trace this back to its root and we undo it? Right? We literally undo the first crisis. If we undo that, then every crisis coming after will effectively cease to exist, right? It'll never happen. What's happening here is that through Scott Snyder in writing this story, DC is in effect going back and undoing every single crisis event that they've had. And he tells this to Wonder Woman, where she says that initially she used anti-crisis energy against Perpetua and it didn't work. Crisis energy was far more powerful. The response of Lex is, no, it wasn't. You succumbed to your fear. If you had actually stood fast with that anti-crisis energy you were using, you would have overcome her, right? You would have overtaken Perpetua, but instead you were governed by fear. And in your fear, she got the upper hand. She tricked you and she basically duped you into effectively losing the fight. The other part of this is we end up learning a few things. One, Batman's dead. Batman's been dead ever since the beginning of the story. Now, it was something that we kind of believed because we had never officially been told that, but it looked to be the case, right? Like you had the whole collapse, you had Batman who looked like he died, but inexplicably he just came back. And we assumed that it was just because he's Batman, right? And he's just too popular to kill off. You know, like it's one of those kind of hand wavy things. Like, how did Batman get back here? Oh, it's Batman, you know, it's comics, you know, and that's kind of what we attributed it to. The reality of this is that Batman's always been dead, and that's why he uses the Black Lantern ring. It's the only way for him to continue existing in his current form. Superman was bathed in the pools of Darkseid and is basically he's a force of Darkseid now. There's no taking him back to what he was before. There's no undoing that. In effect, of the Trinity, Wonder Woman is the only one who's actually still alive and in her current form. And so it's kind of nuts here because it's a way to effectively undo everything that's happened, going all the way back to the beginning. Now, that was initially the purpose of DC Rebirth, was to kind of take the things that worked and the things that didn't work. The reality is that this story is probably about 4 years behind the curve, if I'm being honest with you guys. It's about a little over 4.5 years later than we expected it to be. But it kind of makes sense because if DC Rebirth served the purpose of figuring out what worked and what didn't work, bringing back some things and so on and so forth, then it would take time to figure that out, right? It's one thing to say everybody wants to see the red-haired Wally West come back, so we'll bring him back. It's another to say, like, what else do people want to see return? And now that we've had the last 4.5 years, we kind of have a general idea of what it is that people want, DC can now fix all that. And that's literally what Lex tells Wonder Woman. Like, what's going to happen here is you're going to perform this act, things are going to go back, and you're basically going to restore everybody's memories. You're going to restore everyone's memories back to the way they were before, essentially before the events of Flashpoint. Now, again, that in combination with undoing all the crises basically seems to mean that what DC is doing is eliminating all the different crisis events and all the reboots and all the retcons and all the reworkings and kind of seeming to start back during the Silver Age and just sort of calling it a day and taking all the things that have worked now and all the things that worked during the Silver Age and all the things that worked after Crisis on Infinite Earths and all the things that worked after 0 Hour and after Infinite Crisis and after Final Crisis, all those things that seem to work together. It's all being consolidated into a singular timeline. Now, the question that you have to ask here is, are we going to get new origins? Because to do something this big, you can't really just do this and then leave things the way they are. Or you can tell a series of stories belonging to characters, kind of reworking things, and then point back to a particular story, right? Just have some little asterisk down there. See Superman's Secret Origin #1 by Jeff Johns if you want to know Superman's origin. We don't really know. We do know that DC is doing their great big huge event, I think in January or whatever it is, where we get like Future State. Like, we know we're getting that. Now, whether or not this leads into that or some kind of an event's going to take place between now and then, not 100% sure. As far as I gather, Future State deals with the future of everything else, right? It doesn't really deal with the characters in the here and now. It's just kind of the next generation of heroes. So I don't really know exactly how these things are going to tie together. But the important thing here is that because Earth Zero is kind of the focal point, right? The prime point by which the Dark Multiverse exists and the way in which basically the Batman Who Laughs is creating all these different worlds, then there's only one way to stop that. If the Batman Who Laughs ability to create nightmarish worlds stems from the main DC universe and from Earth specifically, the only way to fix that is to destroy it. And so what you end up getting is basically Wonder Woman who grabs Lobo and says, okay, I'm gonna need your blood, and then with your regenerative healing factor, we're gonna create more of you, right? We're gonna duplicate you, which is really a power that Lobo has. If you were to slice off a finger, a Lobo could grow from that finger, right? That's one of the reasons why Lobo is kind of intriguing. He's Wolverine to the most extreme degree, but you literally have Superman who goes to like all these different villains who are out there. Goes to like Joker, he goes to Granny Goodness, right? He goes to Cyborg Superman, Hank Henshaw, to a lot of these forces out there, and they're like, so what do you want us to do? Like band together and save the world? He's like, no, I want you to destroy it. And that's what they do. With Wonder Woman's army of Lobos, with the diary of Hank Henshaw, which Wonder Woman needs in order to achieve all this information to pull off this task, with Superboy Prime, with Hank Henshaw, with Bizarro, Superman himself, with Sinestro and Atrocitus and Star Sapphire, like all these Lantern Corps out there using like Swamp Thing, using Black Adam, with all their forces, they're going to obliterate the world, right? They're going to destroy the world. They're going to destroy all life on the planet and just leave it as an empty husk, right? By killing everybody on Earth, which is a pretty drastic step to make, by killing everybody on Earth, this basically means that in turn, the Batman Who Laughs cannot create any more dreams. He can't create any more dream worlds. The number of worlds he has now, that's where it stops. Now, the other question to ask here is there a little bit of a kind of a thing about this that doesn't make any sense? And the answer is yes. The reality is that what we've seen so far are the various nightmarish worlds belonging to these superheroes. But as we know, with the DC multiverse, it's an infinite number of universes. With the Dark Multiverse, it's an infinite number of dark universes. And so for every possible scenario that Superman can envision being the worst case scenario, there's an infinite number of situations for that, right? Like say, for example, that Superman ends up becoming Darkseid, right? That's the most obvious one to go, right? That Darkseid infects Superman and takes over him, right? There's an infinite number of possibilities based on that one thing. What if he decides to conquer every world except Earth? What if he destroys Earth? What if he gets his hands on the anti-life equation? What if he doesn't get his hands on the anti-life equation? There's an infinite number of possibilities there. And so the reality is, so long as life exists, even if it's just on Earth and in the form of this ragtag band of heroes, so long as there is sentient life in the universe, there can be dark multiverse worlds. And so it doesn't really stand to reason here that it can kind of be cut off in that way. But that kind of seems to be the line of logic that we're going with. That seems to be the direction that DC is going in, and maybe I missed something. But in my mind, it can't really seem to work that way, right? That for any scenario, there's an infinite number of possibilities. It's the basis behind branch universe theory and how Marvel and DC handle their alternate realities. And so, of course, with the destruction of all the life on the world, Perpetua is like, what in the heck is going on? Or at least, you know, Batman Who Laughs is like, what's going on? And then, of course, he tries to leave. Perpetua grabs him, snatches him back, and says, nope, you and I are going to finish this fight here. And so with what's left of these various superheroes, it's like, okay. And it's not just a band of like 7 guys. It's seemingly all the superheroes and all the supervillains on Earth that haven't died. So like all the major players, the Suicide Squad, the Justice League, Teen Titans, let's see, like Doom Patrol, I think is on there. There's some alternate reality versions of superheroes that we're aware of, right? So like you have the Multiversal Justice League, you've got a handful of other heroes who are here. The funny thing about this is that this is very much a crisis event, and it's high time DC start calling it that, right? We know it is. Like we've known this for a long time. This is very indicative of Crisis on Infinite Earths. And in fact, given all the various tie-ins here, which you had unofficial tie-ins to the Crisis event, but given like all the tie-ins here, it's a much bigger version of Crisis on Infinite Earths. But that's what this is. And so with this happening, basically you kind of get this sort of ethereal void that begins to open up, and it allows all these you know worlds that Batman Who Laughs has been created to come pouring in, right? To come flying in towards the superheroes. And that's when the question's asked, how many worlds do we have coming here? Because right now they can only really see 3, and it's like, okay, we got about 3 worlds coming, right? You got one with Wonder Woman, you've got one with, you know, looks like a dark version of the Spectre, right? You've got another one with some guy who looks wild. I don't even know who that is, right? But you like from there, it's like, it's a lot more than 5. It's more than 5, it's dozens, right? Dozens and dozens of dark multiverse worlds. And ultimately, it doesn't look like the heroes are going to be able to survive this whole thing, which begs the question, how could they possibly come out on top? And I am excited to see how this whole thing ends.
What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are back with Death Metal, and we're almost done. This is the second to the last part. I guess it's actually a 7-issue series instead of 6 issues. Honestly, I don't really even check online to see what the reading issues are for Death Metal anymore. I just kind of letting it go and just seeing how far we get into it. But I'm pretty sure we have one more part left. But here's the thing. So in the last video that we did, the last part of the story, we had this scenario where we basically saw the superheroes on Earth pretty much eradicating Earth, right? Just eliminating the entirety of Earth itself, right? The Earth's populace, all that kind of stuff. And the reason why, and I think this is something that was a little bit murky in the last video that we did, so we're going to try to clarify here. The reason why is because in DC Comics, this is called Prime Earth, right? It's the main Earth of DC Comics, the main universe. And the entirety of the Dark Multiverse is based off the main universe. I mean, I guess to a degree, it does involve alien races out there, but for the most part, DC hasn't really specified that. Instead, the entirety of the Dark Multiverse seems to hinge on the entirety of everything going on in the main DC multiverse, the main DC Prime Earth, because of the fact that whenever you look at the Dark Multiverse, you don't really see like dark versions of like the Red Lanterns from like, you know, some cast off planet somewhere, Ismalt. You don't really see like a dark version of the Guardians of the Universe from like Maltus, or I guess really Oa as it's called now. You don't really see that. Instead, it's all just dark versions of Earth-based characters and dark versions of Earth. So it stands to reason that if the heroes wanted to mitigate the power of Batman Who Laughs, that they would basically essentially wipe out the Earth's population, because with billions and billions of people come billions and billions and even countless trillions of possibilities. Now, even then, it does require us to sort of cook the books a little bit, right? Because one of the things that we know whenever it comes to branch universe theory and the idea of opposite multiverses, things like that, is that for every possibility, there's an infinite number of other possibilities, and it literally just branches out to infinity. So as long as there's one superhero here, there's an infinite number of possible versions of that superhero in the Dark Multiverse. Every conceivable fear that Superman could have, and even the fears he doesn't even know he has, right? The fears on a subconscious level exist out there in the Dark Multiverse, right? So it's really kind of Scott Snyder and DC taking the infinite possibilities of dark versions of characters and kind of reeling it in and saying there's only so many dark versions of characters that we know of, right? So it's kind of taking what is in effect an infinite number of possibilities and just artificially condensing them down for the sake of telling a story, right? And so because of that, the only real life that's left here on Earth are basically the superheroes that you see here, right? And that's essentially it. There really isn't anything else. Now, the other thing that we saw is that you saw all these different versions of dark worlds that have been created by the Batman Who Laughs showing up on Earth, right? Or at least, you know, coming towards Earth. And so one of the big guesses they make here is perhaps there are no other forms of life out there, right? Because they basically prematurely cut off the power of the Batman Who Laughs from all the crisis energy that existed out there and his ability to create a whole host of new worlds. So long as Perpetua has that power, the Batman Who Laughs does not. And so he has a huge amount of power in the form of Dr. Manhattan, but the ability to create different universes out there doesn't necessarily exist, right? His ability to do that has effectively been cut off. And that's why the superheroes kind of guess and they say, okay, with all the different, you know, dark versions of ourselves that we see here, maybe this is it, right? This is all the Batman Who Laughs has, that there is nothing else there. Once these guys are done, then we basically win, right? And that's why they kind of pull out all the stops and say, okay, then let's get to it. If the likelihood existed that there were other versions of these dark heroes on Earth, right? So they fight this army here. When they beat this army, another army shows up. When they beat that army, another army shows up. If we saw that it was going to basically be a war of attrition, then the superheroes would stage their power out accordingly, right? They would use just enough ability to destroy these heroes and then kind of make sure they don't exhaust themselves, right? Nobody wants to have the rope-a-dope technique done on them, right? When Muhammad Ali beat George Foreman by letting George Foreman pound on him and tire himself out, right? And then go in for the kill on George Foreman. The superheroes don't want to have that happen to them, where they go ham on all these different, you know, this army here, and then have nothing left for all the different other villains that show up or other twisted versions of themselves that show up from across the Dark Multiverse. The other part of that is we actually switch over to Wonder Woman and Lobo. Now, if you guys recall, with Wonder Woman and Lobo, they're traveling to basically the World Forge, right? The idea of trying to find some way to essentially tap into all the anti-crisis energy that exists out there to kind of become the antithesis of the Batman Who Laughs, right? If the Batman Who Laughs and Perpetua are tying into the energy that's created from crisis worlds that they made, right? So the events of Crisis on Infinite Earths, Infinite Crisis, Final Crisis, and those worlds exist because of the actual events that took place, right? So the Dark Multiverse counterpart is the version of Crisis on Infinite Earths where the Anti-Monitor won. But that Dark Multiverse counterpart only exists because the Crisis on Infinite Earths event happened. If Batman Who Laughs and Perpetua are tapping into that, you know, Dark Crisis power, then what it means is Wonder Woman could in turn tap into the Anti-Crisis energy, right? The idea of the Anti-Monitor not winning, right? That kind of a thing. They can kind kind of tap into those energies. If that's the case, then what you should be seeing here in this space that they're in, where it's pitch black, are all the hopes and fears and possibilities, right? Because what they're traveling through is basically a tunnel, right? So imagine that like you're driving through some tunnel to get to some location. All the cars that would be around you represent all the fears and the hopes and things like that of all the various humans that exist on Earth. Because of the fact that all the humans are basically gone, there's only a handful of superheroes left, and that crisis energy has effectively been cut off. There's nothing here. And the only real last terror that exists out there, the only real horrifying concept that exists, is now basically the Batman who laughs, right? And that's kind of represented by the fact that all the versions of the twisted versions of Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman that all existed that are currently on the battlefield seem to have basically resided here at some point in time, right? But they've all been pulled out and they're sent to that location. But because the Batman who laughs is the only real terror that's left, then it's all the fears that concern the Batman who laughs, the forms he could take, different things like that. Now, they're not given a tangible form yet, right? Because right now they're just fears that exist. It seems like it's not until these fears manifest in the physical world that they suddenly take on a form. These twisted versions are things like the Batman who laughs is actually the Superman who laughs, or it's the Wonder Woman who laughs, or the Spectre who laughs, or something like that. And it's just a concept. Once this concept leaves this, ethereal plane and it goes to a place like Earth Prime in the DC comics, then it turns into the physical form of the Spectre who laughs, or something like that, right? So it's just, at the moment, it's just thoughts that can actually attack them. But for the most part, the other thing that goes on here is the actual confrontation between the Batman who laughs and Perpetua. Remember, they're still fighting over dominance of the universe. Now, Perpetua kind of plays this gambit where she's like, look, you have to understand here, I'm the only thing that's holding back those, ethereal powers out there from realizing what we've done, right? And that's one of the things that Scott Snyder kind of hit on here. And this is one of the things that also applies to Marvel Comics, right? That Perpetua is in effect a kind of stand-in for like the one above all, if not like a step above that in Marvel Comics, right? So in Marvel, you've got the one above all, and then you have like whatever's above it, right? If there even is anything. Marvel's never said there is, but if there could possibly be a thing above it, then those seem to be the individuals that created Perpetua as well. Because what DC's told us here is that these individuals that created Perpetua and basically sent her on the mission to create the multiverse, they're the ones who run the Omniverse. And the Omniverse is basically a collection of multiverses. And so the Omniverse encases Marvel Comics and encases, Spawn Comics and different things like that. And so, if we extrapolate this out, and we're really delving into the realm of hearsay and just guesswork at this point, but if we extrapolate that out, then we can largely make a reasonable assumption that these omniversal entities that exist out there that created Perpetua seemingly also created the Presence in DC Comics. They created the one above all in Marvel Comics, right? Like they're the ones that are responsible for seemingly the existence of all things that are out there. Now, DC really seems to be playing it pretty fast and loose with that, and basically kind of, and not even really fast and loose, more kind of hardline, and saying they're only responsible for the creation of DC, right? So seemingly these omniversal forces that are out there basically represent like the writers and artists that create DC Comics. That really seems to be the actual explanation DC is giving us. But if we move away from that actual explanation and we kind of replace it with our own explanation, then they're basically the ones that created everything in existence across every form of media ever, right? Television, movies, comics, actual novels, different things like that. The one thing we do know is that Perpetua was not supposed to do any of this stuff. She was basically sent there for a task. She deviated from her task, and now she's basically gone awry. And so her being able to kind of block the actions of what she's done and the multiverse as it exists from the eyes of these omniversal forces that live out there is really kind of her saying, if you kill me, they're going to become aware of what we've done and what I've done, and they're going to wipe us all out, and they're going to start all over again, right? They're effectively going to reboot, as we call it. And so the Batman who laughs is kind of like, so who cares? And so going on the attack again against Perpetua, ultimately he ends up basically destroying her, right? He destroys Perpetua and actually encases her back in the source wall and then siphons off the rest of her power, right? So he now has 100% of all this power across the multiverse. But the saving grace from all this really comes from Wonder Woman, right? Where the book that she has in her possession is the one that would allow her to basically kind of tap into all this anti-crisis energy and then use it for her own purposes, where her and Lobo are basically cornered. Then ultimately Lobo kind of sacrifices himself and says like, I will stay here with these copies of myself and I will basically fight off this Batman who laughs as much as I can. Get out of here, right? Like I will be the distraction, get out of here as fast as you can and basically save the day. The problem with this is that she loses the journal in the process. One of the Batman who laugh forces basically gets a hold of it and Lobo essentially sacrifices himself. And so when she shows up to the Forge of Worlds, then what this leads to is basically this kind of formation of Darkseid, who says like, all is basically lost here. There's nothing you can do, right? In this moment right now, what few hopes and fears exist out there, or really what few hopes exist out there, come from your superhero friends on Earth, but there's not really anybody left, right? So there's no real hopes here, right? So the possibility of new alternate realities being created based on the positive hopes of people who exist out there is basically null and void, right? It doesn't really exist. This forge is dwindling out, and when it totally burns out, it'll be because all your friends died. And then from there, no new life will be created. It'll allow the Batman Who Laughs to wipe all this away and then basically replace it with his depiction of how life should be, kind of like a Dark Multiverse 2.0 basically. And so with that in mind, Wonder Woman kind of starts pondering all this, right? And kind of starts thinking about all this. Now the funny thing is, once Batman Who Laughs overtakes Perpetua, he kind of starts to reel back his forces. And when they all basically stop fighting, that's when the superheroes make the false assumption that they won. All the supervillains, all these dark twisted versions kind of stop, and it's like, okay, we won, right? We drove them back, we demoralized them, right? We basically saved the day. And that's when Batman kind of hits on the idea, something's wrong here, right? Like something's wrong, like things are changing, right? Things are shifting. And that's when even Jarro and almost anybody else who can subtly pick up on this starts to realize the Earth is shifting, right? Like the Earth is shifting, it's adjusting, it's modifying. We didn't beat anybody, we've lost, right? The Batman Who Laughs took over Perpetua, she's gone now. He has absolute power across the multiverse. He is in effect God now. There's nothing we can really do to stop him. But Wonder Woman kind of starts to realize this thing, right? She starts to realize as she ponders this idea, she starts to realize what the journal had basically told her, that this machine, quote unquote, kind of a loose term, this machine could be used to make everybody remember all of history, right? To unite everybody in a single mindset of we're all part of this massive tapestry. Now the question is, what does this mean, right? What are the consequences of Wonder Woman taking this revelation that they're all part of a massive tapestry and kind of focusing it into the lasso and then dipping it down into the World Forge? What's the importance of that? Okay, so here's what this means, right? Here's why this is so significant. So let's wind the clock back to Action Comics number 1 in 1938. That was the very first appearance of Superman in DC Comics. Because of the popularity of Superman, you saw a whole bunch of other superheroes being introduced. But in DC Comics, it wasn't until Batman and Superman first crossed over that they had a shared universe. But in the aftermath of that shared universe, suddenly it was all these superheroes that exist out there all live on the same Earth, and they all fight various criminals, and they can all team up at any point in time. Now, in 1956, DC introduced Barry Allen. They basically got rid of Wally West, they replaced him with Barry, but they never offered an explanation as to what happened to Jay Garrick. And so DC fixed this in 1961, I think, with the Flash of Two Worlds storyline. And what this did is it basically said any superheroes that you saw out there in DC Comics that were fighting between like 1938 and 1955 or so, they were all basically from a place called Earth 2. All the superheroes that you see now with like Barry Allen going forward, that's all Earth 1. They introduced the multiverse for the very, very first time. Now, this became very chaotic and it became very hectic. And so in 1985, 86, 87, DC basically rebooted with the original Crisis on Infinite Earths event. Now, in the aftermath of the Crisis event, you got rid of the multiverse and you only had one universe, right? That was the end of it. It was just simply a place called New Earth. And so in that universe, a lot of the heroes got new origin stories. They got new tales, right? New adventures, different things like that. And that ran all the way up until we got to the New 52, right? The Flashpoint event, which rebooted yet again. Between those two stories, we got events like 0 Hour, Crisis in Time, where the universe was kind of blinked out and then blinked back into existence again. We got Infinite Crisis, which brought back the multiverse, and then you got Final Crisis, which made the heroes aware of the fact that the multiverse had returned. But after each one of these crisis events, new stories were written, new origin stories were given, and so what's really kind of happening here is DC's basically telling us, and really Scott Snyder's telling us, after the events of the Crisis on Infinite Earths story, nobody remembers anything from before the events of Crisis on Infinite Earths, right? Nobody recalls that. In the aftermath of Infinite Crisis, nobody really seems to remember the events from before Infinite Crisis. In the aftermath of the events of Flashpoint, nobody really seems to remember anything from before the events of Flashpoint. And then when it comes to smaller stories like 0 Hour and Infinite Crisis, Final Crisis, that the heroes who were changed as a result of those stories don't really remember anything that came before it, right? So it's kind of this hodgepodge, sort of organized chaos among all these different heroes in terms of what parts of their history they remember, what parts they don't, right? It's just kind of a patchwork, just gaps in their brains of things that just have or have not happened. What's going on here is Scott Snyder's basically clean slating everything. And he's saying, okay, so what if after the events of Crisis on Infinite Earths, heroes remembered life before the events of the crisis, right? They remembered like what life was like before then. They remember their origin stories, all that kind of stuff. And then they remember fighting during the events of Crisis on Infinite Earths. And they remember the singular universe that came after. And what if, in the aftermath of the events of Flashpoint, they remembered everything that came before Flashpoint. They remember all their history and all that kind of stuff. And so instead of basically treating these stories like reboots, where the characters were totally reworked, they treat them like events, right? Like it's no different than like, some Batman versus Superman story where like they fought for a little while and then they kind of go back to doing what they were doing. They recall doing that. They recall all that
that stuff. So it's basically DC saying none of the reboots ever happened, right? I mean, I guess they did, but like nobody forgot anything. They remember everything, right? They remember everything that ever happened. Superman remembers his life when his comics were being published back in the 1950s, right? Superman remembers dying. Batman remembers having his back broken by Bane in the original Bane, was it Nightfall storyline? These are all now in continuity. And so there is no such thing in DC Comics now of that story is not in continuity. The only exception to that are the Elseworld stories. But like in terms of everything that's ever been published in DC Comics, it all happened now, right? It all actually took place, right? There's no more differentiating between the publishing of DC before Crisis and after Crisis. It doesn't exist anymore. It's all in continuity stuff. That's basically what this means. That's why it's huge. It's a massive moment, right? It's one of the biggest things. And so with all that being said, Wonder Woman is now completely powered by all this anti-crisis energy and comes emerging out with the intention of facing off against the Batman who laughs. More so than that, because of the fact that all the heroes remember all their history now, they're unified in a way that they don't recall, because all the previous adventures that they had together they forgot about, they now remember, which makes them even closer. They're more tight-knit than they were before because they know the sacrifices, the heroes that were lost that are still gone. Like all that stuff is a huge, great big thing now. So this is awesome. It's colossal. It's why I told you guys, this is basically kind of like a reboot slash not reboot, right? This is DC's version of Secret Wars from 2015 with Marvel Comics. It's what it feels like. Happy New Year, everybody. Hopefully you guys had a really good New Year's Eve. You were responsible. You didn't do anything crazy, but managed to find some way to be happy in the midst of all this chaos and madness. But we are picking up with Tales from the Dark Multiverse, Dark Knight's Metal. Now, this is the original Dark Knight's Metal, right? So not what's going on right now with Dark Knight's Death Metal. This is the original metal event that's taking place. And here's an important thing to understand. This is a cool concept. Tales from the Dark Multiverse, as we know, has always been designed to highlight essentially like worlds in the Dark Multiverse, right? It's like a series of what-if stories from, each of these individual universes, right? These individual worlds and how things played out on those worlds. So something that I do want to clear up here with regards to a little bit of confusion, these are not really what-ifs, right? It's not like what if in the Dark Multiverse where Batman became an evil version of the Flash, that he instead became like an evil version of Green Arrow or something like that. That's not really what it is, right? It's just in the Dark Multiverse, there is this world where things happen, right? That's basically how this whole thing plays out. And that's why this particular story is actually designed to answer the question, why haven't we really seen anything regarding the Dark Multiverse in DC Comics, right? Why is it that since Dark Knight's Metal started, we haven't really seen anybody reference the Dark Multiverse or travel there or anything along those lines, right? What's going on in that place? And so this gives us the answer, right? Now, an important distinction to understand here is that initially when we saw the original Dark Knight's Metal event, that at the end of that story, we saw the superheroes donning what was in effect, Metal X, more or less, right? Kind of like this metal that was used that could defeat Barbados. And it worked, right? It basically ended up taking him out, right? It ended up pushing the Dark Multiverse back to where it was supposed to be. And the positive multiverse, lived happily ever after until like the next event, the next crisis. What this question answers is, in this situation, that there is a world out there where the events of Dark Knight's Metal took place. And what it led to was the whole idea of this Metal X effectively being a trap. That instead of it being a kind of metal that could be used by the superheroes to defeat Barbados, instead what ended up happening is it was a trap set by Barbados. And what he did is that as soon as the armor was donned by Batman, it basically allowed Barbados to overtake these guys, right? To immediately subjugate and overtake these guys, Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, and Green Lantern, Hal Jordan, and then turn them into giant dragons, right? It was basically the last step here. And that once that was done, once Batman was basically taken over by Barbados, it in turn allowed him to completely enter reality, to move away from the realm he was in and to totally take over everything. Now, this is where things get kind of hairy and a little wild, because this is where the Dark Multiverse starts to deteriorate. As soon as this actual process of conquering happens, then in turn, it leads to what's called the Death Wave. And the Death Wave is kind of given to us in a couple different forms, right? This idea that like maybe it's just the influence of Barbados as he travels from one world to the next and like wipes out all life on those worlds. But the truth is that the Death Wave is literally the death of the Dark Multiverse. So it's like, if you guys remember the incursions from Hickman's Avengers and New Avengers, imagine that except the Dark Multiverse, right? Like literally whole realities are being destroyed. It's basically what it is here. And so that's why for the most part, at least once we get to the end of this, we'll see there's a pretty significant concept that DC introduces here, right? But there is one individual who's trying to do what he can to save what other worlds are left, right? And he's jumping from Earth 3 in the Dark Multiverse, like the Crime Syndicate, to Fawcett City on Earth S, or maybe it's Earth 5. It used to be Earth S back before the events of Crisis on Infinite Earths. But you've got Neo Gotham, so essentially, Batman Beyond in the Dark Multiverse. Like, it's kind of funny because there's a lot of these characters that we just haven't really seen before that we do want to see, right? Like, I want to see a Dark Multiverse version of Batman Beyond Beyond. Like, I want to see that, right? Give me a multiverse version of like Terry McGinnis, right? I want to see that guy. I think it'd be amazing. But each one of these worlds that he's running through are worlds that are basically being eradicated, right? They're being destroyed, and the universes themselves are dying because of the death wave. And ultimately, this guy ends up traveling back to the main DC universe, or at least to the main DC Dark Multiverse world, right? Because this whole story takes place in the Dark Multiverse. He ends up traveling back to Dark Multiverse Prime, we can call it Dark Universe Prime. And ultimately, we end up finding out this guy is the Dark Multiverse version of Signal. Here's an important thing that I want to explain here, right? Because this first little tidbit may have thrown you off with regards to like other worlds and things like that. So the idea is that, you know, in order to think about this effectively, think about the positive multiverse as an upside down pyramid. That you've got the point, the very top point at the bottom, and then you've got the wide side at the very end. Now imagine that like below that you have an upside down triangle. Now the point, the very sharp tip there, is basically the positive matter multiverse, Earth Zero is what it is. When you have Earth Zero in the negative multiverse or the dark multiverse, that very top point, that's Earth Zero, right? That's how that works. Just kind of give you guys perspective. So it's the opposite, the direct opposite of the main DC universe, right? That's kind of what Earth negative zero is. Well, it doesn't, I don't know if you can really have negative zero, but you guys understand, right? That's kind of what that is, right? And so the result of this is that what we end up finding out here is that, of course, Duke Thomas, as we know, has the power to see into the past. And as soon as he arrives back here, he's immediately set upon by Barbados and the forces of the dragons, right? Like, you know, Wonder Woman and Superman and Green Lantern, Hal Jordan, and Aquaman. Now, one thing to understand here, this is not true form Barbados. That's not his actual form. That's just how he looks, or at least when he took control of Batman, and Batman operating as a servant of Barbados. For Barbados himself, we don't really see his true form here, right? I mean, you kind of do. He's almost kind of ethereal to a degree, right? He's almost like this godlike entity that exists out there, more of a concept than anything else at this point, because what it looks like has happened over the course of the Dark Multiverse is that Barbados has kind of channeled himself, one, directly into Bruce Wayne on Earth Zero, really kind of as a prime thing, right? Saying like, you know, I rule this area, but two, his influence is spread out throughout the rest of the Dark Multiverse as well. So seemingly, he split himself into portions is kind of what it looks like. We're not directly told that. That's kind of one of the issues you run into, is there's a lot that's just not really explained here. But, you know, for his part, where he tries to go against these dragons, he's overcome pretty fast, right? I mean, he's donning this monitor armor, right? So it's multiversal armor, basically armor of gods, and it is really powerful, but there really isn't a whole lot he can do against these guys because he doesn't know how to really wield the armor the way that he's supposed to. And so because of that, what you end up having is Superman, you know, this Dark Multiverse Superman that initially intends to consume him, and then in the process, he actually ends up breaking off one of his teeth and is ultimately saved by Dick Grayson. That Dick Grayson on Earth Zero in the Dark Multiverse is still alive, but he's only one of a ragtag group of people who basically have. Now, what he has here is what's called the Parallax, which I think is cool. It's basically like a rock metal, like a hard rock guitar axe. It looks cool, it looks amazing, but it's also infused with the remaining power rings from the other lanterns who were there. But the reason why this matters is because using the axe, what it does is it allows itself to modify based on vibrational frequencies, right? So using this axe, Dick Grayson could potentially leave this universe, but for what it does, it allows him to kind of temporarily overcome these dragons, sort of push them back, knock them out for a couple minutes, buy them some time, and basically allow them to get out of there. Now, one of the things we also learn here is that there's no love lost between Duke Thomas and Nightwing. And the reason why is because when the invasion initially happened, when Barbados and his forces initially showed up here, that what you ended up having was Duke Thomas, who stole the monitor armor and then took off into the multiverse, trying to find a way to save what other worlds were out there. And so in the eyes of Dick Grayson, he abandoned them in their time of need, right? And so there's not really a lot of, hey man, you know, it's good to see you. It's him just being like, do what you always do, like, you know, Duke, just run, right? It's the only thing that you're really good at, right? And so because of that, what ends up happening is that Dick Grayson ends up traveling back to his base of operations. He ends up going through all these crazy things too, something called the Plastic Force, which is basically Plastic Man, just kind of spread all over the place, right? You've got like the Oblivion Bar, right? So where you end up having like, you know, John Constantine and all those guys drinking and that sort of stuff. But he ends up following him back to his main base of operations, which is the Justice League Watchtower, which of course has since crashed into Earth, and is basically where him and like Kendra, basically, you know, Hawkgirl, where they all basically exist, right? They just kind of live there and try to ride out their days as best they can and just sort of survive. Hawkman in his giant hawk form is basically here, right? He's in this location. But things are kind of wild because as this goes on and as they go and talk to Bobo, the talking monkey, or, you know, Detective Chimp, basically, he's got the Red Tornado armor. So Red Tornado was kind of like Vision before Vision, I think. But the whole point is like you brought somebody back, right? Somebody followed you. And that's when they realize that Duke Thomas is there. Now, when they realize he's there, he's immediately set upon by the Flash. Now, this is kind of an interesting depiction of Barry Allen, or at least we assume it's Barry Allen. We're not really given an explanation whether it's Barry or Wally, but he's kind of like in this robotic, skeletal form. We don't really know how this guy functions the way that he does, right? We're not really given any information on him. He's just kind of there, and he's basically a speedster, and that is essentially it. But Duke Thomas actually pitches this idea that they can win. Now, here's why Duke Thomas is so important in this story. And it's one of the things that DC never really explored in the main DC universe, which I never really understood why. Like, it was literally Scott Snyder who set DC Comics up for like, hey, let's explore Signal, and then they never did, right? He just kind of fell to the wayside, became a secondary or a tertiary character, and that was it, right? There was nothing else with him besides that. But one of the things that made Duke so significant was the fact that he had almost this endless supply of hope. He always believed that things could get better. The irony behind all this is that used to be Nightwing, right? Nightwing was always considered the best of all the heroes on Earth because he was the guy who always saw good in people. No matter how bad they got, no matter how twisted things were, he always managed to find a way to see the good in things, right? Duke Thomas doesn't really, I mean, he has that element, but it's really kind of being shined on more here because of the fact that Nightwing lost it, right? That Nightwing doesn't have it anymore. He basically seems to have lost faith in the ability for the world to become better or to like save the world from Barbados, destroy the dragons or anything like that. But as Duke kind of pitches this, and in the face of all this hope that he has, that when you had Barbados, who basically conquered the dark multiverse and actually intended to go after the source, that now it's like, okay, maybe he does have a point here, right? I mean, the death wave is already on its way. Even if we defeat Barbados, we're not going to be able to stop it, right? So like the universe is going to end anyway. There's nothing we can do about it. So if we are going to die, then why go out as scavengers, right? People just trying to live from one day to the next and trying to survive. Why not go out with a bang, right? Like, why not just go out and just destroy whatever forces of Barbados that we can? Now, here's the thing that Dick Grayson points out. He basically tells Duke, if we're going to do that, if we're going to kill dragons, we need dragons of our own. Now, switch over to the Batman Who Laughs. Now, I know. We're all exhausted and tired of the Batman Who Laughs. He was probably one of the coolest characters that DC screwed up, right? It was just overexposure. Like, everything was the Batman Who Laughs. He's a perfect example of what happens when a comic book publisher comes across a really cool idea and then just hammers it into the ground, right? Just totally destroys any interest or desire that people have in seeing any more of the character. The cool thing about this is we get him for like a moment, right? It's not some great big huge drawn out thing. It's really more him being here as like a plot device because he's got one of the Joker dragons under his control. Now, for the most part, he just kind of looks at it and considers it to be nonsensical. And it's like, you're not funny, you're not really interesting, you were supposed to be great and interesting, but you're not. And then it's been giving him a hard time all this time, right? Just ridiculing this dragon all this time. Now, he does end up picking up on the fact that the superheroes are on their way there, right? That like Dick Grayson, Signal, all those guys are on their way there. He basically takes the hand of Zatanna, which he uses as a trophy, and then uses her magic to essentially force them down, right? To bring them crashing down. And then ultimately ends up trying to subdue all of them, right? Like trying to take them all over. And for the most part, it's all just a ruse and a distraction. That where you end up having him subduing Barry Allen or whichever version of the Flash it is, where he takes out like, Beppo, the super monkey, where he ends up taking out Detective Chimp, where he's got Hawk Girl and so on, that this is all designed to be a kind of ruse where it allows Nightwing to basically sneak in and then cut the chains around the dragon, which in turn incinerates the Batman Who Laughs. This is how you do Batman Who Laughs in a story, not insofar as killing him, but having him there for a moment or two, and then he goes on and does his own thing, right? Like that's the way that you do the Batman Who Laughs. You don't make 10 stories over the course of a single year revolve around that one character. That's how you kill interest in your character. But the important thing is that this dragon really kind of has a personality of its own, and it's something that we never really knew that he had. That what you end up having is Duke Thomas walking up to this guy and saying, look, here's what's going to happen. You got 3 choices. 1, you can kill me and then they'll all kill you. 2, you can fly away and then Barbados will kill you anyway because you killed the Batman Who Laughs, you killed one of his enemies. Or 3, you can join us and there's a high likelihood we'll die, but at least we can destroy some of his forces in the process. And ultimately, like, Joker Dragon is like, deal. So like literally they all end up boarding the dragon. They jump on this dragon and go flying into these forces of Barbados, right? Go flying in against these guys. Now, they're all each prepared for each one of these battles, right? So you've got the Flash who goes flying in, who goes just literally running on top of the dragon, building up some momentum, goes running into the Hal Jordan dragon, and then snatches the ring off of his hand, right? Like literally snatches his hand out, which basically destroys both the Flash, but it also kills the dragon form in the process. Now, it is one of these things where like the essence of his character still lives there. So presumably the soul of Hal Jordan, I guess, still resides inside his ring, enough that the Flash can kind of communicate with him to a degree and basically help him move on on to the afterlife, so to speak. So I guess you can largely say this version of the Flash is like the Black Racer, right? You could very well make that connection here. But the takeaway from this is that the Flash dies, right? The Flash is the first one to fall. Following that, you've got Detective Chimp, and then you also end up having Hawkgirl and Hawkman who essentially fall. Now, Detective Chimp does it in an interesting way where he basically lassos the Wonder Woman dragon and says, like, you know, it's time for you to face what it is that you've become. Now, because she is a Medusa, it also ends up, infecting Detective Chimp. He turns to stone alongside his suit, and of course, he's destroyed that way, but so is Wonder Woman. She's destroyed by being forced to, be exposed to her own little tendrils, snakeheads, that kind of thing. And now for Aquaman, who's like this giant Aquaman dragon, it looks like it's just kind of like something akin to self-detonation, right? Is more or less what it looks like. But the long and short is that each one of these guys die, so that the only ones really left alive are the Superman dragon and then Nightwing and Signal. And so with Nightwing really pulling the strings here, what you have here is like Superman, using his heat vision, right, to try to take out Nightwing as best he can. It doesn't really work. And while he is talking a little bit of smack, he's like, you were basically always a poor man's Batman anyway, that kind of a thing. That actually what he ends up doing is drawing out this kryptonite pit. And he actually got this from when they first encountered the Batman Who Laughs here a few minutes ago, right? That Nightwing had kind of snuck along the different trophies that the Batman Who Laughs had, and then located a piece, like a little shard of green kryptonite, and then used that shard of green kryptonite to destroy this version of Superman. It's a genius idea. It's a really cool idea. Of course, he uses the parallax to do it, right? I mean, I really hope the DC sells this in some form, because I would buy it. Somebody's going to make a version of it on Etsy or something like that, but like, I would buy it. But the funny thing is that Superman is still in there, and ultimately he ends up thanking Dick Grayson for the fact that he basically kills him and spares him this existence, which really is a fate worse than death. And so the last person standing here, right, the last one standing here is basically Signal and Barbados, right? Like Signal and Barbados, these two just going toe to toe. Now, as they fight, it is an interesting thing, because now it does kind of lend credence to the idea that it really is just Barbados, right? But we'll actually find out there's a little more to it than that. But the big takeaway is that using his ability to jump from location to location based on the monitor armor, the monitor suit, that what he actually ends up doing is teleporting inside of this giant bat dragon, locating Bruce Wayne. And when he locates Bruce Wayne, he basically removes him from being harnessed, being tied up inside of Barbados, which is how he's using him as a giant dragon. And then once that's done, he kills Bruce Wayne. Right now, killing Bruce Wayne is significant here. And the reason why is because if you guys remember the original Dark Knight's Metal event, Bruce Wayne himself was a vessel for Barbados, right? As long as Bruce Wayne was alive, that Barbados could use him to enter into the positive multiverse, to effectively possess him. And that's what happened here, right? That element still remains the same. That Barbados actually successfully managed to possess Batman, and then in turn used him as a means to conquer the rest of the dark multiverse. And so because of that, once this version of Batman is dead, Barbados is just kind of, seemingly his essence is non-existent anymore. Again, we're not given a definitive explanation here. I mean, it basically does look like Barbados is essentially dead, but if Barbados existed inside the dark multiverse and then he possessed Bruce Wayne, and then ultimately Bruce Wayne was killed, wouldn't that lend credence to the idea that Barbados's essence would still be alive? The answer to that question comes in the form of the fact that once Signal basically uses the parallax to cut through the body of Barbados and then fashion a suit out of it, that two things take place. The first is he becomes what's called the Dark Knight, right? This is basically a version of Batman who can travel from universe to universe and is also in possession of monitor technology, monitor armor, and or really kind of a new form of armor created out of Barbados, which makes him insanely powerful, right? This is basically a god tier Batman. The second thing that happens is that because the entirety of the dark multiverse's existence is the result of all the worst nightmares and the worst possibilities of everybody in the positive multiverse, the dark multiverse will effectively be reborn. As soon as it's destroyed, with the death wave kind of spilling over and wiping everything out, that as people begin to dream up and to have fears based on terrible versions of themselves, superheroes, supervillains, things like that, the dark multiverse will start to take form again. That what Signal does is he enters into kind of this void, right? What's left of the dark multiverse, this kind of big, empty, vast space. And then he ends up meeting Tempest Fudgenon, right? This guy who's basically the watcher of the dark multiverse, the one that we kind of follow around, and he shows us these various events and different things like that. And Duke's like, so wait a minute, let me understand this. All these worlds were dying, all these terrible things were happening, and you were just watching? So he just punches the crap out of Tempest Fudgenon and then goes forward as the final knight, right? This guy who intends to essentially travel through the dark multiverse multiverse and destroy all these really dark versions, right? These really twisted characters that'll pop up as time goes on. Now, the big takeaway from this, and the reason why I love this story and the reason why it's so cool, is because what it does is it gives DC the ability to write a series of stories based around this final night that travels from universe to universe, world to world, facing off against dark multiverse versions of heroes that we know from the main DC universe. It basically leaves it open-ended. You could launch an entire publishing initiative based on this, just a single line of comics out there, and all it does is explore Duke Thomas and all the terrible possibilities that exist in the dark multiverse. It's a great idea. Whether or not it's an idea that'll come to fruition or even be done well is something only time will tell. But I'm excited about it, right? I think it's a really, really cool concept. So what's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are picking up with the conclusion of Dark Knight's death metal, right? We are completely done with this event now, and I feel like a little bit of explanation is needed here, right? Because there's a few things that go on. First and foremost is Diana Prince, Wonder Woman, as she exists in her current form versus the Batman Who Laughs. And I've seen a little bit of confusion in the comments section about this in the videos that I've made, so I want to clear this up real fast. Diana is powered by anti-crisis energy, and the Batman Who Laughs is powered by crisis energy. Now the question is, how do these things work? So crisis and anti-crisis energy are in effect allegories, is basically all they are, right? That crisis energy is the representation of selfishness, right? The idea of focusing on the present, of living in the here and now, and not really caring about anything else. Anti-crisis energy is tied to the idea of recognizing that memory, that history is all one significant thing, and that the entire history of superheroes, despite all the crisis events, connects them all, right? So it's almost one of these things where crisis energy is the notion that heroes have kind of lost themselves insofar as the fact that they're part of this great big huge grand tapestry, right? It's like standing in a room in a house and not knowing there's any other rooms or refusing to see them. Whereas anti-crisis energy is kind of like, we're in this great big huge house and there's all kinds of history here, and it's important that we recognize it, right? Now, they represent two different types of power. And the funny thing about this is that selfishness, as Scott Snyder puts it, selfishness and really seemingly crisis energy itself at the outset seems to be more powerful than anti-crisis energy. Now, it's not Scott Snyder saying that, like, you know, selfishness is better. It simply means to say that if you look at things in the moment, that appears to be the case. But the power of anti-crisis energy comes in drawing into the past and looking at the bigger picture itself. And that's exactly what happens when it comes to Diana and the Batman Who Laughs. With these guys facing off against each other, that is as much of a physical battle as it is a metaphysical battle, right? In the sense that Batman Who Laughs does things like he grabs the Titans, takes away their powers, and then throws them, you know, and like with the intention of killing them, and then Diana saves them, and then he attacks her while she's distracted, that kind of a thing. Like, you see that kind of situation going on, but it's also metaphysical in the sense that their fight is happening on a much grander scale. So literally, when he attacks her and basically punches her and sends her flying, he sends her flying through both time and space to the point that they actually travel back to 160 million years ago. It's interesting because he even goes as far as to say that with this whole scenario going on, he makes this sort of offhanded remark, right? And says that maybe if folks respect the past this time, that big rock simply just won't go boom, right? And this is kind of a double meaning, and we'll find out what the second meaning of this is once we get to the end of the story. But in the moment when he says that, he's talking about this idea of Earth, right? That if people respected the past, that if people had learned from the past, that it basically would lead to this idea that, like, we wouldn't have the world in its current state. And here's the reason why that happens, right? As we're kind of going through this, right? You got Wally West fighting Barry Allen, you've got Aquaman being attacked by his mom, you've got Swamp Thing from like the dark multiverse attacking Swamp Thing from the positive multiverse, right? Got this great big huge fight going on. One of the things that this really kind of hits at here, the reason why this is important is because when it comes to the heroes understanding their past, it was the writing of DC Comics at the time of those crisis events to ensure the heroes would not really remember their past. Coming out of the events of Crisis on Infinite Earths, there were a few heroes who did remember, right? Wally West, for example, remembered because it was by virtue of Barry Allen dying and then Wally West being aged up from Kid Flash into Adult Flash due to the event, the energy from Crisis on Infinite Earths, that he became who he was, right? So he remembered. There were a few other people here and there that kind of remembered, but it was really murky and really kind of crazy. For example, like Supergirl didn't really get a proper origin that reconciled her existence after the death of the multiverse until you got to around like 0 Hour and Infinite Crisis, right? I mean, not even like immediately after Crisis on Infinite Earths was that rectified. With Hawkman, he was a multiversal character that existed and didn't really get an updated origin until something like 4 or 5 years after the first Crisis event. So it was pretty murky and kind of all over the place. Leaving out the publishing problems that DC had at the time, the long and short is that when the original Crisis on Infinite Earths event happened that the heroes, most of them, didn't really remember. I would say something like 99.999%, right? All but maybe like a couple didn't really remember what happened or that the multiverse existed or any of that stuff, right? You go into Infinite Crisis and the multiverse comes back. You go into Final Crisis and the heroes are basically told the multiverse came back. So it's like, okay, but their history, their life as they existed before the events of Crisis on Infinite Earths, that was still lost. They still didn't know about that. They knew the multiverse existed at some point in time, but Superman didn't remember what his life was like back when he was being published in the stories before the events of Crisis on Infinite Earths, having essentially limitless power. He didn't really remember any of that stuff, right? You go into the events of Flashpoint where Barry Allen tries to save his mom's life. He basically ends up realizing things go south if he does, so he just lets her die. And then DC reboots with the New 52. And the heroes lost all their knowledge about their existence before the events of Flashpoint yet again, right? So they lost knowledge, and then what knowledge they did have, they lost again, right? So it's kind of nuts. It's one of these things where it's heroes constantly being written in a way by virtue of DC's publishing standard, it would seem, that they only ever really live in the moment. But what this really kind of points out, and the whole status and really the whole position of Diana, is to eliminate that concept. By destroying the Batman Who Laughs, she would destroy essentially all the memories that were lost by virtue of the Crisis events. And so while the Crisis events will have happened, Crisis on Infinite Earths took place, Infinite Crisis, Final Crisis, Flashpoint, while all those events still took place, instead, the heroes' lack of knowledge of what their life was before those events happened would be restored, right? They would remember everything, right? And so that's really what Diana Prince stands for. And so as these guys are kind of fighting, suddenly Batman Who Laughs stops her, right? So it's like, stop, we need to stop fighting. And it's really Wonder Woman just kind of appearing in this almost huge void, right? And this giant hand comes out of nowhere. Now, the giant hand of the multiverse is iconic for DC comic book fans, right? It's been depicted multiple times over the years. And it's basically the hand that created the multiverse. Now, for years gone by, we largely just believed it was the hand of the presence. We largely believed it was just the hand of like this nigh omnipotent being that you only ever really see in Vertigo Comics that was responsible for the creation of the entire multiverse. And indeed, it wasn't really until we got to like the DC Rebirth landscape with the idea of Dr. Manhattan and now with Perpetua that we're actually getting a break away from that ideology. That what we're getting here, at least what we got with Doomsday Clock and the events of the Watchmen being rolled in, Dr. Manhattan, all that stuff, is that maybe the hand was Dr. Manhattan. It was fan speculation at best, but it was the idea that maybe it was Dr. Manhattan. But DC revealed, no, it was not Dr. Manhattan. It was the hand of Perpetua, right? The creator of the multiverse as we see it now. And so because of that, it was one of these kind of bonkers situations where the Batman Who Laughs is like, this was Perpetua's hand, right? The birth of the multiverse as it exists. So going all the way back to when the multiverse was first created in DC Comics, which seemingly happened before DC started publishing, right? You know, that's it gets a little crazy at that point. But when the multiverse was first created, the Perpetua was the one who made that, right? We know that by virtue of everything from Scott Snyder's Justice League run all the way up until now, that Perpetua was the one who created the multiverse. But what he says is that her species are called the Hands, right? And they're basically on their way here to erase this entire universe because basically they dare to want more, right? Unless the Batman Who Laughs can kill them first. Now, a little exposition, right? A little explanation here. The idea behind Perpetua, for those of you guys who are a little behind here, the idea behind Perpetua is that she really just kind of popped up and broke out of the Source Wall. And we didn't really know why she was confined there. We just seemingly knew that she was there. It wasn't until later in Justice League that we learned that she was the original creator of DC's multiverse, that her race called the Hands, basically those who stand above her, had tasked her with going into this huge empty void and just creating a multiverse. But where she was supposed to create this multiverse to suit the direction of the Hands as they had given it to her, she instead chose to make it in her own image, right? That only the strong deserve to survive, the apex predators, different things like that. So she basically defied her mission. She was told to do A, she chose to do B. That's basically how that worked. Her punishment was that her children, the Monitor, the Anti-Monitor, and the World Forger, stood against her, right? They basically fought her off and then informed the Hands of what she was doing, and the Hands locked her away in the Source Wall, and she was supposed to be there for all eternity. That goes into the original Dark Knight's Metal event where the Source Wall was destroyed, and that freed Perpetua. And now Perpetua came back, and that's where all this stuff is taking place, right? So that's kind of a rough, really sort of ad hoc timeline of what's going on with everything happening at the moment. But that's the hand that you're seeing here, is that of Perpetua. But the idea of the Batman Who Laughs is kind of like the hands don't really care, right? I mean, they're on such a level of power. Destroying our universe would be like destroying ants on the side of a mountain, right? It's irrelevant to them. That it was supposed to serve a particular purpose, it didn't, and now they're going to come here and they're going to wipe it all out. And it's one of these things where he says, if you don't believe me, then look to the future. Look to this future where like I kill, all the superheroes that you have, that you guys ultimately defeat me, but half your friends are dead, and you allow it to be that way, right? You don't just adjust things or change things or, modify things on a whim. You just kind of let things go forward. Look to that future and see what awaits you. And the reality is the hands show up and kill them anyway, right? The hands show up. So no matter what they do, seemingly the hands will destroy them, right? The hands will wipe everything out. And seemingly the entire multiverse will be reborn yet again. And so in the understanding and the recognition of that, the Batman Who Laughs goes to make his move in saying, I can wipe out all existence, right? And you and I can merge our powers together, right? We can combine our forces together and we can destroy the hands. As payment for your willingness to help me, that I will turn the multiverse into a place of absolute insanity and madness. But I will spare your world. I will give you guys a paradise world to live on, where everything will be perfect. You'll always be young. Everything will be happy. What you guys imagine to be this perfect life, I will give that to you. That will be your reward for helping me. I'll just take everything else. And in reality, it really does seem like something the Batman Who Laughs would do, right? I mean, of what use is a singular universe in comparison to an infinitely expanding multiverse, right? He can just do everything he wants with it forevermore. It's not like it's an itch he can't scratch, right? He's not the Galactus of the DC universe where it's like, I have to eat this. It's not really like that, right? It's a promise he can make and a promise he probably would make, and that would essentially be it. Now, there are a few other things that I do want to draw your all's attention to in terms of this main fight that's going on here. One of the things that happens, for example, is that the Robin King cuts off the hand of Batman, right? And literally Batman loses his Black Lantern ring in the process. There is also this dark multiverse version of Superman, whereby in his universe, his spacecraft was lost on the way to Earth and basically consumed or at least absorbed the energy of all the stars in the universe, right? So he's just wildly powerful and corrupted. He's way beyond Superman 1 million. If you guys are interested in seeing that, we can cover it. I think it's only like a few pages long. I don't think it's very lengthy. It's not like a one shot where it's like a 20-page origin story or anything like that. But it might be like a 3-minute long video that we make, but I'll cover it if you guys are interested in seeing it. The reality of this is focusing back on Wonder Woman and the Batman Who Laughs, really the meat and potatoes of the story here, that Wonder Woman ultimately does not acquiesce. She doesn't give in, right? She's kind of like, whatever. And so what she ends up doing is attacking him and sending him forward through time all the way to the end of the universe, right? Where the universe and really even the multiverse will meet its inevitable end, its basic heat death. That one of the things that kind of exists here, and I don't know, I can't really speak to whether or not this is true in real world physics, but in comic book lore and comic bookdom, the idea here is that the multiverse essentially exploded into existence with a big bang. And much like how a universe will condense down into a big crunch, the multiverse would do the same thing, right? Like by virtue of its gravitational pull, all the energy in existence, it would essentially condense back down into an infinitely small singularity and then be reborn as a new multiverse yet again, right? That's how it's normally supposed to happen. Nonetheless, they're basically here at this point where everything is going to end. The issue with this is that any real opportunity that Diana has to full on defeat the Batman Who Laughs through any measure of a lengthy fight is basically gone because the hands have arrived here. These beings who intend to wipe out the entirety of the multiverse, they're here now, and things are about to get really bad. Because again, they don't really much care about the heroes or any of that stuff. And so it's one of these things where the Batman Who Laughs besieges Wonder Woman yet again, right? One last time, and is like, side with me. Like, if you side with me, we can save everything, right? But if you don't, if you destroy me, right? Because as the heroes kind of unify and as the heroes fight together and so on, then the anti-crisis energy basically becomes more powerful than the crisis energy. So essentially the tables are kind of turning here. But it's like, if you decide to wipe me out, right? If at the end of all things, if you push me in to this death of this multiverse, right? Where every universe that's ever existed is kind of condensed down into this point, then all that will be left is you. And then in turn, the hands will kill you. They'll wipe out, they'll go back there, wipe out your universe, and they'll start all over again, right? They'll destroy the multiverse and that'll be the end of it, right? They'll just clean slate everything. So it's kind of nuts because from there, again, you kind of switch back to this battle and you get this really amazing moment, right? With Batman, you get this really, really cool moment where Robin King and his forces have basically killed all the members of the Bat family. And so it's kind of like, all the members of Robin King's forces have died as well. And Batman's the only one left alive. But it's one of these things where because he had the Black Lantern ring for a while, it takes a little bit for the effects to kind of die off. And then Robin King's just kind of like, because you don't have your Black Lantern ring anymore, you're basically gonna die, Batman. Like, that's essentially it. It's curtains for you, home slice. And then Batman's kind of like, I've met a lot of different me's from across the multiverse. And the one thing they all seem to have in common is that they would never do something as obvious as to take a Black Lantern ring, their most powerful weapon, the thing that keeps them alive, and just put it on their finger. So that if somebody came along and did did the most predictable thing that anybody could do, which is cut the hand off and remove the ring, that I would somehow die, right? He's like, that's not the case. This is a symbolic thing. He's like, the Black Lantern ring is built into me, and literally taps his chest, and then from there activates his ring and then resurrects the entire army of Robin King and all the members of the Bat family. Like, the whole Bat family become Black Lanterns. It's pretty amazing, right? It's pretty badass. Even Alfred's back, right? Looking all decrepit and everything, right? So Alfred's back, right? Like, he's here now, and it's cool, right? It's pretty awesome. But it's small little things like that, right? In terms of this fight between this just, Last Son, I think is this version of Superman, I think he's called the Last Son. In this fight between him, where he's just decimating, right, Superman, it's not even close, right? He's just absolutely crushing this guy. Like, it's not even close. I know people are gonna make a point and be like, actually, Rob, decimation means to kill 1/10 of everything. You know what? We can break it down to mathematics if you want to, and then basically illustrate how it is decimation. But in this scenario here, Lex Luthor pops out of nowhere and basically tells like Superman, get out of here, I'll destroy this guy. And the question is, how in the world are you gonna do that? And Lex Luthor presents a new suit that's powered by a black hole, right? It's just black hole energy. It's a singularity. And the problem with this is that the Superman's like, if you use this suit, right? This Last Son, he's like, if you use this suit, then you'll create a black hole singularity. You'll wipe out the entirety of the universe, or at least this section of the universe. You'll start sucking everything into it. And Lex is like, yeah, that's the point. And he activates the self-destruct and creates a black hole event, right? And sucks in this Superman this Last Son Superman alongside himself, and basically obliterates everything. While that's going on, at the very end of the multiverse, Wonder Woman's just like, the hell with it, right? She's like, whatever. If we're here at the end of all things and I'm gonna go out, then at the very least, I'm gonna go out like the hero I've always been. I'm not gonna go out as some servant of the Batman Who Laughs, governed by fear. So she grabs this guy and pushes him into the singularity, right? Basically destroys the Batman Who Laughs, and she in turn is consumed by it as well, and basically obliterated, right? She's literally destroyed. And that's the end of it, right? At that point, she just kind of wakes up, right? Or not really wakes up, she just kind of, her consciousness sort of comes into existence, right? And she's just sort of looking around, she's basically disembodied, right? She's like an ethereal form, but she's kind of like, what in the world is going on here? And she's met by another disembodied voice, and they basically say, when we created the multiverse, our hope was that life within would follow a path, that it would ascend from simple selfishness to greater truths. Basically, you would become better than what you are. And what we've seen in this multiverse is that never happened. When this multiverse was created by Perpetua, yes, she bastardized it. She bastardized the whole thing. But even when she was destroyed and her work was wiped away and a new multiverse was created, and you were given the opportunity to become better, you didn't, right? You just stayed selfish. You stayed doing crappy things. You only ever focused on yourself and refused to accept the fact that there's a world bigger than you, right? That there's more to this world than how you think and feel. There are billions and really like billions of people within your own world, and there's countless life within the multiverse, right? That it only ever really came down to you. And so because of that, this existence that you guys, what you guys call here, this universe you live in, this multiverse that exists, is a place of selfishness, sadness, and horror. And we wanted to wipe it out. The problem is we can't. And the reason why is because when they basically say like, we're going to take a form to appear to you as what we see as being our, the definitive standard on what a true hero is, they take the form of Wonder Woman. Now, it doesn't mean that Wonder Woman is the end all be all, what every superhero needs to be. It's the idea of what superheroes are, right? What superheroes stand for. That when these guys, when the hands are talking about the selfish nature of life within the multiverse, that they're basically talking about non-superhero beings, right? Individuals, the average Joe, you and me, right? Our inability to look at the world and see more than ourselves. I mean, and that's true, right? Even here in the real world, right? Like, we know that like there's a greater picture out there, and there's other people out there who think and feel, right? That's the definition of a narcissist. The person who believes that only their feelings, thoughts, and beliefs matter, and that everybody else is basically irrelevant, right? That's a narcissist. And most people are not narcissists, but most people have a tendency to think about things with thinking about themselves first and everybody else second. And so because of that, it's one of these things where superheroes were kind of this guiding force, that it was kind of like, hey, like we could drag you into the future and we could make you guys recognize that there's a greater world than themselves. And if you don't want to, well, then we'll just get rid of you, right? Like we'll literally create a list of standard on what creates a good person. And anybody who is not part of that list, then we kill and we just keep the rest. And the rest of you guys just live in fear, hoping you do not become one of those people on the list, right? Like, people who embody those traits on the list. It'd be very dictatorial and it'd essentially be Earth 3 in the DC universe. But instead, superheroes exist to guide people into a better future, to give them an example of the standard to live by, to fight for things greater than yourself, to not bend yourself to your most basic needs, to not look at the world from the perspective of what do I need, what helps me, what makes my life better, and instead focusing on what makes the lives of other people better, right? What makes the lives of this world that we live in better. better. And they're just kind of going forward from there. And that's how the hands see superheroes. They see them as being people who were capable of doing great things. And despite the fact that they stumbled and they fell and they screwed up from time to time, in the end, they were doing not very good things, but they were doing them for the right reasons, right? Not everything they did was good, right? I mean, there's some shady stuff. I mean, Wonder Woman killed Maxwell Lord and Infinite Crisis, like literally broke his neck. Yeah, I mean, they kill people. It happens. Yeah, you can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs, you know what I mean? So like they did some unsavory things here and there, but they all did it for the right reason, right? They did it for the best reasons they possibly could, because they were trying to make the world better, facing off against threats that otherwise would have torn the world and even the universe apart. And so because of that, what they say is, you know, you guys have kind of given us this example of what superheroes are supposed to be, about how your multiverse was not irredeemable. It was not beyond being saved. It was just that it takes a little bit more of a nudge. That you were right when you said that, you know, when you were powered by anti-crisis energy, you were right when you said the shortcoming of superheroes and the people in the world is they don't really understand the fact that they're part of a much bigger tapestry. Not even your superhero friends know that, because they've forgotten so much of their past. And so from there, it kind of goes into, we are going to effectively fix things, right? But it's going to require a great sacrifice on your behalf. It's going to require you to ascend beyond your current form and to become something greater than what you are. In essence, DC's rebooting. Not really a hard reboot, but DC's basically reworking the entirety of everything. It's a soft reboot. It's their Secret Wars 2015, right? But it is in effect a reboot. It's basically, I mean, we can just treat it this way. It's more or less what it is. It's one of these things where you end up having like this great big huge celebration, right? You know, this great big huge celebration, this big event going on, where all the heroes are kind of celebrating the fact that like they won the war against the Batman Who Laughs. They remember it all, which is cool, but they won the war against the Batman Who Laughs. The day was saved. They realize they lost Wonder Woman in the process, but her sacrifice is the reason why everybody still survives. So they honor her, right? It's not like, man, where's Wonder Woman? Oh, that's right, she's dead. It's not really like that, you know. It's not really people laughing about Wonder Woman dying. It's not really, that's not really the case. Instead, they're all just kind of taking stock and celebrating the good things in life, which is usually what happens after a war takes place, right? I mean, and I just want to point out here, I don't know if you guys see this, I just want to point out here, you got Batman playing the guitar, you've got what's her name? The Black Canary chick. You got her playing guitar. Who cares? And then you got Superman singing, and then you got Wally West in the drums. I just want to say, I want to see this band play. I don't really care if Black Canary's there or not, but I want to see this band play. Right? I want to see this band play some music. If I were being honest, I would trade out Black Canary. Well, I would trade her out for Wonder Woman, but she's not here, right? She's basically dead. If I'm being honest, I would probably say Zatanna could rock it out, right? She'd be amazing on a rock guitar. I feel like she would just start playing songs that were sad, you know, like what is it? She'd play like goth, or like Linkin Park with their first album, you know, like, I'm so misunderstood by the world, you know, the world didn't understand me, you know, singing sad songs about her life, you know, nobody understands her, you know, things like that. But nonetheless, you know, it's cool. It's just these little celebrations. But in the middle of this, Barry Allen comes to Wally West and says, I need you to come with me. There's something I need to show you. And what he does is he takes him to this place in the moon and then says, I need you to vibrate at a frequency of 160.4 gigahertz, which one of the reasons why that's done is because, remember, the universe, the various multiverses out there essentially exist by virtue of tuning walls, tuning forks, right? In the sense that like they have vibrational frequencies. So it's like the main DC universe might be at the frequency of C, and then like, you know, the Earth 3 universe might be at the frequency of D. And so in order to access that universe, you have to vibrate at the proper frequency in order to pass through the dimensional barriers and get to that place. But the important thing here is that when that's done, what you end up basically discovering is that this is a whole new set of events here, right? There's this kind of like massive space station that is they call it the next stage of the halls of justice and doom, but it's essentially a place ran by villains, but not really because they're doing bad stuff, but because they're some of the smartest people in the world. The whole project, at least the launch, is initially being overseen by Superman and Batman, but what they've basically realized is that the actions of Wonder Woman and what comes out of this is colossal. One of the first things to happen is a source wall's gone. There is no source wall anymore, right? There's no walls separating the various universes and multiverses that exist out there in DC Comics. It's gone, right? Seemingly, it's completely disappeared. Not only that, there is no singular multiverse anymore. Now, it's multiverses growing at a geometric rate, right? There's just infinitely expanding multiverses going on and on and on and on. In terms of like the old powers that existed out there, Darkseid, there's no indication that he's there. That basically the actions of Wonder Woman in kind of recreating the multiverse is essentially that the entire old standard of comics, of DC Comics, is effectively gone. That what this does is it allows the possibilities for superheroes and supervillains from other universes to merge and cross over at a constant rate, however it is that they want to, right? They call it the infinite frontier, but it basically means that it's a whole new kettle of beans. Batman's visited other Batmen from other universes, right? It's kind of nuts. It's cool. But what this does is it gives DC the ability to kind of initiate this colossal publishing initiative, which is awesome. It expands the DC universe in a way that's never been done before. Because what if over the, like in a single Batman story, right? Let's say you're reading, Batman number whatever, written by who in the hell ever, and then it's a crossover between like Batman and like 3 different versions of him from across the universe. Every story could feel like a mini event. And I know that seems that on the surface it's kind of like, I don't know if I want to deal with a bunch of mini events, but that in turn takes the idea of big crossover events and I would hope puts them on the back burner, right? DC doesn't really do massive crossover events anyway. They've done a lot more in recent years than they used to, right? It used to be that they never really did great big huge crossover events. It's only been because they've been chasing Marvel Comics that they've started doing huge crossover events relatively consistently, right? I mean, you can sing me a song and a dance about how, Dark Knight's Metal is not a big crossover event, but it basically is. Just because it doesn't have tie-ins does not mean it's not a crossover event, right? It basically is. But imagine that like this is on a much smaller scale, right? So imagine that like there's some Joker from some alternate reality who's gone awry, and like jumped to a different universe and committed all kinds of panic and stuff on that universe. And so it takes Batman from that universe and Batman from the main DC universe to team up and stop that version of the Joker, right? It's cool. It creates all different kinds of possibilities. And it's one of the things that they say. It's kind of becoming its own singular omniverse, and there's an infinite amount of possibilities that can come out of this, right? There's no telling what they can publish, what they can create. And now the other thing that they realize is that there's 2 centers of the multiverse now, that one of them seems to be themselves, and the other one is basically what they call the Elseworld, right? They don't really know much about that world. They don't really know a whole lot about what's going on with it. So obviously that's going to be some exploration. But the big takeaway from all this, the big significance behind all this is that the multiverse is growing to the point where it's becoming an omniverse. So we have multiple multiverses now, and that there are no barriers anymore between the universes that are out there. So there's all kinds of publishing possibilities that can be done. It can go on and on and on and on. This is fantastic, right? This is absolutely amazing. This is fantastic news. I think it's kind of what DC needed, because if I'm being honest with you guys, I think one of the reasons why DC struggles so much, especially if you guys are keeping track of the news going on with DC Comics, I think one of the reasons why they struggle so much is because their characters are static. They don't change. They pretty much are the same characters they've been for a long time. They don't really evolve. They don't really grow, right? Now, this wouldn't necessarily be the worst thing if like the DC cinematic universe was successful. Like Marvel characters are pretty much the exact same. They don't really change that much. They change a little bit, but they don't really change a whole lot. Everything goes back to the status quo. The Marvel Cinematic Universe is what makes things more interesting for Marvel Comics. If the MCU didn't exist, Marvel Comics would be boring as hell, right? But it's the complement of the MCU and kind of seeing the characters in a little bit of a different light that make things different. If DC had that in terms of their movie form, it would be the same way, but they don't, right? Because nobody knows what's going on. They don't even know what's going on. They're like, I have this massive plan on how to make their DC Cinematic Universe cohesive and work, and I don't even know who to take that to. But nonetheless, or if it's even worth doing, I have no earthly clue. But the whole point here is that what you have is basically a brave new world, right? If Aldous Huxley was writing this event, it would look like this. It's a brave new world. There's all kinds of possibilities, right? So with that being said, guys, we're going to bring this video to an end. If you are new here to Comics Explained, make sure you guys hit the sub button to become part of the Rob Corps. If you guys enjoyed this video, make sure you drop a like, and I will catch you all later. Peace.